Okay, you're not going to hear much noise. In fact, all you're going to hear is maybe just noise as I mm, just move around and shuffle about, start the calls that will bring other people in who can actually talk. And okay.
Hello.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you so much. We are live, of course, so let me bring on the other people onto the call. So apparently many people are available today, and let's get them on while we can. And aside from all of that, let's see now. Who else is there?
I'm just adding people.
Oh, are you?
See.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's good.
Yeah.
And the usual suspects.
Yes, the round table of King Arthur.
Mm-hmm. And
Assalamu alaikum, Brother Douglas. My love to you, JMO, and all of Team D. I greet you all with the greetings of peace and love.
wonderful. Thank you. That is beautiful. I very much appreciate that. Blessings be upon you and all your own as well. And
Alhamdulillah, Salman.
yes, that was wonderful.
Hey, Brendan. Assalamu alaikum.
Everybody.
And by all means, everybody just start talking because I'm totally incapable right now. And the one thing I would like to say to Brendan is, of course, remember that Selena Khan asked that you teach me how to put up that set time so that people can see that the show will be on ahead of time. And, you've been so just busy and that there's been no time for that. Hopefully you can find some time for that. You know what I'm talking about, yes?
Yes, I could show you how to schedule. I had to research it a bit myself, so now I know how, so I will show you.
Okay, wonderful. So we'll try and make that happen sometime soon. Hopefully life is a little more stabilized for me now. You only have 15 minutes. Are you still working at that horrible place, or is this a new place you're at?
Yeah, I put in my 2 weeks here at this the evil fried chicken spot. And they're hella pissed off
Oh my God.
because now they have no one to work, and I mean it's their fault. They treated me like shit. So,
Yes. Yes.
and I guess I could start off with that. Like I was reading this article about like why everything is so short staffed
Uh-huh.
and why all these restaurants don't have people.
Uh-huh.
One of the main reasons, as reported in this article, is that the people that are coming out of lockdown are so infantile and in like a baby state that they just abuse all these workers, all these fast food workers who've been putting their lives on the line for all the whole pandemic. And so now that these idiots are coming out of their house and just mistreating all these people, no amount of money is worth that kind of treatment. So that's part of the reason. So anyone who's complaining about like, oh, these restaurants can't staff people, well, be more kind and be aware that these people actually, they have to put up with these people, these kind of abusive kind of things. And there's a limit to how much money can do. Most people eventually will not put up with that, even for pay. So,
Yeah. Yeah, no, thank you for explaining that, and it's so important. What else has been going on in your life? One of the things that I do want to say is that when I was speaking to Jameson Reese the other day, and we were talking about how Solomon Sheikh and Jameson and myself basically are perceived as colored, and so there are certain things that we deal with when we try to make white people aware of white privilege that many of them just can't seem to understand. Then, of course, I brought up that even though you're lighter skin and basically could pass as white, I do want you to explain to everyone how your life has been anything but privilege, that you actually, due to basically your father's bizarre, for lack of a better word, it wasn't even criminal so much as criminally stupid, but incredibly stupid things he did put you in the, you may as well have been born black. So do let people know that.
Yeah, that's part of it. And like on that note, it's like I've like I like visually I look like European or something, but when people find out that I'm Arabic, it's like that's when the shit's always something always happens from that. And it's just frustrating and stupid. It doesn't have to be like that. Like even when I was like in the first grade, my teacher came to find out that I was like part Arabic or something, and then like this was around like 9/11, so like there was some sensitivity still, and it's the only time that my dad ever claimed like the race card or anything like that. Like he's never said stuff like that, and my teacher, she basically like yelled at me and grabbed me by the arm and threw me out of the classroom because I was like because of something she deemed that I was just like disrespecting like her or something. But she just flew into a rage and like basically like, threw me out of class like by my arm, like as like a 6-year-old, like a 5-year-old. And so I told my parents and I complained to them that like like nothing was really happening. She's just crazy. And it turned out it was because I was Arabic. Like she had some kind of beef with that or some problem with it. But with all these people, it's like they just need to remember that not all Arabs are Muslim, for starters, and secondly, not all Muslims are terrorists. And like it's just like there's so many layers to it that it just shows the ignorance. It just shows the ignorance of people when these kind of things happen. And then recently, even at my job, I had my boss. She called me because I was telling someone I work with. I don't know if I said this on air recently, but I was basically telling them like, hey, I want to leave the country. That's why I'm studying anthropology. I don't want to, I don't want to live here anymore. And the first thing this lady says, and she knows I'm Arabic, I speak Arabic and stuff. She was like, are you some kind of terrorist or something? In front of all my coworkers. Yeah. In front of my coworkers. And then even the people that were working there were like, what are you talking about? Like, he's white. Like, I thought he was white. Why'd you even go there? And so I told them, I was like, she knows like I speak Arabic and I'm half Arabic. Like, that's why she said that shit. She's a racist bitch. And like, that's why I ended up quitting, because this lady is just rancid. She's just a toxic person. And so it's like, all right, well, good luck closing the deli. Like, this bitch is so fat she couldn't even lift the stuff to close the deli. So joke's on her.
Right. I mean, that is so awful. The first thing is when it shows their bigotry when they say, what do you mean? He's white. I mean, and that's their thought process, that, that a white person couldn't be a terrorist. And then,
yes.
And then
that's another thing is like, like a terrorist can be anyone. Like, fuck, like, they have, like the Irish, they have Irish terrorists. Like, you guys are just stupid. Like,
Thank you. And just another thing that I tried to explain, I don't know if I did so well, but I tried to explain it on my interview with Salman Sheikh that we just had yesterday. It was that in terms of the culture of the Islamic Middle East, that basically you've got this, even the suicide bombers and terrorists of modern Beirut have their predecessors in the Hawarij of the 8th century and the assassins of the 12th.
Yes.
But all of those were equally unlike most ordinary Muslims. I mean, at any given time, they're the exception to the rule.
Exactly.
But in terms of what else you're dealing with, there must be an update on your medical, your insurance. Not that I want you to relive the horrors, but do share.
No, I'm like stabilized on that. I'm just waiting on the MRI. I have to get an MRI. That's the only news, really.
And
nothing's come up from that.
Right. Okay. And by the way, how are you with MRIs? Are you claustrophobic? Have you had one before?
I've had one before. It's not that big of a deal, but it's not something I want to like for me, I don't want to get irradiated for no reason. So I'm going to take a lot of ginseng and vitamin C.
I don't think there's anything to do with radiation. It's all magnetic. It's some level of radiation, but really it's more a problem of any magnetic things you might have, piercings or fillings in your teeth.
I don't know. I still have like stitches from my surgery when I had like the testicular torsion surgery.
Well, those wouldn't be metal.
Tell them about that.
Those aren't going to be magnetized. You don't need to worry about that.
I hope not. Yeah. I hope to God not.
Yeah. And in my case, I've got staples in my rib cage, but I don't know if they're metal. I've never found out. And so they might be porcelain, but that would be advanced.
Right.
So tell us, anything else in the 15 minutes that you have. Oh, by the way, I did want you to know that actually, that was totally miscommunicated. What I sent you in that little message was at the time that I was all messed up at the end of the night while I was transmitting. I was supposed to send that one message about the MAGA person who's anti-vaccine who died of the COVID-19. And of course, both Jameson and I found that really funny. What we didn't find funny was the stupid meme I sent you that was some real ugly white woman, or at least that was her, Facebook icon, was trolling the Sailor Moon group with that stupid thing about the weeb bowing before the truck, which, by the way, for people who don't understand, weeb is a real derogatory term, which, white trash, they ascribe that to, or they impose that upon people who watch anime or read manga, and then they call them, like, weebs and shit. Just, and you can tell people the background behind that. I say it comes from Weibo, which is, the social media network in China, and that they just shorten that, and, but we didn't find that funny. We didn't get it, and so I shared that with you. And so I don't know what that brought to mind for you.
Just the one about the MAGA person. It's like, I don't like. To me, it was like, okay, they just like ate meat and shit. Like that's why they died. So when people send me stuff like that, it's like, oh, like I just assume that they're just eating steak all day and they deserved it. So. So whether they're vax or anti-vax doesn't really equate in my thing, but because they have found that vegetarians fare better against COVID, just so everyone knows I'm not just being an asshole. But, anyway. And then, I see the weeb praying.
Yeah, that's what I said. Jameson and I did not find that funny. We couldn't get it, or so what the we think it was just trolling. It was, she stuck that on a
It's
Sailor
just
Moon.
trolling. It's like they're so like brainwashed by the Japanese culture that the truck was bowing, so they had to bow in front of the truck or something stupid. Right. Some total just idiotic. Yeah. Like it's supposed to be a joke, obviously. Like they did that as a joke,
Right. So by all means, do go on with anything.
And it's like, anyways, like if something's praiseworthy, then you should praise them. Yeah, you should praise the Japanese.
Thank you. Yes.
They have a cleaner culture. Like even I was speaking to my grandpa the other day, and he was saying like from all the people I've seen on Earth, like, and he's like, he's been around for, almost 100 years now, and he's worked for all these government agencies and the King of Saudi Arabia, everywhere. He's worked all over the place, and he was saying like from what he can see, the Japanese are the best culture on the planet. Like they're the most organized, the most put together. They can do the most quality work, like, so that was his observation, so
yeah. And so that everybody understands, the Olympics, the reason that it's so important that the Japanese live up to the Olympics was because of the athletes. Forget the crowds, forget the sponsors. It's all because the athletes can only do this once every 4 years, and for most athletes, they only have a very short period in their life when they can perform at that level. And so, when you skip the Olympics, then they never get another chance for many people. So, that's
very important. And they train there, like the entire training is for that thing, like the Olympics and all these competitions. Like, so if you miss one, you actually lose your edge, and like, it actually affects a lot of things. So
absolutely. So important. And nobody seems to be looking at that when I see everybody all over the media shitting all over the Japanese Olympics right now because of the empty stadiums. I mean,
it's clearly like, in my opinion, it's an agenda, because like I highly doubt if it was in the Western countries there, it would be any better. It would not. It would be a total shit show. So at least the Japanese are holding to their thing,
Yeah, well, if it were any Western countries, it wouldn't happen at all.
Exactly. Like there'd be no like following through or anything like that. Exactly. To me, it's an agenda just to make the Japanese look bad. Like that's what it all, and it stems from what you have revealed about how they won the war. So this is the only way. This is like how low it's gotten. This is the only way for the West to get back at them.
Thank you.
Is to like, make fun of them about, they had to do this and that and this. And to me, that's like an agenda, of sorts, of a conspiracy, if you will.
Very much so. very much so. And so thank you for that.
Because
And
like people like you have like proven it, so
yes,
it's like proof that the Japanese have won, and like so that's the only way for them to get back. They can't refute you on the face of it. They have to go at a different angle and say, oh, it goes along with the weeb thing, like, oh, these weebs, they're all, it's all the same kind of vibe.
yes, that's pretty much it. Yeah, and anyhow, so go on with whatever else comes to your mind in the few minutes you have remaining to share with us, which is always valuable. Any poetry to read? Any and now, by the way,
Yeah.
yeah, go on.
Wait, you can finish what you were saying.
Oh,
I'll
I
pull
was
it.
also going to say, any horror stories that drove you to detoxing?
Well, it's not a horror story, but I ended up trying this. I tried Blue Lotus the other day. I'm still kind of fucked up from the Blue Lotus right now. So yeah, I mean, I tried to detox for like a couple weeks, so it worked.
Okay. So this is something you do every once in a while. It's cyclical.
Yes, yeah, but I'm gonna have to like just drop. I like as far as my like.
Oh, he dropped. Talk about dropped. He dropped off. And we can't hear you. But I still see his symbol as if he's talking. That's okay, that's funny. Jesus. There.
Yeah.
Okay, good. So there is someone else online. Well, we
Yeah,
can.
it's me, Jameson. It seems like these weird things have been happening on Skype all the time, but I don't know whether you want me to I guess take the round table from here until he gets back. We seem to have Pac on here.
Oh gosh, if he's here, then by all means, Pac One, please get started. Let us know what's going on in your life.
Oh, okay. Good evening, everybody. What's going on, JMO? I was listening in. I was moving some stuff around. I just been getting ready. I got an event. Yes,
Yeah,
can you
there
hear me?
we are. Brendan's back with us. So Brendan, if you could
Oh,
finish
yeah.
up what you're saying, and then Pac On will take off after. We'll start after you. And I
Yeah,
don't know
I
how
was
much
just
time
saying
Pac
that-
One has, but you dropped off as soon as you said I was going to drop. So then you dropped and dropped off completely. So,
Well, I was just saying like, going cold like any drug he knows, going cold turkey's hard, so I got to do it in stages.
okay. I mean, has it impacted you that much, where you're thinking about not doing drugs in the future at all, or what?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
I was just
That was it again. Yeah. Okay.
I think
I-
that's
yeah. What?
There we go. You dropped off again. You were just, and then you dropped off again. It's go on. Oh shit. His audio is. I hope Pac One is still with us.
Yes, I'm here. I'm here.
Okay, good. Yes, and so you might as well start and go on with what's been happening to you. I understand that your kids had that cold and everything. So tell us a bit.
Yeah.
How's their family health?
So they're like congested. They're snotty, like everything you don't want touching you ever. And like
Yes.
it seems they just want to be all extra cuddly and shit now. But no, they're poor kids, man. They're fighting a little respiratory cold, and my son, he's like taking it the worst. He's like, I just want you to hold me, and so but we just been given, well, we're not sure if it's allergies or just I called it from the beginning. I was like everybody's been masked up for the past year and a half. As soon as those masks comes off, well, nobody has those immunities like they had before. Everyone's going to get sick. And sure enough, everybody's got whatever this fucking cold's going around. We did take the kids to a water park a few weeks ago,
Okay.
overnight. But they.
But
I don't know,
by the
they're-
way, just for a second, hold that thought. Brendan, is that you that's there with us?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. So go on. Just,
Oh yeah, something's happening with the phone. There's
yeah. Jameson says it's the spirit of the Blue Lotus.
He left again.
Yeah, it's definitely the shrooms. The shrooms do not want him to stop.
Yeah, that's why I was like, what? Why?
This is how it works. You could take a few years of a break. I took 2 years off of DXM, but it's going to call you back. It's just how it works. I don't know why. It's just that I think that these drugs are sometimes even more powerful than some of the ancient deities and gods people used to worship.
So check it out, JMO. I was reading this little article today. It was in Spanish, and it was about this lady who her family died or whatever when she was a young girl, and she ended up learning how to become a shaman. She was married by the time she was 14, and her husband died. And when he died, she started doing her workings, and what she would do, she said she would eat mushrooms. She would take mushrooms at night, and she would travel over to the other side, and she would talk to whoever the deities or the energies of the mushrooms or whatever on the other side about the person that she was trying to cure, and they would tell her everything that she needed to tell the people when she came back over from the trip or whatever, and that's how she did it. But she said the only way for that passage is you have to be celibate. You have to, be celibate while you're doing the mushrooms and stuff like that. That's how you get in true touch with spirituality. But she did it for years, and she did readings for like Jim Morrison, and Bob Dylan. Like a whole bunch of people went over to Mexico and seen her like in the early 50s or whatever. But yeah, those mushrooms are a real deal, man. They really they disconnect you from they not disconnect. I'd say more like connect you. So you're like in two places at once. You're in your reality, but you're also in a whole another world.
By location. I like that.
It slowly lifts. It subtly lifts the veil. So there's no. That's why you kind of feel like secluded, like you're in a larger space. You feel tighter. Like it's crazy. But yeah, for sure. I love mushrooms. I haven't taken any. I had it in a while. I have some blue honey. I still haven't even dove into it, but I haven't messed around in a while because I did a god dose a couple years ago, and it kind of put me in a bad place. So I didn't want to go back there. But I think it was more or less showing me the direction my life was going. Like in small description, like I seen the walls. I was looking at the walls, and everything just looked like it had this dinge of this like coat of dinginess, and internally I felt like I was digging myself into a hole, and like I was just like, it was crazy. I don't know, but I guess I probably needed that, but I haven't done them since. I always looked at mushrooms as not something you just do just for fun. It's really always something you do like to open yourself up or waking up to something, I don't know, but they're definitely not a recreational drug, but definitely not something you should just quit doing either.
Yeah, that reminds me a lot of Salvia Divinorum because on my last Salvia Divinorum trip, like I wasn't able to move, and all of a sudden I found myself in this place that was just red. And I was like on this metallic bridge, and I was walking over this metallic bridge. It literally looked like something out of like Silent Hill, like the Silent Hill video game series or something.
Yeah.
And it was pretty cool, but like it represented like I think it was telling me that I would be moving onto a different place in my life, and that's exactly what happened.
Yep. It's funny. You described the metallic feeling, the first time I ever did salvia, I had a deck behind my house and that I was living at the time, and I took a hit of it, and it pulled me straight down to the fucking ground. Like I could not move. I was paralyzed, and it felt like I had thousands of needles all through my body. Like it just felt like I was super, 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 super small. Like everything just seemed, it was crazy. And then another time I did it, I did a stronger dose, like because when salvia got big for a second there, it was like there was like these different kinds. They had like the 50, the 75, the 150, the 200, whatever the hell the potency of it. And I did a stronger dose, man, and it felt like all electrical, like everything felt super electric. And then I touched everything, and it felt real like sharp and edgy, and like it felt like my body was sticking to the walls or to the ground. Salvia is not a fun drug, dude.
No.
It depends because
if you're a masochist.
Yes. Yeah.
Well,
Which
that's
JMO
the
is.
thing. Well, maybe that
Just talking shit.
maybe part of me is maybe. I mean, that could be accurate.
Oh shit.
Yeah, but go
No,
on.
yeah.
Yes. Yes.
No, no, salvia's crazy. I like mushrooms. Um, yeah, I was listening and I heard about what in the beginning. I heard I was moving around in and out of the rooms. I heard Brendan talking about I guess something crazy happened at the deli, and they called him they said he was a terrorist. And
Yeah,
then
some
I
idiot.
heard that
Yes.
then I heard that white people can't be terrorists,
Right.
which is
Yes.
like 90% of our terrorists in the United States right now are white. But
Yes. Yes.
Brendan's definitely not one of them. But I'm saying, yeah. Shit. Yeah. No. And no. I got a little event tomorrow. I'm just hanging out. Woke up this morning super early and just deep cleaned my my taco truck, and it was hot as hell outside. Um, my kids have a little swimming pool. We let them go outside because it was hot as hell. Let them get in the little pool. Let them hang out for a little bit outside, relax.
Wonderful.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, just not really much going on. I've just been just busy, just running around doing this taco thing. It's only going to last for another next month's August.
What
so
about your
we're here
wife?
pretty much.
What about your wife?
She's goes back to work August 7th. She has a doctor's appointment. She has to see all sorts of people now because I don't remember. I probably didn't talk to the audience about it, or maybe I did. I know I told
tell
you.
us now. Catch us up on everything. Yeah.
So back in September last year, almost a year ago, we went to Ohio. We took my mother and my sister, and my two sisters, my mother, and then my sister's daughter and son, everything, down to Ohio for a weekend getaway. And we went, we were going to take the kids to Cedar Point, to Legoland and stuff like that, and they ended up getting in an argument. They did some real petty shit and turned into a big fight. And basically, my wife is she's like 5'1", 5'2" with shoes on, but she and all of 124 pounds. And my mother, she's like 250. My sister's like 230. My other sister's 220. My sister's daughter's like fucking 240. All big, and they jumped my wife, and they did a number on her down there in Ohio.
Right.
And she was having problems breathing that night on her right side. And after a while, like, she had pains. She was I mean, dude, it was bad. She had a huge hematoma on her head, like the size of a softball, like bigger than a softball. They took we had like a quart bag, because my wife is Russian and Puerto Rican, so her hair is more like a African's hair. It's more of the kinky hair.
Right.
She has to have relaxers. It's wavy. And her hair was so matted, we didn't even realize. When we got home from Ohio, we pulled like a quart bag worth of hair from her head that was already loose. So they did a number on her, and she is a drinker, she's a smoker. We party, we hang out. We're known as the couple that we'll get down. We have fun. Nothing excessive, nothing stupid, but so it's not like we're the healthiest people. So when came out that she had that blood clot, or when she was, what started was on her birthday. We went out for her birthday, and we were outside, and she kept saying that her side hurt, like her ribs hurt. So we thought, sometimes you get a knot behind your shoulder blade, and it can give you that feeling like every time you breathe, or the real discomfort of even moving your neck or arm. So I was like, oh, well, maybe it's your shoulder. So a couple of days later, she's still complaining about it. So started rubbing her shoulder, and she was like, no, it hurts too bad, just don't. We were cooking out, and it was hot, dude. It was like fucking 90 degrees out, and then we were in front of the grill. She kept complaining about being cold. She like legit went inside and got like a jacket, and I'm like, dude, I was like, nah, something's wrong with you. What the fuck? And then she went to work, and she was still having problems breathing and stuff. And so her boss was like, hey, you just need to go to urgent care,
right,
get checked out. So she went down there, and she told him she was having problems breathing, her chest hurt, her lungs hurt, and they did a X-ray and they told her she had pneumonia. And they didn't give her a COVID test. They did nothing, So, which is crazy. It was really weird, like the shit didn't disappear, and so they didn't give her a COVID test. She didn't have COVID, but they told her she had pneumonia. So they sent her home. And she was supposed to follow up with her primary on a Monday. And so she went the weekend, Saturday, Sunday, and then Monday I had an event. She was supposed to go to the doctor's, and she woke me up like at 1 a.m. Poor girl called me probably 5-6 times on my phone to wake me up. And because I keep my son, I sleep with my son because he's he has night terrors and stuff. Ever since my sister and everybody jumped my wife, like he kicks, he flails, but he doesn't want to leave the bed, and it's hard to be 3 of us in the bed, So she woke me up, was like, just take me to the hospital. I need to go to the hospital. I can't breathe. She was crying. So I take her, and she didn't want me to stay. She was like, no, just go. I took her to the hospital she worked at. She was just go get some rest. You got to, event. And I was like, I don't fuck the event. Like, I don't even want to do the event. Like, I'd rather, And she told me, she was like, no, she was like, all you're going to be doing is sitting here with me. And, I was like, fuck that. Like, just go, go make some money, go do something. So, I woke up the next day and it's probably like 10 o'clock in the morning. And I called her to see how she's doing. She was like, I'm still not even checked in. What the fuck? Like, they still haven't even like had her. She wasn't even in the room yet. She was still in the waiting room. Like, what the fuck? So 9 hours. And she's in pain, and then they get her back there, and then they finally get her in her room, and they do the CT and everything, and they were like, no, it's a blood clot, and it's on the right side, So then her grandmother was 30 when she had a stroke. Her mother was 36 when she had a stroke. Who, she's paralyzed all on the right side of her body now, and she can't really talk. She can walk around, but she has like the little leg brace, and very, very limited vocabulary. So they were worried about that. My wife and all my kids, they all carry the sickle cell trait, so they, they're looking at maybe because of that, or, then they're like, well, you're vaccinated. So, even though everyone's, pro vaccine and everything, everyone's like, the vaccine's good. Now they're like, well, we're not really sure. It could have been the vaccine that caused a blood clot, or, whatever. And just so many things. And then she went to go see her primary this week, and they were talking. Her primary was like, holy shit, almost a year ago, remember you couldn't even breathe your side, your lung, and you so now they're looking at that. So we don't know. She has to see a hematologist now. She's on blood thinners. Just it's crazy. Just a lot of just the reality of being human, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
yes.
So yes. That's pretty much what we're dealing with now,
Well, that's definitely. If anything, too late for regrets. But you should have pressed charges against your mother and your sister, of course. And in terms of your wife. It's amazing how care providers really are the last people to care for themselves. I should have known something was wrong, but there's a lot of denial that sets in. The last thing that a care provider or a responder wants to imagine is that they are in need of help. But definitely, I'm glad that she got it. The waiting time at the hospital, of course, is outrageous, and that's normal. They're all that bad. They're all horrible when it comes to that. And it's like you said, you can be there all day before you're checked in. A visit to the hospital is the investment of at least 24 hours, and usually they just kick you right out after that. But then when it's the admissions, then it's a whole different thing. And I'm surprised was she admitted? I forgot. She was not.
Yeah. So she was admitted. She was in there for a whole week.
Yeah.
I didn't want to post anything. We're the type of people who we don't really like to go to Facebook with problems, like I like, if it's one thing, like I get it, we all go through shit, like, and that's understandable, whatever. But sometimes I feel like some people's things that they go through, like, it's like, okay, we all deal with shit, like for instance, so there's this girl who the whole story's fishy, but she burnt a majority of her arm and leg and stuff with the grease, and her apartment caught on with the grease fire. Whatever she said, she was making tacos, and it blew up, and she ran outside and whatever. But then the story changed. The story changed to her dog, because in the first story she was like, thank God my son and my dog weren't near it, and then the second story was that, oh no, her dog jumped on her, and like she had to have skin grafts and stuff, but her whole thing has been like posting on Facebook with her Cash App, asking people for help, and people have been helping her. Well, then this girl, like, I mean, whatever, like, I get it, you need help, but bitch, she took her dog to the fucking and got this. She has like one of those huge poodles, like the huge big ones. We took it to the fucking groomers, got his hair dyed, got his nails painted, got like bitch, like if you were really in a situation like that, you would not. And I'm sorry, like you would not fucking treating your dog to the fucking groomers and shit, dude. You'd be trying to find a new apartment. You'd be trying to, what I'm saying, like take some fucking safety fire courses. I don't fucking know, but and then she went on live and had this patch on her eye, like this gauze and tape, and she was like, like acting like, oh, now something's wrong with her eye. And someone we know who was at the hospital was like, no, she fucking asked for the gauze and tape and put it out in her eye so she could go lock from the city. What the fuck, dude? Like, there's some sick people in the world, man.
It's it's amazing how people respond to that. By the way, that brings to mind completely Derek Talley, who's putting his thumbs down. I noticed that when it comes to the gang stalkers, we have a set number of people who come in immediately and put their thumbs down at the beginning. And ever since I got rid of Derek Talley, he's been putting his thumbs down and added it to that group. So everybody do put an upvote just to counter the gang stalkers and that piece of shit Derek Talley, who was basically taking advantage of this program to ask for so much for all his woes that just never stopped, and you wonder why he bothered to work. He must have been prized at work. He said how much they loved him and shit. They saved his job for him and shit so that he could keep calling off sick for every other development. At any rate, so there we have that, and do go on with it. This is indicative of what we're dealing with.
So I work, okay, so I fucking when I have an event. Okay, so let's say my Monday is Thursday now. Okay, that's my Monday. Thursday has now become my Monday, or some people call it Sunday, their day off, whatever. And that fucking day right there, I go and I shop for all my produce for the whole fucking week. So even on my day off, it's not really my day off. So I go get all my produce, I get all my stuff, and then I'll deep clean, a couple things. I'll get things ready for for Friday, which Friday is the day that I'll start my prepping. I'll start doing all my prepping. So I'll wake up 5-6 o'clock in the morning. I'll start cooking, start chopping. All my steak is hand cut. I cut silver. I have to cut all the silver off of it. I have to cut my steak 3-4 different times, paper thin, then I dice it, so it's nice and just something I can throw quick on the grill. It'll cook up, it'll still be tender, and boom, get it out of here, So I do that all day. I from 5 o'clock in the morning to about midnight that night, sometimes 1 in the morning, and then I'll go to sleep. I'll wake back up at 5. I'll gather all my stuff, get all my stuff together, set it out by my truck, load it into my truck, go through my house, look for last minute things. Then I'll go to my event and I'll park my truck. I'll be somewhere wherever I need to be 2 hours early. I'll park my truck. I'll turn on my generator, get everything heating up. I'll go and get I have a cooler that I don't have plugged in because my generator isn't strong enough to pull it, along with all the other stuff. So I got milk crates, and I go and I buy dry ice. I go and buy a 10-pound slab of dry ice every event. I put it in there, and it keeps everything ice cold. Like I have to almost pull things out for a little bit because they'll start freezing. And yeah, seriously, and I'm busy all fucking day, and then I'm on my feet. I'm on my feet the whole fucking day. I'm prepping the whole day that I'm of my event, and then I get home. I bring all my shit in. I wash it. Sometimes I don't get home till 11, 12 o'clock at night. I wash all my shit. Then I'm up the next fucking morning because I got to prep for the day after that for my next event. I work 3 days a week, but I'm really working 6 because it's 2 days of prep. I'm really working 7 because my day off I'm going to get it. And dude, I do it by myself. I have people who help me, but they help me in the window of my truck. They take orders. That's it. So every fucking thing I do, every day, like I sit down, this is the most I've sat down in probably a week.
Right.
You know, like it's just like this ain't a pity story. Shit, I love what the fuck I do. I love it. I love it 100%. I own everything I do.
Right.
You know, that's all me. And you know, so there's look, man, I've seen videos of disabled people without legs still digging holes, you know.
Right,
I mean, it's just like there's always something out there. I mean, I get it. Sometimes we fall on you know, hard times, and you kind of get like, oh, in a funk, and you don't know, and you're like, what am I gonna do? How, you know? And there's two people, you know, there's two people in the world. The one that's like, what am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? And they start critical thinking, you know, maybe I'll do this, maybe I'll do that, maybe I will ask someone to borrow money real quick, but just so I can get on my feet and I make sure I get them their money back. And, you know, and then you have the other people who just beg for help the whole time. And the reason why they don't know how to help themselves is because everybody feels sorry for them because, hey, you know, he's had it hard and he's been strung out, or, you know, he's tried and he lost everything. And, you know, now he's, you know, he's not trying no more. And I get it. No, we enable people, you know. I don't know, man. My outlook on a lot of things has changed over this past summer, man. Right. Like as far as with running the business and doing everything, because it's like I don't get mad. I don't get mad when people, you know, like I used to have a guy who would come and would help me, you know. The guy ended up hitting me, you know. That was working for me.
I was about to ask about him. This was the guy who was stealing from you, right?
Yep. Yeah. Yep. And so I would okay, shit, man, there's just so much with that, man. So he's a carpenter by trade, and we were supposed to trade work, you know. He would help me on the taco truck and I would help him with jobs, you know, but he got so used to seeing me making money with a taco truck, he fuck that, like, you know.
Yeah, he stopped doing his carpentry. Yeah,
he did his critical thinking, right? But he almost ended up in critical. He's telling my cousin, who's his wife, you know, that I wasn't paying him, right. And here I'm giving this motherfucker $200 an event. You know, right. But here's the thing: he was coming and he was going to the stores with me. You know, he was helping me prep. He was doing all that. You know, and some of the guys I have working for me now, they know that. They know you help me, you get more money. But fuck that. That's a lot of work to them. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And I don't get mad about that. I'm not gonna sit here and be in a funky ass mood trying to cut my steak and cook my meat. My food, it'll fuck my food up, dude. Yeah. You know, if I'm in a shitty mood, I'm like, shit, it's all good to me, because, you know, you work for me and you just work that window. I'm slapping you high five with $50 at the end of the night. Good night. You know, thank you. Appreciate your 5 hours of help. You know, it's just.
But no, it wasn't enough. And then your cousin started programming him, feeding him lines. Yeah.
Yeah. So well, no. What she was doing. She was telling him like, because she was getting pissed because he was with me every day. Yeah. He's with me every day, and we're working. And, you know, I bought that new cooler, and we had to cut my cupboards, and we had, you know, but every time he ever helped me, I always paid him. I always paid him for his help. I never once said, okay, good look, thank you, or that's on the love, or, you know, never. Always, like, you know, so she would text him like, oh, well, there's shit that needs to be done at home. Or hey, our water pressure's low. Do you think you can come look at it? I'll pay you for it. You know, she would say shit like that to him. But what he was doing was he would be like, oh, this fucking bitch, no, man, see now. And I'm like, what? He was like, listen to this. And he would read the text to me, and it happened a couple different days that happened. I was like, hold on, bro. I said, please tell me that you're not telling her that I'm not paying you. He's like, oh no, fuck that. I wouldn't do that. Hell no, man. I wouldn't fucking do that, bro. You know, I told her, but you know, she's mad because this is my money. This is my money. I'm gonna do okay. So I'm no one to tell someone what to do with their money. You know, you're a grown ass man. That's your wife. You know what I'm saying? You guys got bills and family and provide for shit. If you don't give, look, I make all my money. I give my wife all my money. She's the financial advisor around here. You know what I'm saying? She's the accountant. She's everything. You know, I don't have to think about that. I know how to make money. You know, she pays the bills. You know, and I know I'm providing. I know, you know, like I don't care. I don't fuck with that. I don't get on the computer or on the phone and pay bills or you know whatever. And she does. So if you don't want to give your wife your money or give her anything, I mean, that's who am I to tell you, you know? But just don't tell her. I told her I'm not cut like I told him I'm not cut like that. Don't tell her I'm not paying you, bro. That's fucked up. It's like so he reassured me that she knew that I was paying him, and then on a night up at Redline, we were all drinking, we were all hanging out, we were doing car bombs. You know, that was the first night we did car bombs. The owner introduced us to the car bomb that he has there. Well, but we were doing it. We were just taking them and shit. And the owner has so his wife, the owner's wife, graduated with my wife from high school. Whole different town, like whole damn near by Detroit. They, you know. And they graduated together, so it was like small world shit. And then, so I don't know where it started, but he started like talking to the owner's wife, like, but like all like provocative, like all like in her shit in her bubble and everything, like. And Doug, the owner's like standing right fucking there, and Doug's not a small guy, dude. He's like 6'5". He's a fucking corn-fed boy. Like he's a hail chuck, hay bale chucking looking motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Like. He's square shouldered. He's a bit like this, you know. He shakes your hand like a fucking man, like your hand hurts type shit. And you know, he's same age as me, but he's a big boy. And he's just like, hey, like trying to tap Nick, like, hey, bro, like I'm right fucking here. And I was like, I put my hand. I said, hey, man, what the fuck are you doing? I was like, get the fuck out. Go load the truck, man. Go load the damn truck. What's wrong with you, man? And so, you know, he goes out, you know, and I apologize. Oh, I'm sorry, man. He's like, no, that's cool. I get it, man. He's gone. He's not, you know, he's drunk. It's still not an excuse. Fuck that. Because I don't care if you're drunk or not. Talk to my old lady. Go ahead. I dare you. And that's not just to be a fighter, but that's disrespectful, man. That's disrespectful as fuck. You don't do that. So I go outside, and my cousin, his wife, was out there in the car or in the trailer with him. Now, she wasn't in the bar when this happened. She was outside, I think, smoking, so she didn't see it. Had she seen it, I'm sure it'd have been some shit inside the bar. Right. But they're arguing or whatever, and she said something like, so she was like, well, she was like, I hope you get paid or something stupid or whatever, and she pushes him. And we're inside of the truck, and she was in front of the back door, like to get out, and she, you know, pushes his head or whatever, and he shoves the fuck out of her. I mean, I saw red from the shove alone. And there's like this little lip where you walk out the back door, like your foot can get stuck there if you don't pick up your foot, you know. And she hit that, and she just flipped right out of it and like landed on this landing I have right there. And he jumped right out that damn back door and just started punching her. So I said, hey, motherfucker. And like I jumped out over them, and I grabbed him, spun him around, and I hit him. And so he went flying, and he went to sleep. And I was gonna jump on him and start beating the shit out of him. But, you know, Tina grabbed me. She goes, no, stop. She's like, I shouldn't have hit him in his face. I shouldn't have pushed him by his face. I was like, I don't care what you did. I was like, that ain't no fucking excuse to sit here and be. I was like, man, fuck this motherfucker, man. And I was like, cause I was done. I was done, dude. Like we had a grow up together, you know. And he never showed up to help me transplant anything. He didn't show up to go get nutrients, oil, pots, always counting the chickens before they hatch. Oh, we're gonna do this, we're gonna do that, we're gonna do, like, motherfucker, put in some work, put in some time, you know. So I had frustrations built up. I had already caught him basically stealing, but didn't catch him with my eyes, you know. I had already had there was already so many things that had this tension built up. It was just a matter of time before something stupid like that happened. So I told her, I said, no, that's bullshit. I said, let me ask you something. I said, has this motherfucker been telling you I haven't been paying him? And she said, yeah. She said that you paid him one time $200. I said, man, fuck that. I said, this dude's made almost $2,000 with me in the past 2 months that he's been working with me. You know what I'm saying? Like I've been giving him money. I give him money all the time, and even when he's just helping me, I give him money. Like I pay this dude.
Right.
And so she's like, man, so she's pissed, but he's so that happened, and we didn't talk for about 3-4 weeks.
Yeah, my fear
3
was
weeks.
my fear was that she was the brains and that she was
Oh,
trying to
no,
tell him to juice you. Okay, so I'm glad it wasn't
no,
that. Okay.
nope. And so she's been coming over. She'll come over still. She'll come hang out. We'll cook out. She'll come over. Like let me get to. I'll get to that. So before she started coming back around and shit, it was about 3 weeks. Her and Liz would still talk on the phone or text, and she would text me or and it was about 3 weeks, and I asked, I messaged him to see how he was. I was like, I felt bad because dude, I guess his face was really, really bad. Like it was fucked up. Like it was really messed up, dude. So and like I guess like he wouldn't go nowhere. He wouldn't come out the room. She said that he was just out of nowhere start crying during the day, like
God.
like all hurt feelings and shit, and and. So I was like, man, let me just text him, see how he's doing. He's like, oh, I'm good, man. I'm sorry. I'm really embarrassed. I don't remember anything from that night. Bullshit. I don't remember
He'll never
anything.
forget. Yeah.
And yeah, exactly. And so he's like, yeah, so I quit drinking. I'm not drinking no more. And he sends me a screenshot of an app. He had like some app that was like how many days you go out without drinking, how many urges you fight, and there's like fucking like the inspirational quotes in there, all just whatever, cool. That's what's up, man. All right. And so then I don't hear from him for about another week or two, and it's like 10:30 at night, man, and I get a text from him, and he's like I'm on my way over. Instantly I'm like, this motherfucker's drunk. And this dude is drunk. I said, nah. I said, it's probably best not to come over, man. I'm laying down with AJ, I'm going to bed. We'll link up later on or something, And he's like, all right, just hit me up, let's talk, whatever. He's like, I just want to talk. He kept saying that, I'm like, man, this dude is drunk. I'm glad I dodged that one. So about 3-4 days later, he kept trying to come over, and I was just like, nah, it'd always be at night, So I hit him up. It was probably like on a Thursday or some shit. I hit him up and I was like, hey man, I'm gonna stop by for a minute, man. We can chop it up for a second, whatever. So I still drink, so his wife had been coming over, but he wasn't coming over because we were drinking apparently, or whatever. I don't care. So I got a big water bottle, so I just filled it up with ice and water, and I'm driving around, and I stop by his house. I walk in the backyard with ice water because I don't want him to feel like he's pressured to drink or something. And this dude's fucking wasted. I mean, he's, cuz, man, I love you. And then he starts with the, and I think this is probably, with the, I just love you, man. I'll ride, die, steal, kill for you. Nah. It's like, oh my God. It instantly regretted even going over there. And so he's like, well, let's go in over here in the garage. That's where his studio is. And we go in there, and he's like, all right, let's just, we can keep acting or whatever, but let's just, get to it, man. I just want to get things right. And he apologizes, but he's drunk the whole time he's doing it, and he's telling me about how he beat his urges to have to drink so much, and like, oh my God, it was just
conquered
like, it was
his inner demons. Yes, go on.
Yeah, basically, and just, I don't know, man. So I'm like, all right, so I left. And couple days later, him and Tina come over. He comes over, and they're drinking, and then I have my drinks. This dude, he'll drink a 12-pack in like 20 minutes. I don't know. But the problem is, like, it's like most of them, he'll drink most of them, but then a lot of them will be half empty, left around all throughout the house or the garage or the yard, where the fuck ever, you know.
That's a
Wherever.
wino's
Yeah,
instinct, so that he can have some to drink later when he needs a hit. Go on.
yeah, clearly. Well, so then I come inside and shit, and I was rolling up a blunt, and he comes in, he sits down, and he asked me about my plants. He's like, so how the plants doing? I said, they're good. You know, saying I battle with some shit with them, and I'm taking care of them. You know, like I got friends and shit like that. They grow that I ask for advice and stuff like that. They look out, and he's like, all right, yeah. I was just gonna tell you, man. You can just keep all that shit. Those are all yours. I said, oh, you're just gonna tell me. I was like, oh, you're just gonna tell me, because I pretty much assumed that it was obvious that because I've taken care of these motherfuckers and done all this work, like that was obvious.
That's so gracious of him. Yeah.
Yeah. He's like, oh yeah, well, man, yeah, no, it's all good, man. Yeah. So, but on some real shit, man, like, how much is it gonna cost me to get back in? I said, what? He said, so we can be 50-50 again. I said, oh hell no. I said, bro, I said what it costs isn't there's not a price on it. It's the time, it's the energy I put into it. Right. You can't refund that to me. Yes. So therefore I said, that's why it's mine. Yes. And he like his whole shit changed. He's like, oh okay, yeah. So he gets up, and I had just gotten. I was like, I'm gonna go smoke. And he comes outside, and my cousin Tina and Liz are talking. He's like,
now he has a different demeanor. Go.
He's like, come on, get the fuck up. We're going home right fucking now. And she's like, what? He's like, we gotta fucking go home now. He's like, Elijah's at home by himself. We need to fucking go. And she's like, or I can finish my cigarette and my drink, and you can wait. Like, and he's like, no, we need to. She's like, no, you can wait. And I'm trying to smoke. I just sparked up my blunt. I'm hitting it, and she goes, what if I don't fucking go? What if I don't feel like leaving? What are you gonna do about it? What, you gonna hit me? And I was like, now here I'm like, okay, so this just got really fucking I'm good. I fucking put my blood out and walked inside. I went to bed, like legit went to bed, and because I was like, for me it was like, okay, dude, you clearly didn't change. And then for her, it's like you really gonna put me in that position again? Like, okay, no, I'm done. But she didn't intentionally do it to put me in that position. She just did it to tell him, like, what, you gonna fucking hit me? Like, talk shit, But I get it. But still, I was just like, man, I can't deal with this. I went to bed, and then he's came over a couple times, but he hasn't came over since. And actually, yesterday was his son's open house, and was it? Yeah, yesterday was his son's open house. I had the taco truck out, and they, I was gonna go. I wanted to go, show love. There's, he's an asshole, whatever. That's on him, But I was supposed to do the food for the open house. We had plans. So my cousin came over the other day and was like, oh, by the way, we're gonna get a sub or something. I was like, oh, okay, I'm not tripping, whatever. And so as soon as I get there, everybody's like, oh, you brought tacos? Did you bring? And I was like, nah. I said, nah, they said the sub was popping today. And so I went in, and I got a sub, I got a little plate and shit. I sat down, and so they were like, where's it? No, but so you got the taco. And so he goes, man, leave my cousin alone. He don't need y'all bothering him about tacos. And I was like, oh, thanks, bro. Okay, cool. and then he just like disappears. And like, so I'm talking to everybody for a minute, and I give his son gave his son some money for his graduation and stuff. And then I was there probably like 10-15 minutes, and then I left. I just showed up just to show love, because it's I don't know, man. I don't hate this dude, Sam, but I'm really not.
He's
I'm
not
not
worth
trying
that
to be.
level of energy.
I'm not even. Yeah, like I'm not even trying to like anything. Like, it's just, I don't know. It's funny, but so yeah, he's just. But now I guess he's back doing the shit, but that's because he has to. But that's he's like, thanks, man, for helping me get my shit together, whatever. I was like, oh my god, let's stop. Let's just stop while we're ahead, man. Let's go. But yeah, so that's little shit in life going on. It's nothing really big, just little things, just little things you look at and laugh about sometimes, man. But it all connects.
Yes, yes, it does, and I thank you for sharing that. I really am happy to give you an opportunity to vent. You really need it. This is, and feel free to cathart anytime you want on this program. You need to have that safe space where you can do that, and this is it. I am, of course, concerned about Elizabeth, and definitely want an update on everything that develops, and so hopefully nothing develops, and but any results yet from any of those tests? I'm assuming not yet, right?
Oh, no results. The last thing, she had an IUD, and I guess I think that's what her mom had, and that's what caused, because they're like fucking saturated in hormones.
Right.
That's
I thought her mom had the injection. Did her mom have the injection as well?
I think her mom had the injection, and Liz used to have the injections, but she did the IUD.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm scheduling. What's tomorrow? Monday, Tuesday. I'm getting my shit snipped. I'm done. I'm done. I would not have another kid, man. I'm good. I'm done.
You say
I'm
this
good
is this is happening Tuesday? You're actually going through the surgery Tuesday?
No. I'm gonna schedule it Tuesday.
Okay.
I'm scheduling Tuesday. Yeah.
Okay.
No, I'm scheduling Tuesday ASAP. I'm done with the kids. I love my kids. But man, those first couple months are some really tough times, dude.
Dude, wait, reconsider this. You remember what happened to that big, ugly, smelly white guy who had that done, and then he couldn't get it up no more?
You know what? Fuck it, man. I guess I don't know. I don't know. Fuck it. I can't do it. I can't do it no more. I'm just too old, man. I'm not an old person. I'm just too old. I'm too old to be having a baby now.
Understood. No, I get that. I mean, Jesus.
36.
I was too old for that the day I was born, but I could never be a father, but oh my God, that's I'm just glad that there are men out there like you who do live up to their responsibilities, obviously, and so in the interim, God bless you. We all love you dearly, and do keep coming back, and and continue talking if you wish. I'm just going to bring Peter on, and then and thank you so much, Pac One. That was wonderful.
Absolutely. Yeah. All right. Yeah. No. Much love to everybody. Thank you for letting me come on and hang out with you guys, and it was nice. Yeah. I'll be listening in. I'm just gonna go take care of some things. So while I bought a vinyl cutter and a heat press and stuff like that. So I'm gonna go mess around with that a little bit and try to get some things. I made some shirts for my taco truck. I want like little uniforms, and I want to make some hats and stuff. So, but yeah, so I'll be listening in, hanging out with you guys for a little bit for sure.
Great. Deeply appreciate it, and you have a blessed night, and our best wishes to your family, and share our love with Elizabeth in particular. Okay.
Absolutely. Thank you, brother. Love you guys.
Thank you. Love you too. And let's see now if Peter joins us, and we have, of course, still Salman with us, I hope. To verify that, Salman, if you are with us. Oh, there we are. There's Peter.
I'm here.
Okay. And so there we are, and so glad to have you with us, sir. So let's get started right away. I'm happy to discuss anything that you want to bring up, and I did say there were some things that would be better for you to question me about, so you could actually bring up some memories, and so I'll let you take the stage. Of course, do say hi to Salman and Jameson, and that way we've got the acknowledgement of the round table. And
well, hi, and Jameson, I felt like I was just listening to him, because I was listening to the end of the tape you did the other night.
Wonderful. So you did get to the end, then you found out what I said about Texaco?
the very, very end. I got to most of it. I found out what?
Oh, it's towards the end that I talk about Texaco. You can find a few minutes to review that
I
later.
didn't get to Texaco. I
Okay.
didn't get to Texaco.
Okay.
But there's a wealth of information, much of it reiterated from the trauma of what happened. What was of greatest relevance, if not interest to me, was what you were talking about, sort of what put this all into place is just not an accident that this, what's his name, Woods?
Woods, meaning, I'm trying to remember. I remember the name.
The hangman of the Nuremberg.
Oh, yes. That son of a bitch. John C. Woods. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What trend? There was so much hidden activity going on the executing of anybody is a very dirty business. Regardless of who it is, it's dirty business. It has to be done. So you're now in the room of Pluto, and Pluto is he has so many potentials to be cruel and efficient, and sometimes that efficiency is done through cruelty. But what the most curious thing I have to ask you, though, is you mentioned there was to be 12. This was designed to be a ritual of 12 executions so as to bring in and manifest an Antichrist. The Antichrist, and because what was the keynote, however, because there were only 10 instead of 12, it was an abortive ritual, and the abortive Antichrist was Michael Aquino, who was not, he was a would-be Antichrist.
Yeah, harbinger.
The harbinger, or the man who would be Antichrist. Yes. Yeah. And so he wasn't. He did his best to fulfill that role. And if you are trying to give him credit for trying to be the Antichrist, he deserves some credit for, he probably had one of the best efforts. Yeah. Certainly deserves quote unquote honorable mention in that regard. But what of course of the 10 that were killed, the 2 that weren't were Hermann Goring, who escaped, he didn't escape. He escaped the hangman's noose because there's a whole book written on it. He was given poison to take so that he wouldn't, in fact, be hung. Right. That sabotaged the ritual. But you mentioned the escape of Martin Bormann. Yeah. Now, for me, this requires some clarification, because not to explain his alleged death. You explained that. I mean, the man did not die. They never knew what happened to him. But from what you said, I get the impression that they actually had him in custody, or they planned to have him in custody, and he was going to be one of the 12. So what can you explain why they put him into the 12 people to be killed? Why they would put him there if they didn't have him? Or did they have him?
Oh, they did not have him. No, he had escaped the vicinity completely. He was out of the European theater of conflict, and at that point, and they had simply sentenced him to death in absentia. They were, however, convinced they would get him, in the sense that they thought he was still in Europe. They thought he was still in Europe organizing the Werewolf of Resistance movement, so that people understand that term. Just briefly, the werewolf was the code name that was given to the German resistance movement that was under the control of the SS in particular, and it was a resistance movement that was actually more of the tradition of the Native American Indian dog soldiers. In other words, there were people who were willing to sacrifice themselves in order to cover the rear guard of the retreating forces. And this is something also the Vietnamese would have suicide soldiers that would chain themselves to trees, essentially, in the forest that were in a good fire field position, where there was an opening in front of them where they would have the machine gun with them, and they would just fire to the last round. And this was to cover, as a rear guard action, everyone else who would maneuver through the retreat. And so in that sense, the werewolf resistance movement provided enough violence and activity to give the Allies the perception that the Germans had an organized resistance movement for the long term. That wasn't the intent. It was a rearguard action. And so they felt that Bormann was in the area conducting that, which was not the case. That was another triumph in the National Socialists in their misdirection campaigns, their campaigns of misinformation and misdirection, what the Soviets would call disinformatia. And this is what enabled so many to escape as well, not just those that were part of the exodus into Unterland, but many others who were part of the Vatican rat lines or the various other means for relocation. So, and this, of course, created the global network that was a mafia-like apparatus for making certain that funding would go through to Unterland. This is what all of the Allies were mistaking again, even with those who knew about Unterland being so few. Just to put this into perspective for people, because so few people knew about Unterland, the rest of the Allied forces at the levels of high command, at the levels of intelligence networking, at the levels of military security, they all assumed that Odessa and these various other mafia-like organizations, for which there were different names, such as Die Spinner, or the Web, the worldwide network of these Nazis who had relocated to other countries, not just Latin America, although the predominant number of them were there, but all over the world. Everyone felt that this was financing towards a Nazi resurgence, a resurrection of the Third Reich. This was not the case. It was all meant towards funneling money towards Unterland. So that was the why you had this obsession with movies and thrillers saying that there was going to be a resurgence of neo-Nazism, etc., throughout the 60s and the 70s, was a what you'd call the pre-programming of the public for what they felt was an inevitability. And at the same time, of course, those that were above ground became rather normalized in the sense that they were cooperating to prevent a communist takeover of Eastern Europe through the Gladio program, etc. And so what you had was a normalization of that element in the intelligence circles, but within the circle of the public opinion, they still wanted them to be prepared for what later on became gradually, as it filtered down and leaked out to an extent, a consciousness that there was a breakaway civilization. Then you had popular culture, video games, etc., just pre-program the public towards a hatred of Nazis, period, etc. You know, all of this is nuanced, and it requires hours and hours of explanation, but hopefully that's coherent enough to put that into perspective.
The basic thing is they did the ritual. Obviously, they lost Goring, but they did the ritual without the complete 12.
Yeah,
so
they thought they thought that they would have Bormann in their hands by that time. They were honestly convinced of that because there were several false leads, but they didn't. And then the end result was that because he had been sentenced to death in absentia, in other words, the moment they caught him, they could just kill him, meaning that they could take him to the hangman as soon as he was caught, so there was no need for a trial. In other words, he was tried without being present and sentenced to death in absentia. And because of that, if they caught him at any time, there would have been no time spent on a trial. He just would have been taken straight to the hangman. They were convinced they had him, in their sights, and that he was going to be there in time for the ritual. But between his not being apprehended and their being completely misled in that regard, and between Goering killing himself, they had to go on with the ritual, and it was an imperfect ritual. So this is, of course, to disambiguate it from what Judeo-phobic homophobic people would say, which was that it was a Jewish ritual conducted on Purim or something like that. That it wasn't the case. This was allied, and they were satanic. And I don't know if you had any time to listen to my interview with Salman Sheikh. But when you do get a chance to review that, I bring up, of course, the other person who was obviously a satanic, shall we say, mentor to Michael Aquino, other than the kind of figure that would be found in General Leslie Groves, was also, of course, the Colonel Barlow, who was the individual who had very close contact with Michael Aquino. Whether he was retired or not is meaningless. There's no real retirement for people in those military positions. And Colonel Barlow was, of course, the father of Robert Barlow, who was the gay lover of H.P. Lovecraft, who was a profound, influential figure in terms of Michael Aquino's cosmology and his tracing the kings of Edom and their cult in terms of assessing them ultimately and doing everything he did with them. This was made possible actually through Colonel Barlow, who had entrapped H.P. Lovecraft by offering his son as the lover. So, I don't think I made that clear enough while I was conducting the interview with Salman Sheikh. But it's something that needs to be clarified the next time that we speak, if there is a next time, because Salman, if you can address this, here's the problem was that I thought it was live, and I promoted it as a live event, and I've received multiple messages of people who wasted a lot of time and were completely disappointed because it wasn't live, because they all tuned in to hear that. And I based this on the fact that the interview you conducted with me last time was live, but this time it was pre-recorded, which was not what anyone was expecting. So I don't know if that's something that can be rectified by next time or what. With the Skype, maybe the Skype technology is different or something. But if Salman is still with us,
yes.
Yeah.
Yes, Brother Douglas, definitely. I'm still learning Skype. I remember the first interview that I did with you was the aspect of Zoom. So Zoom was, I guess, a little easier to use, but I was honoring your preference in terms of using Skype. So that's
right,
actually that's been helpful for me as well.
Yeah.
But I'm still learning. I'm still figuring it out as I go along. So my apologies to those who had tuned in live. What I did was I posted the link to Brother Douglas's timeline, and to the promotional banner, I put the links in the comments. So whoever had commented and expressed an interest, I posted the link for them. So my apologies to anybody who thought it was live. Just bear with me as I'm transitioning from Zoom to Skype, as I've done with JMO, Brother Peter, and Brother Douglas, and everybody that in general. I'm just getting the hang of it step by step. And I wanted to say good evening to Peter as well. And of course, our next interview is going to be end of August as we originally planned,
right.
With the aspect of whatever it is that you have yet to address. And we'll figure out down the road what exact subject that I want to cover in that.
Wonderful. Bless you. Thank you so much. That's appreciated. And at any rate, one of the things that Salman can attest to, Peter, is that I brought up Colonel Barlow, and I don't remember consciously his first name, but I do remember, I think you may have looked him up once. And
yes,
yeah. And
it was pretty revealing what it was Barlow, right?
Barlow, yes, that's correct. And
no, that's not him. It's not Dennis Barlow.
Might have been. Honestly, I don't consciously remember. It's been so long. He was.
The base commander. You couldn't remember the base commander's name. With the Presidio, was his name Rafferty, the one that you knew or had to prepare those documents for? Rafferty.
As I said, if he was there at around the time, then he was whoever was there at the time. It could only be one guy.
You don't recognize the name, okay?
Yeah, the name doesn't ring any bells. I never spoke to him personally. I was only exposed maybe once to his presence, and it wasn't to deliver those papers. I can assure you that. It was only casually. Just he happened to be in the Letterman Army Medical Center at a time that I was in there, not as a patient, but running some papers, and he happened to show up, and it was just he was talking to somebody else. And so it was that was the only time I actually heard or listened to the person at the time, and that may well have been a different commandant from the one that I had been dealing with concerning the Roswell documents. I mean, there were it was a few over the period of the 8-9 years I was there. So
I just want to know if the name would trigger anything. It doesn't. No. It's fine.
Yeah.
But Barlow is R.H. Barlow, Robert Hayward Barlow. Okay. And 1918 to 1951, an American author, avant-garde poet, anthropologist, and historian of early Mexico, an expert in the Nahuatl language.
Yes.
Nahuatl language. He was a correspondent and friend of horror writer H.P. Lovecraft, and appointed by Lovecraft the executor of his literary estate. So he was in bed with Aquino.
No, his father. His father. Yeah, so what happened was his father was Colonel Barlow, and his father was the man who offered his son. He made certain. Basically, his father was a lunatic, the average, kind of psychotic who builds a fortress in the middle of the swamp in Florida is what he did. So his father took his son there to live with the mother. And so the mother, father, and son were all in this like bunker in the middle of the Florida swampland. And
he retired on disability.
Okay, yeah, and what happened was the father, however, was not really retired. It's, as I said, these people never really retire. He was part of the cult, and what happened was he made certain that he was gone, and the way I always understood it, he was still involved with military business because he was gone for a month, on military business, or, at least dealing in consultation with people who were active duty military. And he made certain he was gone for that period of time that they invited H.P. Lovecraft down, so that H.P. Lovecraft would simply be alone with the son. And the mother was there, but she just let them do whatever they wanted. But the father made certain he wasn't around to disturb them so that their relationship could blossom. And so they, that was Howard Phillips Lovecraft, who didn't travel much at all. I mean, he was renowned. Most people, if you ever read the early biographies of Lovecraft, and by early I mean like everything produced before August Derleth died. Once August Derleth died and lost control over Arkham House because, he was dead, then you began to see H.P. Lovecraft explode everywhere, because at that point, everybody grabbed it as public domain. It had been around long enough where people could just grab it and slap it on the internet and everything else. So then you began to see him become common. But until August Derleth died, unknown to most people didn't know about him. It was very few people, comparatively speaking. Every once in a while somebody would produce a stupid movie, maybe, like in the 70s or something that had been inspired by him or something like that. But, especially in Europe, when they tried to say something like H.P. Lovecraft inspired, they really just produced a kind of European form of tentacle porn. So they would just like use the name as like like clickbait, what we would call clickbait these days. But in terms of Lovecraft, he was very controlled by the Arkham house. And, then when he became commonly known, everybody who read available biographies about him, honest to God, every available biography on him, you would get the impression that this guy had never left his house. You would think that this person only traveled twice in his life. One was with his wife to New York City, and one was to Quebec, again with his wife. But other than when he was married to his wife, who was, of course, an entrepreneuress and had money to travel, he never traveled at all. So the majority of people would think that he was a total recluse. It was only, of course, literally after the death of Arkham House, maybe people began to get some more perspective on this guy. But I always knew better because I was dealing with what Aquino had dealt with directly through August Derleth. So my impression about August Derleth was that he was potentially a member of the cult. I do not know that, but he was probably so, because he dealt heavily with Michael Aquino, and either he was just taking money, and as the person who controlled Lovecraft's estate was more than willing to give Lovecraft, give Aquino anything about Lovecraft that Aquino paid for with taxpayer dollars, saying, oh, this is national security, level material, because this man was once a threat to the United States. And anyone who doesn't know that aspect of Lovecraft doesn't know the fact that he was contracted to write the American Mein Kampf for Mr. Charles Lindbergh, which was why ultimately Lovecraft was assassinated. And there was no doubt of that in the world I lived in, because Aquino made certain to make that a pertinent point, that Lovecraft did not die naturally. That, like Jack Ruby, who blew away Lee Harvey Oswald, he was injected with cancer, so that as soon as he blew away Lee Harvey Oswald, he died of cancer within days, conceivably within hours. And with Lovecraft, it was very similar. And the person who designed that cancer was Dr. Cornelius Rhodes, a surname spelled Rhodes. And Cornelius Rhodes experimented in Puerto Rico throughout the 1930s on injecting injectable cancer, just basically cancer that could be artificially introduced into the system. And he killed hundreds of Puerto Ricans that he used in.
He killed Ruby, or he killed Lovecraft?
Dr. Cornelius Rhodes designed the injectable cancer that was used to kill everyone from Lovecraft to Jack Ruby.
Okay, so he did kill Lovecraft.
Yeah, yes, at least indirectly. He designed the weapon that killed Lovecraft, yes. Yeah. It was applied by some other assassin. Dr. Cornelius Rhodes, that would be beneath his dignity. But then again, he did kill people directly. He killed all the humans he experimented on, all the Puerto Ricans.
Okay.
But that, by the way, was I could go over that sometime again. I went over it in the interview with Salman Sheikh. So when you do have time to review that, you'll hear that. And
okay.
Yeah. And but aside from
it's important for me to connect all these dots with Aquino's, the antecedents of Aquino, which is very, as you say, is very heavily Lovecraft laden. In other words, that it filters, into Lovecraft. I mean, this is literally the jinn filtering in, and their aspects in alignment with the kings of Edom, filtering through Lovecraft's father, through Lovecraft and Barlow into America.
Yes.
Into San Francisco. And, it's like he because Barlow ended up in San Francisco. The father did.
Yes. Being involved with the U.S. Army, I have no doubt. I certainly knew he was at the Presidio at several points. I don't know if that's publicly accessible, but I certainly know myself that he was at the Presidio. I never met him, of course. We're talking about that.
He was at San Francisco Junior College, and he spent time with the Beck family in Lakeport, which is north of San Francisco.
There we go.
So he was not. I don't know. Is that Barlow or his father?
Must be his father.
Wait.
Might be Barlow, but
I think it was him. Robert Barlow to move to Washington. As a son, he received treatment. It was. This is R.H. Barlow, the son.
Okay.
I don't know if we know that much about the father.
Well, I'm certain his records have been publicly scrubbed. He's probably almost impossible to find anything about unless you pry around a bit and see what you can dig up. We can talk a little bit privately about that in terms of some paths that might be followed. It's one of those things where, involved with the U.S. Army as he was, I know he spent some time at the Presidio. Of course, he was probably dead before I was born, or dead shortly thereafter. I never met him there, but it's something that Aquino spoke of. Not that necessarily that Aquino ever met him on site, the Presidio, but Aquino certainly spoke of him often enough where it sounded as if he knew him personally, certainly before he died. And so other than that, another thing that comes to mind is, let me see. Well, go on with what else comes to you.
Well, here's something I just found, because most of the stuff is just standard tripe about him. It says that, let me see here. Let's see. Second. The family home, 17 miles inland from Daytona Beach. Barlow's father, Everett Barlow, was a retired U.S. Army colonel and something of a mental case. Subject to moods of intense depression, he suffered from delusions of having to defend his home against the attacks of a mysterious them, whoever them was. He was cracked on religion and on sex. Barlow got on badly with his father. He told his friends that he hated the colonel, but he carried on a friendly correspondence with him after his parents were divorced. It goes on about Barlow himself and Lovecraft. It's more about, but we just get a little bit of insight into him.
Well, one of the reasons they divorced was because his mother was so offended that his father had set it up so that she was basically there to serve food to Lovecraft while he was fucking her son. That was basically what pissed her off, because she was under orders from her husband. He ran, of course, being a military man, he treated her like she was a soldier under his command, and basically said, you give Lovecraft everything he wants, and let him play with the sun. It basically is what he said. And so she's basically got this stranger in the home having sex with her underage boy while she's serving food to him and stuff. Of course she eventually divorced.
Well, yeah, and Barlow himself looks very weird, like he could have been Johnny Depp's little not good-looking brother who looked like Johnny Depp. He didn't quite come out as manicured aesthetically as Johnny Depp.
He's a weasel. He looks like a fucking weasel. And Lovecraft is no attractive individual either. He looks, like I said, like one of the Moai heads on Easter Island. So the two of them together, that's got to be, that's hardly an evocative image. Yes, go on. In terms of, oh yes, now I remember. In terms of my father's murder of John C. Woods, I don't know if I communicated that well when you reviewed it, but it was essentially when my father, who had been on site of the death scene, of course, was brought in for questioning. I
heard.
Yeah, he thought that it was, he thought he was going to go to the electric chair himself. He was convinced. But when he was questioned and they asked about the death, and he said that Sergeant Woods lit up like a light bulb, and that's when the man who was questioning him just didn't even look up and said, "Oh, you say he was screwing in a light bulb?" And I said, "Yeah, that's what I said," and they dismissed him. It was obvious that they did not want to upset the Operation Paperclip Germans that were all over the island, and that they knew that all of the Germans were conspiring to kill that son of a bitch, and pretty much just didn't want to pursue it and start any trouble. The services of the Germans were just too valuable, and so they just wanted to just cover it up as soon as they could, and just move on. But it almost makes one wonder how John C. Woods got stationed there. There must have been some conspiracy behind that to just set him up so that ultimately he could be taken out by the paperclip Germans on site in isolated island.
Throwing a bone to the Germans to make them happy too.
Yes.
I wanted to make the Germans happy. But I think with regard to your father, they just didn't care about it. They didn't care enough about this man. And of course, I can understand that your father would have felt some responsibility or guilt. What I would say is one thing my Qigong teacher said. He says, you really want to avoid killing anybody if possible, because you remain bound to them, karmically bound to them. So, when you kill somebody, it's not necessarily a free ticket. So, you can see that even the trauma you're having to go through from expounding on about it with your father, and it's like, it's hard to disagree with what he did. It's like he did a service to humanity by getting rid of this guy.
Thank you. I mean, certainly I think so, but I understand what you're saying. Yes, nonetheless.
Yeah, and it's like he's in a position, but then how did he get in that position in the first place to be able to, your father was in his own way, was in as many strange places as you have been in his own way. Yes. And so was your mother. So it stands to reason. I had recently read, and I think I might have pointed it out before, that the great athlete Willie Mays, who had a father who was a baseball player said to be better than him, had a mother who was a track star. So this made him, between like two super athletes, made an even more super athlete. So, you have parents with strange and unique experiences. Pick either father, all three parents.
Yes.
You have, they say the fruit does not fall far from the tree. Your experience is kind of, square or cube theirs in many respects, because you've, even before I came along, you're reaching out into the public. So you're broadcasting what you have learned.
Yes.
And it's just, it's not, what do you call it? This stuff is not dinner table conversation for those who are not renegades. I thought that was the funniest thing you said about Bruce Springsteen and Barack Obama.
Thank you. Yes. Oh my God. What, can you believe that shit? Yes. What do you feel?
A renegade is like a badass, like that show Renegade, Lorenzo Lamas. He plays the ultimate badass who was dealt a bad hand.
Yes.
The biker who throws karate kicks.
Yes.
The renegade is sort of like, you're a tough guy. You don't follow the crowd. Well,
yes.
They're both conformists. And so if there was any doubt, because see this idea that rock and roll is nonconformist. Well, there was a time when rock and roll was nonconformist, and this was with the advent of Rolling Stone magazine. I forget who bankrolled that. It was some real character who was, but then it was originally published. The financer was this weird guy, but the main guy who made it tick was a guy named Ralph Gleason from San Francisco. He was a rock. He used to review, I think, in the Chronicle, and he was the go-to guy for music reviews. And Rolling Stone, became a horrible establishment magazine. It was on the cutting edge of rock and roll, and then eventually, the rock stars became mainstream in their own way, and they don't, now they're all going on saying how great PBS is, public broadcasting system. I like PBS, and it like compromises the hell out of them. So
if you could see the cover of the book, it would just set you back laughing. You see Bruce Springsteen and Barack Obama, and they're dressed in their biker leathers as if they're going out and going to do an Easy Rider. It's just fucking sad, and of course they're older, so it makes it look all the more bizarre. By the way, here's something from Chris Collins. I'm going to enter this into your private messages. And just so our listeners hear this, Chris Collins said, "Hello, Douglas. While driving last night, I turned the radio to the St. Paul, Minneapolis talk radio station and caught the beginning of Somewhere in Time with Art Bell, which they play on Saturdays a couple of hours before Coast to Coast goes live. The show was about Art's parts. I didn't listen long, but I believe they were propagandizing the material's not of this world narrative. Seems like perfect timing for Damage Control in an attempt to counteract the Roswell deception, which I'm happy to report is available from multiple booksellers on eBay. I've had Douglas Dietrich on my eBay wish list for some time, which automatically searches in the background, and it's finally getting some hits. Just thought you might get a kick out of that. Look forward to hearing you tonight. Hope all is well. Much love, Chris Collins." So, of course, at that time, they're probably playing an episode when their hopes were still up before Linda Moulton Howe took it for that electro spectrography test, and then found it was all Japanese aluminum, after which they got another follow-up from Michael Aquino in terms of his own persona, acting out as perfectly described by Peter Moon in the book. So in case you didn't know it, Chris Collins, that is addressed quite heavily and in depth in the book. And so it's more like just, what these people are doing at this point is, helping us out really in their own way, their own bizarre way. And aside from that, Brendan Zoget says gratitude to JMO for his comments on the magic mushrooms not allowing Brendan to leave their clutches. And, with that, going back to Peter, so when you read that, I'm sure you have some impressions about what's going on, or or just synchronicity, perhaps. The universe acts that way.
Well, yeah, I mean, who the hell knows? That there's so much going on. I mean, they're hard up for material.
Yes, they are.
Yeah. So, I mean, and I suppose in its own way, it's a classic show in its own way. But I mean, this is just, this is like a vanity press. Springsteen and Obama to publish book based on this. It's like when, of course, the vanity press, for those of you who don't know, is like, they go and they'll publish your book for about $4,000 or $5,000, and get you to pay for it, make some money on it, and the book's not going to sell because it doesn't have a market. And it's different, distinguishable than self-publishing, but vanity press. Now, but see, the only difference between what they're doing is they've got a canned market, but it's like it's sort of a vanity affair. They're talking about what great successes they are.
Yeah.
And
yes,
certainly it says $50 for the book.
Holy shit!
I wouldn't read it if you paid me $50.
Thank you.
So it's not very much money to spend so much time, yeah, I mean, what just, I mean, I know there's a lot of Bruce Springsteen fans. They might want to read it.
They might not, now that he's tied up with Barack Obama. Like I said, it was always a flip of the coin, and whether he was going to land Republican or Democrat, red or blue, and he landed blue. So it's there you have it. So
well, there are many people, I was told, I didn't really pay any attention. I didn't really encounter them, but I was told that people just were so disappointed. Well, Obama's going to handle things. Obama's going to take care of everything. They thought Obama was like the answer. Perhaps because he was, black, that he was going to solve and correct all the wrongnesses. That's beyond any president. But, they looked to him as a great hope, and people just buy into, whatever's out there on the limb to read.
Yes.
It's what they do, and now people can read this 320-page book of these two renegades. And this is the sad thing, when you take a dump on stage and walk around as if you've just, won an Oscar.
Yes.
They don't realize what they are, what they look like. And this is, of course, when you have everybody clapping, it's like the emperor has no clothes, except the people aren't pretending that he has no clothes. They're buying into it.
Yes.
It's like everybody's buying into these myths and all of this, and it's and I suppose if you like Bill Clinton, you can walk around and smile at everybody, and you just he can make his bullshit stick. That's what he does.
Yes.
He's a great actor. George Bush, W. Bush too. They and all the news people. They're all smug and they're all arrogant. It doesn't matter which side they're on. So, but and when it comes to subjects like Aquino or the involvement in the satanic hallways of the military, the only people that are smug about that are occultists.
Yes.
And their smugness is sometimes, and then when they really seem like they might know something, and maybe they do, they become very, they start to snicker. They're not going to share with what they know.
Yes.
So this occult ritual that born Aquino, I got a pretty good idea of that, and certainly how he related to that, and what the hell was going on there. And you think of the sinisterness of FDR and his liaison with Wallace,
Yes.
in attempting to kill the Mongolian wonder child. It's how depraved these people are.
Yes.
It knows no bounds.
Yes.
And you have a character like Joseph Kennedy, who was very troubled in his own right, but he was he was a Hitler supporter. He was a Hitler supporter, and he got recalled, and him and FDR basically hated each other.
Yes.
And I think I read where actually FDR made him pull his pants down in the Oval Office.
Yes.
Yeah, to humiliate him and let him know who was boss. And of course, Kennedy, and Kennedy had a certain, affection and affiliation with Germans, and part of that came through his Irish Catholic affiliations with the Vatican. And so,
so people understand the geopolitics of this. There's a lot of people who are German-Irish combination, as my father was, and that's because, of course, the Irish were always looking for help and independence from the British Empire. And so in the time before and after Ireland became an independent republic, with only Northern Ireland vestigially left a part of the United Kingdom. They were seeking much help from the Germans, both in World War I and World War II. And this is why, and people can look this up themselves, during World War II, the Irish ambassador was still in Berlin in 1945. And at the time that Hitler was said to be dead, that's when they officially sent their national condolences. Ireland relayed their national condolences to the German people about the death of Adolf Hitler. And of course, later on, in this day and age, the Irish, try to basically, backtrack on that and say, oh, it was a different time and all that. Bullshit. It was basically the Irish also served as a springboard for invasion in terms of the Napoleonic Wars, when the French actually landed troops in Ireland. And this was to try and free them from the British Empire, because if people can even remember back to the Mel Gibson film Braveheart, they're talking about the Scots are always looking for help from the French. So you have this old alliance between the French and the Celtic peoples, because they were trying to support the Celts in their struggle against the British, who were seeking the annihilation of the Celts.
Well, the French are Celtic people as well.
Yes, thank you. And and of course, when it comes to that, when France was then overshadowed by Germany as the continental power, then the Irish allegiance unofficially went to Germany. That's why it was so bizarre to me that when I was on Coast to Coast AM, there was some, of all things, a freaky Irishman who had retired to Romania and was living in Romania, was one of the hecklers that was one of the few hecklers while I was on Coast to Coast AM. And of course, everybody pretty much shut him down. I'm happy to say that this was on my Facebook timeline that I had, that Lena Shea made certain to shut down. And so that was the old Douglas Dietrich timeline. So
there is a contingency in Romania. I believe it's in the north.
Okay.
A fair amount of Irish.
And they retire there because of the cheaper real estate?
I don't know that they're retiring. It's sort of a cultural thing. I would imagine the person retired to Romania for one of possibly two reasons. One, it's much less expensive to live there, and there is an Irish contingent there he could relate to. Okay. I know that people from the UK often retire in Bulgaria because it's again very affordable.
Mm-hmm. Wow, and so that's interesting. And thank you for sharing that. And of course, any other news to report from Romania that anything new from anybody over there?
Well, I'm trying to develop this antenna project, which is moving very slow, but it's moving. I'm helping to buy a refrigerator for the camp I was at Choclabina Cave. For the guy mentioned I'm getting this antenna arranged through the World Genesis Foundation, and he kind of muttered under his breath to my friend. He says, "Well, I could really use a refrigerator." So I said, I sent a message and basically said, "Look, I'll buy you a refrigerator. This is for me personally,
right?"
And to do with the antenna, because I just didn't tell them how much I appreciated him for doing everything he did for me, and it's well worth it to go to this camp, and I'm happy to donate him more money than it would cost or than he would charge you. It's just kind of informal. I don't know how he makes money at that camp. He makes money as a professional photographer doing weddings and stuff. Mm-hmm. That's basically how he supports himself. But boy, he's put a beautiful camp there, and he fell in love with it. And it's so beautiful to see Romanians that, like him, that just love the land, and just they're a part of it. And he believes in the land. He believes in the property. He takes me and shows me how he keeps bees. It's something they grow up keeping bees. They learn, been doing bees all his life, and he starts giving me a quick instruction on how to raise bees, and you go out and visit the bees, and you're in a bee suit, so you won't get stung. It's very interesting. My friend who was with us, he was a distance away from us, and he got stung. And
I'm sorry, that's awful.
it was quite a problem because he's a medical doctor, but he had to call one of his friends. How do you get rid of it? It disturbed him for quite a while.
Oh my God.
And of course, we had our suits on, but we weren't even approached, or the bees were nice to us. They didn't. But it's very common to see bees and honey stands along the road in Transylvania. But what I was also going to say, they love the land so much. They love the caves. They love. They just really. They're just beautiful people. Some of these people, him in particular, and he teaches young people scouting, but it's not like a scout camp you'd see in the U.S. It was just a fantastic, and the kids don't remind me of scouts that I would see here.
Right.
They're just fantastic kids, and I was so happy, just surrounded by nobody but Romanians. I was just there with them, and I didn't feel any different, even though I don't speak the language. So,
well, the one thing you notice is that when you're dealing with foreign kids, no matter where you are in the world, but certainly people have brought this up to myself about foreign kids anywhere they're at. They seem to be so much sharper than kids in the United States.
Well, yeah, but yes and no, because it depends who you're interacting with and how you're interacting with. It really depends, because some, the kids. I remember, not having a good opinion of American kids, and watching all these guys. This was about a year ago at the park. I was out there in the morning, and I saw these kids all in their soccer T-shirts and stuff. They were young kids. These kids were sharp. You could just tell they were smart kids. They came from middle-class families. And they were you could just see they were very sharp. Now, I don't know if they've suffered from COVID vaccination side effects or whatnot, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what that, might or might not do to them or anything. Or if they're going to grow up and be dumbed down by the TV or whatnot. But kids they're very resilient. And I remember when I first came to Long Island, and I was about 30 years old, and I, met one of my in-laws' friends or something. He was an older man, and I think he was talking to me, and I think he had spent the night there. He said, "Oh yeah, I feel sorry for you kids," and because look, admittedly, it was so much harder to do anything than it was when he was a kid. And I knew this. I knew that well. But of course, and he was right. But I couldn't buy into that, feeling sorry for myself or my generation. It just doesn't, doesn't work.
Thank you.
And my daughter's generation, and they're much more challenged. They're much more challenged than we were. And there's a lot of psychological backwash that her generation has to deal with, and including her former boyfriend who committed suicide. This is not that uncommon. The generation begins to, and his issue was not about economics, because he had it made in the shade. At least to, not only from himself, but from his parents, he had it made in the shade. He was a high earner. But the thing is, so he didn't have to worry about surviving. He had to worry about his own emotions. And this is something that the younger generation has many challenges. I suppose my generation did too, because there were a lot of people who were freaking out on drugs or rock and roll or whatever. So it's like life is, it repeats itself. And as they say, with all of the stuff going on with COVID right now and in the aftermath of the Delta variant and all this stuff, it's like we're being subjected, if not terrorized, by in a way that people are saying, oh, it's so bad. It's so bad. And I point out to them, I said, the Inquisition was a lot worse. A lot worse. Because, if you had any sort of assets, you were targeted or targetable for being a heretic. Yes. And then they'd have the assets and you wouldn't. We do not have this problem right here. We have the threat of, we have the threat of being punished if we don't get a vaccine. But these are threats. There's no actual, well, there are some punishments, but they're not official. But I mean, that's nothing compared to, the Inquisition coming to town. And the most dangerous thing if the Inquisition came to town is leaving, unless you move permanently. Because if you leave, I've noticed this, when people go on vacation for a job, it's like, uh-oh. I remember one of my friends, she went on vacation from a job, she comes back and she's been fired. I've often seen this. You don't want to, and when you're gone, I'm just thinking, I was watching at football today, I said, if people aren't here, they're going to be talked about, and not necessarily berated, but if they were there, they wouldn't be talked about. Okay? And they will be talked about, not necessarily in a negative light, but not necessarily in a positive light. The bottom line is people will say things about them just because they're not there. It might be neutral. It might not be so good. But so if you leave, if you're about to be interrogated, or might be interrogated, oh yeah, he left town. Yeah, he left town. By the way, do we get 10% commission if we turn him in? That sort of thing. So the world has always been a challenging place. And the challenges we have today are not insurmountable at this point. Yeah. At this point, and I don't know that they will ever be insurmountable.
Thank you. I mean, that's an important thing to remember, and obviously we have a situation where things look pretty grim, but it's still very important to have a very positive attitude. And
the grim keepers are making it appear grim, and it's like, how grim do you want to make it? Yes. Statistically, most people were never in great danger of disease. It doesn't mean you shouldn't work to prevent it, but statistically. And I looked once into getting health insurance when I was, I guess, in my 30s. I never had health insurance, never, until, Medicare came along.
Well,
you never had it and never really needed it. And the reason I didn't get it, I thought it was expensive at the time. It was relatively cheap compared to today's rates.
Oh, yeah.
And I looked into it and I said, well, if I'm first off, I'm not going to get sick. I'm not going to get sick other than a casual illness, if that, and which wasn't a big problem to me. I didn't really get too sick. But if I have a catastrophic illness, like AIDS or cancer or something like this, or disease, I looked, the statistics basically, the chances of getting that were zilch. Very limited chance of getting a disease. And then I said, if I'm on a car crash, I'm covered by my insurance. If, I'm covered, unless it's some really rare, weird disease. A broken leg, never really thought about. But and of course, in those days, a broken leg wasn't as expensive as it is now.
Right.
And I have problems with that.
Oh yeah.
But so I never had health insurance. So because it was statistically irrational to indulge in it at that point.
Right.
And so I saved a lot of money, and I figured, by the time, 20 years later, I said, if I had to pay 50 grand, I'd still be ahead of the game. I'd still be way ahead of the game. But now I have insurance because I'm older, and I've used it when I went through my incident a few years ago, and it's pretty weird because I have a really good doctor. I haven't seen him in a few years, but he tells me stuff off the record. He talks to me off the record, and he considers me an intelligent patient. In fact, all the doctors I've met enjoy talking to me because most of their patients are just, give me wrong medication. And it doesn't work so well. But I think the scariest one was the heart doctor. They put you through all these tests, and he wants me to wear a heart monitor for, I think, 3 months.
Oh God.
To see if you have an arrhythmia.
Right.
And I thought about it. I said, no, this is crazy. And I will notice an arrhythmia. I noticed an arrhythmia come through me in Chocolavina Cave. It went right through my heart. Boom! But I talked to my doctor friend when I got home. He says, well, he says, these things happen.
Yeah.
You might have one every 3 years, but it's like 3 months, you think you're going to detect something in 3 months. Yeah, you can have a heart arrhythmia. It might be, every 7 months. It's not a big deal. It's common. Something boom, boom, boom. He thought it might have to do with the chakras opening up.
Yeah.
But, it's like I could be on a heart monitor for my whole damn life, and then they'll put you on it. They'll put you on this gravy train. It's just this mindset. Let's say nothing of the money, which is a factor. And what was it? Somebody was telling me about, these people just come in and it's like, put the pill in my mouth. Right. That's practically the mindset. People on medication, and they get tied into the system.
It's awful.
A lot of people with problems, and they go to the doctor for a solution, and they're needing surgeries. The more surgeries they get, the more surgeries they need.
Yes.
The more they need, and to counter this, and it's like, it's not. Their health is not intelligently administered.
No.
And this is a big problem for people, and it only facilitates the medical magic that goes on in this world. And when we see the problems, by the way, I saw in the local grocery store, I saw Biden and Kamala Harris running through the aisles, increasing the prices on all the stuff. Prices on everything, so they're going through all the stores doing that, like higher prices. No inflation. We don't have to worry about inflation. Inflation is skyrocketing, and you can see it in the grocery stores. Certainly in the gas station, the prices are going up, but we are inflation. It's not a problem. Well, they pointed out that companies will just raise the prices, so the stock market will go up, and people will pay the prices, and it's okay.
Yeah, it's alarming. The inflation combined with the fact that nobody wants to work for many of the service industries that Brendan Zogit was just talking about when we started tonight's transmission. Hopefully the economy will somehow stabilize with the while dealing with the pandemic, but still, it's these are uncertain times, most certainly.
Well, look at I think in my retirement account, I invested in some fund to bank on inflation. It was like 20 years ago, just as a hedge. It was a small hedge. I think it was basically betting on interest rates to go higher. The fund actually dissolved. I didn't know it just dissolved itself, and just, they paid me, not everything back. It was a very small loss, but it was interest rates haven't gone up in 20 years. They've gone down. They've been incredibly low for 20 years.
Wow.
Now, I went through a period of very, very high interest rates in the 1970s where, they reached as high as 17 and 20%. And that was inflation going crazy. And the housing market, it went up. I remember it must have been 1970, I don't know, in the 1970s. I remember my family house in Lakewood. I remember in 1963, it sold for $17,600. That house would command $600,000+ now. It's a 3-bedroom house. It's just because it's, in LA County.
Right.
And then I remember that 17-6 neighborhood. My cousin was living in the same town, and he told me, his house was like $70,000. That was in the 1970s, mid 1970s. $70,000. Wow, that's like that's multiple times. And then if I go up into the year 2000, it's 25 years later, house was, it hadn't gone up as much. So that was a hyperinflation of the 1970s.
Yeah, go on.
I even remember a guy who had a lot of businesses and wealth. He bought a rabbit, the VW Rabbit, because he wanted to save money on fuel. This is a guy who didn't need to save money on fuel, but he could have been driving a Mercedes around if he wanted to. Right. But this was the consciousness. People are buying stuff to save money, and it was pretty inflationary.
Yeah.
And very inflated. It's the most inflation I've ever seen. Price of gold went up to $800 from $200, and then I think it crashed for a long time.
Yes, and as I said, it took the economist we had in charge at the time. I'm trying to recall his name now. I actually spoke of it. I'm sorry?
Paul Volcker.
Yes, that was the man. He's the man who actually, I certainly spoke on him at depth and said how he pretty much saved the economy at that time, or certainly that was my impression. And so he was very unpopular for it because, of course, he cost a lot of people in terms of their experience. And it's just, one of the things that I don't know if we have anyone who's capable of being a Volcker in this day and age. That takes a lot of...
Say that this Bernanke guy, who was the head of the Federal Reserve, he spent his whole academic life studying the Depression. So when it came to this crash we had in the Bush era, post-Bush era, he was, now what happened there is they said it wasn't a depression, and he did guide the economy through so it didn't fall apart by giving all these bailouts. And that did keep the engine running. What happened there that was so negative, and what you couldn't talk about for 10 plus years, were the homeless situation and the tent cities that sprung up all over America, particularly in the Sun Belt areas. They wouldn't talk about this. They became a very sensitive issue politically. And I was told by a friend of mine, if you mention that stuff, you're targeting yourself. It's like going on Facebook and promoting anti-vax or stuff like that. They'll come down on you real hard. And but it was, the homeless shelter was even more sensitive, or the homeless people situation was even more sensitive than people are to vax. You could get now you can say anything you want about tent cities or homeless people. Right. Because everybody knows it's not a hiding. But many of these tent city people, I was told, were not broke. Some of them had substantial bank accounts. They had lived in McMansions, and because they lost their six-figure job or any job, they couldn't maintain their lifestyle. So they sold and or abandoned their McMansion, gathered up all their assets, had them in a bank somewhere, and lived in a tent because it was affordable and cheap.
Jesus.
So, and it was sort of a survival mentality. They weren't broke, but they were, fearing the worst, and they couldn't afford a conventional lifestyle that they'd known. Now, I'm sure there are some people who didn't have money in the bank. I would also tell you, and you might find this very interesting. I remember when I was in Scientology back in the 70s, especially when I was courting my first wife, I learned how to ride the bus. That's how I could. I preferred riding the bus to actually getting rides. Rides were fast and quick, but I was self-reliant on the bus, and I learned I could go anywhere in Los Angeles, and much easier to figure out than the busways of New York. But in any case, and I would always enjoy talking to people that were older and that were of my father's generation or even older, because I said, they're not going around. I want to learn what I learned from them. And you just, I guess finally I kind of realized, okay, they're just people that lived in a different time, and you kind of have to say goodbye to that time. But one of the things you used to see in downtown Los Angeles, particularly at a place called MacArthur Park, which is the subject of a song, and it was not a very pleasant place at all. And what I used to get a kick out of I used to call it bum shuffleboard, because you'd see all these older people out there playing shuffleboard, and many of them were bums or would-be bums, or you know what I mean? And some of them were old people who lived in affordable downtown LA housing. But there were a lot of people that kind of rode bikes around. They were old and they had lots of money. They were said to have lots of money in there, and they carried it on their person because they saved every penny they had and they lost it in the Depression. So even though there was the FDIC, which was probably insurable up to $40,000 at that time, if those guys had $40,000, they'd keep it in their pockets, and they were vulnerable to being rolled or robbed. And that was, you'd see all these guys out there, and they'd have thick pockets, and but I was always told they had many of these guys had a lot of money they'd carry on their person, and they were characters. But of course, they had survived the Depression, and they would never trust a bank again in their life, even though the laws had changed to where it's safe to put your money. Safe, relatively safe. Relatively safe.
Oh my God. And we'll definitely appreciate those insights. And so, Peter, I do want to talk to you later privately. I want to thank you so much for everything you're doing with the book. And honestly, it's I'm just so glad that I've heard such good things about it. And so we'll talk more about that off the transmission sometime soon. I've been so incredibly busy lately, and just want everyone to know I'm just glad things seem to be, let's not cross ourselves and knock on wood. These things seem to be stabilizing now, with all that tooth stuff being taken care of. And I want to let people know there's shout outs coming to the people who have helped amazingly with with my needs this month. So I will try and get that transferred from the PayPal into my account so that I can pay rent, and I still have enough left for actual necessities, and that'll carry me through the end of the month. So things are stabilized thanks to my listeners, especially Louis Rogers in Australia. Another shout out will be provided. Had a wonderful woman who said some comments about the interview I had with Penny Bradley. That was very well received. And of course, Peter Moon had heard the majority of that as well when I was speaking about Asia and the situation of chips being manufactured in Taiwan. And I don't think Penny Bradley really understood what I was saying, because I was talking about how, with the conditions that occurred because of the African swine fever that was unleashed by the Russians, basically to depopulate the protein source of the Ukraine, and it spread all over into China, and that may have been intentional as well, because the Russians were preparing this recourse where they could sell pork to the Chinese by breeding very large pigs, what they call bear pigs, which are, in the United States you'd call them something like hogzillas or something like that, but these are pigs that are the size of cows, and they.
I've seen pigs, and nobody believes me. Yeah. I've seen those pigs in New Jersey.
Yeah.
On the eastern end of New Jersey, I used to work in the Princeton area, and I'd be driving by, and I remember seeing these pigs. They were huge.
Thank you.
And huge pigs.
Yeah.
And nobody believes it. I don't. So I've seen those pigs.
Yeah, well, I think they're believing it now. There's enough of them that have been damaging enough property all over the United States where people can no longer be in denial of that. And but the Russians started breeding concrete skyscrapers, if you will, very tall buildings, multi-story concrete, where they have many of these pigs on each floor that they're pumping food into, and then of course all the shit is pumped out into these huge toxic lakes that of course the stench is just renders it as uninhabitable as Chernobyl in an industrial scale sense, the waste that's being produced. But they've got to be producing this for a reason, and it's like they were preparing for the pork demand. And as I've said before, all of that pork that the Chinese consume, it's their primary protein source, is the largest population of pigs in the world was in China. And when the African swine fever wiped the majority of that out, and they were buying all available pigs that anyone was willing to sell from all over the world, the United States, Brazil, etc., that still came up to only a fraction of the pig population they had lost. It's going to take, years, a decade probably at least, to rebuild up their pig population. So it's like the Russians were preparing for this as if they wanted to be that source. And so it was possibly conspiracy against the Chinese, who would otherwise overwhelm them economically and population-wise. And so this resulted, of course, in China's new aggression, which is they need food. So they're aggressively trawling the South China Sea, and therefore pushing ever more into everybody else's maritime territories, and therefore brought them into direct conflict with the Philippines and everything else. So, when I was outlining that, had a wonderful comment that was entered on my YouTube channel, 2 comments, and neither of them appeared. In other words, I received notification for these comments from YouTube, but they didn't appear on YouTube itself. They were from Karen Coiter, who said, by the way, your interview with Penny Bradley was stellar, the best in my opinion. And another one in which she was talking about somebody else that's not necessarily very relevant. And I get that a lot, of course. People, bring up different things from other people they think might be relevant. But honestly, there's very few things other people say that are necessarily relevant to what we discuss here. And I feel that what we discuss is probably one of the few transmissions that really do discuss relevant topics, whereas everyone else is basically talking so much bullshit about whatever happens to be the buzz at the time. But definitely glad to share that with you. And aside from all of that, do remind people, of course, where they can get the book. And I was just curious, would you prefer people just demand that their bookstores carry the book, because that's always good, or do you want them more to get it straight from Skybooks USA?
people get it wherever they want to get it from. It's like, it's just, I want the book to sell.
Yes.
I mean, it's like, I'm not like miserly to get every book. I mean, I can't get proprietary over, a few dollars here and there, because what's better for a publisher, which is what I primarily am, is to have orders in volume. Orders in volume. If I had everybody coming through me for the book, and I found out that ordering, when bookstores order the book directly, and I have a couple accounts on Eastern Long Island that I do that with, that I'm very familiar with, but when you order, like, it's if you're ordering bookstores, they're ordering direct, and you send them an invoice, they won't. Some of them will pay it, but if you have to send out statements to everybody. That becomes a full-time job or a part-time job, which you don't need. So it's just, let them buy it from the distributors, and it works fine. And of course, we have a retail business as well that's supplementary, that helps release the book. It helps get it known. It also services our newsletter, which is a supplementary promotional action. And I'm very glad I've done the newsletter, because I've had it in print since 1993. Comes out once every equinox and every solstice, and it's left a long-running chronicle of my investigations. Douglas Dietrich appears, I think, in 2014 in one of my newsletters. It's a long runway, just like David Anderson, first appearance in my newsletter, he's on page 3. Yeah. He's on page 3 because he's got this time reactor device that can slow time down or speed it up in about the space of a soccer ball. Well, as the world evolves, his story becomes a lot more interesting. And many people haven't heard of it. I was pumping, or doing stations on the radio, going down to see my chiropractor friend, and there was some sports guys talking about, this was good. They were saying, well, we're supposed to have all this alien disclosure. These are sports guys talking. Alien disclosure, yeah. And he said, well, what do you think? People think aliens because when they dream of aliens or think of aliens, it's all suggestion by what they see in the movies and stuff.
Yes.
Semi-intelligent banter. And then the guy says, well, yeah, but they're talking about disclosure like it's finally going to happen. It's supposed to happen this month in July. And the guy says, no, it's never going to happen. They pump us all up, but it's never going to happen. Do you really think there's aliens? And the guy says, do you think there's time travel? Well, Stephen Hawking says that there isn't time travel. He's really big on black holes, but Stephen Hawking. I thought of finding out who they were and sending them a book, and I said, who even wants to bother with it?
Thank you.
and people in the media, they are. And this is like the subsidiary media. I'm not referring to the anchors that try to tell you the news, right or left. They're just so stupid. They're uninformed. They're uninformed, and they think they're informed because they listen to what they're supposed to listen to.
Yeah.
They listen to what they're supposed to listen to. And yeah, I have a personal friend who's a doctor, and he says this, and this. Yes. And so, well, I know some doctors who would, tell you something different than what he said, but I don't want to bother, and it kind of makes you want to just turn off the media in general. When you start hearing opinions, sometimes an opinion in a movie is more valuable to listen to than an opinion from a person who's being interviewed on the street or a commentator. The person interviewed on the street might actually have he might or might not have something intelligent to say, but he's going to have an emotional response to what's going on now. Like, what's happening. So the person on the street is of much more valuable than people who edit the news or opinionate. They opinion and they offer it as fact, and they present it as fact, which you better believe. Whether it be on the right or whether it be on the left, you better believe it.
Well, hopefully,
and of
facts.
course, a program like yours challenges people because it presents them with information they haven't heard before.
Yes.
So they're hearing stuff they haven't heard before, and that is of great value because it does require some effort to, verify it or look. But all it's important for people who struggle with this information is just to remember that it's information that's being presented to you. You're not supposed to believe it or disbelieve it. It's information being presented to you, and you can evaluate it accordingly. And what's this idea of going out and telling people, you know this or you know that? It's like, you don't know it. Douglas Dietrich knows it, or at least he thinks he does, and you can verify it accordingly.
Right.
That's how the information has to come. And this Roswell Deception book is very convincing, and it's very easy to read. And as they say, if half of it was wrong, and I don't mean to suggest that it is, that half that's correct is absolutely astounding.
Yes.
And will change your viewpoint. And that half that is correct, I'll tell you, you can easily find that half the book is correct. Easily. And more than half of it is correct, if not every last sentence. Because I certainly tried for that. Some of it you have to take on the testimony of Douglas because he read it, and he cannot take those files. But it all fits together.
Oh yes, this circumstantial evidence is enough to really close the case as far as I'm concerned. By the way, Salman Sheikh, if you would share what that young black individual that you know who read this book has said with Peter Moon, that would be wonderful. And also repeat what you can, otherwise I'll time stamp it for Peter Moon later, what you had said about the White Bat and about what you had read of the White Bat from Peter Moon. Both of those, if you could share those experiences, Salman, please.
Of course, Brother Douglas. So the aspect of the Roswell Deception is it's such a life-changing book that one of my few friends that have gotten it, one of them had reached out to me, who's an African-American individual, and he said the book basically changed his life because he had never heard about the triple nickel unit and the chapter of Black Lives Didn't Matter, and how a lot of that history has been so neglected. So first he had expressed to me that he was heartbroken because a lot of the truths that he had grown up with the American, it basically shatters your whole paradigm, especially with a lot of the truths and the facts that are presented in there. And one can verify all of the information that's in that book. And it's important that whoever reads it, they read it with an open mind. So I'm glad. And I told Brother Douglas this also, that if you were able to change the heart and mind of one person minimum with this book, then your entire endeavor was worth it. So I'm glad that it's making an impact, and there is somebody that I know that reached out to me that had expressed as such. So I'm glad to be able to spread the word about this book as well on my end in this collective effort to resist the darkness and to bring that truth to humanity in this time that we're living in. In terms of the White Bat, I really love that book, Peter, and I recommend everyone get that book as well. It really put me in your shoes as you explained this narrative, and especially with the dream that you had and the experiences. I felt like I was there with you in Transylvania, going up to that camp with the gypsy driver and how he gave you that tea, and the dream that you experienced with the white version of Dracula. That really touched me because in the Sufism point of view, they kind of tell you that God and the devil operate from the same mechanism, that he can't do without God's permission, and God allows him a certain free reign. So the aspect of the white Dracula that you ran into, which was the benevolent force, I really liked that he was there to basically help and clear up the karma and clear up all of the situations that are there, while his other side was the one that was doing the other things. And it was really cool because even in a lot of Sufi traditions and in a lot of Norse traditions, they have these oracles that give you these teas and potions and like herbal potions and teas that when you drink it, that's when you go to these different realms. And I believe that's something like that happened. And as I continue reading the book, it was very cool about the aspect of the movie and the script that you had, and so much hidden history about Transylvania and Bulgaria that even myself, studying all of this things that I do, I had never known that Transylvania and Bulgaria have all of this rich history that ties them in together with the Indian Vedic system and a lot of this stuff about like healing, spirituality.
Siberian shamans originate through Tengraism, and this was taught to me by Bulgarian friends. They give me books on English. It's utterly fascinating, and Eastern Europe is just overlooked, lost.
Yes,
and it's been a very rich experience to experience. You're talking about the ancient. This was the center of the world. The Dardanelles and the Bosporus Straits. This was the control that went up through the Black Sea. And of course, Constantinople gets all the credit. But even earlier than that, and Bulgaria was an ancient capital that was, they try to cut it off from memory so you don't know what it really was.
Exactly. And it's important because it's what you state in the book, Peter, that you have to take notes while you're reading this because you have to come to your own realization. And sometimes in the aspect of learning and on the spiritual journey, there will be those that get their beliefs challenged, but you must be having to have an open mind, an open heart, a curious mind, and all of those things. And that's what I realized when I basically put myself in your shoes while I was reading the book and how you came across all of these individuals. And I really love that part about the state of Kentucky here in America having its own like Transylvania region and how the aspect of all these things are like kind of interloped with each other. And how you have this aspect of all of this hidden history with the Sphinx that's there, and all of the stuff with, I guess, with Dr. David Anderson and all the stuff that's going on there. And I also wanted to point out the aspect of Italian Freemasonry, which really stood out to me. When I had first joined back in 2016, there was an Italian. One time I was coming out of the building in Philadelphia. And there was this Italian individual that was on the other side of the street that was having a cigarette, and he was watching me from the other side. And he had came up to me, and I guess they were just looking at the building. And he said, "Oh yeah, I'm from New York, and we do our own thing up in New York City. And then every couple years we have something called an Italian-speaking lodge. We have it in New York." And then when I was coming, and I thought he was a tourist. And then a few weeks later, I'm on a train in Philadelphia coming home from the city back home. And one of the train stations that my train stops at, I see the same exact guy who looks me dead in the eye. And he's basically letting me know that he's watching me. So there is an aspect of Italian Freemasonry that's tied in with I guess, the Pentagon, like you had stated, and how they were able to get away with what they were getting away with, even what they were doing in Romania. So it's important people understand how these different power structures are dealing with each other, and how even in the groups you have these internal struggles of what's going on and how's it going and all of these different things that are happening. And I encourage everybody that not just Brother Douglas Dietrich's book, Roswell Deception, that they also check out The White Bat, because it basically shows what you experienced in Scientology, then going to Romania, and all of these fated experiences that took you all the way up to not just meeting your wife, but to basically have that initiation of the heart within the cave. So I wanted to thank you for that, as I had enjoyed, and I had learned new things because I never knew those things existed in Transylvania and Romania and Bulgaria. So it's important people read your work and Douglas's work with an open mind.
See, that book was very important because, just for people who are not familiar with the story, is that 1989, I think if I recall properly, I'm exercising my will to become a writer. And I think I'm writing a story about Atlantis, as I recall. And the reason I chose Atlantis, because if you're going to write something and you want it to sell, you want to get people's attention. Well, Atlantis, there's so many books on Atlantis, but humanity has always been fascinated with Atlantis. So write about something that people are interested in. So I'm writing this story about Atlantis. It's a fictional story, and I can't find it. I have at least part of it written. I enjoyed writing it. I don't know how successful I would have been in getting people to read it, but in the process of exercising my will to become a professional writer, I had this dream of, and I should distinguish this, the dream was being taken by a gypsy. I didn't actually go with a gypsy up to Polonari Fortress. I've never been to Polonari Fortress. I had a dream of going to Polonari Fortress, which is Dracula's fortress in the Carpathians, that was there to keep the Turks or anybody else out of Transylvania. And when I actually saw it in pictures, it's so much like the dream, it's not funny. So my dream state was connecting me to the future, where I would go to Romania. I never knew I would go to Romania. I never wanted to go to Romania. It wouldn't be until 10 years after that dream that I would meet David Anderson, who would suggest I go to Romania. And it would be another 9 years after that until I'd actually arrived there. So this dream, and I wasn't involved with Montauk. The only thing I would say is about the Atlantis theme is Montauk is an attempt to resurrect Atlantis. It's old Atlantean technology trying to attempt it and whatnot. So I was hitting on Atlantis, and other stuffs in my writing have hidden on that. But the dream state is very magical because it ties to your future, it ties to your past, and it was telling me that not only are you going to go to Romania and by way of Montauk and time travel, but when you arrive there on August, I think it was 10th, 2013, the day you're going to meet Paula, you're going to be told that a white bat was actually seen in Mashandi's cave just a few days ago. And then when I got to the Sarmasijatuza, I got to meet Lavinia, who had actually seen the white bat. And then I would later, the following year, be with my mother-in-law, and she would show me pictures of white bats in Transylvania caves that were an unknown species to zoology. I wish I could get her to reproduce that. She can't, as if she was trolling through websites and boy, so there is an actual species that I was picking up on, and the bat was feeding me. The dream was feeding me information of the future of my role, and it was all by the exercise of writing and exercising my will. This is why the white bat is called the alchemy of writing. So this book teaches you to write, and what I explain is writing is not just for people who are going to be a professional writer. Writing is done by everybody. Everybody who goes on the internet writes. Anybody who's in business at least writes a business card or a profile of who they are and what they're selling. Writing is something that's done by everybody. So writing is also it's called the alchemy of writing, because what you're trying to do when you're doing any is engaging in alchemy, which is raising base metals into gold. You're trying to bring things to a higher level. And when you're also engaging in the integration of the left and the right brain, and when you write, you're writing left brain, logic, letters, words. It's all very analytical. But when you're writing, let's say that you're going to write about the trip that you took to Disneyland, and you start writing. Well, you start engaging your imagination, and you're engaging your imagination to recreate that trip to Disneyland. And you might embellish it a bit so as to convey what actually happened. So when you write, even if it's nonfiction, or if it is fiction, or even if writing.
Did I hear something in the background? I was just curious what that was. Was that?
There's cars buzzing by.
Yeah, go on. Yeah. So, I'm so sorry.
So anyway, that's pretty loud. Car. But anyway, when you're writing, you're engaging in the intuitive process, because you're putting there. When I write my nonfiction, I'm anticipating all sorts of things, or even like when I'm writing Douglas's books, I'm trying to give as rich an experience to the viewer, and I'm also giving myself a rich experience by putting it in my mind and explaining it contextually. So this is like, and putting it there on a platter for somebody so they can see this information and go, ooh, you're selecting facts. What becomes so aggravating with people who are fighting for a political cause, they're presenting facts with an agenda. They want to make you think Democrat. They want to make you think Republican. They want to make you think this way about a certain topic. And of course, this is something that if one's trying to present a certain topic, they're engaging in it. So when I write with Douglas, I'm trying to present what he says to represent what he has to offer, and pack as many facts, verifiable facts, into it as you can, so at least you get a picture of it. But writing is an engaging process of the imagination, and you're using those two, the right and that left brain. So it can be quite this is what life is. You're mixing the logical with the nonlinear. Don't want to call it illogical, because it's illogical. It's illogical within the parameters of normally defined logic, but it can often prove itself to be senior to logic. As Douglas was saying the other day, logic is a offshoot of philosophy.
Yes,
which I thought was very astute comment.
Thank you. Yeah. As is mathematics. So the whole of mathematics is but a sub-branch of philosophy. And it's rather, the whole of mathematics is but a sub-branch of the philosophy of logic, specifically. And therefore, logic is the superior platform from which to approach the world, whereas mathematics is simply a filtration thereof. And so the logician, this is where we get the spark archetype, of course, but obviously he's much more than that. He's half human, and therefore can assess other aspects of life that are simply underappreciated by all the sublimation of his paternal forebearer, his father. But with that being said, the two of you, go on.
If I might, with regards to logic and illogic.
Please.
And I will first orient this from what I experienced with Scientologists. And this is not to disparage Scientologists, but to just say that there was a contingent of human beings in Scientology who, when you had them in session, in a counseling session, where they can say pretty much anything they want, they're not going to be judged. They don't necessarily operate or revere a logical network. a logical reference frame. They're completely happy to tolerate all sorts of illogics. And they can extend that. In other words, a lot of human beings do not have their hand over their heart with logic. Now, I've seen, since my life was so Scientology centric, and of course you're getting deep into people's heads, there were many people I've met since in as a writer and just in general life and noticing social trends. A great percentage of the population does not care about logic at all. This shouldn't surprise anybody in one sense, but in other words, they'll just talk crap. Of course, in Scientology, in the sense of paranormal stuff, but when you get down to the brass tacks of logic in real life, certain people, it's almost like they want to avoid it because it's too painful. It's too painful to look at your bank account balance until, a check bounces. And then you have to pay attention to it. Then you're forced to pay attention to it because you're unwilling to look because you don't want to be bothered with money. This is something that can be said about Tesla. He kind of, in a different way, had that same attitude. He didn't want to be bothered with money. And his check bounced on his research because he didn't have enough aggressive financial acumen. He didn't have enough Scorpio in him to be calculating. It doesn't mean he had to be calculating all the time. But if he would have taken the money that Westinghouse offered him for alternating current, he would have had enough money to fund the tower himself that was ultimately destroyed. So it's like, this is somebody who wanted to be creative, and he was abandoning the more hard logical aspects of life.
It was so sad. He abandoned all common sense.
Well, I don't know. Well, common sense, it was like he was an artiste. He was an art scientist who was an artist, and he was very creative. And artists can be very much, like effete, and they don't want to pander to reality. They'll look down on reality. And of course, this was very much the bohemian attitude that manifested in the 1950s with the beatniks, and it was filtered into the music of Joan Baez, certainly, who came out of a communist advocacy background, and that extended to all the folk singers who were singing for the folk, singing for the people. And I remember Joan Baez despised the Kingston Trio, who hit it big in San Francisco, and because the Kingston Trio were commercializing their music. Of course, if it wasn't for the Kingston Trio, I would have never heard folk music because it was brought into the house from my dad's friends, so we got to hear the Kingston Trio, and the Limelighters and all these other groups that came before that. So that kind of popularized the folk movement. But the hardcore folk people like Joan Baez despised commercialism, and they despised. She eventually married, Steve Jobs?
Jesus.
She did. Yeah, and she's not poor herself, but in other words, but you have all this, sort of artists can become very disconnected from the people, and then they kind of set the trend. So you had all of these kids in college who were sucking up Joan Baez, sucking up Bob Dylan, sucking up Peter, Paul, and Mary, and then that moved into sucking up, the rock musicians that kind of replaced them. And what do you have? You have a bunch of people who become sort of arrogant, and and of course, and then they become Reaganites in the 1980s and become capitalists. It's just
the final de-evolution.
well, yeah, it's sort of a disconnect, and not all of them succeeded in either way. I don't know. It's just life. It's just what you see going through, and you're passing through it. And when I don't think I really got pragmatic about making money until I was in my 30s and had left Scientology, and then in finding my pragmatism, I took a lot of going down different paths before I found my destiny as a writer, and that's what I wanted to do anyway. So that was that's part of the alchemy of life and writing, that I reached my destiny, and that's a very fulfilling thing, because now I can create a new destiny. I'm not sure what that is. I have definitely inklings, and those who follow my newsletters and writings, it's to open up some more doors, open up some more doors to some of the things I've written about, and includes the work of David Anderson and whatnot. And I think for those who are particularly interested in my work, and I will revisit this probably in my next newsletter. It'll come out in the fall. But a year ago, I wrote a newsletter about 2023, August 12th, 2023. I did the astrology for that date, and it's a very positive time. And for me, it's going to focus on Chucklavina Cave in Transylvania, which David Anderson says is the most important spot with regard to time phenomena on this planet by far. And he says most of the information's not been released. So I'll be stirring stuff up. And if I have good fortune, I'll get him to come there and visit. Maybe he'll come in real life. Maybe he'll come via his time machine. Who the hell knows? But I recently, had some, my family in Romania connected with my friend who runs the camp in Chucklavina, and so I can get him this refrigerator that was very nice, and he actually visited them in person. And it's so nice to have friends connect from a distance and find out friends who know friends. Sometimes for me it's a very small world in Romania when I see the people that I know, and it's a very wonderful thing. I hope certainly whether I have Douglas with me or not, I will certainly introduce them. Might even be able to do a slideshow. Who the hell knows? I've never done a slideshow there before. If I could command their attention. The presentations in the evening there are kind of, they kind of have to be fairly quick because there's a lot of them. We also have NASA, JPL come in, and they come in for an evening or two, and they talk. They have the people who are running the Mars rover. Or whatever is up there. They have the people talking, and they love to do Atlanticron. And I will get up there and ask a question and, throw them off because I'm the only American there. And I'll, say, hello, I wrote books about Jack Parsons. But there's the one, she's got a simple first name. I can't remember her name. And I invited them, of course, to come there. And they would like to, but they're busy working on rockets and stuff. But this one girl who comes in, and I ask her hard questions like, if you've got this rover, I said, it's going along, on these wheels, and you're talking about how hard it is. Well, I said, with the drone technology, why don't you just put a mini drone on it and fly it all over the place? And she says, that's a good point. And so the next year I asked her, and she says, well, you're going to like this, but you're not going to like it. And she gave me an answer about the drones, and they were using something that was going to be a mini helicopter. A drone would be much more efficient than a mini helicopter. So it makes you wonder, really, what they know and what they don't know, and what JPL has and what it doesn't have. These are fascinating questions, and I'm always very polite with them. But what did she say? I basically, said, I said, you're the only person I've ever met who actually flew a UFO. And she did fly a UFO. She flew a UFO that was a spacecraft going to Mars. In other words, she was operating it remotely. And I thought that was kind of neat. So she's from hundreds of thousands of miles away, she's flying a craft in outer space. So she was actually piloting a UFO. But
that's
those.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
Oh, no, complete your thought.
Well, I don't. It's like I'm funny because I don't really belong in this context. I am so out of context in when I start talking, and I kind of initially I backed off and wouldn't ask questions because I thought I might be making it, an uncomfortable spectacle, not of myself, but of what I have to bring to the table. Mm-hmm. Because I've even written an entire article for them on the history of Mars and whatnot from an occult perspective and sent it to them and invited them to a formal invitation with a newsletter. I think I gave them a formal invitation to actually come physically, bodily. And I said, we'll arrange to have you paid for, somehow or I know I could raise money for that if I had to, because this is JPL, it's a big deal.
Right.
And so we get some pretty incredible guests there sometimes. Those are some of the most prestigious. But through them, and of course we have Dietrich, who's the only Romanian cosmonaut. He actually was in space. He knew all the cosmonauts from Russia. He knew all the astrophysicists the astronauts from America. Right. And this guy, and I remember being seated him at the last dinner. They called the VIP dinner. We're on this boat, and he's sitting by me, and I'm saying, I'm telling him who I am. And I said, heard of Dr. David Anders? He says, I'm beginning to hear a lot about him. And he's become a great friend in a way, but I think when he got to the island the next year, the first thing he asked the director, he says, where's Peter Moon? Where's Peter Moon? He wanted to talk to me because, he appreciates what I have to say from a scientific viewpoint. And he understands some of the conditions or mindsets of the other astronauts for what he had to put up with or deal with. But he's Romania's only man in space. And oh God, could he speak English well? He could speak Russian. He could speak English. What a brilliant, beautiful man. And he fell in love with my friend Joan. I say in love. I don't mean in love. They had such a deep connection. And she used to have events at her house in Florida. She wanted to bring me there with him. It never happened. And with Edgar Mitchell, who was a very close friend of hers. I said, yeah, you don't want to bring Edgar. Edgar is a former Scientologist, no matter what he says. I used to read his letters to Hubbard. Edgar Mitchell, the man who went to the moon, was a Scientologist. The first Scientologist on the moon. Perhaps the only one that, at least in body form, many Scientologists have been there exterior to the body, or think they have. But so anyway, yeah, Edgar was not, he wasn't going to be able to deal with me. And it wasn't because of the Scientology so much. It would have been much more to the Montauk stuff, because he's quoted in the first front page of the Montauk Project talking to Oprah Winfrey, saying, well, that goes back to World War II when all that stuff happened. All of that stuff. Of course, I'm alluding to the Philadelphia experiment.
Yes.
He might have been. I don't even know if people like him even knew about the Japanese thing.
No, of course not. I doubt it.
It's like that stuff was so shielded, and then they probably threatened to not talk about it.
Yes.
The one I would like to know who L. Ron Hubbard and Robert Heinlein were friends with a guy named Doc Pottinger. Doc Pottinger had he's famous for what he did with research. He researched with cats, but he was like the on-the-scene medical man with diseases that broke off in L.A. during World War II. So he would have had the man on the scene that was going on. And Hubbard and Heinlein knew him. And I don't know what their relationship was with Dr. Pottinger and if they would have known. But we do know that Heinlein was super involved with the space program, super involved with Jack Parsons, as was Hubbard. Yeah. And he brought Hubbard to Jack Parsons. And Hubbard was, super involved. The thing about Hubbard was he knew too much, the man who knew too much.
Yes.
And therefore, he didn't fit in. And what he had to present didn't fit into people's paradigms. So when you get involved in Scientology, it's like, what is that? What is that? And then when you get involved yourself, you're going, what is that? What is that? You're being exposed to all sorts of new ideas, new considerations, new ways to look at life. It's like everything is new. And it's like, the whole test is if you can ride with the punch and be successful with it. So there's all sorts of people and all sorts of experiences. And I remember one woman that I lived with her family for a short time. And I remember her telling me of her miserable failure as a pre-clearance in Scientology. And she actually, left. She was very disappointed that she couldn't do anything right in her counseling. And here it is. It must have been 8 years later. I remember what she told me, and I could have dealt with her because I was then highly sophisticated. I would have been able to deal with her, and so they couldn't deal with her. They couldn't talk to her, or she couldn't talk to them. There was this communication impasse. So it was like, it's like it's so infinite. Like all these people who go to war. Some of them, they all have different experiences. Some of them are absolutely horrific. Some of them, they come out with a hero ribbon or medal. Some of them just kind of sit around and do not too much and don't engage in battle, and they kind of get in and get out without too much damage being done, if any. There's all sorts of experiences. It's really bizarre. I mean, that's not just in the theater of war, but in life. And Douglas, I was trying to explain your experience to somebody. I said, or maybe it was you. I think just earlier with all these parents, you're like at Grand Central Station of what's going on, the pulse. You're on the pulse of humanity, for better or for worse of the pulse, for better or for worse of your experience. You have a karma to play out with this world.
Yes.
And I'm very fascinated. I'm very interested with the Presidio book. I was reading this article as sort of a primer as I was waiting to go on the show, and it's going into the abuse of, it's detailing the abuse. It's mentioning the abuse at West Point, right. Not in too much detail,
right?
But just the Army's attitude. I can't repeat this article for the book. First off, it's somebody else's writing, and it's just one of many that I need to extract from. But it's very important when we do this book is we don't devour the reader with negative experiences. Because
good point.
It's like they could be like, oh God. I mean, you could go into you could actually take some of these abuse cases and elaborate the horror of it. And then you have to have just enough so that people appreciate there's horror and there's horribleness, and then enough of the Army's enabling of the abuse through lack of industrious investigation, or the judge ruling out witnesses because they're too young. You're too young to have an opinion, and it's credible in court.
Yes.
Rather than them crying and hysterically repeating what Mikey or Shambi did to them. So this is like, a right balance of this, and how much of this it becomes the big challenge for the occult lore of H.P. Lovecraft and his father and this ghoulish stuff
Yes.
How much of it can the reader absorb, digest, and tolerate? We don't want them to be like having the Linda Blair syndrome. I don't even know that I've even seen the Linda Blair scene,
Mm-hmm.
but I've certainly heard of it. That's from The Exorcist.
Yes, of course.
I don't want people upchucking, their dinner while reading this book, or even getting creeped out. I mean, that's another thing. It's like, I remember one of my friend's brothers saying how he liked to read horror fiction.
Mm-hmm.
Be alone at night, he says, it scares the piss out of you. And I thought, boy, I don't want to read to scare the piss out of myself. He likes to read his novels to scare the piss out of him. Okay. I mean, I didn't judge it. I just said that's not what I want to do. Yeah, this, reading about the occult is getting educated about it.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember, I mentioned it once before, but I was in Wilmington, North Carolina. This was around the time I had the dream of the white bat, because I remember my friend, she read the story and she really liked it. And I went to this, together, we had met this professor in the junior college at the Cotton Exchange, and he invited us to come to his class, and we sat in on a class, and he's talking about all the occult crime in Wilmington, and this is the headquarters for occult crime. And it's got the biggest incidence of occult crime right there in Wilmington, which is a port city, and it's got its own southern gentrification, but yeah, it's like I'm being introduced to all this occult stuff. I wasn't even particularly interested in it. I had studied Aleister Crowley in those prior years, but here I was getting faced with all these sort of negative crime, and this guy was, he was talking about the virtues of Wicca. And well, in other words, he's saying it's an actual religion. It's not what you think it is. Blah, 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 blah. He was almost being an advocate. He was on the border of being an advocate for it.
Right.
Which he was obviously very attracted to it. So all of this, and a lot of the stuff he was showing was pretty grisly and pretty scary, because it had to do with police crime, police stuff like this.
Yeah, it can get very oppressive to look at, say, for instance, a slideshow of repeated sacrifices go on.
Well, exactly. So, how do you convey it without becoming it or indulging in it? When I wrote about Aleister Crowley, I had very uplifting experiences by connecting dots and associations surrounding him. Certainly, he crossed the line in his own life, but he had, I think what was so brilliant about him was the way he explained the Kabbalah. And he would show how it was a universal index to all religions and philosophies. He's totally correct. It's an attempt to index them. He understood things that other human beings, other professors, certainly of his time, didn't understand. Nowadays, you might have professors who might lecture on Aleister Crowley. The world is that different.
Yes.
But it's like there was a brilliance. And in that brilliance is a great failure. Because once you get this specialized knowledge, then you can make the mistake of thinking you are special. You are special with that knowledge, and that you now are somebody, and becoming arrogant with that knowledge, as opposed to functional with that knowledge. And this is a big problem with people in the occult, because you actually are enlightened with certain information that you better believe that nobody in your high school class or your college classes knew about. Because if they knew about it, they probably wouldn't be in college classes. And by high school, Most people aren't thinking like that anyway. So it's like you can actually learn things that aren't run-of-the-mill knowledge. Therefore, and it is not run-of-the-mill knowledge. Therefore, you think you're special and you think you're smart, and then that will play off of your lowest vibrations and can take you into some pretty negative places, particularly if you're predisposed towards drugs or getting things by magic, getting things without earning them, without working for them. It's not that, things can be easy too. It's sort of like and I've seen this with a monk who said he studied black magic because he wanted to know how to defend himself. But I could see in his eyes that there was some interest in black magic there. That was not good for him.
Yes.
This protect myself from black magicians. Okay. I've never, ever thought that I needed to study magic or black magic or any such thing to protect myself from such. I never even thought like that. Wow.
Yeah, that alone shows that somebody's already engaging in it for ulterior motives, aside from self-defense. So there we have that, and well, it's about 11:13 p.m. where you're at, dear Peter.
I'm ready to retire, and I just want to know what the arc and narrative is tonight.
Oh, I'm going to conclude with several things about the Spanish Civil War. I do beseech you to cover or review the last part of the episode in which I was speaking about the Spanish Civil War, because I get into the support that Texaco provided for the fascists in Spain. And I think that that's relevant. It's important. It's certainly something that you would find interesting, I'm sure. Tonight I'll basically cover a bit more about the Bell bomb in the La Palma Islands, just because our man Jameson Reese had asked about getting out of this the eastern coast because of the potential for devastation. And it's amazing to me how there have been people who have recently been trying to downplay the potential or the devastation that the tsunami would wreak upon the East Coast, and it's simply preposterous when they say, okay, well, it's not going to be like a 1,000 meter tidal wave, that it could be, rather than something like that, it could be 10 meters all along the East Coast, which itself would be devastating enough and kill hundreds of thousands, actually millions of people. So I mean, it's like what they say to try and downgrade the concern is itself laughable, but it is something that is one of those likelihoods. It's I wouldn't say it's necessarily an inevitability, but it's very much a likelihood that at some point it will happen. In terms of the other things that I'll bring up will be other aspects about the war itself, like the author Hemingway, and just a few bits of gossip about him, and then of course bring it back to how this is reflected today in America's situation. I'll also, of course, just start off inescapably. I think it's about time I do have to say some things about the wildfires here in California, and about the a little bit about COVID-19 and some of what's going on here first, before I go into the arc of narrative with the Spanish Civil War. But I'm going to have Salman say a few things before he takes his leave of us, and then Jameson will kind of cover me for a few minutes while I just kind of refresh myself. And but definitely, I'm sure you'll find it interesting, and I'll provide the timestamp for when you can start your review of it. And of course, you've got a little bit to listen to from Salman Sheikh as well, the entire interview, and that'll be that'll be far more.
I think I heard a lot of it already.
Oh, how did you manage that?
I don't recall it though. I mean, I remember it was a good interview, but I just don't. Too many details.
You might be thinking about Penny Bradley's interview. I don't think.
Not that, but I think I listened to Salmon's too.
But it wasn't live. You must have found it on the YouTube and played it, or he sent you a link.
Live. No, I did not listen to it live. When was it?
It was at high noon on yesterday, and I thought it was going to
No,
be.
no, I didn't hear it then.
Yeah, yeah. And but Salman, you'll send Peter a link, will you not?
He did already. He did
Okay.
already.
Okay, good, good.
Yes,
What?
I sent it to him.
Okay, wonderful. Well, thank you, Peter. We love you dearly. Look forward to speaking to you privately soon. And that was a wonderful set of experiences you shared with us tonight. Always so much to learn from you. You take care, okay?
Okay. Good night, everybody. Good night, Simon. Good night,
Good night.
James.
Yes.
Good night, Peter.
Night, Peter.
Yes, and so Salman, do us a favor and kind of close off the your stay with us tonight, and thank you for staying with us to this hour. If you're able to stay with us till midnight, that's fine. By all means, I would prefer that you do so. And then if you're able to do so, have a kind of a chat ongoing with our man Jameson here, because I'm eating some watermelon. I certainly don't want people to hear this while I do this, so let me. It's sliced by the mother of the man who is, for all intents and purposes, the manager at the local Searchlight Market right up the street here on Russian Hill. In a sense, at the top of Russian Hill, actually. Certainly this hump of Russian Hill, or this peak of it. There are other peaks, of course, and yes, by all means, if the two of you, while I dive into this, can talk to each other, I'd appreciate it beyond my ability to express.
Yes, Brother Douglas. JMO, did you get a chance to listen to the interview?
Yes, I did. I was really impressed, with a lot of the details. And I'm walking away with a sort of different understanding of what Islam really is. And, I have a clearer view of what this war between, anti-theism and theism really is. It strikes me as being something that's one of faith in those who lack it. Which
Yes.
and it doesn't necessarily have to be faith in Allah or the Christian deity. It could be faith in anything. But I guess it's like a war between people who just can't have faith in anything and people who have the capacity to have faith and are able to use that to their advantage.
Yeah, that's absolutely right, Brother JMO. It's like what the Quran describes. It's a spiritual struggle between the believers and the non-believers. And that doesn't mean that we consider Jews or Christians infidels. And I'm glad that Brother Douglas clarifies that also in terms of knowing the aspect of God being everywhere. It's truth in the Islamic path as well. And I'm glad that you were able to see that. And I'm also happy with the fact that it's a continuing transition that I'm building with Brother Douglas, with part 1 and part 2 and then part 3 in end of August. So it's going to continue to build upon this archive that I will have on my end as well, in terms of just spreading that information of what Brother Douglas is sharing, because these truths are pivotal. It's like, even if you listen to, a lot of those interviews with Penny, with myself, a lot of that knowledge Brother Douglas is sharing, it's no one is talking about these things. And that's why it's important for everybody on Team D to basically help with this fight and help with this struggle in whatever capacity that they can.
Yes, and it actually seems to me like out there nobody's talking about anything of any substance. Save for a few people who might be analyzing certain things on a scholarly level. Outside of that, especially with this, oh my gosh, with the alien junk, that stuff is just bullshit. The entire thing is just like a narrative that someone squeezed out of their butt cheeks. I mean, it's interesting how, and this seems to be like a country where if you're a con man, you can make it big, because those are the only people who really do really, really good for themselves. People who are conning and swindling people out of every penny they can get.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And that's exactly what it is. A few months ago, I had addressed the topic, and I had named the title of the video that America's God is guns, money, and sex and alcohol, because it evolves around all of those things, because that's what their life really is. They never took the chance to travel out of this country, experience different cultures, get to know different people. So whatever's being fed to them, that's what they believe. And it's important that one gets that education and realizes that, is this system really out there to help me, or are they just here to squeeze whatever they can out of me? And I learned that dealing with a lot of these different industries here in this country, whether it's going to different medical professionals or dealing with other people. They're just looking to see what they can squeeze out of you and just basically give you the runaround. It's like what Brendan is experiencing with a lot of these different people. They're trying to give them as many treatments as possible, because in the end, they're going to make as much money as possible, even though it might not be needed. So this is what the problem is here, is if it's not making somebody money, then they're not going to do it out of the goodness of their own heart. There might be very few, or a few percentage, JMO, that you might find that might do that, but majority, if it's not gaining them anything, then they're not going to do it. And that's the American mindset. And I'm glad that Brother Douglas Dietrich points out that infantile mindset, even in our latest interview together.
Yes, and I would like to take this time to also welcome Brother Daniel, who's on the show. What's up, man?
All right, chilling. Just sparked up a bowl, and I'm all right.
Assalamu alaikum, Brother Daniel.
Alaikum salam. Salman Sheikh.
Always good to hear from you, my brother. Hey, where the white women at?
hey, they're here in Houston, man. They're waiting on you. They're calling you by your name.
Yeah, that's right. Alhamdulillah.
Oh yeah.
How are you doing?
Just tell them you're Khabib's cousin.
Yes.
Oh, welcome aboard, Daniel. Thank you so much for joining us. So share with us, of course, how things are going with you.
Oh, things are wonderful here at the house. Just I'm glad it didn't rain on me, so that I can finish more yard work that needed to be done, and all the plants and gardens and the whole lawn is all taken care of. And did a lot of errands back and forth to Goodwill, donating a lot of stuff that I didn't need anymore. And I didn't realize how much shit that I had that I was actually starting to hoard. So wow. I had to let's say, can that habit before it became one.
Yes. It's incredible, and you don't seem to me like much of a hoarder. Could you tell us just what some of these items might have been?
Oh, there's a lot of sound and stereo equipment that I've rotated through the years. A lot of them were still functioning, but I just didn't need them. I just had them stored in one corner of the garage, hoping that I might find some use for it one day, and I have observed myself, finding myself thinking like that, knowing that I wasn't going to use any of this shit again, but the part of me thinking, okay, maybe I could use it again, but it's like, hell no, I got no time for that shit. So, somebody at Goodwill could pick it up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and there we have that. And so, by the way, I'm just going to, again, go back to chewing watermelon, so I'll be mute for a little bit. And do share with us everything else that, is going on. I want to warn you, of course, and I'm sure you're already aware of this, that there's this horrible heat dome. They expect to basically, the Dome of Doom, they call it, that's going to be baking Texas and the entire central United States next week. So it's definitely going to get hotter than hell where you're at. Are you preparing for this?
I live in Houston. I mean, I grew up around it. It's like growing up in the Philippines. I grew up around typhoons, so yeah, I'm pretty prepared.
Yeah,
and
good.
Plus, not only that, I also thank my genetics for it too.
Yes.
So that doesn't. Yeah.
Yes, but what about your loved ones? What about the people around you? I mean, how do you help them deal with this?
They get to stay in the house in the AC because I get to be the one that gets to enjoy all the yard work to myself.
Just be careful about it. Oh my God. Granted, he was a white man, but you remember what happened to that idiot. Who's the guy who wrote Communion again? Whitley Strieber. He started mowing his lawn. And then, got heat stroke like the moron he is. So, yeah.
Oh, really? When did that happen?
Oh, God, that was like years ago. But it was so funny when it happened. It couldn't have happened to a nicer guy, right? A bigger idiot.
My dad had that book when that came out, Communion.
I can't believe your dad would read that shit. Your dad was into reading The Executioner and shit. What the fuck was he doing with that crap?
Well, I mean, my dad grew up conservative. I mean, he was just straight up real conservative, but he did not live before Trump became a candidate, which I'm glad about because I'm afraid that he would be a Trump supporter.
Understood. I
get
it. Go on.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah.
I don't know. That was a subject that was brought up in conservative circles a lot, and I found myself oddly curious about it because I know that this is just stuff that they would scoff about. But and I was thinking, I was suspecting that if it's anybody that would be pushing it, it'd be somebody in the military.
Yes.
Just tricking people.
Yes. So that's why the conservatives were talking about it. That adds to everything, does it not? I mean, so there we are. There is, by the way, and you'll notice that Art Bell and the obsession with UFOs, the whole don't trust the government's lying to you. This is all the right-wing radicalization of the conservatives into reactionaries via ufology. Go on.
No, not only that, my dad was also really good friends with the guy that was, he was in Air Force intelligence. So on occasion I'd hang out with them. And of course they're talking, and this guy, Mark, we'll call him, he kind of looks like a chunky Chuck Norris guy. But anyway, he was telling my dad all this, all this really interesting stuff, with him associated with the Air Force intelligence and government spy stuff. Well, he didn't say that word, but that was like my impression about it. Like one of those James Bond stories that you can't read in the book, so my dad gets to listen to it. Right. So I don't know. I was suspecting that he was getting a lot of this. He was sourcing a lot of his weird stuff like that from him. I saw his book collection gradually stack up with with that one book by Bill Cooper. Pale Horse.
Right. Behold a Pale Horse. Go on. Yeah.
And then there was other books. One book titled They Dare to Speak Out, which has to do with exposing evangelists and other corrupt Christian organizations, which books I'd never really seen him get into before. I'm thinking, this is like, it looks like he's becoming a conspiracy theorist, and this is all before X-Files came out.
Right.
It's like,
oh my God.
So I was kind of curious about my dad, thinking, okay, what kind of weird shit is he getting into here?
Oh my God, that's incredible. This is the first time you've ever shared this, but it exposes so much about just the it's a common experience. Besides yourself, there's so many others who have experienced something similar. And it's really disconcerting. By the way, we heard a little voice in the background. Was that Solomon? Were you talking to somebody else in the house, I suppose?
That was somebody.
Yeah, he might have been.
I just muted it. There was an ad playing in the back, so I just muted it.
Oh, is that what that was? Yes. Oh my God. It's always alarming to see our parents in particular fall for this kind of crap, and it's just sad. I know so many people who, if their parents were alive, they'd be falling for they'd be on the Trump train tracks, just being run over by the all of the bullshit. And go on.
As much as I miss my dad, I do feel very relieved that he was already dead before Trump became candidate.
Yes.
Because then my life would actually experience a lot of sorrow there.
No, it's true. It's true. And it's so sad. And it's so sad that we have to be like that, just happy that our parents are not here to be victimized like that, victimized in the mind. But by all means, go on. Like I said, I'm going to go mute. I want you gentlemen to hold the round table. I'll continue chewing this watermelon and finish this up, okay? And hydrate myself a bit.
All right.
Yeah. And by the way, should I be worried? I am, of course, no user of pot. And I'm wondering if this strawberry lavender vibes, VYBES, Maria Gregorich. Can you look this up? Hey, honey. Shout out to Maria Gregorich. And it's called VYBES. I want to know if this is too potent for me to drink, and I'm afraid that I might get high while I'm on air. I doubt that any of the stuff really sticks, in there. And, that drinking this shit, in liquid form is probably not going to impact me at all. But it's
does it have THC in it?
It's supposed to have 25 milligrams hemp extract. So
yeah, hemp extract is not necessarily THC.
Nah.
Not only that, THC is fat soluble, so you can't absorb it unless you have something fat.
Okay. All right, good. So I should be able to do this without getting too high on air. Okay, thank you.
You won't get high.
Okay, thank you. Okay, by the way, that would be funny if I do.
Yeah.
Man, I miss those days.
Yes. Beer doesn't cut it anymore because of all the hard drugs you did. Come on, Daniel. No.
It's the fact that I can't drink caffeine. I was admitted to the emergency room on Friday morning because my muscle enzymes were like through the freaking roof. So I stayed until like maybe 4 o'clock in the afternoon after they used they gave me fluids and whatnot and hydrated me, and this is the first time anyone's told me anything about it. I mean, I knew that you shouldn't really combine certain things that, energy drinks, beer, all this other stuff. You shouldn't mix it anyway. But the guy told me that based on your body seems to have, supposedly my body wasn't able to break down one of the metabolites of caffeine, because caffeine can be broken down into 3 different chemicals. And so whatever it wasn't able to break down was wreaking havoc and killing muscle tissue. So apparently I'm someone who has a high caffeine sensitivity. And I was like pretty much gulping down like maybe 800 milligrams a day. So I can't so I've been going the last few days without it, and it's like hell not having that stimulation, because I feel like I just want to punch everything I see in the face.
Gee.
The rage is just insane. I mean, it's this rage. This can't be my rage that I'm feeling. It can't.
You want to do some push-ups.
This has to be something channeled from another realm or something. I mean, it's just not humanly possible to be this angry.
JMO, have you tried drinking apple cider with vinegar? Because I remember back in 2011, it was around 2011, 2012, where I was a heavy drinker of Indian and Pakistani tea, and that has like super much caffeine in there.
Yeah, tell us a bit about that. Yes, go on. Yeah, I'm sorry. It just had to pipe in with that because, when you go to Turkey, their coffee is literally beans that they pour hot water on top of. So I can't even begin to imagine what the Pakistanis do with their tea. Go on.
Yes, brother. What it is, it's the caffeine is like very high, and you do kind of get addicted to it. So when I tried to wean myself off of that tea, and I didn't want it anymore, I was transitioning from that tea to just regular green tea without caffeine. I remember the first week, JMO, the first 7 to 10 days, it was hell for me. Every day I had really bad headaches. I had like an anxiety type of feeling with headaches and nausea. But eventually I just had to fight through it. I just took it one day at a time and just breathed, drank a lot of water with vinegar and apple cider and lemon mixed into it. And slowly, as time went on, I was able to detox myself out of it, and I'm good. I avoid the caffeine now. I mean, even if I drink coffee, it'll be decaf or anything that's non-caffeinated, because even when you're in the process of losing weight. When I was, I'm still in the process of losing weight, but when I really needed it badly, one of the main things you need to do is remove the caffeine from your system, and that kind of kickstarts you in many ways in terms of your metabolism and basically to get yourself straight. So right now you're going through that pain of being without that caffeine. So just hang tight for a couple days and it'll start to get better gradually.
Well, there's one of the metabolites of caffeine is actually considered a neurotropic. So I was using it for the longest time as a performance enhancer and an appetite suppressant. Now that I don't have the privilege of an appetite suppressant and a sort of performance enhancer to permit me to add the extra stamina and boost to what I'm doing, or have that more added interest and focus in what I'm doing, it's like I just want the world to be annihilated already, which means that I'm in the right time frame. I'm alive at the right time. So, I mean,
I think no, I think Simon's suggestion about the apple cider vinegar would be a really good idea. That would shock you into a transition.
Well, I've been using that regularly anyway. I use that, and I use lime oil regularly as well. I mean, I was using that stuff even when I was using caffeine. I mean, I've used that regularly as a means of keeping my system cleared out.
Oh.
But
it'll get better. It'll get better with time, JMO. Just give yourself a week, maximum 2 weeks, and you'll notice that as long as you're avoiding anything energy drinks or any tea or coffee, anything that has a caffeine of any kind, including sodas, as long as you avoid that caffeine completely and detox day by day, God willing, you will get better. I have faith in that.
Well, it'll certainly save a lot of money.
Speaking of vinegar, there's this one redneck guy that I used to be friends with many years ago. He wanted to figure out how to pass the piss test because he was on probation. So I told him to get a bottle of apple cider vinegar and just take shots of it. But he went and drank the whole damn thing.
Oh my God! What the hell happened? What happened to him after that?
I don't know, but I told him not to drink anything else for a while.
Oh man!
Whoa! If you drink that stuff, he didn't hit it raw, did he? Like
no, he straight up. He just drank it straight raw. I was like, damn. Wow. I mean, well, if you're friends with enough crazy white boys, it wouldn't surprise you.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, my father likes to watch this show on TV called The World's Dumbest, and 90% of the people, actually a good 95% of the people who are doing dumb things are usually white males.
Yeah. In fact, pretty much all the white kids that I grew up with were like that. They like to go out to the woods and act a fool, swing off the trees, and I don't know, whatever. Or I remember how that eventually evolved into backyard wrestling, and then there would be crowds, and these guys are like jumping off the roofs, landing on tables and furniture, breaking them. Thinking, damn. You glad you're doing it now, and until like you're 40, you can't do it anymore.
Yeah, well, the problem is when they get 40, they start doing other stupid things. I mean, that was exactly what came to mind when I saw the January 6th thing, where the guys were climbing up the walls, and it looked like a bunch of stupid little kids doing something. It's like, what the hell are they doing?
Sophomoric, yeah.
Playing G.I. Joe.
Yes. Yeah. Sophomoric.
I mean, it's like it never leaves the system. It's kind of scary. Yeah. It's just very scary.
I mean, on parts of that building, when I saw some of these cats climbing up the wall, right next to it was the stairs. They could have always taken that.
Yes, it's so true.
That requires too much intelligence.
Yeah, wouldn't have been dramatic enough. Yeah, it's incredible. That whole episode is just so disgusting. It's, you just weep looking at it. But in terms of everything else, let's check in just briefly into the chat room, because I do want to address some of the people in there. They're saying such wonderful things, and I do want to include them. But before I do that, yes, all of you go on. You're doing so well. Just want to spend a little more time getting my thoughts together, and trying to find some statistics on the COVID-19 that I might bring a little bit up about. And just, obviously haven't talked about that in a long time. Not that I like the subject, but anyhow.
That's inescapable, unfortunately, because people, at least here in New York, there are a few wise people who are sticking to their mask. I noticed a lot of elderly people of the Asian community. They seem to wear their mask, which I think is smart. And everyone else is just like, oh, it's 1994, let's party. And unfortunately, it's they. From what I heard, there are people who were vaccinated who are still getting the Delta strain. Granted, they're not dropping dead with it, but do you still want to have something that in the long term will could potentially cause neurological damage in at least a good 15% of people? I wouldn't chance it.
And go ahead.
It's important, JMO, that what's going on is even here in the city of Philadelphia, they re-enabled the mask mandate. It was just 2 days ago that they're saying about the Delta variant here and the aspect of many people still not getting vaccinated. So here they told people they re-enabled that mandate of wearing the mask in public places again, including indoors. And in terms of the Delta variant, I know of somebody in Pakistan. It was through my friends' relatives that they're close to the Indian border region since it's coming from India. And this individual had gotten the Delta variant and he died within 7 days. Like his eyes swelled up or something happened where he quickly died within a 7 days time frame. So that third wave that's coming here to America, it is going to come here as we see these mandates being put back in place and people are just not taking it seriously. So only time will tell as we head into the fall and winter of what's really going to happen and what's going to take place as time goes on.
Another way to see this, this also shows itself as a result of the efforts of the Kremlin's troll farm. When it comes to anti-vax propaganda.
Thank you.
And even with dead bodies as pure, straight up evidence, they're still defying it. Hell, even when they got the ventilator in their throats, they're still defying. They're still thinking it's a hoax.
Yes. Oh my God. It's go on.
And this goes back to that interview with ex-KGB defect Yuri Bezmenov when he talked about the program about building a farm of useful idiots.
Yes.
And all the propaganda. And he said that the way to start is to demoralize the population, and that's when you can make all that shit work. And it's already been proven in these last handful of years.
Thank you. And that was something that I remember that that guy was in Canada. He actually defected to Canada, not to the United States. And of course, Canada was heavily infiltrated. And what he was trying to warn about was the fact that Canada was that gray area, the real battlefield between the Russians and the Americans over the North Pole. What was in between them was Canada, not Europe. And so everybody thinks of World War III with Europe as the central battlefield. And it's actually the Canadians, and therefore they infested them with all kinds of moles. One of them, of course, was that idiot Pavel Edwards' father. And to give you an idea of how fucking stupid Pavel was, and of course he had to know this, and he was just obviously assigned to myself. But when he would just bring up the fact that his father, oh, my father's nothing important. He works with just the sewers. So his father was in civil monitoring of all of the sewers in Canada, just basically the pipelines that carried all the sewage. That is one of the most important things in the world that you can be assigned to do. And he admitted, of course, his father was of the rank where his father just stayed at home and did absolutely nothing. And he just got paid to do nothing because he was at that rank where nothing was expected of him. And then every once in a while, he would say, oh, yeah, I don't know why he does this. He was always talking about how he suspected his father had like Lyme's disease. And that he just would sit down and do nothing all day. And you might remember how we had for hours, Peter Moon trying to talk to him about how to breathe to improve that and all that shit. And then what happened was, and then he would tell me, oh yeah, my father will disappear for months at a time, and and then later on he'd come back, and we found out he was in Mexico. And I said, well, did you ever ask him what he's doing? Of course, he says nothing, and it's like, obviously this guy's a spy, because there's no reason for this fucker to go down. He's not having, like, sewage exchange community programs with something in Mexico. He's going down there to basically download whatever plans he's got of all of the sewer systems through the dead drop in Mexico back to Moscow. And, and this went on forever with this idiot. And so I knew automatically, because of the way his girlfriend, that Polish chick with the unpronounceable name, was terrorizing Judith Agert and all that shit. These are people who operate in espionage level, but you couldn't do anything about it with people like Justin White, who was terrorized with these people and broken down, and had that girl put him through the ringer. And he spoke about it once on my program, and then the next time I brought him on, then he just didn't want to talk about it. Very bizarre, pattern, and the whole behavior is just, I think Justin White was terrorized at that time into just shutting up, and at that point was regretting he spoke up about it. But that's his life.
I remember that crazy bitch kept trying to bait me for attention too in my private inbox. I just didn't respond to any of that. It's like, oh no, that's not a good idea. There's a hook there.
Thank you. Go on.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that was how I intuited it.
Yes. Well, you intuited correctly. By the way, Maria Grigorich says they don't have the Delta variant in Quebec, but they have their own, something called A25 or A25. It's not been classified as a variant of concern, but it possesses an unusually high number of mutations, 23 of them, including the L452R mutation that's associated with Delta. The mutation has been shown to promote viral replication, making it more infectious. So, yes, altogether, just a lot of crap going down. So, by all means, continue. It's just, this sort of thing is just so frustrating. You just don't know what to say. You're dealing with people who have no common sense when most of the time you bring this up, and they're just saying it's all scare tactics. I don't even understand. Maybe it was a bad translation, but it was like certainly one of the things I wanted to point out was, and I'll just remind me to bring this up with Penny the next time I'm on with her, if anybody remembers. But I should be on with her early next month. And when I was talking about it, was a moot point to try and ascertain whether this came from a lab in Wuhan, that it was something that was going to emerge anyway. I think she didn't understand what I was saying. She thought that I was saying that, oh, this is going to emerge out of Asia anyway. And no, I meant to say that no, because of the massacre of all of the pigs.
Because the fact that all flus... what
I was saying was that in terms of all flus being Asian flus, that's the basis of normal emergence of flus from Asia. But something that was this virulent, that was this destructive, it was inevitable it would emerge because of all of the animals they were placing together in the wet markets. Because of their lack of pigs, then they just began to capture all animals and just put them together in the wet market. So at that point, it became inevitable that this was going to emerge, is what I was saying. And I don't know if she got that, if she understood.
Yeah, because the starving would eat anything.
Yes.
I mean that goes without saying. I mean, if you're starving, there's a cat, there's a dog, there's a rat. You go get it. You know,
yes. Yeah.
it's just how it works.
Yes. And yeah, I don't think she understood that. But in terms of, she thought I was just saying, oh, it was just going to come out of Asia anyway. Like, of course, you know, give it enough years, perhaps something truly virulent just emerges naturally. But most of the time, it's unnatural. It comes from deforestation, for instance, and then
well, that's the thing. This was unnatural as well because again, the Russians had
impacted. Yeah, they impacted.
Had killed off. You know, they created something that swine flu that killed off all those pigs.
Yes.
So it was artificially stimulated by Russia, and so the real culprit for this virus, in all honesty, is Russia. And the fact that they're not nuked 10,000-20,000 times over is a shock to me, because I say that country should be scorched like the fucking craters of I mean that thing should be just scorched by now. It should be done.
Honestly, well, you know, nature's taking care of that for us. We've got all kinds of fires, catastrophic wildfires all over Russia that have been ongoing. It's you know, and there's a lot of scrutiny that is turning inside Russia itself, looking at their fire defense funding and what little there is of it. But yeah, obviously they should be asking what's fueling, you know, these unprecedented fires. But go on, yeah.
Now, Nancy Volker in the chat room says some of the patents originate to U.S. university systems for coronavirus. And that's true. I mean, we know that the reason why the coronavirus was being researched in China was because President Obama didn't want them continuing research here in the United States. But but we have to focus on that particular trigger that triggered everything. And I think the main trigger here was the fact that the Russians had decided to release that African swine flu.
Yes. Yeah.
That was the trigger that did everything.
Yes. Thank you. And so we definitely have to take that into account.
She says Bill Gates. Bill Gates. Bill Gates couldn't even park his car. I mean, the guy's like an autistic kid.
Yes.
In more ways than one. He's not someone who I can imagine being Dr. Nefarious.
Yes.
It just doesn't.
It's giving him way too much credit. It's just
it's giving him way too much credit. He was just stating something that we all knew was going to happen, because he wasn't the only one who stated that we would be dealing with zoological viral problems. I mean, scientists all over have predicted this stuff from global warming all the way back in 2000, when I was still a kid watching this shit on TV. Yes. And then wondering, well, why isn't anyone doing anything about this?
Yeah, thank you. And you know, Bill Gates, when he said, you know, the funny thing is, Bill Gates was simply regurgitating the obvious. It was obvious that someday this was going to happen.
And that's all he does. And this is the problem, is that a lot of people think that because someone who's a billionaire or so regurgitates something that would be obvious to, you know, anyone who has some degree of insight of the world, our trajectory, and what's going on, you know, that all of a sudden they're the mastermind behind the plan. It doesn't work that way. It's not that simple.
Thank you. I mean, oh my God, why would he expose himself like that? Yes, if he were...
I mean, the world's far more sophisticated. I mean, the guy is so dumb that he exposed himself with his friendship with, what do you call it? Epstein.
Yes.
And he said, it's a very interesting lifestyle he lives. I'm not sure it would work for me, but it's very interesting. I mean, come on, what the hell does that mean?
Same as Trump.
Yes.
Do you think a guy who would say something that self-incriminating and that dumb could possibly pull off masterminding a global epidemic?
When you're that rich, you don't think anything can happen to you.
It's true. Yes, it's true. And then you start just forgetting all common sense. Honestly. Let me refresh myself when I come back. It'll be around midnight, and then I'll start monologuing. I want, of course, Salman Sheikh to have a chance to say goodnight to us, and he was so kind to stay with us till midnight his time. So, Salman, if you would be so kind, I know you have to get up in the morning and do your bit. I know that Daniel gets up early too, but of course he's an hour behind you, and
I'm actually going to wind up getting up early as well because I have to. I have an endoscopy.
Oh my God! Yes, tell us a bit about that. What time are you leaving? What time are you leaving?
I have to call them at 8 in the morning, find out when the appointment is, but I think it's around 9:30, so I should probably be leaving around 8:30.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
8:30 my time, so you're usually done by then.
Yes, I am. Yeah. So will you be able to stay awake throughout the day after this?
What I'm planning on doing is trying to stay up as long as I can through this transmission. I mean, I might doze here and there, but hopefully, if I stay up as long as possible and I'm super tired, then when I go under, I'm just looking forward to going under, man. It's been so long. I mean, that experience. There's something about it where all of a sudden you're looking at the screens and everything starts to blur very, very slowly, and it turns gray, then it turns white, then it looks like you're watching a TV field of static. It's just, that's the place, man. That's the place.
I think it's bizarre that you even have those experiences. I mean, it's not something.
If I could meditate and go there without substances, I swear I would. But I can't. I need the procedure to do that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not. How would I say it? Downing that. It's just. I'm just surprised that it has that kind of effect on you. That's all.
Yeah, it's literally like returning into like the transclepothic abyss,
Okay.
where one is like literally formless, shapeless, and it's just like.
Right.
It's like not existing, but existing simultaneously.
Yes. Got it. So let's have Salman say his goodnights before you go on with that. Before you get too deep into that, too enthusiastic.
Thank you, Brother Douglas. So I would like to say goodnight to yourself, Daniel, JMO, my love, prayers, greetings, and overall gratitude to all brothers and sisters of Team Dietrich. It's always Alhamdulillah, Allah be praised. And it's beautiful, Brother Daniel, to be here. Give my love and prayers to all of you. And I encourage everybody to check out Brother Douglas Dietrich's book on skybooksusa.com. Go on Amazon. Please leave him a review and report the gang stalkers 1-star reviews. And spread his information wherever you can in terms of the message that he's giving for humanity. So with that said, I bid you all farewell with the greeting of Assalamu alaikum. I love you all very much. Good night, and I look forward to catching up on the monologue tomorrow.
Thank you. Bless you. God
Good night, Salman.
Yeah.
Good night.
And I'll count on you two gentlemen to hold the stage for a little while. It's midnight now on the East Coast, where Jameson Reese is, and of course it's 11 p.m.
So I'm stuck not being able to eat or drink anymore.
Oh,
so yeah. So I'm going to have to speak sparingly.
Mm-hmm. I do appreciate, of course, the fact that you're here at all, and as you say, I'll be done by the time you take off. But definitely, if the both of you could hold the stage for a little while, I'm going to refresh myself. Come back
I could start us off with this. California's largest fire burns homes as blazes scorch west.
Well, you don't need to read any stories. You're here with Daniel Arola. Daniel and you can talk. Why don't the two of you talk?
Okay.
Rather than reading a news story. Oh my God, please. That's the last thing you really want to do. That's just the last resort. It's like, when you're tired at night and I just need to burn bandwidth. That's when somebody does something like that, okay?
Well, I mean, oddly, this is going to sound weird, but I oddly kind of enjoy the disaster porn.
I understand that, but nobody enjoys you reading it. That's the point. I mean, they
I see. I
tolerate
see.
it because it's burning bandwidth and it's keeping noise in the background. But you get what I'm saying. Rather, people can talk about it. Daniel, you can talk about some of the worst things that you've seen, and then Jameson can respond with some of the worst things he's seen. Relate your experiences about this kind of weather and what you've seen it do to people. That's what the two of you can do. By the way,
All I
Maria
know is
Gregorich thanks me for saving everyone from the reading. Okay, thank you. You're right. I mean, bless you, of course. Yes. And
man, all I know is I sure as hell don't want to live where houses burn.
yes.
It's like I don't care how hot it gets here in Texas. It's humid, and that keeps shit from burning.
Yes, yes, and that's a good point. It's an excellent point, and you're going to need it to go through that. Don't you know? I want you to kind of like when we're on Wednesday, you'll be in the thick of it. I want you to kind of act as a correspondent. Will you be able to do that? Tell us what exactly you can tell us about all the people around you dropping like flies, and keep us up to date on that. And I think that's important. So. Definitely. Let me go refresh myself. I'll be back in about 10 minutes at the longest. And, these two gentlemen will keep everyone entertained with their stories of, how they make it hot. And, you can take that any way you wish and talk all about your time in the Chippendales and get started with some of these stories you neglected to tell last time, perhaps. And, there we are.
Shit.
Oh, I keep it hot. Well, I mean, I just don't know how to say hello. Well, then again, that's the last thing on my mind right now. Geesh. But yeah, what have you seen people doing out here in the scorching temperatures?
I've been avoiding them as much as I can, except for when I go to the store to pick up weed. But so far, I guess within sight, people are being pretty responsible. And if they're not wearing a mask, that's because they're isolated. But they actually do have a mask. Like sometimes they'll have the strap of their mask strapped to their arm, like around their bicep or whatever. And then if they get close to people, then they put it on. They're actually being. I mean, just from my own personal witness in my part of Houston, but of course, there's also mean sides of the city too, where they can be pretty disregarding. I mean, it's not unheard of, but it happens. But for the most part, people are pretty. They're pretty courteous. Aside from what we read on Facebook and shit.
Yeah. Unfortunately, here in the Northeast, everyone has just thrown all caution to the wind, and that could just be because I'm in one of the very most densely populated cities in the world. So being in New York, we're going to see more people there's more people per square inch, out there. The only thing that makes me really sad about the summer is that I have to see everyone's ugly faces again. But that said, I keep myself masked up because, I don't know. Until they start giving booster shots that can, defend against the Delta variant. And then there's the Canadian variant, which might be even worse than Delta. So, I mean, we don't know what direction this thing is headed, but we know it's not going to end.
Oh yeah. I mean, I'm sure. Some of these there might be a rise in maybe 10% that could be reaching of COVID in ours that might eventually cave in and want to get a shot. I mean, I'm sure that might happen eventually.
Yeah. What I'm hoping for is that they do come out with a booster anyway. I'm fairly certain that a lot of the people who are just, who are plugged into the propaganda, they're a lost cause. And I think.
No, go ahead. Continue.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think it's for the best that we let nature take its course with them.
Yeah. No, I was going to say, hell, all the anchors on Fox, they're vaccinated, and they still talk shit about vaccines.
Yeah, that's so funny, and that was something I saw brought up when I was passing the TV. My parents were watching the news, and I'm like, not only are they vaccinated, all the people who are on the I'm guessing most of the politicians in the Republican Party, well,
there's a few so far.
There's a few who are unvaccinated or are vaccinated.
No, that are publicly admitting that they're vaccinated.
Yeah, well, I'm guessing that a lot of them behind closed doors. I'm guessing all of them are vaccinated. They're not stupid.
Yeah.
And the thing is very interesting because, you know, even if Trump tells them to get the vaccine, the anti-vaxxers are going to be like, that's not real. That's not real. They use someone's voice technology.
Well, especially with them, especially while they're talking shit about Dr. Anthony Fauci, and then you have to remind them who hired him.
Oh, good point. Good point. Yeah, you know, I mean, they talk all that, and they forget Trump was the commander in chief.
Or here's also one of my other favorites. When they'll always say, "Well, it's like the KKK were Democrats," and they go, "So what party are they now?"
Yeah, that's a good question. That's a good one too. You know, I mean, I really love how they say it's not about race. It's not about race when just about everything that the right is actually doing is about race, and it's about maintaining white male supremacy specifically. Notice I didn't even say women in there. You know, that's what sucks about it. They'll even throw their own women under the bus.
Yeah, no kidding. Hell, they'll even throw their own transgenders under the bus.
Yeah, that goes to show you that a lot of them are closet.
Yep. Well, actually, in fact, yeah, a whole lot of them at pretty much at any gay bar that you go to, if you see a rich white guy, he's more than likely to be conservative.
There you have it.
Oh yeah.
There you have it. Yeah, those guys have they have a voracious appetite for being hypocrites.
Yep, and they do have some of the most eccentric party tastes.
Oh yeah, well, if you have someone show up to a party and demand that strippers poop on them or something, yeah, they're into weird stuff like that.
Yeah, especially if they're young looking and skinny. You know, they it's like, oh boy, they're hustling.
Yeah, I love the meme that you have with the what do you call it? How to create a domestic terrorist.
Oh yeah.
One part cherry pick Constitution, one part cherry pick Bible, one part gullible idiot. Add guns and stir.
Texans I know personally to a T.
Oh my gosh! And you even got someone who looks the part. Like they all love that look for some reason.
Oh yeah, they do.
Traitor tots.
Yeah, especially the military look.
Oh yeah, well the military ones they were gone from the beginning. You know, they went in just because they wanted to be able to just kill people for free and get paid for it.
You're giving them too much credit with that. They went in because they wanted a welfare check and 3 hots and a cot, and they wanted to be commended for it rather than get all that in jail. So then that's why they went in. It's because they're unemployable in any conventional sense. Oh my God, we should remind me that whenever Brendan's on next time, that we bring that up because his friend went in there, and then exactly.
Yeah, he went in the Navy, right?
That's right. Yes, his friend went into the Navy, and and that's pretty much it. While Daniel is with us, let's go into the chat room before I start monologuing, and this will also give me an opportunity to check how much time we have left. Oh, good news is we actually have some time, and I may be able to cover a number of subjects. And there were quite a bit of people in the chat room, and they've been active throughout the night, and this is very good, as well as a number of concurrent viewers is high. Conspiracy Kitty, if she's still with us, that of course is Shauna Bando. Shout out to her. Sorry I wasn't there to acknowledge her when she first came in. She's very apologetic about missing shows in the past, but she, believe me, it's fine. She's wonderful. And yes. And by the way, Shauna Bando is our resident reactionary. She's a very conservative type. I don't know if that's the giggle from Daniel Arola, but
Oh no.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think she's cool. I never have anything to say to her, as far as that spectrum goes.
Good. Yeah, I mean that's wonderful, and and of course, what else? Let's take a look at some of these other wonderful people, and we have here, of course, aside from Conspiracy Kitty, who says she made it in time or this time, and then she was saying, "Oh no, I'm white," because we were talking about the white bias earlier. As a matter of fact, we started off the show by saying that Brendan Zogit has his own problems despite looking very white. And he was talking about how as soon as they found out he was Arabic, Arab descent, then everything flushes down the tubes with that. So I'm just curious, Daniel, has there been any case where you were, you don't exactly look particularly ethnic, but you look fairly ethnic. I don't think you've ever been mistaken for white, or has that been the case?
No, actually, the funny moments when I get asked that would be by other Asians.
Yes.
Or if they ask me if I was Chinese or Vietnamese.
Yes.
If I say Filipino, they just look away, like they never even asked me the question.
That is, there you go, and it's other Filipinos generally who ask you this, right?
Well, when another Filipino would ask me, I would tell them I'm Native American, and what I actually do when I do that, I say that on purpose because I want to set up so I can, just in case I hear them speak in my native language, so I can call them on it.
Yeah, there you are. That's funny, and because I had Filipinos in that past have asked me if I was Filipino. And of course, it's like one of those things where you don't know what to say. You don't want to say otherwise. And sometimes I said yes, and other times I said no. And usually, as soon as I said no, they just turn around and walk away.
Well, actually, there is this one dark-skinned Vietnamese girl that I know, and when she goes to get her nails done, and she tells the girl that she's Filipino so that she can listen to them talk shit about her.
Oh my God! Oh, that's funny. That's there you have it. Well, Conspiracy Kitty said, and she brings up this white privilege thing. She addresses it. Wonder where the privilege is, though. I've been homeless 3 times. I'm blind in my left eye. Can't get a boob job paid for by the government like sex change people do. Laugh out loud. And she's saying this with humor at the same time. Understand, of course, the largest...
Well, the privilege is the fact that you weren't thrown in jail because of white police officers thinking and giving you trumped up drug charges.
Understood. And yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Or I mean, we don't want to get bitter about this. It's one of those things that the largest amount of impoverished people in the United States, at least until recently, the demographics has been there's been more poor whites than anybody else simply because they're the majority.
Yeah, because there's more whites in the
Thank you.
country.
Thank
So of
you.
course there's going to be more whites than
Yes.
anybody.
Yes.
And so now when you say there's white privilege, they get angry and they're like, "There's no privilege. Look at me. I'm living like shit." Okay.
But the majority of these.
So what I like to do is I like to flip it on them. So I'm like, so you're saying you would want white privilege?
There you have that, and
Gets them all the time.
Yeah, I mean, there's that, and there's the fact that most of them, they're still living much better than other ethnic groups who are underprivileged. White underprivileged people do tend to live in trailer parks, which is nothing good, but they tend to live with other white people in trailer parks or other areas where they're still enclaved, they're still ethnically enclaved, and they're the source of the most of the crime in their neighborhood is other whites. So it's one of those things that you could go on about this for hours, and it doesn't matter.
They're like they're a metaphor to the crab bucket mentality.
Yes, and that is if you'll explain to people about the crabs, if you would.
Okay, crab bucket mentality. Okay, the example is a bucket full of crabs, and naturally a crab would want to climb up and get out of the bucket. Now, while one crab is about to succeed, the other crabs underneath would just pull it back down with them. And what they do is they just try to climb over each other just to be the first one out there, or to be the one that succeeds that doesn't get pulled out. But usually they don't succeed. They just end up, just perpetually pulling each other down.
Yeah, so sad.
That's crab bucket mentality.
Yes, so they all die in the end. Yes. And by the way, our friend the Maggot Man, John Warrington, was in the chat room, and he pointed out that he has uploaded both of my interviews by Salman Sheikh onto his Maggot channel. And so it's actually at his other Maggot channel, which is odyssey.com, and that's spelled ODYSE.com. And it's a fairly difficult channel to use. I know for a fact that half the people who try to access that channel, they cannot access it at all. But it is at least a channel that is free for him to use. And the more, if you are able to access it, the more you access it, the more it benefits him, because they give him a kind of cryptocurrency to fund further use of the channel. So that's odyssey.com, ODYSE.com / @maggot with 2 G's :E, as in odyssey.com @maggot colony, as :E, get it? So anyhow, so do try, give it a try, and that will help all of us out, and see if you can spread the word about that. And going back into live stream, he said when we were talking about how the Japanese were popular, he said Chinese, the CCP, the Communist Chinese Party, hates the Japanese apparently. And he said, why did they call the new Olympics in 2021 the 2020 Olympics? Did they freeze all the contestants before the pandemic and defrosted them in 2021 in time for the Olympics? It's very funny, actually. And in terms of that, it was because it was postponed. That's why, because it was a postponed Olympics, and then they finally went through with it. And yeah, the Communist Chinese Party is obviously trying to generate Japanophobia to take everybody's mind off how fucked Communist China is. Then he says, shades of Ulysses, Chinese propaganda promotes that in World War II the Japanese were defeated, but no mention of who or by or how. Yes, that's right, yes. And then he was pointing out by location, because you were talking about being in 2 places at once with drugs, or somebody was, and then you were grooving off that, because yeah. Then the Maggot says, with bilocation, you become aware of a second body that is you. He obviously has been doing a lot of consciousness expansion himself. And he says, there's no such thing as out-of-body experience if AF, as far as I know. He gives the AFAIK, as far as I know. But bilocation happens. And then that's when Shauna Bando said, all that dinging makes me keep looking at my messages and I'm not popular, so it's not me, laugh out loud. Talking about all the dinging that goes on with the messaging while we're on air. And then, of course, this was our man. That's what it came up with, Pac-1. The Pac-1 was talking about salvia. So Maggot says, with salvia divinorum, I felt my skin layers as independent of my body. Oh, holy shit. Remind me to avoid that shit. He says, I don't usually do drugs. Really, I don't do drugs at all. Just happen to know, what happens with them, right? He just happens to know the effects by osmosis.
I tried that shit once, won't do it again.
There we are. Yeah, you tried salvia once. Tell us what happened to you.
It was, how can I say, it worked for whatever effect that it was purposed for. I did experience some kind of strange hallucination where my vision started to see patterns, pay attention to patterns in anything I saw, and I knew that I could see all this shit when I'm on acid or shrooms. I could tell the difference on which is which, but this to me was like the effect of like a plastic toy that you can get out of a candy machine for 25 cents.
Okay.
It was that kind of thing, and it was, how can I say, there wasn't much window of control during the peak of the effect.
So
I wasn't digging that.
Oh, there's no control with salvia. Salvia is something you have to surrender to.
Yeah.
Salvia is about releasing control and just letting it do whatever she wants to you. Mm-hmm. She will mold you, reshape you into whatever the hell she wants you to be at that moment, and you just gotta go with it.
Yep. Yeah, and whatever it was offering to me, I just knew that it was just going to be bad news. It's kind of like being able to sniff out a psycho girlfriend, just in case just in case she's not really worth it, Right.
No, I got it. So also the way you described it, it was cheap. It was somehow a cheap experience in the sense.
Yeah. Yeah. It was kind of like how can I say, like prison wine or something.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, a good enough analogy. And so as the Maggot Man says, I don't usually do drugs. Really, I don't do drugs at all. That was years ago, and I didn't do them much then. By the way, there's no stigma attached. You don't need to even qualify that. Yeah, none of us cared if you did drugs all day every day. In
fact, it's probably better if you did do it all day every day. Yes. Because it takes the edge off of look at the heaviness of the subjects we deal with.
Yes.
Seriously, that's the world we live in. That's our reality.
Thank you. And also with the Maggot Man, he of course he's on he's kind of on a natural high. I'll say that. And then Chat got disconnected for a little bit, and and then Jameson was talking about salvia is a beast that you need to devote 1 day a month to and surrender to. I miss her. Well, by the way, just out of curiosity here, not that I'm encouraging this, but salvia is comparatively cheap. Is it because it went illegal? Now it's pretty much inaccessible? Is that what you're saying?
No. It's cheap because not a lot of people are seeking the high. So it's like, actually it's not quite cheap at all. It's like $20 a gram. It depends on how heavy the extract is. If the extract is like really high quality extract, then you'll probably have to pay like $80 for a little thing. The thing is, you're not putting a lot on your bowl when you smoke it. You're not taking a whole handful. You're taking just a tiny pinch.
By the way,
that's usually.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go on. I just want people to know I'm going to grab a candy bar here. Go on with what you're saying. I just realized I need to get some calories in myself. Please continue.
That tiny pinch, you really want to have like a glass bowl lighter with like a and you want to also use a torch lighter because it burns best when it's really super hot.
Yeah, when you
And
vaporize it.
yeah, and you have to hold it in for 30 seconds, and after that, something you start to feel a sort of seismic rumbling. Then all of a sudden you start to feel like you can't really stand up straight, and you just need to lie down. And then when you close your eyes, you feel like every cell in your body is on fire, and all of a sudden it's like you're in some volcano world or something. And then next thing you know, you might find yourself in this other dimension, like literally, as if your entire body has turned into this train of fractals that seem to be surfing into this landscape that's just so, oh my gosh, it's so geometrically complex, and the colors are just out of this world. I mean, and then this thought sort of passes your mind, like, dude, was I here forever? But then then you have like headphones on, and you turn on some music. That's when things get really interesting, because the music just sort of it sort of like pushes the entire experience. The music shapes like the visual experience. It's almost like you have a sort of synesthesia. But there's even more, and there's layers to it. That's the thing about it. There's layers to it. You could choose how deep you want to go. If you hold it for like 10 seconds, maybe you'll get something mild. You hold it for 20 seconds, it might knock you on your ass. You hold it for like a whole minute, and you decide, oh, I'm just gonna put the entire thing in there like a goofball.
Yeah. When I first hit it, I took one long, like one of those long, full belly, full lung yoga breaths, and then I just held it in for like about 23 seconds. And then I made my exhalation very deliberate, just very little at a time, just let it flow out. That's when it really hit me. It's like, damn, I shouldn't have done that shit.
Oh yeah. I almost forgot. There's always going in this sort of sense of impending doom. I don't know what that's about, but if you could sort of get past the sense of impending doom, I can tell you that it's one of the most incredible experiences. It's probably better than even sex with the most beautiful woman you can imagine. In fact, I would say that is the equivalent of sex with a goddess. Oh God, I miss it so much. I feel like I'm just never going to be I'm never going to be a whole man ever again. Because New York has it as illegal.
Yeah. Well, I like my share of being on we'll say on some acid or some shrooms, when I'm in bed with a woman. Then that's an ultra sensational experience.
Interesting. That sounds interesting, because that's the thing about salvia, is that because it has a sort of dissociative effect as well. It's like you won't necessarily feel your body in a way that would be pleasant. If you can sort of imagine like being a steamroller and being I don't know, a ball of putty, and having a steamroller roll over you and cut you into like a billion different pieces and light each piece on fire. It's quite interesting, but it's worth doing. It's
you just described my first marriage.
Well, see, there you go. So there is something to the goddess of salvia, I have to say. And of course, I know she's probably out there waiting for my last trip, which I will probably take sometime before I die, as a very, very old man at 1,000 years old. If I get to live that long, I tend to think we'll have that capacity. The question would be, will we want to live that long?
Yeah.
And
well, sometimes I find myself asking, it's like, okay, is my work done yet? Or am I supposed to be ready to die?
I ask that a lot. I seem to be asking, like, can we just hurry this up already? We all know that it's going to be this horrendous thing. It's oftentimes feels like dragging out the seconds, and with how how slower time gets each year, it almost feels like this is like a deliberate torture on behalf of something very, very sadistic.
Well, I tend to like to twist the conservative cynicism, since it was an atmosphere that I grew up around for pretty much my whole life, and been voting Republican until Trump. I didn't vote for him, but but that's when everything changed. Then that's when I had to reevaluate myself. I wanted to make sure that I didn't find myself going back there to that way of thinking, that kind of lifestyle, and I really had to purge myself from that lifestyle in many ways, just so I don't pick up on the habit and act unconsciously out of it, because I was associated with a lot of these cats.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I learned from their examples, so I don't have to be them.
Yeah.
Okay. Go on. But by the
Oh,
way, I think these insights are important, and they share with everyone kind of like the importance of the various restraints, as well as the lessons learned from such experimentation. So, yes, I'm sorry, you were going to say something. Continue.
yeah. I was gonna say it was until Trump took office that I didn't even take voting seriously. I didn't care who got in. I was like, it doesn't matter who gets in. We're all screwed anyway. It was until that happened, and this that was a real wake up. That was a shock.
Yeah. Yes. Well, there you have that. Yes, for all of us, and
Well,
go on.
yeah, the way that women were being mistreated, that was the thing that was not cool with me at all. Like, oh no, fuck that.
Yes. Yeah, that's so
Well,
important. Go on.
Yeah.
well, that goes to show the values that their party has. They're willing to go behind someone. They're willing to get behind someone who is sexually abusive to the opposite gender, and 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 of all things, you have a woman, January 6th, who dies for his cause. What
Yes.
the hell kind of logic is that?
Self-loathing females. It's crazed, and so
They they lionized her.
yes, yeah, they did. They did. Of course, I said immediately after her death she was going to be made a martyr of, and so this is the kind of woman whose father beat the shit out of her when she was a kid. So that was what she identified with how a man should act, and so it's very sad and pathetic. And nevertheless, she definitely got what she deserved. It's not something that anyone should forgive her about, and hopefully she didn't get any military benefits going to her relations. Obviously, they shouldn't be getting her benefits in terms of if she died as a traitor to her country and a violator of her oath to defend this country from enemies, foreign and domestic. She became a domestic enemy. This is the kind of madness that we're dealing with. So there's it's horrible, and honestly, the more that I think about it, the more overwhelming all of this becomes. Honestly, any one of these subjects, whether I'm talking about the wildfires or the COVID, might be just too much for tonight, and I might just skip it all and go into the history, which is very relevant, of course, that I was going to go into, and that is where I talk a bit about something that people would find relevant, which is the fact that there are ways to kind of analyze this in a certain a social framework or a framework where you can take advantage of it if you are an opportunist say you're an investor or something, there's ways to take advantage of just some of these unexpected events. So that might add some context for if I go back into the wildfires and COVID on Wednesday. But in the meantime, with what both of you are saying, here we are. Maria Grigorich says, "Tragic truth: how women could follow Trump makes no sense, but it's the only reality they know." Yes, it's they grow up with being abused, and they're used to that, and they take that as literally a. So she says, "No, don't get overwhelmed." Oh, I'm not overwhelmed per se. I mean, if I were truly overwhelmed per se, I would just give up and retire for the night, right?
that kind of explains why a lot of the titty dances I knew around the city all were also Trump supporters.
Oh my God, that's awful. I'm so that's so sad. That's so fucking sad. Honestly, it's you know, so but then again, look where they're at. They're in Texas, and if they were to do otherwise, look at what happened to the Dixie Chicks. Do you remember what happened to the Dixie Chicks?
Yep.
Yes. Tell us a bit about that. Relate that to people.
I forgot exactly what they said, but they were talking shit about George Bush Jr. and next thing you know, it was kind of like some big hand just flipped a switch on the wall and say, "Dixie Chicks, who?" You know, it was kind of like they just were wiped out of they were wiped out of existence in the scope of approval of Texans or whatever. You know, I mean, it's quicker than everybody hating Nickelback.
Yeah, it was awful. And what had happened was that they were overseas. They were overseas in England, and they brought up the fact that George W. Bush was embarrassing to the United States. That he was embarrassing. He could barely talk. He didn't know how to pronounce nuclear, etc. And they didn't even go that deep. They just said that they were embarrassed by him, and because the British people, of course, didn't like him. And so they themselves just said, well, he's an embarrassment to us too. And automatically Sean Hannity and the spin machine went in for the reactionary radicals, and they made them persona non grata. But before that, they did everything they could to harass them and defame them and slander them. Just disgusting. It was, this is something that would happen like in communist China, that then they claim that because they cut off Twitter for a little bit, like what happened to Marjorie Taylor Greene, she says that's a communist style attack. So, just because Twitter told her to take a break, and this is like the insanity that we're dealing with. So it's again, it's one of these things where there's no apparent solution. There's it's going to be civil war. We all know that eventually.
Yeah, and then now they fear it happening to them and calling it cancel culture.
Yes, that's right, and horrible. Michaela Nastasia was there as Hellbilly Holler, and she said hello, and Vicki Johnson was there. So shout out to both these wonderful ladies who were in there. And now chat disconnected for a little bit, and then let me just see what this individual said. I had an idiot who I actually, I thought about leaving the comment up there. He left a comment under the transmission before last, the one where my mother's image is in the thumbnail of the live stream. And he says, it's just, had a phony name, had an empty channel, and it might be the usual gang stalker. But he basically said, why are all of these Japanese people in the thumbnails? And it had to be because, if somebody were sincere about a stupid question, and people sincerely ask stupid questions all the time, it would have had a full channel, but it was just a channel created just for that. So this is the kind of insanity that you're dealing with.
But Japanese people are in the thumbnails because they don't want to talk to you.
Yeah. And, so somebody here said something just, I can see why Maria just cut this guy out. He's just Laughing my ass off, words can't describe. Laugh out loud. I guess he says wah 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 and wah and wah, you get your average idiot up here in front of a microphone. They couldn't say anything other than that. Wah wah wah. And,
oh yeah, I see it. Yeah. He's like, it's just.
Yeah.
We don't know what it's in. We don't know what it's in response to.
It seemed fairly early, so it was like something where who knows? It could have been anyone. I certainly couldn't have been talking too much at that time, but then Douglas Marks said hello, everyone, and hello to Douglas Marks. I keep again forgetting. I think he's in Florida now. Douglas Marks, I think, is in Florida, and that some other people we know are. Marcus Griggs is in Australia, and. Sarah Thomas says hello. Hey, honey. And so there he is. Douglas Marks says, checking in from Miami, Florida, USA. Yes, that's right. And oh my God, he's surrounded by horror, isn't he? And
oh, yeah.
Yeah. And he says, Douglas Marks says, I love the occult, and this platform is one of the best. That's nice. Good. And there we have that. And so Maria Grigorich, of course, was also speaking with Nancy Volker, who said it's going to be a 12-hour marathon. Yes, she says, how are you doing tonight, D? Times 3. Not my relative, laugh out loud. I'm just saying it now, responding to something we said on air. And then Vicky Johnson says, hello, DDD and company, Heart and Son. And there we are. Okay, so I think that... yes, she said her grandparents lived from the age of horse carts to cars and moon rides. Yes, that's right. I mean, we've went so far, so revolutionary. And then here we are. She was talking about, I guess they dominated the chat for a while after that. Wonderful. And then Michaela said, oh, I could listen to Jameson read the phone book. Oh, there we are. That was when I told you not to read the story out loud. And she says, yes, she could listen to Jameson read the phone book. That's cute. And, well, anything's an improvement to Derek Talley with his monotone. And just totally robotic. Yeah. That was just awful, and just some.
I'm going to be honest, but Derek Talley used to put me to sleep.
Oh, it was awful. It was just awful.
I'll just be like.
And he said he had his own channel too. That's what's so bizarre about it. That he had once had his own show.
Maybe Jameson ought to start reading some kind of erotic content in his articles. To maintain the female listeners.
Oh, that might be an interesting idea.
Just remember that what's erotic to men is not necessarily erotic to women. So you would have to go towards.
Yeah, it would have to be something
without the satanic ritual.
Yes, there we go.
It would have to be something more stimulating to the emotions than to the physical. And then he just put his thing inside.
That's
yes,
right.
I do have understanding into that component.
Hallmark card pornography, okay?
JMO understands a lot more about the female psyche than he pretends he does.
There we are.
And I think it's the fact that he does understand that much that keeps him single.
Yes. Oh, and so Sarah Thomas also says, JMO,
That's a compliment,
oh, sorry.
by the way.
What?
That was meant as a compliment.
Yeah, okay, there we are. And Sarah Thomas says, JMO, I've tried to quit smoking several times. The rage is real. Yes, there we are. And Maria G says, I actually develop a temper when I try to quit. So then Douglas Marks says, Fauci is a Jesuit priest. They know prayers and technology to turn you into a murderer. I have experienced this firsthand. It's interesting because what's his name? Who was that guy? The guy who was friends with Max Spears, who I've blotted out of my mind, Mr. Revenge Porn Bull, James Casbolt. James Casbolt. Yes, he
Michael
says. Yes, thank you. He says he was also known as Michael Prince. Yes, he says he was indoctrinated by the Jesuits. So there you have that. And the Michaela Anastasia says, my ex-boyfriend did salvia. It was like 10-minute psychotic break. It was like a 10-minute psychotic break. He would describe things as they were happening. Thank God it was short acting. I used to grow salvia. It's a gorgeous plant. I had no idea it was a hallucinogen. I need to go back to gardening. And then Sarah Thomas said about the porn. Oh my God, not Hallmark. I fucking hate those movies. There we are. Okay, honey. So that we can abide by that. All right. So I've just realized we still have some time left. Now I know and I regret this. We'll have to let Daniel go sometime soon. But if you could stay with us for about, it's 4:45 hours, meaning that we've got 15 minutes to the top of next hour. Can you stay with us till then, Daniel?
Yeah, I can hang for that long.
Wonderful. And so what I'm going to do is, Sarah Thomas says, I'm glad I'm not alone, Maria. So many people love that shit. I don't get it. Maria G was saying Hallmark and Harlequin. I haven't seen Harlequins around. The Harlequin romance novels. I'm sure both of you gentlemen, well, Jameson's too young.
My mom.
Your mom read them? Oh, bless her.
As much as my dad liked the Mac Bolan books, my mom has her share of shelves of all those novels.
Oh, I love those, only in the sense that they're my sister used to adore them, and she would collect them as well. And they're like emotional porn for women. They're emotional pornography of the emotions. And
well, I used to work with some guys that modeled for those covers too on those novels.
That's amazing. Because weren't they mostly for the illustrators? Because they were all illustrated. Yeah. And so Veronica Pereira says hola Didi, and so yes, welcome, and buenos noches a todas, Senora Veronica. Mwah, love you dearly. And Maria said, I read real books. Yes, I appreciate that, Maria. But of course, we shouldn't be too hard on Harlequin romance novels. I mean, they fill an important vacuum. And so I'm just, hopefully your mother.
I used to write love letters from our friends.
Yeah.
In exchange for favors.
There we are. Yeah. And so, okay, we kind of gone through the chat room. I will be back at the absolute latest at the top of the hour. I'll be back soon enough. I do realize I need to get some more calories in me. I did not eat before starting tonight. And honestly, I'll be back soon, much shorter than before the top of the hour probably. But in the meantime, I'm going to leave Daniel and Jameson back again to share their, various ideas on and experiences on drugs and romance, and whatever else they feel they should, that it's, you can do away with any rules here, just talk about whatever you want. It's all yours, both of you. Thank you.
I think drugs are romance.
There we are.
In a real sense.
Daniel, you respond to that and we'll take it from there. Yes.
Yeah, that's definitely when you're in the atmosphere where you have a partner that you can trust. And so that way you two are watching each other because, you guys are on some shit, so, of course, you remember the purpose. You're going to be there to enjoy each other while you're on it.
Oh, that's what you meant. Oh, okay. No, because I was thinking like romance in terms of that the drug of choice usually is like a romantic partner, because you're ingesting it, so that's intimacy right there. And so whenever you're like, whereas you were alone, like before you took anything, like once you have this in your system, it's like you're not alone anymore. So you're having a shared experience with like another being that's sort of developing and expressing itself through you. So it's like
you're experiencing that within each other.
Yeah. And the thing is like, and it's interesting because you don't necessarily need another human being. It's like it's just you and the substance, and it does its thing, I could see why now, someone can just, get addicted to something and just decide not to get into relationships and to just ignore meaningful relationships because, whether it's drug or alcohol or whatever, it's like once you have a chemical that fills that niche, that fills that role, well, what do you need people for?
Well, usually when it goes very extreme, usually they end up turning to meth in that case.
Oh well, meth is like you're on your way out kind of drug. That's
Yeah.
just like oh man. Um oh I don't know if you're familiar with that like band Korn, that metal
Yes.
band.
Yes.
Yeah. The lead singer, like he his wife died because like I think they were both getting stoned on meth, and I think she OD'd and she wound up dying. I mean, it's horribly tragic that that happened, but I have to
Yep.
say though, it did lead to one of the best albums that I've ever heard them produce.
Well, I used to dance to their music, so yeah.
Yeah, the music was a crap back in the day. I mean, I don't, it's like now there's like all these new people coming out who are just like so cookie cutter. It's just, I kind of understand how like older people are like, yeah, I listen to these old folks, and I used to be like, well, why do you listen to them? They're just, but now I kind of get it.
Actually, speaking of corn, I'm just now recalling in my memory that when I used to go to the city bars, just about every girl that danced to corn was definitely some freaky stuff. Oh, and they were right.
Nice. Oh man, I actually miss going to those. I actually miss going to those bars and just looking at strippers. I mean, I wouldn't even have to really talk to them, but I would just like, just enjoy the eye candy. Of course, they would usually come to me. I wouldn't have to go to them, but
Yeah.
they'd be like, "What are you doing here?" I mean, I'd be like, I'm just an antisocial guy who doesn't have any idea how to use what he has.
Shit. Wait till they start offering bumps of coke to you. Talk about some rapport.
Holy crap! Wow, yeah, when it reaches that point, well, I don't think coke would be. I don't think I would do good on coke. Oh man, I have to get rid of caffeine. I mean, coke. Wow.
Yeah, no shit. You better have been chewed a tab of Viagra a half hour before then.
Holy crap! I mean, if oh man, I heard a story about coke, and the person who told me the story said that they had a seizure after getting coke. Literally.
Well, it could happen. Yeah, it could happen. I knew one guy personally. He was a Native American of the Lumbee tribe back in North Carolina, and he ended up dying. He ended up dying. Basically, his heart stopped in his sleep, and what was some of the last substances that he had in his system was some cocaine that he had shared with me. Damn.
Whoa.
Well, he was a pretty extreme lifestyle. He was like one of those local circuit professional wrestlers, and he was a crazy motherfucker.
Oh, okay. So I mean, I've heard of that happening when people sort of mix coke and heroin, or even booze and coke.
Well, yeah. If you mix substances that really don't blend with each other, then yeah, you're gonna be fucked. I mean, it's like back when GHB used to be pretty popular. If you end up drinking alcohol, even one sip, then it's going to screw up your GHB buzz. It's gonna really screw you up.
Whoa, yeah. That's the thing. Alcohol's a very selective. Alcohol is very selective with who it likes to. Did I say she?
Well, especially if you want, especially if you associate alcohol with any drug, that's bad.
It seems to do all right with DXM, believe it or not. I don't know why. It hasn't. I mean, the worst you get is probably like a sort of prefrontal cortex headache. But outside of that, like it's fairly pleasant in the moment, and it's almost like the world is spinning when it first hits. It's like, you're already dissociated and you're already sort of like floaty, but then the alcohol hits and everything's just like, it's almost like it's almost like you're a walking cloud, and so it's like you're a pair of eyes in a walking cloud, and it's like, yeah, look at this piece of shit. I'm not bothered by anything. I'm cool, man. I mean, but it's only good. It's only good to a point, though. I realize, because the problem is alcohol. It's a depressant. So at some point, the anger is gonna reemerge.
Yeah, I really don't miss drinking. Yeah.
Honestly, I would say after today, I'd be more than happy to kick the habit. It's not something I'm attached to.
Yeah, I mean, especially from the lifestyle that I used to work in. I mean, from being a bouncer, from dancing, and any other profession in the nightlife. I used to sell my little drugs on the side back then too, but yeah, it's not a good lifestyle to expect to have a future in. And there's some guys that I knew from back then. They're still in that scene, but it's like, they're too old. They know they're too old, but that's all they know. So, damn.
It's like they're still trying to hang on to that old wave,
Yeah, I mean, it's like they're washed up,
Yeah,
like,
that was something I was warned against by someone who I had a falling out with. But they said that you don't want to be. They told me a story about how they were interviewing a old woman who was like talking as if she was still in her 20s, and like she was still going to go be young and do drugs and go to parties. And he told her, "You're old," and she said, "I know. Give me something to make me forget." and so basically his moral of the story was like, you need to go get a woman now. You need to get a girl now. You're not gonna be young and beautiful forever. And it's like, okay, yeah, I know that, but now's not the time. I mean, look around. This world is almost falling apart by the wayside. Not a very good time to get into relationships and have kids when you're going to when you could be having to run for your life at any moment.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah, I can't cross the sort of what do you call it? I can't cross the wires of sex and flight or fight. Life and death. It's like it's either one or the other. And given the way things are going, it seems life or death is more. Maybe I'm just too negative, but I don't know, man. I mean, what do you think? Do we have a chance in the next 2 years of even having a stable economy?
I don't know. I was curious whether you might actually bothered to explore your how can I say, to explore your feelings about this. About this level of reality.
I was about to say he dropped off there for a minute. I thought he dropped off, but then he was just it was a space between the continuity of thought. Go on with whatever you two are talking about. I just got back.
Well, my thoughts are at least as far as the reality is concerned. I'm convinced that this is some kind of simulation. I think that there are many different layers to it, and that we have access to those many different layers. And I seem to see it as a simulation and a simulation and a simulation and a simulation, and this goes on sort of infinitely. So in a sense, we both exist and don't exist simultaneously, which humankind has not come to terms with, and quantum physics does not want to come to terms with that idea that we can exist paradoxically. So even though they're sort of getting there in some ways.
That kind of sounds like those rotating patterns that you see on the salvia high.
Yeah, the fractals.
Yep.
That's exactly what everything is. I mean, what you're basically seeing when you do those entheogens, is they're basically showing you reality from a far, 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 far distance. It's as if like you were outside from where the gods are, watching what we call the universe and all the many multitudes of other things and things and things. It just goes on and infinitely. I mean, and that's what reality is, infinite. Yet at the same time, they're saying our universe is finite. Yes, it's finite, but it's in something else that's finite, and it's in something else that's finite, and this goes on infinitely. So in a way, it's both finite and infinite at the same time. That's the paradox. And that's the thing, is that, you know, our failure to accept that the paradox can exist in all its absurdity is what I think is hindering us from making that next big leap in something like physics or science.
Oh God! Can you hear me chewing? I left the mic open. I'm sorry.
You know, I was, you know, Damon, when you were describing this process, I was visualizing all these Tesla calculations coming out, all these algebraic equations which I can't read for shit. But you know, as you were speaking, that was what was just kind of flashing at me in order to bridge some level of comprehension to what you're saying. So there's like this quantum thing going, I guess.
No, by the way, let me say goodnight to Maria Grigorich. She says she's off to bed. So, honey, if you're still there to hear me, mwah, love you dearly. God bless you.
Maria.
Yeah, sweet be thy dreams.
Maria.
Yes, and blessed be thy slumber. So wonderful that she stayed with us to this point, because, of course, I'll have to count on you, Jameson, now that she's gone, to keep an eye on the chat room, of course. And but aside from that, both of you gentlemen continue with what you're saying while I finish this little bit of potato salad with some of these slices of cheese, and that will hopefully provide me enough of this calories for the rest of the night. Both of you continue, please. Thank you.
All right.
Well, things are going to get really trippy for me since I can't eat for the next 12 hours. So that usually has its own sort of psychotropic effect. I can't even drink water for the next 12 hours. So that's really going to have a really weird effect as well. So we'll see what happens. I'm just looking forward to going under, man. I mean, and seeing that like sort of static patchwork of whatever the hell. Something weird always happens when I go under.
Why is it that you've had so many of these? How many endoscopies or colonoscopies have you had in your life?
Okay. So
and
what
why?
I've had. All right. So I've had a hand surgery on my right hand because that was a severe boxer's fracture where my hand was literally folded in half. That actually I just went under. There was nothing magical about it. Then there was a biopsy that needed to be done on my right thigh, and to do that they had to lower my body temperature to a very, very, very cold level. And when I went under, what happened was I wound up in this place that was just white. It's just white. I didn't have a body. I didn't have anything, but I was aware. I was perfectly aware. And I was like, well, what's going on here? And then I saw an image of a woman, and she said, and I was like, oh man, I was like saying, yes, I get to die. She was like, not by your own hands. I was like, what? She's like, not by your own hands. And then I wound up waking up again, and I was like, oh fuck. Of course, that was actually quite a vivid experience, and I remember what she looks. I remember everything. You know, she was a light-skinned black woman, very beautiful, very, very short hair, very much like the character that I draw all the time. But you know, her thing was basically telling me that I am not going to die by suicide because I was probably in a very, very bad bout of depression at that time. And sure enough, I didn't die. So then there was that one endoscopy last year where going under felt like going into static. of course, there was also the experience of having a dislocated shoulder and getting all that. What do you call it? Oh my gosh, the morphine. Yes, yes, yes. I remember when they gave me morphine, and I actually decided, it would be a good idea to drink on top of that. And I'm just like, I'm going home on a train, and I'm like, whoa, what the fuck is going on? That drink was super trippy.
Damn,
And yeah, and I also had like, what do you call it? I also had like during the time I first dislocated my shoulder, I think I had taken 16 triple C's, and so I had that on top of the morphine, on top of the alcohol. I don't remember how I got home, but I got home.
damn.
And yourself, Daniel, tell us, Daniel, about the time you were in a coma. Was there any memories of being outside of the body? Anything at all?
Yeah, there was quite a bit of that. I was curious. I found myself looking at myself, in the hospital bed, and nurses coming in, looking at the monitor, and thinking, "What the hell is this shit?" But the reality keeps shifting. It's like I couldn't really exactly control my environment, even though I was aware of where I was at. But there was one part where everything got dark, and then it just kind of got chill and comfortable. Thinking, "Hey, is this what it's supposed to be like?" And then, what JMO's vision about this beautiful woman, it reminded me of this exact experience I'm talking about right now, because this vision said the same thing, but basically said it's not your time yet, but we just wanted to show you a little bit, and then you go back, nothing, and damn.
Yeah, they always like to tease us, man. I think they get their kicks. I think they get their kicks out of that.
Pretty much, yeah. The sense of humor there is pretty much pretty infinite. They'll remember, and they'll keep fucking with you.
Well, I mean, we literally have an infinity to have this back and forth game. I suppose to some degree there is an absurd humor behind it, because I mean, if we look at the paradoxical nature of things, there's a humor in that. I mean,
Yeah, yeah. A lot of that could also be very self-reflecting too, like finding the humor in a lot of the stupid stuff that you used to do, and at the same time feeling very relieved that you ain't doing that shit no more.
yeah, that always happens. And then
Yeah.
sometimes when one looks at things from a like really detached level, even like the horrific things that go on in this world, that even those things become sort of humorous, but not in a like ha ha way, but in a way that it's almost like you can almost feel what it would be like to be a sort of detached being laughing at the spectacle, even though you're like still human and present in the spectacle. It's kind of odd to describe.
Yes.
That reminds me. As much as I don't dig the Republican Party, I it's like I knew that I had every excuse, every reason to hate Donald Trump and the Republican Party.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's like it was just rational to me because I grew up around it. But instead, I found a way to. Well, I just knew that so many jokes could be made out of this shit going on through the course of time, that as long as I can make fun of them, I won't find myself sunk in that low energy where, I feel drained and tired, over bitching about, why I hate Trump, or why I hate what's going on with the conservatives, or why maybe some Democrats are keeping us hanging for what they're not telling us, and all this other bullshit. And, I didn't want to end up like that.
Right.
So I always remember to stay grounded. I kind of grew up on the art of war a little bit too, so that's all part of it.
Yes, definitely. Thank you so much. Deeply appreciate it. And So that was wonderful. I know now that it's about a little after midnight where Daniel Arola is at. Feel free to say goodnight to the audience, and we love you dearly, and thank you so much for coming on tonight. Definitely, your sense of humor is always appreciated, and your experience. Yes, by all means, say goodnight to everyone. And
all right, guys, it's been fun. It's been real, and good night, everybody. Talk to you guys later. Bye.
Yes, bless
Good
you.
night, Daniel.
Thank you so much.
Bye, man.
Love you dearly, brother. And now Jameson Reese and I are here together, and we will continue with the program. I'm going to do the monologue at this point. Let me check how many hours that we have. And, of course, I'll ask Jameson to stay awake and to maintain an eye on the chat room. And
we have 6 hours and 50 minutes, I think.
Yeah,
It's
a little less than 7 hours. And so what we will do now, Nancy Volker says, "Holy cannoli, you're still going. Honey, I haven't even yet begun." Honestly, I honestly didn't expect Peter Moon to be with us that long, but our man, Mr. Salman Sheikh, triggered his memories, and he started, reminiscing. He started reminiscing for a bit there. And that, of course, involved, oh my God, I'll have to ask him later about some of the things he was talking about. I'm not quite sure what he was bringing up. A few
I
of
think
those.
that was Romania, I think.
Some of it.
And
Then he said
some
someone,
of it.
was doing something somewhere that had something to do with piloting. I know there's this Asian woman who I've named before, and she's responsible for the little helicopter, the drone, really, that's flying around on Mars. Not a mini helicopter, but a drone. And so when he's like bringing that up, I'm not quite sure what he was talking about. Can you relate what he said?
Oh, yeah. He said that basically she was flying. He said that she was piloting a UFO. Because he said basically by that he meant she was piloting a sort of like drone like craft that was supposed to go to Mars, like those little robots and stuff that they have. I guess this one had like a sort of helicopter like configuration, or it had something that had like propellers above it or something.
Yeah, well, that was like I said, I've named the Chinese woman who was flying the drone on Mars, the joystick and joystick jockeying it. And so that is different from what he was talking about. So not quite sure who he was talking about. And at that point, I was just kind of, fading in and out, doing various things. So I wasn't really following. Were you? Were you following that whole thing with the?
Well, I had to actually leave for a moment.
You were fading in and out too. You were constantly doing the BRB, be right back, and
Yeah, because I had to get some water. I figured, since I'm going to be going so long without food, I'm used to shoving stuff in my face all the time. But then again, I'm used to doing that with caffeine. So with caffeine, to boost my sort of metabolism, that's no big deal. But now it's like I'm doing it because I know that I'm gonna feel like shit by the time I'm ready to get this procedure done.
Yeah, I don't see why. After all, you're not.
Well, it's not the not eating, but it's the not drinking water on top of that.
All right.
Because I'm used to staying hydrated at regular intervals.
Dude, you dehydrate yourself completely when you're drugging out the way you do. I'm sure you're aware of that.
Yes, well, that's also why I tend to always have to keep myself hydrated. So hopefully this is not going to bring a maligned experience, but whatever weird oddities may come from it, I will definitely have a story to tell.
Okay. And if you don't, that's okay too. I mean, if you totally blank out and don't have any memories, as far as I'm concerned, that's the best experience of all with this sort of thing myself.
Oh, no. Oh, come on, man. That's it. Just sleep and wake up. Oh, that's so... Oh, where's the climax? Where's the mystique?
Well, there is a difference between recreational drugs and medical procedures for some of us.
I understand that, but that doesn't mean that we can't, to some degree, have some recreational fun with procedure.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. The
Oh
poor
my
man's
gosh.
thrill. Yeah, the poor man's thrill. Oh my God, that's awful. Um, so if that's not
Uh,
suitably depressing, I don't know what is. But it's yeah, we'll derive what we can from that. A kind of mild entertainment, yes. And all right, so all right, let me get started. Sarah Thomas says he was talking about a cosmonaut he met in Romania. He was sharing conversations with this man. Okay, God bless you, honey. Thank you so much. Mwah. Yes, that is the. You're right. That is the Romanian cosmonaut, and may have been Romania's only cosmonaut. But oh no, there was one he was also speaking of from Yugoslavia, and that was interesting. He met one that may be the same man, but I'll talk to him about that later. And because of course all of those Eastern European countries, including when the Soviet Union invaded Afghanistan and was attempting to integrate it as a Soviet satellite state, even as potentially a member state of the USSR. Then they had an Afghan astronaut who actually returned to Afghanistan, not from space, but from Earth many years later. He did go out in space. He was out in space for a period of time with the cosmonauts and Eastern Europeans. And then he was still very well respected when he returned to Afghanistan decades later. And so Sarah Thomas was saying a man he met a few times. Yes, interesting. Thank you, honey. Thank you, honey. Of that I have no doubt. Yes, and of course he was also talking about that other crazed astronaut who became a Scientologist and then branched out and started his own church, so to speak. The what was it? Noetics. The Noetics Church. That was that. My operations manager at the Presidio Library was part of that shit. And yeah, all the real goofballs would be attracted to this sort of thing. Okay. Let me make sure I'm hydrated because I do have to talk. So give me a second here and let me breathe. And our man Jameson can do a little talking while I do this. I kind of prep us with a, you don't need to read this story. As a matter of fact, don't go back to the California wildfires. I'll cover those if anyone covers those at all. So I'll do that probably Wednesday. But definitely one of the things that I can tell you that happened in California has been some far-right rage and violence. There were some dueling protests outside of I believe it was a Los Angeles Koreatown spa over transgender rights that prompted...
Yes, I remember that.
Tell us a bit about what you know about that, please.
Basically, these two parties clashed because I guess someone who was transgendered was going into a spa and they were like, and I guess they wanted to go into a female's area, and the person, I guess, got angry and was like, you shouldn't be showing little girls your penis, and this whole thing.
No, there's no little girl in a spa, so that would be.
I know, but
that's what that guy said to you when you were taking a leak. And you can feel free to relate that horror story if
I'd rather not. We'll just say I never saw that bozo again, and if I do, he probably doesn't even remember what I look like, and I don't remember what he looks like. And I'm not someone who's going to openly take fisticuffs because I don't fight unless it's life or death.
You were ready to kill him then.
Yeah. Because, well, that's the thing, you have to get me in the moment, and then I will probably try to kill you. Well, I shouldn't say that on air, folks. I'm joking. I'm not a violent person. I'd rather just talk shit and make you try to hit me first, so I could be justified in beating the shit out of you. There you go, and I can call it self-defense. But
anyhow, aside from all of that, you were talking about what you know about this. That isn't how I understand it. From what I understand, and see if this is something that
Well,
rings a bell with you.
that might actually be a different story then, because
I think it's the same story, but I
the
think that you
story I'm
probably
talking about happened weeks
remembered it.
ago.
Okay. Well, whenever this happened, and it may have been weeks ago, and here we are. Sarah Thomas says, "Sexy story time." Yeah, it's kind of like that. We definitely go in that direction. But basically, there were dueling protests outside of a Koreatown spa that I'm certain was in Los Angeles, but it was over transgender rights, and it prompted a very large police response that resulted in well over a dozen arrests. As for what happened, it all started with a viral video in conservative media. So if that sounds like what you were talking about.
Oh, no. That is not what I was talking about at all. Wow. This is another incident that you're telling me about.
Yes. Yeah, very much so. And by the way, I do want people to know I got a strange email. Or, well, not strange. I get emails like this all the time. And this one is from HJ, quote unquote. And most of the time these things are just like... I don't know how to describe this. It's
spam.
No, it's something worse potentially. I mean, if this guy's sincere and he's friendly, that's fine and it's welcome. But donation/contribution for you. He says, "Hello, Mr. Dietrich. I am a big fan and would like to support you. By the way, every time someone says this, I just tune out and just shut down. There's no, if someone's if someone's going to send a donation, send a donation. That's what's appreciated. But anyhow, he says, I was hoping you could give a recommended list of books in return for a donation. I have listened to your podcast. You recommended The Great Hedge of India and The 13th Tribe and Shoot 'em Down, The Flying Saucer Wars. Could you perhaps recommend some book about France's less talked about role in Asia and the world? You did a talk on it this year, but I can't find it again. Hope to hear from you." Well, definitely appreciate this, HJ, your interest. I don't know what to recommend in that regard off the top of my head. Aside from that, it's you're welcome to contribute. And other than that, this isn't like I'm on some kind of errand business where I'm doing something in return for a contribution. It's just what it is. It's mildly offensive, but
yeah. It's like, well, if you want my support, you got to do this for me first. Mm-hmm. It's a sort of trying to take dominance kind of thing, and it's like this passive aggressive bullshit.
Yes, yeah, and it's it's thank you, but no thanks. Hey, I'll welcome a contribution, but other than that, it's like not not in the name of some kind of bizarre errand that I run. The other, so that was an odd thing to share with everyone, and of course, in terms of what I had said about what was going on in the state of California, and just how bizarre it's getting over here. Let me see if I can find what had happened the other day, because that is, of course, something that may be pertinent enough where I have to, try and do some justice to that. I don't think that it's going to be too easy to find, but all right. There's other things as well that are just, how do I say this? Okay. So let's see what we got here. So the LAPD has made arrests after protesters clashed over transgender rights at the Koreatown Spa. Trans women are woman, okay, is what one group said. So that was a sign outside of that spa, and that was a previous rally on July 3rd. So this was Saturday. Now, July 17th. So this was earlier in the month that I'm remembering from. So, what was going on was that many people were claiming that this man is a man and not a female. There are girls down there, other women who are highly offended. This sounds like exactly what you said. other women who are highly offended by what they just saw, and you did nothing. You sided with him. And Y-Spa defended its policy in a statement to Los Angeles Magazine that, like many other metropolitan areas, Los Angeles contains a transgender population, some of whom enjoy visiting a spa, and Y-Spa strives to meet the needs of all its customers. Okay, so this sounds like this is what led to the protests.
Yeah, that's what led to the protests.
And of course, this is horrible that these things have to happen at all. This is, what...
I mean, we're in the 21st... well, we're in the 21st century. It's 2021. Why are we still debating this shit?
Well, beyond that, from what I understand... I don't think anyone under the age of 18 goes into a spa. Am I wrong on this? Or are there some spas that are quote unquote family friendly or something? That where kids go? I mean, when does a kid go into a spa? Kids don't get sore, okay?
No. I don't think kids go into spas at all. They don't.
Yeah, and
they just don't. It's like they're trying to protest just to say, we don't like trannies. That's basically all they're saying.
Yes, and it's so it's just more bullshit. But so let me see if I can find out about the video that I know was a part of this. See if I can actually locate the video, or better yet, some information on it, because of course, watching the video is not something we're going to be able to do together without my ability to share a screen with the audience. But so basically, this ended in violence, and basically it was July 20th. So we're talking about last week. Let's take a look at what date July 20th was. Friday. It was Friday, so no wonder I was occupied. And basically, let's take a look at what happened here. Oh God, how do I get back to where I was? So it was, they were wearing bike helmets and vests with extra padding. So everybody was expecting a fight. And these were the left-wingers. The far-right extremists who, over the last few weeks, turned this debate over transgender access at a Korean spa into a rallying cry. Now, of course, they hated them because they're Asians. And so then they basically attacked. And all of this turned into basically the police using projectiles and batons, and they arrested 40 people for failure to disperse. So incredible. Aside from this was a video taken by an irate customer in late June showing a woman arguing with Y-Spa employees after she said she had seen a customer with a penis in an area that's reserved for women. And so the Wilshire Boulevard facility apparently has some gender-separated areas with changing rooms and jacuzzis. So this footage was completely amplified by an international network of right-wing activists, pundits, and media outlets. This means it was coordinated by Russia. And this includes Breitbart, The Gateway Pundit, Real Clear Politics, and The Blaze, which, if you didn't know, was a publication funded by Glenn Beck, who should have gone blind, and I'm only sad that his blindness was temporary. For those of you who don't know, he was blind for a while. Anyhow, these message boards are where anti-trans activists gather, and one of them is named Mumsnet. I know about that through my son. And that's where you had thousands of comments calling for the spa to be burned down or bombed. So this is like a lightning rod now that gets slung by like a catapult by influencers and ends up with violence in the streets. So I think Brian Levine, the director of the nonpartisan study, well, the Nonpartisan Center for the Study of Hate and Extremism at Cal State San Bernardino, he said this is simply the democratization of hate that has allowed far-right groups with all of their a variety of ideologies to come together around every flashpoint event that they amplify online, and then generate a war. So fear and discomfort around changing sex and gender norms, have always underpinned these far-right belief systems. The concept of, the woman who got filmed in the video and everybody on the right, they framed this issue as one of protecting women and children. Okay, where do the children fucking come in?
You're not gonna find children at a spa.
Yeah, I mean, and so everybody on social media has been demeaning transgender people in terms of perversion and pedophilia. And of course, the idea of protecting children has become this rallying cry for online conspiracy theorists who, you can rest your soul on the altar, are the biggest consumers of pedopornography in the world.
They're the ones you have to protect the children from.
Thank you. And but the idea about this turning into a children's issue is preposterous. Children are not brought into fucking spas. It's nowhere you would ever bring a child. There you go. And now, of course, social media is calling for payback, for more violence, of course, against Asians, saying the Koreans are, and of course, about 100 of these people included members of the Proud Boys, that goes without saying, who marched to that spa. And the police said that... go on. Yeah.
No, I was going to say, I had a weird experience with these guys on a bus earlier this week. And these were some bleach belly-ass, white-looking dudes. And I'm trying to get off the bus, and I'm... Because I was sitting at the rear of the bus, and these guys are blocking the rear door. And I'm like, excuse me. I'm looking right after the guy, and no response. So I pushed right through the guys. I said, move. And then they're all looking at me like, and these guys, they look like something out of a freaking, oh my gosh. You talk about out of place. Even Staten Island's a mostly white borough, but so for these guys to look so white that they look out of place.
You might tell them that you guys are in the wrong neighborhood. Oh my God! But listen to this. You wonder why the police, in this case, why the police were using projectiles and why they were basically forced to respond with batons that they were swinging like baseball bats. I mean, they're dealing with people who brought knives and guns. These are like people who are prepared for a fight in the streets. And this is one case where the police have every right to respond with the force that they did. Of course, everybody's filing suits against them now. But there's the right wing for you, and the left both are now complaining about the police. If the police hadn't done what they did, there probably would be a lot of people dead. They would have killed each other. The fight, of course, has spilled over into, Y Spa. That's the name of this place. Their most recent Facebook post, where you get all these comments in English, Spanish, and Tagalog about this spa reopening. And they're drowned out by more than 2,200 comments from Facebook accounts in Illinois, Texas, Georgia, England, and Australia that are accusing this spa of failing to protect women and facilitating pedophilia. So,
what?
Yes. Oh my fucking God. One woman who posted asking whether the spa was open for business, she's getting a response. I'm looking at this on Facebook from a man in Utah who's wrote, "Not for very long. They made their polluted bed, and now they have to sleep in their own sinful sludge. So this is obviously a bomber, one of those mad bombers who's going to go and burn the place down. Yeah.
Oh gosh, it's the. I mean, it's the fact that this is going on so slowly is what amuses me to no end. Because it's just become, at this point, it's like I've become so numb to it that I don't feel emotions hearing this stuff. It's like, this is just humanity. This is the same humanity I grew up with. It's like, next. I mean, I'm ready to check out to the next station already.
It's, well, you could almost see why. All right, talk for a few more minutes while I quaff some of this tea and get myself, my throat lubricated enough to speak, okay?
Yeah. Well, that said, it's just it's incredible that while I would say that it's incredible that we're dealing with this at such a late time, it's equally absurd that we are dealing with this this reactionary extremism everywhere. It's like literally something that should not even exist.
Yeah.
This is something that I think could only be spawned by the work of someone, doing some advanced magic and spell work.
Yeah, I mean, one would hope it would take that, but unfortunately, these people are genetically defective. they are genetically that fucked up. Sarah Thomas says, my 13-year-old niece does go and get pedicure with my aunt, but there's no need for change rooms with that. I'll never understand why people give a shit what other people do. Thank you. Yes. Oh my God. And this is just, where we're at in this culture of, it'll all come down to stuff like this that will lead to the kind of destruction we're going to see. So as I said, we're back to where we were during the age of the time of the Spanish Civil War. Let's take a look at the thing I usually have to do, aside from shout-outs, is the ads.
While you do that, I need to take a bio break.
Okay, and let me know as soon as you're back, okay?
Gotcha.
And so let's take a look at the solicitation and read that out. One among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders' True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide a historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Baranestenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson, relive these events, and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, an aftermath tour. See theunfinishedman.com for excerpts from the Baron Ben's book of that very title, The Unfinished Man, or review scenes from his cinematic documentaries currently in production at theunfinishedman.com. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejardine case, and the Red Rapist are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply they may never be removed. For tour information, contact thetucsonmurders.com, and that would be spelled like Tucson, Tucson. Put the word "the" in front of it, thetucsonmurders.com, or telephone the Baron Ben privately to personally guide your tour at 1-520-323-3406. That's 1520-323-3406. And as well, visit his Man of the Soil YouTube channel. And you can check into his mainline business that way and review all that he has to offer in terms of landscaping. So beyond that, I'm going to give a few shout outs to some incredibly wonderful people. And there's been so many people who have been so supportive and so good about this. But in particular, of course, the Mr. Eric Laystick has provided a quarter of $100 via check that I received in the mail. God bless him. A shout out to Eric Laystick. And once again, there has been another contribution, and this is after a recent contribution already, by Louis Rogers in New South Wales, Australia. Again, I must emphasize, Louis is spelled Luis. I cannot tell what gender that is. It could be he or she, to use a gender-neutral pronoun. He or she could be a male or female. Whomever they are, I owe you my life. And they sent 136 Australian dollars, which translates into exactly 100 United States dollars. And apparently, I'm certain they indicated myself as friends and relations so that none of it was compromised. And I received a round number contribution. Each time that they've sent this contribution, they've sent 100 United States dollars. Each time it's been a lifesaver. God bless you, Louis Rogers. And whatever your gender, I am forever indebted. And of course, I should dedicate tonight's episode. I would want to dedicate an episode where I spend more time analyzing Australia. So there will be a specifically dedicated episode, and I'll probably integrate that into the title as soon as I do a show specifically on the Communist Chinese Cold War, the Cold War with Communist China, which will either be this Wednesday or next Sunday, the Sunday after, tonight. And so I will get to that for you. Bless you. And I love you dearly, whoever you are. Truly a wonderful human being. And these are people who simply dedicate this. My intuition would be that Louis Rogers is aware of my malnutrition and is helping towards some steak dinners. And with $100, I could easily get probably around 3 good steak dinners and take home from my local restaurant that produces them, would be the Bell Tower. So I'll try and get something from them. And this is something that, of course, has been prescribed to myself. And I believe this is what Louis Rogers has in mind. So this is something I'll make certain to indulge in, and therefore nurse my way back to health from the lack of blood that I'm otherwise getting, even though I indulge myself at the various estates of my son's husband whenever there's a celebratory event. There's only so many of those a year. I know it seems like there's quite a few of them every month because I'm engaged in quite a bit of celebration. And we do use any excuse we can. Fortunately, of course, with Sugar Daddy's business connections, there is a need to actually celebrate with some of his affiliates, such things as what Americans or Westerners know as Bastille Day or the French Day of Independence, etc. So these events, they come up, and they are things that are often celebrated by us as well, but there's not nearly enough of them to maintain my access to the transfusion affiliates, the young blood boys, who otherwise provide me the nutrition that my body seems to tolerate and thrive off of and actually process a lot better than the solid foods. So rare red meats have been recommended by my own MD. And this will enable me to tend to that. So God bless you, Louis Rogers. I will think of you while I eat. And with that, there's another wonderful person, and this is a woman, definitively. This is Karen Coiter. And Karen Coiter has said some marvelous things. If she's listening tonight, God bless her. I love her dearly. Shout out and a kiss. And Karen Coiter was kind enough to send a message to Penny Bradley. She said some things to Penny Bradley, and she also was mentioning several things on my own YouTube channel that YouTube did not publish. YouTube simply gave me notifications that these statements were made, but they did not. He did not publish these statements. So it's possible she may have withdrawn the statements, but obviously she didn't withdraw the sentiment, because that was something that was expressed to our dear friend Penny Bradley on her own channel. And so on Penny Bradley's channel, I'll read you the statement that she left. Give me just a second here, and let me access that. And that brings us back to this wonderful comment left by Karen Coiter. And what she said was phenomenal, spellbinding information. This reminds me that I don't know much of anything, and I know a hell of a lot more than all my friends. So there we are. And Penny Bradley's response was, I know more than most people in my world, and I barely keep up with Douglas Dietrich on his topics. All very wonderful. And many other people said wonderful things. As a matter of fact, the overwhelming amount of commentary left was was very supportive and beautiful. And so Nancy Volker, of course, left a nice comment here about though historically I need to go much more into depth into what she said. Very few people understand a lot of what's been going on with history in general. But anyhow, many wonderful things said by everybody here. So everybody do review the commentary on the latest interview with Penny Bradley, and that would be on Penny Bradley Nachtwaffenpilot channel, and that's her interview with myself. So we got the usual 4 thumbs down. It's always 4 these days. There is a filthy 4, that is a gang of 4, as the communist Chinese would say. There's a gang of 4 that is going around with the thumbs down, and 74 upvotes on it. And that goes to show you it's the same old gang stalkers. Other than that, what she said on my own channel was, let's take a look here, because I forwarded it to Penny Bradley. Karen Coiter said, by the way, your interview with Penny Bradley was stellar. The best in my opinion. Wonderful. So she must have heard some other interviews. And so she mentioned also about the fasces, from whence we derived the term fascism. And she mentioned someone else. I don't know whether or not to mention this individual. I don't know who this individual is, but I'll look him up. She recommended him and see what there is. In the meantime, so let's shut this screen down. And how do I do that? Okay, well, got myself here. There we are. Shut that down. And then there we go. So everything's back to normal in terms of screen display. Let's see if Jameson's returned yet. And let's see, got this going. Open this up. No, I don't think he's back. He said he didn't even tell us he was leaving in the chat room, which he normally does. And that's fine. He told us verbally. Okay, now that means I'll have to talk. All right. And of course, all of you know we're dealing with everything in California. Fires, drought, Delta variant. Now, somebody said something inaccurate earlier. Somebody said, I believe it was, who was that? Said the Delta variant might be coming to the United States. I mean, it's here, just so people know. Was that Pakwan or somebody? Anyhow, the Delta variant is here, people. So just so people understand that. And, of course, talking about this stuff is just like, it almost gets turgid, and I haven't talked about it in forever. And it's like something that is hard to speak of, because it's just, you realize that you're trapped in this community where, unfortunately, other people are in denial thereof. And, for that reason, I should talk about it tonight, but I don't think I will. Let's take a look at the time we have left. We're headed towards 6 hours left, which seems like a lot of time. It is not. You'd be amazed at how quickly that disappears. And so when it comes to what we talk about, we have to be very careful, because I may not be able to get into the full arc of narrative if I cover some of these other topics. But maybe just to give you a hint of what's going on, maybe I should cover a bit of this. I understand, of course, that here in California, as I said, we're dealing with so many things, and we're dealing especially with basically a climate apocalypse. I mean, we're feeling it. And if you're in denial of the climate apocalypse, you're just, you're just that, in denial. And I don't see how you can be looking at what everyone is dealing with everywhere. I mean, this is all going to get worse. And so we need to prepare ourselves. And it's just not going to get any better. It's a sad reality. And our children are going to have to fix the world. Without the proper leadership, they're not going to be able to do that. And of course, that's the reason why I'm here, your Vulcan intervention. And Gene Roddenberry imagined it would be nuclear war. We don't need nuclear war, people. This will be the equivalent. And just like a nuclear exchange, Russia's burning too. So understand that this is something that is all our problem. We are all suffering from this, and we all have to pay the price, get behind a mobilization of our resources into making this as best a world as we can, considering the horrible situation we're all going to be confronted with, dealing with. This is not something that I can even do justice to. So when I ask all of you to listen and learn, and then act on it by sharing this information with others, by all means, take it seriously. This is going to impact you personally. And right now, at the moment, trying to get into the zone, so to speak, is something that it makes me, I'm at a loss. Because right now I'm going through all of the news that's out there, and there's so much of it on these climate change events that are changing the world into something we don't even recognize. So we're not even now in the same world that your parents grew up in. And none of these people understand that. None of the older people understand that. They're simply in denial. They think that this is transitional. They're hoping that this is all just going to go away, like they did with the coronavirus. This is not something that's just going to go away. This is here now, forever. And we're going to have to deal with it. It's something that we're stuck with. So it started off as even farcical when you had people deny this. You could look at it as almost funny, but it's not anymore. And this is becoming an alien planet. And by the way, we will see alien species adapt, in the sense that certain species will mutate to adapt. So we are entering an age of monsters. This is something that most people would find going too far. And they would say that is lurid, and that is being, how would we say it, sensationalist. But it's not. It's something that you're going to see more reports of cryptids. Some of these will be escaping from areas that are no longer habitable for them. And we're going to see them come out of the ocean, for instance, as parts of the ocean become more uninhabitable and more polluted, that certain species of subaquatic creatures will no longer be able to live in the deeper parts of the ocean, and they'll come more and more towards the surface. And as the planet warms, we're already seeing changes. One of the things I will emphasize is the tentacular creatures that are overwhelming the oceans now as we experience global warming. And this is something that is Cthulhuoid in its nature, the warming of the planet and the kind of cephalopodic creatures that are beginning to thrive over other creatures in the oceans as their natural predators are dying off. And they become dominant in the worlds around us. You can think of anything mundane like the floods in China, which is comparatively mundane, showing the road risks that are everywhere in the world. But it's not something that you can do justice to in a single night. This requires, of course, talking about really realistically every night. I spoke about that idiot Pavel Edward, that pervert, and his father who worked in the sewer systems of, just in charge of the sewer systems of Canada. Climate change is going to bring heavier storms, and our sewers aren't ready. You're going to see shit flooding into the streets. So this is something that is just going to clash with what direction do we take. There are people who are trying to sink carbon with some of these new pipelines. And there are people who say we need to put our money instead into alternative sources of energy. But to tell the truth, we need to run those pipelines that store and sink carbon until we have enough of the infrastructure that can accommodate the renewable energy sources. Then we can maybe divest from pipelining. But for right now, we've got to get those pipelines going. So people shouldn't be too wild-eyed in terms of where they go with this. All right, Jameson's back. Jameson, do me a favor. Say something so we can test the audio.
Something.
There we are. That's cute. All right, do me a favor and talk while I just, breathe and get myself together. I'm going to get into the zone now, so in order to get there, I just need a few more minutes. So take over, and if you want, you can talk about disaster. Don't talk about California. You've got floods in China and everything else you can bring up, but it's talk for just a few minutes, then I'll break in and take over for the night.
Gotcha. All right. Well, we have thousands protesting lockdown in Sydney. Several arrested. Thousands of people took to the street of Sydney and other Australian cities on Saturday to protest lockdown restrictions amid another surge in cases. The unmasked participants marched from Sydney's Victoria Park to Town Hall in the central business district, carrying signs calling for freedom and the truth. There was a heavy police presence in Sydney, including mounted police and riot officers, in response to what authorities said was an unauthorized protest activity. Police confirmed a number of arrests had been made after objects were thrown at the officers. Now, see, this really paints an interesting picture of the people who are on the reactionary right. They're all violent. They're all super violent, and they're all super stupid. There's nothing worse. There's not a worse combination you can find than someone who's super stupid and super violent. The New South Wales police said it recognized and supported the rights of free speech and peaceful assembly, but the protest was a breach of public health orders. And naturally, you would have to sacrifice some things in certain situations for the greater good. Clearly, if free speech and a freedom to express yourself is going to cause potential harm, then why should it be permitted? The protest comes as COVID-19 cases numbered in the state reached another record with 163 new infections in the last 24 hours. Greater Sydney has been locked down for the past 4 weeks, with residents only able to leave home with a reasonable excuse. Whoa. Okay, interesting. That is a different type of lockdown. Yeah, yeah. See, what we have in America was what we had in America was relatively pale in comparison to, what people are doing in other countries. We live in a democracy, and normally I am certainly one who supports people's rights to protest, but at present, we've got cases going through the roof. I don't know how to interpret an Australian accent. I'm not even going to try. And we have people thinking that it's okay to get out there and possibly be close to each other at a demonstration, said State Health Minister Brad Hazard. That is an interesting last name for health minister. Hazard. Okay. In Melbourne, the thousands of protesters without masks turned out downtown chanting freedom. Some of them lit flares and gathered outside of Victoria State's Parliament House. They held banners, including one that read, "It's not about a virus, it's about total government control of the people." A car protest rally is also planned in Adelaide, which is also under lockdown, with police warning they will make arrests over unlawful activity. By Friday, 15.4% of the nation's population aged 16 and above have received both jabs for COVID-19. We've turned the corner. We've got it sorted. We're hitting the marks that we need to make 1 million doses a week now that are being delivered, Prime Minister Scott Morrison said. We're well on our way to where we want to be by the end of the year, and potentially sooner than that. The federal government said it will send thousands of extra Pfizer doses to Sydney, while adults in Australia's largest city are also being urged to strongly consider AstraZeneca in view of scarcity of Pfizer supplies. All right. Well, that's what's going on in Australia, and let's check out what else is happening around this globe, because here we go. Fauci says the U.S. is headed in the wrong direction on the coronavirus. The United States is in an unnecessary predicament of sorting COVID-19 cases fueled by unvaccinated Americans and the virulent Delta variant spreading, the nation's top disease experts said Sunday. We're going in the wrong direction, said Dr. Anthony Fauci, describing himself as very frustrated. He said, recommending that the vaccinated wear masks is under active consideration by the government's leading public health officials. Wait a minute, let me reread that. He said recommending that the vaccinated wear mask is under active consideration by the government's public health. Also, booster shots may be suggested for people with suppressed immune systems who have been vaccinated, Fauci said. Fauci, who also serves as President Joe Biden's chief medical advisor, told CNN State of the Union that he has taken part in conversations about altering the mask guidelines. He noted that some of the local jurisdictions where infection rates are surging, such as Los Angeles County, are already calling on individuals to wear masks in indoor public spaces, regardless of vaccination status. Fauci said those local rules are compatible with the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, recommending that the vaccinated do not need to wear masks in public. I say F that, wear mask all the time, because who needs to see your ugly face this summer?
I can relate to that. Certainly, many of these people, they're walking around in San Francisco with total confidence now with their masks off, and you have to put them back on when you go inside of businesses. It was actually supposed to be just the opposite, where they were uplifting the restrictions inside businesses for indoors, but then they were everybody was still supposed to wear them outside, but everybody does just the opposite. of what's expected. Okay, I think my voice can last now, and I will take over for the remaining 6 hours. I will count on our wonderful friend, Jameson Reese, to be with us. And whenever you do leave, of course, give me the BRB in the text, and then let me know when you're back. Do say goodnight to the audience for now, and we'll take it from there.
Good night, folks. JMO's Shadow is signing out.
Yes, you're a wonderful human being. Thank you, JMO. Deeply appreciate it. And with that, of course, just a brief overview of the horrors of the world around you. As JMO said earlier, we are burning in California, and there is a very large fire torching our homes as the entire American West is lashed by these blazes, and this is, of course, a national story for that reason. This is a national disaster, and so we've got the flames that have been racing through the very rugged terrain in Northern California that have been destroying multiple homes just yesterday, and this is our state's largest wildfire. It's intensified, even as numerous other blazes have been battering Oregon, the entire American West. The Dixie Fire, which started in the 14th of July on Bastille Day, the very day that my son and I were celebrating with Sugar Daddy, and a French escort was contracted for my services. Or rather, she serviced myself, but I would like to think it goes both ways. That's already leveled over a dozen houses and other structures when it tore through a fairly small community of Indian Falls. And this was after dark, and there's nothing more frightening than fires in the dark and vacating your premises at that time of night. Horrible experience to have. And of course, I've experienced plenty of those things myself back in the Tenderloin, where our apartment was constantly catching on fire. Not our apartment unit, but the apartment building. And as far as I understand it, an updated damage estimate has not been made readily available. We don't have anything that up to date. However, fire officials have ascertained that the Dixie blaze alone has charred over 181,000 acres. That would be about 73,200 hectares in European measurement, or measurement in the rest of the world outside of the United States. And in Plumas and Butte counties, it was only 20% contained by the time that any up-to-date reporting was provided. But it was burning in a remote area with limited access. This hampers the firefighters' efforts, and so it just keeps charging eastward. And it's prompted evacuation orders in several small communities and along the west shore of Lake Almanor, I believe. Almanor. That's a popular area gateway or a getaway. It's a gateway to, of course, the forests and more natural scenic hiking. And meanwhile, the United States' largest fire is Southern Oregon's Bootleg Fire. And by the way, I'm getting a question already about the Dixie Fire, that whether or not PG&E was responsible for starting it. And this is one of those things where that's probably the case, and it's probably one of those things that, what are you going to do about it? There is an above ground infrastructure that would take forever to renovate and place underground, which is going to be incredibly costly and expensive. And this is why we were trying to work with Nikola Tesla in the past to create wireless energy. That was the whole point of wireless energy, so that this wouldn't happen. And so we're dealing with the repercussions of a backwards technology. But yes, Pacific Gas and Electric very likely had something to do with the start of this particular fire. And just so that people understand that, the utility equipment from Pacific Gas and Electric Company, which is our energy monopoly in Northern California, It was probably damaged by the weather. Bear in mind, these fires reproduce. And the fires reproduce because they have they generate lightning. And the lightning in turn strikes down the energy infrastructure, the grid, and it strikes down the infrastructure that causes more fires. So the fires reproduce. And this is according to a report the utility company has filed, and this is now the largest fire in the state this year. So horrible. And one of these days I'm going to analyze the psychopathology behind these gender reveal parties, because we've already got a couple that's been charged with multiple charges for the 2020 El Dorado fire because of their goddamn gender reveal party. And horrible, something that's supposed to be a happy event, and they turn it into something that's going to impact them the rest of their lives in the most negative sense. And but as large swaths of California are burning, the firefighters are struggling to contain the flames. And so all I'm providing you is some new information that's emerged about some of the causes of some of these blazes that have scorched our state in the last year. And so I am keeping track of all this because obviously any of us in California could die from these fires. So it's definitely something that I'm not going to ignore, but it's also something that is just, how long can I go on about it without basically wearing out the listeners? But in Oregon's Bootleg fire, that was nearly halfway surrounded yesterday, when we had 2,200 crew members working to corral it in the heat and the wind. And so that sprawling blaze, it's slowed in growth, but thousands of homes remain threatened on the eastern side of that blaze. And the Oregon Department of Forestry has a fire behavior analyst. His name is Jim Hansen. And he was consulted, he spracketh in a news release, when he said that this fire is resistant to stopping at dozer lines. And with the critically dry weather and the fuels we're experiencing, firefighters are having to constantly reevaluate their control lines and look for contingency options. Now, for those of you who wonder about that very term, fire behavior analyst, these fires are almost alive. And probably in the past, it wouldn't have been considered, that term, to be as mystical as it sounds, but it is becoming ever more so, especially with the fires taking on a kind of life of their own that I've explained before. And how they reproduce literally by jumping. And fires can jump, and they can jump long distances. It's almost as if they're jinn who fly. This is why the jinn are believed to be creatures of fire in Middle Eastern mythology. You can get into that sometime when I'm either talking with Salman Sheikh or sometime on this program. But in our own California, the governor, Gavin Newsom, has declared a state of emergency for 4 northern counties because of these wildfires. They're causing conditions of extreme peril to the safety of persons and property, in his own words. And that proclamation opens the way for more state support. And as to the conditions that otherwise are causing these fires, it's often from a combination of unusual, random, short-term, and natural weather patterns, as I've said, heightened by, of course, the long-term human-caused climate change. And so global burning has made the American West all the more warmer and drier over the past 30 years. And so yesterday, the fire crews from California and Utah headed to Montana, where the governor, Greg Gianforte, has asked for help. And 5 firefighters were injured on Thursday of last week, when you had all these swirling winds blowing flames back on the firefighters themselves as they were working on the Devil's Creek fire, burning in very steep, rough terrain near the rural town of Jordan, the northeast part of the state. And as far as I know, they were hospitalized into the weekend. The Bureau of Land Management spokesperson, Mark Jacobson, has declined to release the extent of their injuries, and attempts to learn their conditions yesterday by investigative journalists were unsuccessful. The three of the firefighters are U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service crew members from North Dakota, and the other two are U.S. Forest Service firefighters from New Mexico. And there's another high priority blaze, the Alder Creek Fire in southwest Montana. That's charred over 6,800 acres. That would be about 2,750 hectares. That was only 10% contained yesterday night, and that was threatening nearly 240 homes. And elsewhere, here in my own Golden State Nation of California, a state big enough to be a nation that actually once was its own republic, the Tamarack Fire south of Lake Tahoe has continued to burn through timber and chaparral and has threatened communities on both sides of the California-Nevada state line. Now, this fire was sparked by lightning on the 4th of July in Alpine County, and it's destroyed at least 10 buildings. And think about that. It's been burning all month. And heavy smoke from both that blaze and the Dixie Fire. They've lowered visibility and may at times, well, they ground aircraft, which provides support for the fire crews. So this is like war with an entity. The air quality south of Lake Tahoe and across our entire, well, not only our state, but mainly the wind blows inland. So it's mostly across the state line into Nevada where it's deteriorated to very unhealthy levels. And, of course, these people have been bombed by nukes forever with the nuclear testing, so you'd think that they'd all be mutants by now. I'm so sorry. It's horrible to say that. They're victims of circumstance. And in north central Washington, you've got the firefighters battling those two blazes up in Okanogan County that threaten hundreds of homes and are again causing hazardous air quality conditions. And this was all yesterday. This was still ongoing. And in northern Idaho, east of Spokane, Washington, you've got this small fire near Silverwood Theme Park that's prompted evacuations into the weekend, Friday evening. And so, yeah, definitely into the weekend at the park and in the surrounding area. The theme park was back open Saturday, yesterday, with the fire half contained. I guess they really need the money. But who the hell's going to go? And although you've got all this hot weather with the afternoon winds posing this continuous threat, spreading blazes, the weekend forecast called for a chance of scattered thunderstorms in California, Utah, Nevada, Arizona, other western states. But the forecasters, of course, warned that these could be dry thunderstorms that produce little rain but a lot of lightning, which simply sparks new blazes. So we had more than 85 very large wildfires burning around the country, most of them in western states, that altogether have burned over 1.4 million acres. That's about 2,135 square miles, or more than 553,000 hectares. And so with that, we've got the information that I've provided concerning PG&E. And of course, this couple whose gender reveal party sparked the 2020 El Dorado fire was charged with 30 crimes, including involuntary manslaughter. A firefighter was killed battling the flames, which injured 2 or more firefighters aside himself and 13 other people, and also forced thousands of people to leave their homes under mandatory evacuation orders. Now, at the fire's peak, officials said more than 1,300 people were working to contain the fire just to keep people safe. So that couple faces 22 misdemeanors and 8 felony counts, meaning they could spend serious time in prison. Not just jail, we're talking imprisonment. Imagine having a child and facing that. All because of a stupid gender reveal party. Why do gender reveals unleash so much destruction? Now, this has been going on and on with every gender reveal party. And honestly, this is a socio-pathological phenomenon at this point. Why do gender reveals cause wildfires and kill, maim, and burn people alive? I mean, earlier this month, the California Department of Forestry and Fire Protection determined that the catastrophic El Dorado wildfire was caused by a smoke-generating pyrotechnic device. Or rather, earlier in the month of, was that last year? It's every year, every month that this is happening. And these devices, like the one with the El Dorado wildfire, let me check back on that because I want to get the better dating for that. Because we're talking about as well as this other couple with the fire that they set off. The El Dorado wildfire was last year, and it was colloquially known as the gender reveal fire. And but of course, there's so many of these. We're talking a cost of more or less 8 million United States dollars at the absolute least. And so, yes, there we are. The couple whose 2020 gender reveal party sparked a deadly wildfire in California has been charged in the death of a firefighter. So there we have that. It's just beyond tragic. But this is happening every month. And this device, in this case, was set off during this party, intended to release pink or blue smoke to signal that the gathering's unborn honoree was either a girl or a boy. Instead, it was the baby's first introduction into a world of inferno, destruction, and gender. You know, it all goes back to this fucking gender that we were talking about with the Korean spa. I mean, in a relatively very short time, gender reveal parties have become a new tradition in popular culture. It started with a piece of cake dyed pink or blue on the inside. Now they've grown exponentially, and they've resulted in not 2 or 3. We're talking about scores. Not even a dozen, but we're talking about like scores. Like at least 100 acre-scorching wildfires, fatal explosions, a fiery car crash in Australia, party of 10 days burned by fireworks. It's like no one can escape some damage. We're at the point now that the woman who's credited as creating these parties is begging for them to stop. The same plea she made 2 years ago. But given that people are risking social distancing measures in the middle of a pandemic and setting off smoke bombs during wildfire season, it seems as though that plea will go unheeded. It's particularly hard to get people to stop behavior without fully examining that behavior. So, gender reveal parties are a young tradition, and so they haven't been studied extensively and academically yet at all. But as someone who myself is a bit of a gender and social expert, I have my own ideas, some more abstract, some more tangible, to explain why these parties have become so explosive and ever more destructive as time goes on. And at the heart of it all, they explain how we think of parenting today. First, it's a last gasp of gender construct. We were talking about how people are pissed off that somebody with a penis is being serviced in a spa full of adults. And that's because his gender is not correct. And in this sense, this is where people are indoctrinated, and they're taking it to a violent level where they're killing other people to enforce their concept of gender on someone yet unborn. Now, there's more people than myself being forced to confront this now, that this is killing so many people and destroying so many lives, destroying all the wildlife beyond which you can even comprehend or imagine, polluting the air, affecting our health. You're going to have to find out what's at the heart of this. Gayatri Gopinath, the director of New York University's Center for the Study of Gender and Sexuality, explains that this long clung to binary, male-female, is facing examination due to the increasing visibility and activism of bi, trans, and non-binary folks and their allies. And so, by the way, Gayatri, or Gayatri, in the correct Vedic pronunciation, she's a female. And so when she's talking about this visibility and activism of trans people, activism and visibility by non-binary people and their allies as myself, to quote as she says, "I don't think it's a coincidence that it's at the moment when the gender binary system is being challenged more intensely than ever before that we see gender reveal events become more and more performative and over the top. It seems to me to be an anxious and reactionary response that attempts to stabilize the meaning of gender at precisely the moment that it is becoming less rigid and more unstable." So, Gopinath's assessment of gender reveal parties, in which she herself says is just a quick take until there's funding provided for an exhaustive federal investigation into all this, was something other experts that I've either consulted or referenced have noted as well. The idea is that Americans have become more and more progressive when it comes to understanding the nuances of gender and have shown a growing support for trans rights, a work in progress, however, especially when you consider the number of violent acts against trans people, as we've just discovered from what happened at WISPA, W-I-SPA, in my own Golden, California, and the extremely violent reaction in social media to someone getting a massage, to the point where people are being arrested with firearms, ready to conduct literal firefights in the streets on the right, and the left, the progressives, fighting back with baseball bats and whatever they can. Molotov cocktails were thrown. People were intending to burn that place to the ground. All of this saying that somehow children are being violated by a guy with a penis identifying as a woman, not yet going through gender surgery, happens to get a massage in what obviously is an adult facility. And by that, I don't mean to even imply that they're prostituting themselves. Now, in fact, experts on human sexuality would agree that the term gender reveal party is a misnomer, since gender is a social construct. It's actually a baby's biological sex reveal party. Now, we're growing more comfortable with the idea that there's nothing wrong with allowing our kids to be who they want to be, that maybe the pinks, blues, and behaviors we assign kids based on their sex isn't really that helpful or even that important. Gender reveal parties and their fixed concepts about boys and girls, masculinity and femininity, and the man and woman they'll become are the last vestiges of those quote-unquote traditional ideas. It shouldn't come as a surprise that straight couples tend to be the drivers behind the gender reveal party phenomenon. Now, Alexandra Solomon, a psychologist and professor at Northwestern University, to him this last gasp concept has been written about in regard to rapid social and political change in the United States in general, exempli Greciae. President Barack Obama's election and re-election met with a flare-up of vociferous racism. Gender reveals, in the context of Americans' progression on gender, implicitly involves resistance. That is definitely what's happening here. Actually, now that I remember, Alexandra Solomon is a female. And, of course, she also emphasizes we need funding for more information. There needs to be a federal investigation. So, to quote herself in describing the phenomenon, Dr. Solomon said, "When you're about to extinguish a behavior, in this case antiquated and fixed gender norms, there's oftentimes a burst of the behavior before the behavior is fully extinguished, like one last-ditch effort. I don't know if that's exactly part of it." But she continued to explain that more research about who is conducting these parties needs to be done. But it wouldn't surprise her if the couples who arrange gender reveals tend to lean more conservative and less inclined to recognize gender as a social and psychological construct. Well, if you were to use Occam's razor, which, as I said, is imperfect as a tool, but has its uses, like any tool, it has to be deployed expertly, or it will cause more damage than provide solutions. But to use it here, gender reveals are so big because social media demands it. The simplest answer for why these parties have become ceremonies of destruction, a sacrificial ceremony of mass destruction for the birth of your child, is that tame gender reveals seldom gain viral status. Gender revelation has become an industry. Books, blog posts, hashtags, party planners are devoted to these events. It's become a fucking arms race. Peter Glick, a professor of psychology and social sciences at Lawrence University, said, "It's the big reveal about who the child is or will be. People want it to be dramatic, celebratory, an event, and to go viral above all, which means an explosion or something else eye-catching or funny or sweet." Now, while people do attend gender reveal parties in person, the audience is actually much bigger. The reveal is as much for the people watching on TikTok, Instagram, or Facebook as it is for those physically in attendance. And with that in mind, the stuff that tends to get the most attention on social media sites is videos, preferably videos that have a punchline and an emotional impact. A photograph of a slice of pink cake simply isn't as dynamic as confetti cannons going off in a fusillade, a cannonade of glitz bombs, and confetti cannons firing blue bursts into the sky aren't nearly as spectacular as a military F-14 flyover dropping napalm, which I've seen start some of the conflagrations in California. It's the big reveal about who the child is or will be. Will be. That's a tall order, even for a pyrotechnic smoke device. That's why they call in the air support. The bigger the reveal, the better chance it has of going viral, and the more pressure there is to outdo the gender reveals that came before it. But the bombastic nature of the event is also connected to how important gender is to these parents. Something that is obviously related to Gopinath's idea about how tightly we're holding on to old masculine ideals. It's really all about the dudes. I mean, the aforecited Solomon, who specializes in gender and parenthood at Northwestern, emphasizes that birth is something American society associates with mothers, woman relatives, and the feminine. That affects Americans in a personal way, like fathers-to-be feeling left out. But it's also reflected in bigger ways, like employment policies that lack paternity leave. After all, there's maternity leave for mom, but no paternity leave for dad. So, to return to Dr. Solomon, and, I was blocking out her sex unconsciously because she reminds me of Laura Lee Solomon, which is always sad. But she's not Laura Lee. She said, in relationship education, I talk a lot about the importance of the couple, of really ensuring that they both feel equally connected to that baby, equally responsible for these babies, and setting those good habits right from the start. This is particularly a concern in heterosexual couples because the cultural pressure marginalizes the male role, which has enormous consequences for him, for her, for the baby, and that doesn't do anybody any good. Now, the need to break down those cultural barriers and include men squares with the narrative that gender reveals are a way to make straight, cisgendered men part of the pre-birth excitement. All of it comes together now. Traditionally, baby showers have been thought of as female-centric. A gender reveal opens up the avenue to help men celebrate the imminent birth of a child. Making men a part of these celebrations makes them inherently more deadly. All these explosions and destructive events coinciding with the birth of a child have to do with performative, actually precarious masculinity. Researchers have observed the social and psychological reactions men display when their masculinity is threatened and discovered that many men double down on risky and dangerous behavior when challenged. Becoming a father is commonly recognized as a test of one's manhood. So, Solomon brought to my own attention a 2009 study in which men were asked to braid. Some got ropes, others got a baby doll's hair. And she observed that the men who were braiding the hair then went on to choose a more aggressive, hostile task next. Immediately thereafter, picking up guns and firing them off. They may as well start lobbing grenades into nurseries. So even including men in a traditionally feminine space, like a celebration of pregnancy, triggers masculinity loss. And this explains why gender reveals have always featured explosives, firearms, wildfires, catastrophic, even fatal ballistic injuries. Bullet wounds if you're not a forensics man. Did I say man? Or woman. While traditional baby showers never did. Now, to be clear, there may be a number of gender reveal parties that have never made the headlines and have no doubt been enjoyed by many people. There wouldn't be an industry around them if they weren't so popular. But there's an underlying current of schadenfreude with these freak reports of gender reveals gone wrong. They have become the norm. When a gender reveal fail surfaces, like the supermassive wildfire, or someone hurting themselves setting off a gender reveal firework while blowing off the head of a stander-by, there's a common reaction. Maybe the people behind it just aren't the best or the brightest America has to offer. It's the opportunity to pass judgment, to judge these people's choices and conduct. A lot of us think of the other ways we would spend pyrotechnic gender reveal money, or how we're smart enough not to be suckered into that kind of behavior. Or we think if we were to engineer a gender reveal party, we would do it better and not leave an ecological disaster in our wake. But as the Dr. Solomon has pointed out, these explosion-filled fetes, celebrations, and the reactions thereunto speak to a bigger idea that we're whiffing on, and even a possible solution to the damage and destruction of a gender reveal party gone wild. It's the opportunity to redefine masculinity itself, to redefine fatherhood, and even parenthood, so that we don't need bombastic instruments of obliteration to compensate. To quote us the Dr. Solomon again, what we're missing out on is a chance to have a larger conversation about how men can create for themselves a really sturdy masculinity that is both tough and tender, that is both strong and nurturing. All the data shows that men are healthier when they're able to access all those parts of themselves. And becoming a parent is an incredibly powerful way to move toward a deeper understanding of what it truly means to be masculine, to be a man, and to be partnered and connected to your family. I mean, imagine that! If a man would just say, "Oh my God, oh, my wife's having a baby, I'm so happy," instead of, "Now let's pull out the guns and the explosives so I can have the Big Bang." And all this amid the climate apocalypse, which is only getting worse. I mean, maybe it was the unprecedented floods in Europe and China that did it. Oh, and by the way, Jameson Reese, if you're there, you'd be happy to know that hundreds of people have drowned in Belgium. And of course, they're mourning their loss for all those that are still missing and disappeared. Belgium, by the way, is responsible for the greatest genocide you've never heard of black Africans, and therefore that's why nobody cares. They're not Jewish. And the Belgians are considered these wonderful human beings. And my biological Adolf Hitler should have concentrated on exterminating them. And perhaps it was the deathly heat dome in the Pacific Northwest, and we'll probably get more responses after this dome of doom settles over the center of the United States and over Texas. We'll get correspondence from Daniel Larola on Wednesday about that. Then there's the massive wildfires stretching across more than millions of acres of the North. Well, more than 1 million acres of the entire American West by now. Maybe it was closer to home for you. The record-hot June, the rain-soaked July, the smoke-tinged skies, and the early orange sun that made you wonder if this might be more than a random rotten run of very bad news. Could this be climate change? And to put it bluntly, according to all climate scientists, yes, it is. Jennifer Francis, a senior scientist at the Woodwell Climate Research Center, says, "We are absolutely seeing the face of climate change in these extremes. If you've known where to look, the signs have been there for years. In the shrinking sea ice and the crisis unfolding in low-lying island nations. But what is in full view now, in a way that it hasn't been before, is that extreme weather events reliably traced to climate change are happening now with more frequency, more severity, and more damage to human life and property, and it's all going to get worse. Some of the events of this summer have surprised even the climate experts, whose models do a good job of projecting what to expect on a burning planet. but not with the granularity to predict exactly when or where things could go so horribly wrong. Which means that as the world continues to warm, these kinds of catastrophes could happen anywhere, including H.P. Lovecraft's seemingly impervious New England. Now, in terms of the climatologist I've just aforecited, Jennifer Francis, senior scientist at the Woodwell Climate Research Center, everybody is feeling it one way or another. Whether or not the extreme event is in their own backyard, it's just everywhere you look. And as your climate-denying neighbor might remind you, rainy summer days have always happened, and so have heat waves. But what's happening now is that climate change and the 2 degrees of warming that the world has already experienced since pre-industrial times is being added on top of those existing weather patterns, making them much more intense. And so Peter Hubers, a professor of Earth and Planetary Sciences at Harvard University, confirms this is evidence of climate change. This is evidence of natural variability, and this is evidence of the fact that the two can line up and give you even larger extremes. In Massachusetts, Worcester recorded its wettest July on record when there were still 12 days left in the month. A June heat wave was the longest that Boston had experienced in nearly a century. You could just ask our friend in area, Salman Sheikh, all part of a trend of rising incidence of days that soar above 90 degrees and don't fall below 70 at night. Across the world, these signs have been even more troubling. Just this week, cell phone videos recorded a horrifying scene in communist China as passengers were trapped inside subway cars as floodwaters rose, drowning some of them. An entire year's worth of rain fell in just 3 days. It was eerily similar to floods that washed out entire villages in Germany and Belgium just days earlier. Meanwhile, more than 400,000 acres of land in Oregon have been charred in that bootleg fire, one of more than 80 fires currently burning across the West, where an unrelenting heat wave has yet to die down after pushing temperatures above 100 degrees for weeks. That heat is known to have killed as many as 500,000 people in British Columbia, as well as 95 people in Oregon and another 20 in Washington state. Preliminary data showed that more than 1 billion sea creatures along Vancouver's coast were also killed by that heat dome, cooked alive in the soaring temperatures that an international team of scientists said would have been virtually impossible sans climate change. And at the top of the world, a heat wave in Russian Siberia, above the Arctic Circle, brought temperatures up to 118 degrees in late June. Now, hundreds of fires are burning through the subarctic taiga forests, there for the second year in a row. Russia has been plagued by widespread forest fires, blamed on unusually high temperatures and the neglect of all fire safety regulations. With Yakutia in the northeastern Siberia being the worst affected region lately. The nation where I said the remnants of the primates, the chimpanzees, the human hybrid chimeras of Joseph Stalin eke out their existence. Each year, while they dig the mines for diamonds in what's been called Russia's Congo, thousands of wildfires engulf wide swaths of Russia, destroying forests and shrouding broad territories in acrid smoke. This summer has seen particularly massive superfires in Yakutia, in northeastern Siberia, following unprecedented heat. It's, well, to put it in some perspective, it's no coincidence that all of these extreme events are happening at roughly the same time. The equivalent of an all-out thermonuclear warfare exchange of intercontinental ballistic missiles had we engaged in a third world war. This would be the equivalent as if we had. This is what Gene Roddenberry said. A massive nuclear war and all of the mass famine and plague thereafter necessitating a Vulcan intervention. This is what is necessitating your Vulcan intervention now. It's the reason why I'm here. The planet we live on is a connected place, regulated by systems that inform and relate to each other, a delicate balance that, despite the chaos that's inherent in weather systems, historically made a certain amount of sense. But as the planet has scorched, that has changed. Nowhere has warmed as much as the Arctic. And as any Arctic researcher will tell you, what happens in the Arctic doesn't stay there. The Arctic is warming 3 times faster than the rest of the world because its icy cover is melting rapidly and exposing the ocean below. Once exposed, instead of reflecting heat back to the atmosphere, the ocean absorbs it, leading to rapid warming. Climate scientists are racing to understand how the dramatic changes happening there are impacting the rest of the world. But we already see the results. That same Lady Francis of the Woodwell Center is among the researchers leading the way on that work, as scientists coalesce around an understanding that extreme warming in the Arctic is weakening the jet stream, that fast-moving river of wind high in the atmosphere that creates and steers most of the weather we experience in the Northern Hemisphere. That was pivotal in the Japanese winning the Second World War, and which is why the Americans want it shut down. But, as Doc Francis says, the doctoress, to quote as she, whenever you mess with the wind, you're going to mess with the weather. And that's already showing up in a few ways. With weaker winds, there's less force to move a weather system, which can lead to heavy rains or extreme heat just parking itself in one place for longer than expected periods of time. And as the heat dome was settling in over Western Canada and the Pacific Northwest in late June, satellite images showed that the jet stream had taken a strange dip, curving northward and looping up and over that region, meaning there was no powerful high-altitude wind to move the system along. Likewise with the Eastern European rains and resulting floods. In that case, an extreme southward dip in the jet stream allowed the rains to sit and shit all over the normally privileged and impervious and therefore imperious whites. When it comes to rain, there's another issue at play too, because a warmer atmosphere holds more water. Michael Rawlins of the Climate System Research Center at the University of Massachusetts Amherst, said the atmosphere can hold 4% more water for every 1 degree Fahrenheit of warming. When you have a storm system with significantly more water in it just sit over one spot, which might have been a rainy day a few decades agone, looks more like a mass tragedy today. That's what happened in Texas in 2017, when Hurricane Harvey sat over Houston and dumped up to 40 inches of rain in 3 days, killing 80 people 80 people in 72 hours. Climate scientists found that climate change made those record rains at least 3 times more likely to happen. They also found that even under a best-case scenario of global warming, in which the world acts rapidly and decisively to eliminate fossil fuels, similar extreme rainfall could become a further 3 times more likely to occur by the end of the century. We're living in the age of Noachic flood. If no efforts are made, all researchers concur. Rainfall events on the scale of Hurricane Harvey could be up to 10 times more likely by 2100. And these events, well, these extremes, they come with deadly consequences, and no event is more dangerous than extreme heat, which killed more than 11,000 Americans between 1979 and 2018. That's according to the EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency statistics I'm bringing up on screen right now. As climate change progresses, that toll is expected to climb, including in the areas where our friend Salman Sheikh now dwells. Boston, Philadelphia. A 2013 study found that heat-related deaths in Boston would see a 4-fold increase by the 2080s under a moderate warming scenario in which emissions decline, but not rapidly. In a scenario in which emissions continue to rise, those heat-related deaths would see a 7-fold increase. Now, according to the same study, the potential outcomes, they're all dire, which makes it all the more important that action to combat climate change comes swiftly. I mean, just to conclude on this topic with that lovely lady Frances, she said that as awful as these events are, they are helping people to realize that they're being affected by climate change today. This is not a global warming story of the gradual warming of the planet on any average. This is the much more personal impact of climate change. And amidst all that, of course, we have the plague. Delta is wreaking havoc on COVID progress. We have a spate of new coronavirus infections striking my golden state of California's healthcare system, pushing COVID-19 hospitalizations to levels not seen since early spring. But as some counties here are bringing back mask rules, Gavin Newsom, has to decide whether to make this statewide. And that's a thorny question as his recall approaches. I hope he's not recalled. As I've said before, this is the kind of red reactionary response to a man who's doing the best he can in a no-win situation. And this rise in U.S. COVID-19 hospitalizations is a self-inflicted wound. All the health experts blame the recent surges in COVID-19 cases on the low rate of vaccinations. And now the accelerating Delta variant is threatening to increase hospitalizations and deaths as well. You know, all this was on Thursday when I checked in on what was going on with this. And on Thursday, Dr. Peter Hosdes, a vaccinologist and dean of the National School of Tropical Medicine at Baylor College of Medicine, told CNN's Jim Acosta that this is a self-inflicted wound because we can prevent all of those hospitalizations and deaths, or at least 98, 99% of them, if we can encourage vaccination. More than 91 million people live in a county considered to have high COVID-19 transmission. This is according to the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention statistics I'm calling up on screen right now. What I meant to say is more than 91 million people live in a country considered to have high COVID-19 transmission, and 48 states have a 7-day average of new cases at least 10% higher than the week before. And this is according to data from Johns Hopkins University, I'm calling up on screen right now. Yet, despite these warnings from health experts, the daily pace of people becoming fully vaccinated keeps falling. Only 48.8% of the American population is fully vaccinated, and the 7-day average pace is around 252,000. The average hasn't been above 500,000 fully vaccinated people per day since the 5th of July. This is per the CDC website. So in a statement issued that same Thursday, UC Davis Medical Center Director of Critical Care, Christian Sandrock, said, "We're all thinking that another surge is likely. It is frightening. I don't think we'll go back to the worst we've seen due to the vaccine, but it's hard to tell." The UC Davis epidemiology professoress, Lorena Garcia, said that the impact could be extremely devastating on rural communities, red Republican ranges, with lower vaccination rates and limited access to health care. In Missouri, additional personnel and equipment are being sent to Springfield and Greene County to support the local health care system. Now, this was announced by the Missouri governor, Mike Parson, on Thursday, which was how I caught it. I almost said celebrate because, of course, you're almost tempted to celebrate these people who are just denying the reality of what they're facing. Of course, some of these regions are returning to masks in hopes of slowing the spread. In Texas, Harris County Judge Lena Hidalgo, who is the judge of the county that includes Houston, where our dear friend Daniel lives, as well as Crystal River, has raised the threat level from yellow to orange, urging community members to wear masks, and warned that the region is at the beginning of a potentially very dangerous fourth wave of this pandemic. To quote as she, "So I know they're uncomfortable. I don't like wearing masks either. But until we get the numbers back down, let's all wear masks again." Also on Thursday, the CDC still recommended that unvaccinated people wear masks, but the choice is up to the individual if they are vaccinated. That is not the way it should be. It should not be your goddamn choice. But directores of the CDC, Doctores Rochelle Walensky, said, "If you are vaccinated, you get exceptional protection from the vaccines, but you have the opportunity to make the personal choice to add extra layers of protection if you so choose." Of course, all experts are warning that even people who are vaccinated need to be concerned about this surge. Yet again on Thursday, the CNN medical analyst, Dr. Leanna Wen, compared vaccination to wearing a seatbelt. It is a crucial layer of protection, but it is not foolproof against the reckless behavior of others. Thus did she tell CNN's Anderson Cooper, "If there's all kinds of virus around you, if you're in a community with a lot of virus, then because these vaccines are not 100%, it is going to impact you. But saying that doesn't mean undermining confidence in seatbelts. It's just saying that the choices that other people are making influence us too." And speaking on the same show, CNN's chief medical correspondent, Sanjay Gupta, said that at this time of the summer, transmission rates should be low. In the warm weather of July, people are primarily socializing outside, where the virus is less likely to spread. Come the drier, colder weather of the fall and winter, transmission rates might go up even more. So to quote as T, "So, this could be as good as it gets, at least for a period of time." That's an understated way of saying, come the winter, you're fucked. For people who are vaccinated, their immune system is much better equipped to protect them against the virus, but it is not perfect. Some might not get symptoms if they are infected, but some might end up being protected from hospitalization and still get sick. finally, at a White House COVID-19 response team briefing this last Thursday, Dr. Walensky confirmed that the Delta variant is an aggressive and much more transmissible strain of this virus, emphasizing that it is one of the most infectious respiratory viruses we know of, and I have seen in my 20-year career. If you are not vaccinated, please take the Delta variant seriously. This virus has no incentive to let up, and it remains in search of the next vulnerable person to infect. So the spread of the variant makes vaccination even more important. According to CDC data released earlier this week, the Delta variant represents an estimated 83% of all coronavirus samples sequenced in the last 2 weeks. The good news is data shows vaccines are working as they did in clinical trials against the variant. The Los Angeles County Health Directoress, Barbara Ferrer, called the Delta variant a game changer, as about 20% of the approximately 4,000 new cases reported in the country in June were among fully vaccinated people, explaining that most people who were vaccinated experienced only mild symptoms. While cases are also rising among vaccinated people, the increase is much smaller and much slower than it is in unvaccinated people. Unvaccinated people face more than 5 times the risk of vaccinated people. The county's case rate would be higher were it not for the number of vaccinated residents. Now, I keep saying county, I do mean to say country, but I am basing this off of just reading about Los Angeles County being hit and the efforts of the health directoress, Barbara Ferrer. Now, the takeaway point, the take-home, is that reluctance to get vaccinated is concentrated among young conservatives who are skeptical of the pandemic's harms. It's not vaccine hesitancy. It's COVID-19 denialism. Several years ago, 2 sociologists researched whether Americans were willing to take a novel vaccine during a pandemic. And taking poll data from the midst of the 2009 H1N1 swine flu outbreak, they broke out hesitancy by race, age, and partisanship, among other factors. Although the H1N1, the hemagglutinin 1, neuromodase 1, the avian swine flu from World War I pandemic was very different from today's COVID-19 pandemic, as in terms of its resurgence, not nearly as many people in the United States fell ill, far fewer died, and vaccines were not as widely available as they are now, the results were striking. The researchers found widespread hesitation. Nearly 2/3 of Americans were unwilling to receive a shot. But those qualms were relatively evenly distributed in the population. Older people were more willing to get the vaccine than younger ones, and white and Latino people, about 37% each, were more willing than black people at 25%. Democrats at 39.6% were more willing than Republicans at 32.2%, but the spread was small. 12 years later, there's another pandemic, another vaccine, and more vaccine hesitancy, but that hesitancy has spread differently within the population. Although public health experts initially worried that black Americans would be highly vaccine hesitant, there's now racial parity among people who want shots. Instead, young conservatives are the great outlier. According to, well, you see, I'm a Kaiser member. I'm a member of the Kaiser health system. And by going to kp.org, the Kaiser website, I have found that according to the Kaiser Family Foundation polling, 13% of Americans say they definitely won't get any COVID-19 vaccine. But that includes 18% of people ages 30 to 49 and a whopping 29% of all Republicans. Hesitancy is particularly high among people who live in rural areas and white evangelicals, for whom increased church attendance correlates with increased hesitancy, according to a survey from one of my primary sources that I use all the time, the Public Religion Research Institute, the PRRI. COVID-19 vaccine hesitancy does not line up with the H1N1 polling at all, nor with standard patterns of hesitancy. For example, crunchy left-wing opposition to childhood vaccinations. But the patterns do line up with resistance to mask wearing and stay-at-home orders. In other words, the pattern of resistance to the coronavirus vaccines is less like COVID-19 vaccine hesitancy and more, by all evidence, simply COVID-19 denialism. While a significant chunk of Americans profess to be uneasy about getting shots to prevent COVID-19, most come from that swath of the population that has tended to downplay the disease's severity and to resist other measures to fight it, rather than the swaths that have resisted vaccines for other diseases. Now, the United States has reached a turning point in its fight against COVID-19. All FDA-approved vaccines are now open to all adults. Soon anyone who wants one will be able to get one, and scarcity will no longer be a controlling factor. In fact, now we're losing them simply because no one is using them, and they go stale, and they have to be thrown away, be wasted. We have far more than people want. The Biden administration, but yestermencies last month, rolled out plans to reach out to vaccine-hesitant groups, including rural Americans and Republicans, in an effort to move closer to herd immunity. But some Americans seem to believe that scientific concern is being weaponized for partisan ends and see their own resistance as a defense of American freedom. And if the problem is not vaccine hesitancy, but denialism of COVID-19 itself, then overcoming that may prove much harder. The same demographic splits presenting now on vaccines have existed all along. In both May and December of 2020, my own health organization of Kaiser found more than 30-point splits between Republicans and Democrats on mask wearing, and NBC News found similarly large gaps. Other pollsters found differences of a similar size between Democrats and Republicans on whether respondents were regularly practicing social distancing and supporting stay-at-home orders. All these factors move roughly in line. The partisan split also corresponds to the divergent approaches that Presidents Donald Trump and Joe Biden took toward the pandemic on the campaign trail. If vaccine hesitancy were driven primarily by worries about the vaccines, then the government's decision to pause distribution of the Johnson & Johnson vaccine over blood clotting concerns would likely drive increased hesitancy. Public health experts wrung their hands over the pause for exactly this reason, but so far polling has shown no discernible shift in how willing people are to get a vaccine, even as surveys detect deep concerns about the J&J shot, which I myself got. Meanwhile, roughly 3/4 of Republican men ages 18 to 49 are not concerned at all about a coronavirus outbreak in their area. That's according to Civiqs polling, CIVIQS. Meaning these men, ages 18 to 49, this is the same machismo involved with setting the world literally on fire around you to emphasize the gender of a baby who's your sperm, to whom your sperm contributed in terms of their existence. This suggests that the real reason for hesitancy, aside from toxic masculinity, is that a significant chunk of Americans are simply skeptical about COVID-19 itself. There is room for difference of opinion about the efficacy of certain measures taken to combat it. We've seen experts do an about-face on masks, and Fauci, the most infamous among them himself, and stay-at-home orders now seem less important than masking. People in this age bracket are less likely to die or get very sick from COVID-19 than others, but the gap in skepticism surpasses mere degree and extends into type. No wonder vaccine hesitators are particularly repelled by Anthony Fauci, who has become the public face of efforts to fight the pandemic. Now, for some vaccine refusers, the motivation is simply trolling. An essay in American Greatness, yes, that's an actual circular, which is what passes for the intellectual outpost of Trumpism, published in April, explains, "My primary reason for refusing the vaccine is much simpler than worries about personal liberty or medical complications. I dislike the people who want me to take it, and it makes them mad when they hear about my refusal." How widespread this attitude is, or what degree it is the primary motivation, is impossible to know, but it's probably just one part of a spectrum of COVID-19 denialism. You don't have to look very hard to find examples. You probably know people who doubt that the disease even exists, or who believe that it's being overhyped. If not, examples abound in reporting on COVID-19. Or you can look at Congress, where Ron Johnson of Wisconsin, the de facto leader of the Senate Republican Disinformatia, or its Russian Disinformation Caucus, dabbled in dark theories in a radio interview in the closing week of April. He wondered aloud, why is this big push to make sure everybody gets a vaccine? And it's to the point where you're going to shame people. You're going to force them to carry a card to prove that they've been vaccinated so they can still stay in society. I'm getting highly suspicious of what's happening here. And of course, Johnson did not explain what or who it was that made him suspicious. This is typical. Adherents of this kind of anti-thinking, contra-logical non-thought, are convinced that COVID-19 is a hoax perpetrated by someone for some reason, but are never clear about who might have done so or for what purpose. The vague, imputed explanation is that restrictions, whether stay-at-home orders or mask mandates or vaccine passports, are part of a plot to restrict Americans' freedom. But who is behind it, or to what end they wish to restrict these freedoms, is never made plain. While Trump was in office, some of his defenders argued that COVID-19 was a hoax cooked up to destroy his presidency. No doubt, Democrats did seek to weaponize Trump's inept handling of the pandemic against him. Although Trump made some real errors, he was himself a leading COVID denier for weeks. Countries with more responsible leaders also suffered serious casualties, and it's unclear how much better the U.S. would have fared under a normal president. In any case, Trump is now gone, yet the deniers persist. This is a golden age for conspiracy theories. But conspiracism is not a new phenomenon. In his classic study of conspiratorial beliefs on the American right, my fellow San Franciscan, now deceased, Richard Hofstadter, traced an evolution from vaguely delineated villains, such as Freemasons and Catholics in the 19th century, toward specific ones, such as attacks by Joe McCarthy and the John Birch Society on presidents and other officials. Today, the radicalized right retains some specific villains. The QAnon theory, for example, is preposterous, but it is coherent in its own anti-logical manner. It offers clear villains, a range of American elites, a clear goal to enable a worldwide child trafficking ring, and clear mechanisms, wresting control of the federal government. But COVID-19 denialism of Ron Johnson's variety has no clear villains, and no such coherence. Why is someone making up the pandemic or exaggerating its dangers? What is their goal? And why do so many people keep dying and getting sick from a hoax? In this way, COVID-19 denialism more closely resembles the right-wing denial of climate change Unsurprisingly, both Trump and Johnson have also been primary the leading popular exponents of climate nonsense. Conservative skeptics insist that the planet's warming is not real and is simply a plot to destroy our freedom. One can tease out some objections to specific policies. Some progressives want a carbon tax, which many climate change deniers oppose. But how one goes from there to an immense conspiracy to deprive everyone of basic liberties is anyone's guess. Whose idea is this? What be their ultimate goal? And why do global temperatures keep rising if it's a hoax? Standard vaccine hesitancy is a public health problem. So is COVID-19 vaccine hesitancy. But its apparent roots in COVID-19 denialism suggest that combating it will require more than just persuading Americans to trust medical science. It may take convincing them to trust each other as well. And since that's not going to happen, we're destined for civil war. So that brings us back to the history of the Spanish Civil War. By the way, I'm going to test something out here. Our man Jameson Reese, are you there? This is interesting because he seems to be on mute or non-responsive. And that's disturbing. So, Jameson, be you there, son? Let's see if we get any response. Also, I noticed chat disconnects throughout the night, though we have an excellent connection. So that's interesting in and of itself. I do notice a lot less participation in chat, and I do ask others to participate. Jump back into chat, get that operative again, and let's take a little look around some other areas of our YouTube here with our man Jameson Reese dropping off. Yes, that's pretty disturbing. And not necessarily surprising either, considering his own doubt of his ability to interact with the world. Okay, let me check something here. I'll be damned. There we are. Okay, so breathe. And I'll continue for the rest of the night. Now, the most famous of the journalists who covered the Spanish Civil War was Ernest Hemingway. But Martha Gellhorn, who was also a famous journalist, was there covering the war. She and Hemingway were lovers at the time. They later married. Hemingway thereafter wrote a novelization of it all, entitled For Whom the Bell Tolls. His wartime journalism is as overrated as his novels. He was writing for the North American Newspaper Alliance, which was a consortium of 600 large newspapers. And he was such an enthusiast for the communized Republican cause in Spain that he was often predicting victory when, in fact, victory was not going to happen. He did like to get close to the action, close to the front. He was a toxically masculine male after all, the kind of man who would have turned a gender reveal party into a raging inferno. So, no surprise there at his predictable behavior. But the best journalist in Spain is actually somebody who's very little known. Of course, a female. A young woman named Virginia Cowles. Cowles. And that was a surname spelled Cowles. Virginia Cowles was 26 years old when she arrived in Spain. Never been to college. And if you read the book that she wrote about it afterwards, entitled Looking for Trouble, it's still a fine read today. Whereas most of the other memoirs of journalists who were there have a very musty feel. Very dated. Their language, vernacular, colloquial, professional, or otherwise. What makes her reporting so good, I think, is that she's one of the very few people who reported from both sides in the war. She reported from the Commune Republican side. Then she set her sights on being able to get into nationalist Spain, which was very difficult, especially for a journalist who had written from the Republic. But she managed it, traveled all over the place, was the first foreign correspondent in nationalist Spain to be able to quote nationalist officers admitting that they had bombed Guernica, because this was something that Francisco Franco, the Generalissimo, and der Führer, Adolf Hitler, were strenuously denying at the time. So I respect her work a lot. It is so difficult for journalists to get into and report on the fascist side in the Spanish Civil War, whereas in the communized republic, there was professional level embedding and indoctrination of journalists in the commu-populist side. The mass propagandistic side in the commu-proletarian cult, what they called the prolet cult. There was censorship, but it was so heavily politicized that inescapably exposited everything. And Herbert Matthews of the New York Times said he noticed that if he called his Paris bureau at the time when the Spanish censor went out to dinner, he could just dictate a story without anybody interfering. On the nationalist side, what press authorities there were kept a very close eye on foreign correspondents in retention of national security. They shepherded them around. Every correspondent had to have a minder with him or her at all times, had to travel in a convoy with nationalist army cars at the beginning and end. The censorship was extremely strict, so it was hard to do that. And a lot of what Virginia Cowles wrote, she didn't write until after she had left nationalist Spain. But she stayed safe the whole time because of just such armed security escort. The New York Times had 1,000 front-page stories on the Spanish Civil War. And there was also a cold civil war within the New York Times itself about the coverage. To reiterate, the New York Times published more than 1,000 stories, front-page stories, about the Spanish Civil War during the period that it raged, from mid-1936 to early 1939. And that's more than on any other subject. You know, the re-election of President Roosevelt, the rise of a certain man who sired myself, Adolf Hitler, or even the toll of the Great Depression. The Times correspondents on both sides, or rather the Times had correspondents on both sides and they hated each other. On the Commune Republican side was Herbert Matthews, who was a well-known Times reporter, became a very good friend of Hemingway's in Spain. Of course, they used to travel around together, who became a passionate partisan of the Republican collective, just as Hemingway did, and I think, like Hemingway, was also not willing to recognize when the collectivized Republic was losing the war, which it definitely was in the later months. On the nationalist side was a man named William P. Carney, who was a passionate supporter of Franco's Spain and was completely blind to any faults that it might have. And actually, years later, after he left the newspaper, he became a paid lobbyist for Franco's Spain in these United States. And these guys, while at the press office, sniped at each other. Actually, they sniped at each other on the battlefield of the front pages. You know, in the gray columns of the New York Times, you can't by name attack another reporter. But there were a couple of times when Carney, who tended not to get as close to the front lines as Matthews, of course escorted by the armored car entourage, that prevented that, the way the communists instead were acting as insurgents. Carney, behind nationalist lines, reported that the nationalists had captured a particular town. Matthews, on reading this, was outraged because he knew the communized republic still held that town, so he went there, wrote a story datelined from the town, and said, "In this war, you can only verify something by seeing it with your own eyes." So that was an indirect dig at Carney. So, in 1939, after 2.5 years, Generalissimo Francisco Franco and his fascist army wins the Spanish Civil War, and he becomes the dictator for the next 36 years. First of all, education was given back to the Roman Catholic Church, where it was separate education for boys and girls. Girls' education was very heavy on religion and sewing, and the nationalists believed that coeducation was a communist plot of some sort. The laws regarding women were very strict. They could not vote. Actually, nobody could vote because there were simply no elections. But a husband had the right to kill his wife if he caught her in the act of committing adultery. A woman needed her husband's permission to travel out of town, to open a bank account, to do various things like that. Certainly the liberal progressives would consider all this very, very retrograde, but they were not aware of the communized collectives, where women who could not produce, meaning sterile women who were not delivering babies, were considered communal property and therefore open to mass gang rape on a daily basis. Since they could not be productive and bear children for the state, then they should be able to pleasure men who worked the fields and men who fought the wars with no questions or qualms. Believe me, in this case, a sense of medieval chivalry will beat out communized collectivism any day. Imagine if you were a woman who went back in time and were so unfortunate as to have had an injection to prevent you from ovulating, or an IUD that was difficult to remove, what your fate would be. But everyone complains about the fascists because, you know, there were, in a Roman Catholic traditionalist environment, all sorts of rules about modesty and dress. You know, no pants for women. The regime that Franco established favored these large landowners, who had been his basic backers from the beginning, and he had tens of thousands of communist Republican prisoners, and he put many of them to work building irrigation canals that would benefit these large landowners, and giant memorials due, well, to the nationalist dead of the war. It was a pretty grim police state for 36 years by the accounts of those individuals who had, before that time, enjoyed themselves in activities such as mass gang rape. They felt they were being treated unjustly. And of course, torture was routine right up to the end. This comes as no surprise, since Franco was supported by Hitler during the Civil War, but you know, Franco was also very Judeophobic, which is strange because supposedly he may have been Jewish himself. In fact, seemed to have come across accounts where they said he was. But Jews were famously expelled from Spain in 1492, and therefore Spain was considered Judenrein, free of Jews, in Nazi terminology, and very few of them had ever returned, but I guess Francisco Franco wanted to keep it that way. You know, I say this in jest, but maybe he was afraid one of them might expose him. Now, the rhetoric of Franco and his generals was always that the conspiracy lined up against them was a conspiracy of Bolsheviks, Jews, and Masons. They were very opposed to the Freemasons because this had been a traditionally anti-clerical group in Spain. And in terms of returning education to the church, the Spanish Catholic Church was probably the most conservative of the churches in Europe at the time. I mean, conservative maybe isn't even the right word. The Jesuits in Spain, before the Spanish Civil War, had republished these anti-Jewish tracts, or what became the warrant for genocide, the Protocols of the Elders of Zion, the Tsarist forgery. This was the mentality of the church itself. It was the most conservative Catholic church in Western Europe, and remained so, really, throughout Franco's rule. Whereas the demo-collectivist side during the Spanish Civil War committed an untold number of atrocities against Roman Catholics. They murdered thousands of clergy. They burned down thousands of churches. You might say, how could they burn down thousands? How is that even possible that thousands of churches existed? Believe me, take a look sometimes at a photograph of an urban cityscape in Spain. The first thing you'll notice is that there's a Catholic church on every corner. This is because any family who ever attained any degree of success would pay their recognition to God for their good fortune and repay God himself by their establishment of a family church. Now, the Catholicized Spaniards had very large extended families. Of course, there was no birth control in Catholicism, so they would have a family church. And therefore, you have a church on every street corner in many cities throughout Spain. What you also have when the communists take over such a city is a city set to flame. The Spanish Civil War was very nasty on both sides. But I weary of the communists being presented as virtuous angels defending democracy. Nobody has a monopoly in Spain of virtue here. The nationalists are estimated to have carried out 150,000 political murders throughout the war, and some 20,000 after the war ended. On the Commune Republican side, mobs killed an estimated 49,000 people only by conservative measure. Those whose bodies were able to be identified, including nearly 7,000 members of the clergy. Every priest or nun who was unfortunate enough to be captured alive. The nuns were mass gang raped to death. Priests were often crucified or burned alive. The Commune Republicans hated the Catholic Church because it was looked on as being hand in glove with the large landowners and the big industrialists, but most of all the opium of the masses, the superstition that held Spain back. So this was a war against God in their eyes. And because of such irrationality, anti-theism, as opposed to atheism, simply not just not believing in God, but the desire to kill him off as a concept, or kill Zur off, to use an agendered pronoun for the divinity, to kill Zur off in the minds of man. So there was a lot of nastiness on both sides. The general consensus is that the war sent about 500,000 Spaniards into exile, and another 500,000 to their deaths. Still today, more than 100,000 Spaniards lie in hundreds of unmarked mass graves strewn all over the Iberian Peninsula. Those mass graves still haunt contemporary Spain, and the question of how the Spanish Civil War ought to be commemorated is still far from buried itself, not only in Spain, but also in these United States. Half a decade agone, when President Barack Obama visited Spain, the gift he received from Pablo Iglesias, the leader of the upstart left-wing political party Podemos, generated controversy. The present was a copy of the book entitled The Abraham Lincoln Brigade, subtitled A Picture History. And in it, Iglesias penned a dedication to President Obama that read, "The first Americans who came to Europe to fight against fascism were the men and women of the Lincoln Brigade. Please convey to the American people the gratitude felt by Spanish Democrats for the anti-fascist example provided by these heroes." To understand the symbolism and the controversial nature of this gift, we must examine the convoluted legacy of that war, whose, 80th anniversary, at the very least, was commemorated this week, which I'm concluding as our historical week of commemoration for the commencement of the Spanish War tonight. Now, in terms of 1936, 1937, give me a second here. Going to turn on to our local live stream, see if anyone is active. And of course, again, we have that absence of our man, Jameson Reese. So 1936, and when you think about 2021, I know it's 80 years agone at least, then we subtract that, of course, from the calculator of my mind, and you get 85. Yes, 85 years agone was the time that the Spanish Civil War did start. When I take a look at the link that I provided all of you in the summary of tonight's program, then, of course, it goes all the way down through the headlines that were accumulated by the Guardian from their diplomatic correspondent. The last headline that they have is "Rebels aided by Italians and Germans, Berlin's Mediterranean ambitions." And so that's when their diplomatic correspondent on July 25th turned in the weapons of origin from Germany. Particular interest to the Brits. They say a pessimistic view is taken here of events in Spain. There is no indication yet whether the government, or he calls the fascists the insurgents, are likely to prevail. Everything points to a protracted and sanguinary civil war, meaning very bloody. At any rate, this was from July 27th. Here's another one. Tour through the rebel stronghold in the north, preaching against the government. For God in Spain, organization of a religious crusade. Okay, so this is when they're talking about the fascists as the rebels. So it's an interesting perspective, because Americans are indoctrinated to think of fascists as occupation forces, as opposed to rebels and insurgents, which Americans typically identify as heroes. After all, Star Wars is all about the rebellion. So in terms of this contested legacy, we can go into that another time. And this was in the first week of the Spanish Civil War, and certainly something that applies to us today. That's my job, is to make you understand why or how. That's the 85th anniversary was commemorated this week, and it's the legacy we turn to now in terms of international war. Pablo Iglesias's inscription points to why the term Civil War is a misnomer when applied to Spain of 1936. Because although the Spanish War did pit Spaniard against Spaniard, that conflict quickly became international. Within days of the onset of the coup d'etat, as I've just explained to you through some headlines that are easily accessible through the link in the synopsis of tonight's episode, Adolf Hitler and Benito Mussolini intervened on the side of the insurgent generals. Before long, the Soviet Union came as to the aid of the so-called loyalists, also known as the Communist Republican Forces, who supported the government that they had subverted. To the chagrin of Spain's elected government, the United Kingdom, France, and the United States, in full appeasement mode, as the communists would propagandize it from behind the Iron Curtain, decided to remain neutral. Well, that's because they understood what was at stake here. In fact, these allies even imposed, and actually enforced, an embargo on the sale of arms to the anarcho-syndicalist republic. Despite, or perhaps because of that embargo, for the duration of the war, Spain would be on almost everybody's mind in these United States, whether they liked it or not. Moviegoers, for example, eager to see newly released films such as Charlie Chaplin's Modern Times or Walt Disney's Snow White, had to sit through newsreels. Well, newsreels, I almost said snooze reels, and it was that for some, depicting the new form of modern warfare being premiered in Spain, with melodramatic music swirling and swelling in the background. Audiences would hear foreboding newsreel narrators exclaiming, "Hundreds of thousands of non-combatants suffer the indescribable horrors of a continuous nightmare of fear and destruction." And the new medium, the medium of photojournalism, Life magazine, began circulation in 1936, which would bring fresh and horrifying images of the faraway conflict into the living rooms of average Americans. Imagine leaving that on the coffee table and your child opening it up. Not something a person would intend, yet something that happened all the time. Children would ask, "What's the man staked out in the field of impaled bodies, Daddy or Mommy?" And imagine the parent having to explain that. That's got to be awkward, to say the least. So, in terms of what else Americans were exposed to, indeed, the war in Spain was felt with such immediacy in these United States that in an unprecedented display of communist international solidarity, some 2,800 American men and women risked life and limb to travel to Spain and join the International Brigades, the 35,000 volunteers from half a hundred nations who were all recruited, organized, and armed by the Communist Internationale, the Soviet insurgency, to defend Spain's anarcho-syndicalist republic. The first contingent of Americans arrived to Spain in January of 1937, and they called themselves the Abraham Lincoln Battalion, invoking the proto-Stalinist dictator who had successfully presided over a civil war in their own country. Ernest Hemingway's portrait of Robert Jordan in For Whom the Bell Tolls would become the iconic image of an American volunteer in the Spanish Civil War. But if Hemingway's protagonist was a solitary and rugged wasp, a white Anglo-Saxon Protestant from Montana, most of the non-fiction volunteers emerged from vast, politically active communities, which were decidedly urban, working class, and overwhelmingly ethnic. The closest thing to a rifle that most of those volunteers had ever handled before Spain was probably a picket sign, because they were all communist unionists. Unlike Hemingway's outdoorsmen, real-life volunteers were likely to have had more experience sleeping on tenement fire escapes than in field tents. And for each individual who made the ultimate sacrifice of taking up arms in Spain, there were thousands of loyalist sympathizers to the communized republic who stayed behind. They raised funds to send medical supplies to the besieged government. They urged FDR, or rather the Franklin Delano Roosevelt administration, to lift the embargo against loyalist Spain. They did their bit, as the popular slogan went, to make Madrid the tomb of fascism. That's where you got the propaganda for an anti-fascist war, because they couldn't popularly sell this as the struggle for international communism that they damn well knew it was. Yet thankfully, their anarcho-syndicalist republic, hamstrung by that embargo and splintered by internal differences, eventually fell. Franco's troops marched into Madrid in April of 1939. Exactly 6 months later, Hitler invaded Poland, and according to most standard accounts, World War II was officially underway on the European continent, which of course we knew the war actually started in Asia in 1937, making the Spanish Civil War part of that war by extension as the conflicts began to merge in logistics and support from the Allies and the Axis. By the way, again, I do encourage people to speak out in the chat room. Always good to know that I'm not alone. And of course, I know I'm not. We have good concurrent numbers. But definitely always good to get response and feedback. Technical issues, if anybody is hearing them, any glitches or the like, do let me know. And with that, we have 4 hours remaining, 8 to 9, 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12. I have to kind of calculate that as I go on. Try to adapt my arc of narrative to whatever time remains. Now, in terms of this anti-fascist war bullshit, the horrors of that war help explain why the memory of Spain was subsequently eclipsed and almost forgotten. By that war, I mean the larger, wider war of the Second World War, World War II. But there were other forces at work that would contribute to the transformation of how Spain would be remembered. The fact is that, at the time, for many contemporary observers, the propagandists who were promoting the war to the point where Americans threw down all that they had to fight in a foreign land, thanks to the romanticism of men like Hemingway, who didn't give a damn, who hunted animals for fun. There we have a war in Spain that was propagandized as being of a piece with the war against Hitler. For starters, the Lincoln Volunteers frequently depicted themselves as soldiers attempting to stave off another world war by winning a worldwide revolution instead, thereby preempting World War in a communist paradise that they felt they would usher in the age of. In November of 1937, for example, a volunteer named Hy Katz, obviously Jewish, first name Hy, H-Y, last name Katz as in K-A-T-Z. He would write home to his mom, "If we sit by and let them grow stronger by taking Spain, they will move on to France and will not stop there. And it won't be long before they get to America. Realizing this, can I sit by and wait until the beasts get to my very door? Until it is too late and there is no one I can call on for help? And would I even deserve help from others when the trouble comes upon me, if I were to refuse help to those who need it today? If I permitted such a time to come, as a Jew and a progressive, I would be among the first to fall under the axe of the fascists. All I could do then would be to curse myself and say, why didn't I wake up when the alarm clock rang?" In March of 1945, President Roosevelt himself, in a missive to a diplomat, would characterize the continuity he perceived between the Spanish Civil War and the Second World War, between the Axis and Generalissimo Franco's regime, when he said, "Having been helped to power by fascist Italy and Nazi Germany, and having patterned itself along totalitarian lines, the present regime in Spain is naturally the subject of distrust by a great many American citizens. Most certainly we do not forget Spain's official position with and assistance to our Axis enemies at a time when the fortunes of war were less favorable to us, nor can we disregard the activities, aims, organizations, and public utterances of the Falange," that's Spain's fascist party, "both past and present." Even a publication like Stars and Stripes, a semi-official organ of the United States Armed Forces, would, in its European edition of July 1945, they unhesitatingly affirmed, "9 years ago last week, the first blow was struck in World War II. On July 17th, 1936, in the picturesque garrison town of Melilla, in Spanish Morocco, a Spanish general and his Moroccan regiments proclaimed civil war against the infant 5-year-old republic and its government." In 1945, the general contours of how the Spanish Civil War was likely to be remembered into the future were quite clear, as part and parcel of the long struggle against international fascism, perhaps even as the opening salvo of World War II in the West, or so the communized propagandists of capitalism had intended. But a funny thing happened on the way to the 50s. It was called the Cold War. This was a factor. Between 1945 and 1955, Francisco Franco somehow managed to refashion himself completely, no longer an ally of the Axis. In fact, he claimed that he had never been such a thing. What the people out of the know, the ignorant academics, will tell you is that Franco repackaged himself as a stalwart anti-communist, which of course he always was, ruling over a strategic landmass at the corner of Africa and Europe. And they would say that geopolitics be what worked. If, for FDR, Franco had been an illegitimate ruler, for Truman and Eisenhower, the Generalissimo would become a crucial partner in the war between freedom and communism. So it would be said, or rather you would be told, that Truman and Eisenhower helped end the Franco regime's post-war diplomatic ostracism. And in exchange, the United States got to build an archipelago of Cold War military bases on Spanish soil. And therefore, as Franco morphed from Adolf's man in Madrid to Ike's man in Madrid, and as the Spanish Civil War came to be viewed more and more through the retrospective lens of the Cold War, much history would get rewritten on both sides of the Atlantic. Now, they would tell you that Franco actively destroyed or altered evidence of his dalliance with the Axis. And in the United States, as the historian Peter Carroll reminds us, it was precisely in anti-communist crusader Joseph McCarthy's 1950s that George Orwell's work entitled Homage to Catalonia became a fixture of the Cold War canon. Orwell's book was a powerful indictment of the Communist Party's ruthless behavior in that war, and it was used to cast a shadow over the experiences and motivations of the Abraham Lincoln Brigade. Before long, in both Spain and these United States, the Spanish Civil War would be talked about not so much as an early battle of the anti-fascist Second World War, but rather as a chapter in the annals of communist subversion and perfidy that it was. The actions of American volunteers, rather than being seen as heroic and prescient, were self-evidently suspect. And that is why, even 85 years on, well, 80 years on at the time of Iglesias' gift to Obama 5 years agone, as Trump launched his campaign to efface all Obama's works, could still seem so laden with symbolism and wrapped in controversy. So, let's try and put that into some perspective. Now, as I've said before, there were multiple factors that you've never heard of, will never be exposed to, as to why all this change took place. And going to check around here at some of the noises indicating I might have an incoming message. Okay, that's just my my backup for my external hard drive acting up. Can remove that a bit here while I gather my thoughts and go into some of the more complicated aspects of the war itself and why Franco was able to carry out what he did through essentially projection of force, threat projection potential. That is far more important than any propagandistic revision, which you're going to be told was what happened to make him a welcome ally of the United States, some kind of geopolitical pragmatism. Instead, you have to remember what Franco was gifted in terms of the Nazi scientists who collaborated with him and provided him with an arsenal that could take out the United States' civilian airlines infrastructure aside from the strategic potential of that bomb, the Bell bomb, which rendered America forever vulnerable. So at that period of time, when you have America facing the ongoing challenges of the Axis, which they claimed they had defeated, you had them try to come up with geopolitical rationalizations that made it sound reasonable that they forgive Franco for what all Americans had been propagandized against from the beginning, for being an active fascist in power who was not in any way, shape, or form intimidated by the Allies or buying into their bullshit. And of course, as I've gone before, into the development of technology by the Nazis, their sharing of it with their past allies. Let me see if I can find from some of these notes here some of what I've brought up in the past. And of course, if not, what I can do is tell you about what might be in your future with those geophysical developments as opposed to geopolitical, where we've got the potential for a tsunami that could take out the East Coast, with the age of the Bell Bomb and its disintegration that forced the Allies to tolerate the exodus of the Thousand-Year Reich, and how that ultimately became something that will impact you, more than likely, in this lifetime. Now, of course, that may not happen. We can pray it doesn't. But definitely, it is something that you should be made aware of, to at least have the opportunity to prepare for it in the best way that you can. Whether by relocation, or at least an understanding of how much time you have left available potentially before you wish that you had relocated. Now, I love going through these old notes here because a day like this kind of inspires me to do so. And I just never have enough time or put enough time aside where I do that. And of course, one of the things that I have brought up in the past was Franco's taking down of a number of U.S. civilian planes. And that, of course, was his threat to the Allies that he could take down the civilian fleet. This was an important part of the Allies leaving him alone. And that, of course, is something that is why Spain was in particular left alone, as opposed to the Thousand-Year Reich in exile, while Spain could have been dismembered, invaded, which of course the Allies had sworn to do with any remnant of Hitlerism, what they swear to do with my native Taiwan. So that's why such things are important to bring up and important to put in some sort of perspective. In the meantime, of course, definitely looking around the internet as well as through my notes, catching up on anything else I might want to comment on tonight. And as I said, we do have a bit of time, more so than I do on some nights. And therefore, I try my best to create somewhat of an arc of narrative, as I say, an account that has consistency. Okay, we may be getting close to something that I was thinking of here. Maybe. In terms of things I've brought up in the past with various factors, or we may not be. Okay. But fascinating, feeling a lot of nostalgia going through some of this. I'm finding here now a few notes from that John Costermolen that he sent to me that were, of course, just aggravating only in the sense that people would be so stupid as to buy into his shit about the atomic bombs. He's been propagandizing about the atomic bombs for all his life, which is why he was made an honorary member of the 509th Bomber Group. And here we have it. The Denver Post, on November 9th, 1947, reported, spies bid for Franco's weapons. Agents ascribe flying saucers to new rocket. This is by a Lionel Shapiro, reporting out of Geneva, Switzerland. Copyrighted 1947. By the North American newspaper Alliance Incorporated. So, 3 German scientists working for Generalissimo Francisco Franco in secret laboratories near Marbella on the south coast of Spain, they developed an electromagnetic rocket which was responsible for 2 otherwise unsolved accidents of commercial aircraft over the American continent, this side of the Atlantic, in the summer of 1946. Now, this was attributed to design flaws, but these were really rockets that were destroyed by the works of secret Nazi laboratories on the south coast of Spain, east of Gibraltar. These were the KM-2 electromagnetic rockets. The KM-2 was designated after its inventors, Professors Knoch and Mueller. No was spelled K-N-O-H, and Mueller, M-U with an umlaut over it, double L-E-R. Kind of like H&K for Heckler and Koch. This is No and Mueller were the developers of the KM-2, the H&K of the skies. And of course, in case you didn't know it, the H&K, or the Heckler and Koch machine gun, is the Rolls-Royce of machine guns. Now, it had a range of 16,000 kilometers, and once its control is disengaged, it's attracted by the electric vibrations of passing aerocraft or the magnetism of the nearest metal mass. It explodes on impact with the attracting source. Nothing scarier than a missile that is magnetized and is basically heading in a beeline based on magnetic attraction to the plane you're riding in. These rockets were aimed at North America, launched on the heights of Malaga in Spain, while General Franco was watching from the deck of his yacht. All of this revealed by blueprints and notes and sketches smuggled out of Spain by the communist underground resistant agent present at the launch. So there you have it, people. When these 2 planes were destroyed over America itself, within American airspace, in American skies, you think those planes that crashed into the Twin Towers on 9/11 did their thing? These 2 planes were blown up in midair, and the Americans were so cowed by the fact that Francisco Franco had an arsenal of these rockets with which he said he could take down America's commercial airlines wipe out America's civilian airlines from the sky, that they effectively surrendered to Francisco Franco and said, your regime will never be threatened by us and you have our full support. Okay, our man Jameson Reese says he's back. Now, Jameson, you were gone for quite a bit. I was calling out for you hours ago. Did anything happen? Was there a blackout? I think not. You fell asleep, maybe? Can you?
Yeah, I think I fell asleep.
Oh my God, that's pathetic. Well, we'll let it slide. At any rate, thank you for returning. Glad to have you back in the land of the living. And we'll talk now about the reason we see why Spain had its own security and that why the Franco regime was never overthrown. Now let's start with the ultimate Wunderwaffe, or Wonder Force, that weapon, which the Wunderwaffen, the Wonder Weapon, which allowed the Third Reich to complete its exile with ever the threat of wiping America out, which was not in the interest of the Third Reich to do so because it needed America in particular to transport supplies to where the 1,000-year Reich in exile could trade for them as it completed its relocation into Unterland. The good news is that there's a window of time for those on the East Coast to evacuate before a mega tsunami even touches down on land. But a tsunami travels as fast as a jet airplane, 400 to 500 miles per hour. Even at 1,000 miles per hour, of course. Well, if you happen to have a helicopter sitting on top of the helipad over your roof, well, you can get out of there. By the way, let's try and look at the positive of this for real. Knowing what I'm going to share with you, and this is not fair pornography, this is what's called a black swan. Now, the black swan is about seduction, imprecision, effortlessness, lack of control, letting go, an evil twin, someone with bite. Well, that brings it back to me. The phrase black swan is a metaphor for describing a rare, unexpected, and very important event beyond what is normally expected of any situation, and which is, ergo, unanticipated, unpredictable, or even unforeseeable. Perhaps because it seemed impossible, or because no one had ever considered it before. Typically one with extremely far-reaching consequences that is both difficult to have predicted and yet is still considered obvious in hindsight. It is black swan events are characterized by their extreme rarity, severely impacting consequences, and the widespread insistence that they were obvious in hindsight. The world is currently living through a black swan event, as the coronavirus continues to cause chaos. Hence, the term occurs as a countable noun and is also often used as a modifying adjective, which usually appears in the expression black swan event, a phrase commonly used in the world of finance for an extremely negative event or occurrence that is impossibly difficult to predict. Exempli Greciae, the bank industry's vulnerability to black swans. There be no limitations in the way a black swan event can manifest itself. It could be anything from a natural disaster to a war, a financial crash, or the outbreak of a plague. Examples of black swan events would be 9/11, the collapse of Russia, or the invention of the internet. But according to the finance professor, writer, and former Wall Street market trader, Dr. Nazim Nicholas Taleb, who formulated the theory about how extreme and surprise events can play an outsized role in life itself, black swan events share 3 characteristics. 1, it is a surprise. The first characteristic being that black swan events are outliers, something that lies outside the realm of normal expectations because nothing in the past can credibly suggest it will happen. 2, it has major impact. The second characteristic being that the event has a severe and extreme impact on the society, well, on all society itself, which is to say the world. 3, people contend that they expected the event to take place. In hindsight. That third characteristic being that a black swan event is predictable after the event has occurred. While the event is not expected beforehand, it becomes explicable in hindsight, and the world asks why we weren't prepared. Which, of course, demands a real-life example of a black swan event. The previously successful hedge fund, LTCM, Long-Term Capital Management, that's what the acronym LTCM was for, was driven into the ground in 1998 as a result of the ripple effect caused by the Russian government's debt default, something the company's computer models could not have predicted. Of course, if they had consulted myself, I would have. However, as another example, the imposition of a steel and aluminum tariff by Donald John Trump when he was president of these United States may be considered a black swan event. Companies that export steel and aluminum to these United States, namely those located in Canada, Mexico, and Brazil, were never expecting such an announcement by any American president because it went against all American interests and therefore was nothing to ever rationally expect. But no one expected Donald Trump. So let's go back into the history of the black swan theory. Dr. Nazim Nicholas Taleb introduced the idea of black swan events as far back as 2001, but it grabbed attention when he dedicated an entire book on the subject in the year of my mother's murder, 2007, just before the world suffered a black swan event in the form of the 2008 financial crash. Actually, that was the year of my father's death, excuse me. And of course, both of their deaths are so unpleasant to me, I ultimately conflate or transfix their deaths in, I forget what the term for that is. You transpose the numbers with either of their deaths because they died 5 years apart, almost to the day. Dad in March of 2007, mother in March of 2011, 7/11, and 5 years apart in the birth month, the natal menses, the birth month of my sister. So, you've heard what I've just said. You've got the guy releasing a book on the black swan, an entire book on the subject. The year of my father's murder, the thanatization by the simple medical incompetence of really UCSF, the medical malpractice thereof, in conflation with his simultaneous treatment at the VA, where the UCSF doctors were sourcing from, because the VA uses only regional doctors from the local student hospital or hospital that is a teaching hospital, an educational facility. This is where the doctors emerge from that deploy or practice on the guinea pigs at the VA. That's their primary meat. And that malpractice is what killed my father. Now, that brings us back to get me back on train of thought and off the more upsetting track of personal loss, to examples of past historical black swan events. There have been a number of notable black swan events throughout history, and they can take very different forms. Both world wars, the fall of the Soviet Union, the rise of Islamic fundamentalists, 9/11, the impact of the spread of the internet, and the 1987 and 2008 financial crises are all examples of black swan events. However, Dr. Nazim Nicholas Taleb's book on the black swan, published in 2007 right before the 2008 financial crash, finally made everyone recognize all of these events as such. There be half a dozen prominent ones from the finance world what cometh to mind in chronological order. They be, first, the 1997 Asian financial crisis as the most recent historical example. The Asian financial crisis in 1997 was a series of currency devaluations that spread throughout several Asian markets, starting when Thailand unpegged the baht, their currency, to the US dollar. And in other words, they took it off the US dollar as their standard. And as a result of the ensuing crisis, Asian currencies dropped by as much as 38%, and international stocks declined by nearly 60%. This is when Thailand was finally recognized as one of those emerging Asian nations that was part of that flock of tiger states. Of course, the dragon economies were both communist and capitalist China on both the mainland and the island of Formosa, and Japan, South Korea. Then you had these tiger economies of Southeast Asia, Indonesia, Malaya, and of course Thailand was suddenly recognized as emergent in that regard by the simple power of unpegging their currency, the baht, BAHT, from the US dollar. Thereby crashing the bubble that was Asia, except for Taiwan, which as a fascist economy at war with the United Nations does not experience depression. Just think of America in the midst of World War II, fully mobilized. A depression was impossible. Taiwan's like that every day of its national existence. Then secondly, you had the dot-com crash. Due to the rapid growth in internet usage in the 1980s and 1990s, many internet companies were launched. However, a lot of these companies failed after some time. In addition, many of those that were successful were severely overvalued. From 2000 to 2002, several internet companies crashed, resulting in significant losses for investors. The dot-com bubble of 2001, almost as much, if not more so, than 9/11, is a black swan event that preluded the 2008 financial crisis in its similarities thereunto. America was enjoying rapid economic growth and increases in private wealth before the economy catastrophically collapsed. Since the internet was at its infancy in terms of commercial use, various investment funds were investing in technology companies with inflated valuations and no market traction. When these companies folded, the funds were hit hard, and the downside risk was passed on to the investors. The digital frontier was new, so it was nearly impossible to predict the collapse. In consequences, the dot-com crash wiped out nearly $1 trillion United States dollars worth of stock value. The NASDAQ composite lost 78% of its value in the dot-com crash. Now, by the way, had we been at the level of economic development of the 1930s, well, you can bet your sweet ass we would have had a Great Depression. Now, as for NASDAQ itself, in terms of financial services, that's an American multinational financial services corporation that owns and operates 3 stock exchanges in these United States. The namesake NASDAQ Stock Exchange, Philadelphia Stock Exchange, and another one I don't even consciously remember. When somebody asks me for the acronym of NASDAQ, or even its meaning, I think what comes to mind now is, let me see, the National Association of Securities Dealers Automated Quotations. So that's what the acronym stands for. It's also used to refer to the NASDAQ Composite, which is that index of over 3,000 stocks listed on the NASDAQ exchange that includes the world's foremost technology and biotechnologies giants such as Apple, Google, Microsoft. I mean, really, need I go further than that? Those 3 own the world, right? I'm being facetious, but you get my point. So, in terms of a third historical example in chronological order, we started with, of course, the Asian bubble, the dot-com burst. Then there was, tertiarily, a third on the calendar of your most recent memory or the life you grew up in, 9/11 attacks. The terrorist attacks on the World Trade Center and the Pentagon on September 11th, 2001 are often pinpointed as a classic example of a black swan. The attack seemed unthinkable at that time, had far-reaching consequences, which continue to be witnessed today. Ergo, preventative military offensives from Western governments strike first before they strike you. And in hindsight, could have perhaps been predicted, well, easily predictable in the context of changes in terrorist tactics. The attack on the Twin Towers of New York's World Trade Center prompted the closure of the New York Stock Exchange, the NYSE, and NASDAQ on the morning of September 11th, 2001. Stocks plummeted during the first trading week after 9/11. 1.4 trillion United States dollars in stock market value was lost within a week. Then, of course, the 2008 global financial crisis, following the publication of the book on black swans. The crash of the U.S. housing market during the 2008 financial crisis is one of the most recent and well-known black swan events. The effect of the crash was catastrophic and global, and only a few outliers were able to predict it happening. The global financial crisis in 2008 caused the Lehman Brothers to file for bankruptcy, the largest bankruptcy filing in American history. Hard to feel sorry for someone that has that much to lose. Over 25,000 Lehman employees went jobless, and more than 46 billion US dollars of Lehman's market value was wiped out. In total, over 10 trillion United States dollars was eventually wiped out in the global equity markets. I say this paper blood being shed is almost as satisfying as human blood. Also, in 2008, Zimbabwe had the worst case of hyperinflation in the 21st century, with a peak inflation rate of more than 79.6 billion%. An inflation level of that amount is nearly impossible to predict and can easily ruin a country financially. The professorial Dr. Nazim Taleb himself later used the 2008 financial crisis and the idea of black swan events to argue that if a broken system is allowed to fail, it actually strengthens it against the catastrophe of future black swan events. He also argued that, conversely, a system that is propped up and insulate it from risk, ultimately becomes more vulnerable to catastrophic loss in the face of rare, unpredictable events. The fifth, or quintary, black swan event was Brexit. In June of 2016, news of the British referendum's decision to leave the European Union caught many by surprise. It caused the British pound to sharply drop to a 31-year low against the US dollar. The Brexit vote wiped out nearly $2 trillion United States dollars of value in global markets. And finally, the sextary event, number 6. Well, then too, we are living through a black swan event right now. There has been some debate over whether the coronavirus pandemic is a black swan event, but it does meet the criteria. While the threat of a virus was known, the unpreparedness of governments around the world proves it was considered an outlier event and that there was a low possibility it could happen in the minds of the men whose destinies we trusted our fates onto. It also has had dire consequences, both on public health and the economy. Plus, now that it has happened, it be completely explicable, and everyone is wondering why we weren't ready for it. Most scientific or technological breakthroughs as the result of this event. Well, let me rephrase that. Most scientific or technological breakthroughs are the result of black swans. Most discoveries are not necessarily planned, but discovered by accident or as a result of a black swan event happening. Exempli gratiae. X-rays and microwave ovens are both thought to have been discovered by accident. Similarly, while many companies are scrambling to find a vaccine for coronavirus, the effective treatments found so far were all initially developed for other reasons, such as the antiviral drug remdesivir. Now, the idea being that most discoveries are made through a process of aggressive trial and error rather than extensive design and planning, and this is why new technology or scientific discoveries are usually so surprising and unexpected. Well, there you go. That is what the idea is. Necessity is the mother of invention. We don't really invent anything until it's absolutely necessary. And so we are really in a world where we need to, well, learn to thrive on emergency, you might say. In terms of a background that might make this more helpful or workable, rather than just something that leads us nowhere. The current use of black swan seems likely to have been inspired by an archaic use dating back several hundred years, which was simply to refer to a person or thing which is extremely rare. Now, unlike white crow, which refers to someone torn apart by their peers, when a white crow appears, it's torn to pieces by other crows. Rather than that, the term black swan refers to the historical fact that Westerners believed all swans were white, simply because that was all they had ever seen, until that belief was rubbished when Australia was discovered and the first black swan was found. Thus, the analogy of the black swan is drawn from the discovery of black swans in Western Australia by Dutch explorer William de Vlaming in the 17th century. At the time, Europeans had believed that all swans were white, so finding a black variety was a completely unexpected event which had never been experienced before. By extension, then, A black swan is used to describe any phenomenon which occurs even though people think it impossible. Contemporary use of the expression black swan in reference to an unexpected but influential event is, however, attributed to Nassim Taleb, who first popularized the concept in his 2001 book entitled Fooled by Randomness. This is a hyphenated title. There is a dash after which the subtitle follows, which reads, The Hidden Role of Chance in Life and in the Markets, wherein he wrote, and I read therefrom, the sighting of the first black swan might have been an interesting surprise for a few ornithologists, but that is not where the significance of the story lies. It illustrates a severe limitation to our learning from observations or experience and the fragility of our knowledge. One single observation can invalidate a general statement derived from millennia of confirmatory sightings of millions of white swans. All you need is one single black bird. Taleb posited thereby that the stock market was unpredictable and could be influenced by rare events or black swans, a controversial view for some reason, which turned out to have some substance in the light of the economic crisis that followed the publication of his work. The expression thereafter gained further popularity after Taleb went on to mass introduce it in the title of his 2008 book entitled The Black Swan, subtitled The Impact of the Highly Improbable. In The Black Swan, The Impact of the Highly Improbable, Taleb offered his definition of a black swan, describing a black swan as an event that, first, is so rare that even the possibility that it might occur is unknown. Second, has a catastrophic impact when it does occur. And, thirdly, is explained in hindsight as if it were actually predictable. To quote his T verbatim, Taleb writes, an event with the following three attributes. First, it is an outlier, as it lies outside the realm of regular expectations, because nothing in the past can convincingly point to its possibility. Second, it carries an extreme impact. I'll skip a little here. Third, in spite of its outlier status, human nature makes us concoct explanations for its occurrence after the fact, making it explicable and predictable. Also, black swan events can also be used to describe highly probable events that don't happen. Bearing all the aforecited in mind, one of the chief contexts in which the term black swan currently occurs is financial, especially in reference to the global economic turmoil of recent years. So financial analysts have also extended the metaphor to talk about gray swans, which, by the way, our man Jameson Reese actually foresaw himself, but minutes agone, when he wrote to myself in the text that we have to make those gray. So, gray swans are events which are possible or known about and are potentially extremely significant, but which are considered by some to be unlikely. To clarify, a gray swan is an event that is possible and known, potentially extremely significant, but considered not very likely to happen, as opposed to something you couldn't predict at all and was therefore essentially unknown till after it happens, and then you wonder how anyone could have missed it. Now, among a group of recently identified gray swans in the financial domain is the so-called fiscal cliff, a cocktail of tax increases and spending cuts which could be disastrous for the American economy, which is what Peter Moon was alluding to earlier in tonight's transmission. Black swan events, on the other hand, are rare by nature, but it is still highly likely that something similar has happened before. The coronavirus crisis is a black swan event, but it isn't the first time humans have had to deal with a worldwide health pandemic, when you consider the likes of the so-called Spanish flu, more accurately named, as it originally was in the documents I dealt with, the American Army and Navy flu, or other outbreaks, the Justinian plague or the Black Plague, etc. A natural disaster is always shocking, but they have happened before, whether it be an earthquake, tsunami, or a volcanic eruption, a la Mount St. Helens, which, should that blow in our lifetimes, is the end of our world. A financial crash always comes out of nowhere and catches most people by surprise, despite the number that have happened in the past. Notably, these events are not regarded as impossible, but very unlikely based on historic evidence. It is also worth highlighting the role of perspective in black swan events. For example, a terrorist attack will be classed as a black swan event to most people, but not by the perpetrators. This also means that black swan events are not always perceived as negative by everyone. So again, to emphasize the attributes of black swan events, to reiterate the 3 defining attributes Taleb outlined of a black swan event so that you'll know them in your sleep: an event that is unpredictable, a black swan event results in severe and widespread consequences. After the occurrence of a black swan event, people will rationalize the event as having been predictable all along. This is known as the hindsight bias. Now that we've got that down, let's try and understand the black swan. Because although black swan events seem to come with a negative connotation, the concept does not only apply to negative events. Black swans can be positive or negative. Whether the event is positive or negative depends on the perspective of the individual. This is why I said this is ultimately a matter of perspective. So, can you make this good for you? Understand that as a professional historian, I'm here to make history work for you. I do this for you for free, which is why I ask for your support. And I always appreciate it when it's provided. By the way, Sammy Romero, hugs to him. He says, sound is loud and clear, Doug. Off to bed. I'll finish tomorrow, Doug. God bless. He said this with the prayer sign and the peacock. Wonderful human being. Love him dearly. And he said that 44 minutes ago so I missed that. He's probably in bed by now. Bless his heart. Sweet be his dreams and blessed be his slumber. And he'll catch this tomorrow. So thank goodness for that. He'll hear my regards for him then. And of course, Loiter Eric has responded with a kind of reaction to one of my posts. Let's take a look at that. And okay, that's the latest publication. I've started tagging him recently as well, a friend of Penny Bradley's. And so, in terms of making history work for you, for example, a disastrous day in the stock market may be seen as a positive event for an investor with aggressive short positions, but a negative event for an investor who has heavily bought into the market. There are ways to account for this problem, including an understanding of the Lucretius problem, factoring in a margin of safety, and having skin in the game. But before grasping any of those concepts, understand that history blinds us. As a professional historian, I can tell you that there are people who are bound by history rather than educated by it. The Lucretius problem is a mental defect, where we assume the worst case event that has happened is the worst case event that can happen. In so doing, we fail to understand that the worst event that has happened in the past surpassed the worst event that came before it. Only the fool believes all he can see is all there is to see. It's always good to reread books and to dip back into them periodically. When reading a new book, I often miss out on crucial information, especially books that are hard to categorize with one descriptive sentence. When you come back to a book after reading hundreds of others, you can't help but make new connections with the old book and see it anew. The book hasn't changed, but you have. But upon rereading Anti-Fragile, that's the title of the book, I came across the Lucretius problem, and I thought I'd share an excerpt with you. Titus Lucretius Carus was a Roman poet and philosopher, best known for his poem On the Nature of Things. In Anti-Fragile, our same Dr. Nazim Taleb, he writes, and I'll read therefrom, 2 paragraphs. Indeed, our bodies discover probabilities in a very sophisticated manner and assess risks much better than our intellects do. To take one example, risk management professionals look in the past for information on the so-called worst-case scenario and use it to estimate future risks. This method is called stress testing. They take the worst historical recession, the worst war, the worst historical move in interest rates, or the worst point in unemployment as an exact estimate for the worst future outcome. But they never notice the following inconsistency. This so-called worst-case event, when it happened, exceeded the worst-known case at the time. I have called this mental defect the Lucretius problem, after the Latin poetic philosopher who wrote that the fool believes that the tallest mountain in the world will be equal to the tallest one he has observed. We consider the biggest object of any kind that we have seen in our lives or hear about as the largest item that can possibly exist. And we have been doing this for millennia. The Dr. Taleb brings up an interesting point, which is that our documented history can blind us. All we know is what we have been able to record. There is an uncertainty that we don't seem to grasp. We think because we have sophisticated data collecting techniques that we can capture all the data necessary to make decisions. We think we can use our current statistical techniques to draw historical trends using historical data without acknowledging the fact that past data recorders had fewer tools to capture the dark figure of unreported data. We also overestimate the validity of what has been recorded before, and thus the trends we draw might tell a different story if we had the dark figure of unreported data. And so Taleb continues in this work. I'm reading there from a paragraph now. The same can be seen in the Fukushima nuclear reactor, which experienced a catastrophic failure in 2011 when a tsunami struck. It had been built to withstand the worst past historical earthquake, with the builders not imagining much worse and not thinking that the worst past event had to be a surprise, as it had no precedent. Likewise, the former chairman of the Federal Reserve, Fragilista Dr. Alan Greenspan, in his apology to Congress offered the classic, "It never happened before." Well, nature, unlike Fragilista Greenspan, prepares for what has not happened before, assuming worse harm is possible. Now, there's a qualification that needs to be brought here to this fool, and here's where he proves himself a fool. Dr. Taleb. Every wise man is a fool in their own right. And he's proven himself one here. He uses the term fragilista to derogate people like Alan Greenspan, who rightly deserve it. I'll leave that alone. When he talks about Fukushima Daiichi, those nuclear reactors had a safety mechanism to kick in no matter how strong the tsunami or the earthquake. that would have prevented that meltdown. He is totally unaware of what I exposed shortly after Fukushima Daiichi had struck, which was the Stuxnet virus, the same one that had been used to shut down the German industrial control systems that controlled the Iranian nuclear power plants built by Siemens, were the same industrial control systems that were installed at Fukushima Daiichi. The Stuxnet that prevented them from turning on their safety mechanisms when they were sabotaged by the Israeli-American alliance were the same programs that sabotaged Fukushima Daiichi by that same Israeli-American alliance. In this case, to prevent the Japanese from bypassing the sanctions against Iran, which would have provided the Iranians money to restart the reactors and the Japanese with oil at a far cheaper price from Iran. This is this man's ignorance of the security factor, the international security factors, and the subversion of international security by the Israeli-American terrorist alliance, the enemy of all mankind. So, in that sense, if he did know about it, he was too fearful to speak of it, which renders him a coward as well as a fool. I'll assume him simply the fool. But it brings us to the point of dealing with uncertainty, to which Dr. Taleb provides an answer, which is to develop layers of redundancy, that is, a margin of safety, as I have recommended in terms of dealing with infrastructure security as a result of Stuxnet, which, as I've said in the past, you need a redundancy of layers of security to protect your infrastructure, which will otherwise, if attacked by a systemic Stuxnet, a Stuxnet that infects your entire infrastructural system, will destroy your civilization, annihilate your people who cannot live without that infrastructure. So, as I've suggested, and Dr. Taleb has paralleled, develop layers of redundancy, that is, a margin of safety, to act as a buffer against oneself. We overvalue what we have recorded and assume it tells us the worst and best possible outcomes. Redundant layers are a buffer against our tendency to think what has been recorded is a map of the whole terrain. An example of a redundant feature could be a rainy day fund that acts as an insurance policy against something catastrophic, such as a job loss, that allows you to survive and fight another day. So Anti-Fragile, again by the same Dr. Taleb, is a great book to read to learn something about yourself and the world. Black swans are the inevitable byproduct of complex adaptive systems. Adaptive systems that are the basis of complex societies. Think about the world as a collection of interactions between components that are generally predictable, but not always. Knowing the behaviors of the individual part can allow you to extrapolate the behavior of the group most of the time. However, it won't allow you to predict the behavior of each interaction. Occasionally, these interactions will produce something unexpected and result in non-linear and non-predictable behavior. One of the biggest mistakes that people make with black swans comes with a big impact. A lot of people think that when outcomes occur outside of their expectations, that the result is a black swan. This reasoning causes the belief that the outcome could not have been foreseen because they didn't foresee it. While this reasoning loop relaxes our brain and allows us to avoid feedback, it also ensures that we are not learning how the world really works. We become closed-minded by rationalization. Just because something is outside of our expectations does not make it a black swan. The black swan theory, or the theory of black swan events, this is to disambiguate it from an actual black swan event itself. Rather, now I'm discussing the theory of black swan events rather than the events themselves. The black swan theory is a metaphor that describes an event that comes as a surprise, has a major effect, and is often inappropriately rationalized after the fact with the benefit of hindsight. The black swan theory suggests what you don't know is far more important than what you do know. You can use all your knowledge to prepare for what you believe to be every eventuality, only to be proven wrong by one black swan event. So the term black swan theory, as popularized by Nazim Nicholas Taleb in his book The Black Swan, expositing therein that there be black swan events that have a major impact on the course of history. Again, it was all assumed, or rather it was assumed that it was assumed that all swans are white, so a black swan, which does in fact exist, was seen as being impossible and unexpected. This is the same theory behind a black swan event, an event that is nearly impossible to predict, an event that is unpredictable and unexpected in even the most detailed and carefully calculated of probability models. The key takeaways therefrom being, primarily, that any black swan event is an extremely rare event with severe consequences. It cannot be predicted beforehand, though after the fact, many falsely claim it should have been predictable. Secondarily, black swan events can cause catastrophic damage to an economy by negatively impacting markets and investments, but even the use of robust modeling cannot prevent a black swan event. Tertiarily, reliance on standard forecasting tools can both fail to predict and potentially increase vulnerability to black swans by propagating risk and offering false security. So, in context of that tertiary takeaway, what do black swan events mean for traders and investors specifically? How does somebody prepare for the unknown? The theory is not about trying to predict future black swan events, but acknowledging that they will occur and making sure you are prepared to react to whatever happens. This means disregarding most predictions and forecasts, especially ones that are over the long term. Dr. Taleb himself has been quoted as saying, "We produce 30-year projections of Social Security deficits and oil prices without realizing that we cannot even predict these for next summer because our cumulative prediction errors for political and economic events are so monstrous." In other words, Dr. Taleb has argued that because black swan events are impossible to predict due to their extreme rarity, yet have catastrophic consequences, it is important for people to always assume a black swan event is a possibility, whatever it may be, and to try to plan accordingly. Some believe that diversification may offer some protection when a black swan event does occur. But for extremely rare events, Taleb argues that the standard tools of probability and prediction, such as the normal distribution, do not apply since they depend on large population and past sample sizes that are never available for rare events by definition. Extrapolating, using statistics based on observations of past events, is not helpful for predicting black swans, and might even make us more vulnerable to them. The last key aspect of a black swan is that as a historically important event, observers are keen to explain it after the fact and speculate as to how it could have been predicted. Such retrospective speculation, however, does not actually help to predict future black swans, as these can be anything from a credit crisis to a war. So, investing under the principles of black swans is bearish by nature and leans on the fact that the world needs to focus more on prevention rather than treatment when it comes to cataclysmic events. The problem it has in engaging many investors and traders is that preventative tactics rarely offer the same rewards as treatments. Exempli gratiae, a company that invented a vaccine for a virus that is seen as a threat but hasn't yet caused any illness or death in humans, will be regarded as unnecessary and would never draw any applause, but a company that finds one to stop a pandemic will be showered in rewards. Similarly, if an investor is consistently bearish in fear that a black swan event could occur, then their returns will simply significantly underperform until it happens. Still, as the number and extremity of black swan events increases, as the world becomes more complicated, black swan investing is gaining momentum. Unsurprisingly, attention to it rises when a black swan event occurs, so the coronavirus will propel it back into the spotlight as investors look at ways to reduce risk, hedge their bets, and diversify their portfolios to protect themselves from the unknown. Exempli gratiae, this could involve siphoning a proportion of your portfolio to safe haven assets like gold, even when the market is undergoing a long bull run and gold prices are not generating any returns, at least until the markets crash again, or hedging your positions. You are unlikely to, let's just put it this way, you are likely to underperform the market during the bull run, but will fare much better when the market crashes. Or, when examining different stocks, consider the threats and risks that aren't listed in the company's principal risks and how it would perform under different scenarios. Black swan investing is about looking for stocks or other financial investments that could deliver huge returns if markets plunge. The strategy only works once a crash occurs, so it can entail incurring losses over an extended period of time before cashing in when a sudden crash happens because of a black swan event. Take Universa Investments as an example. Run by Mark Spitznagel and Taleb himself, the Black Swan Fund formalized and institutionalized the idea of tail risk hedging and has benefited hugely since the coronavirus outbreak plunged markets into turmoil. It is reported that the fund has risen over 3,600% during this crisis, but notes that its performance over the preceding 10 years was uninspiring and loss-making as markets continued their bull run. However, the strategy seems to pay off in the long term, considering the fund is thought to still be up over 200% in the last 10 years, largely thanks to the last few years alone. And certainly so in the first few months of the coronavirus. Or rather, the pandemic being recognized enough to dive the markets as it did when first finally faced and looked on in the eye. A separate report suggests an investor could have deployed just 3.3% of their portfolio in something like Universa, and the rest of it in a S&P, a Standard & Poor's 500 tracker fund, and they would have seen a 0.4% return in March of 2020, that month when the benchmark index plunged 12%. Now, black swan investing is not for the faint-hearted or the impatient. As Spitznagel once said, it's like trying to learn the piano for 10 years and struggling to play chopsticks, all in the hope that one day you will wake up and be able to play Rembrandt. So are you feeling troubled and tense by now? Do you have trouble asking others for help anyway? Or are you simply longing for greater freedom of expression? Now, this is something Crystal River would appreciate, and I actually credit her for bringing it to my attention. The totemic animal of the black swan. You know, black swan as a spirit, totem, and power animal can help. Now, bear in mind, I am gaining this information from a fairyologist, but she's convinced myself that Black Swan teaches you to relax and how to reach out to those around you. So this animal spirit guide can support, educate, and guide you. Now, in terms of Black Swan symbolism and meaning, the Black Swan is a water bird that originated in Australia, Tasmania, and New Zealand, where they build their nest in swampy regions. This particular bird is somewhat of a white elephant symbolically and scientifically, because until the late 1600s, everyone thought it was simply a myth, and that all swans were white. So Black Swan comes by the association of pleasant surprises, unexpected discoveries, and challenging the impossible. Now, the tales of Black Swan appear in Aboriginal Dreamtime. One tells us that black swans were once ancestors to a tribe, eventually becoming men. Another tells us that an arrogant fisher doomed his entire crew to being transformed into black swans. He was out in the water and caught a young trickster spirit called the bunyip and refused to release it at the behest of his mates. Mother Bunyip would have none of that, churned up the water for a flood around the boat, and used her might magic. It is said they remain in that form to this day, only being able to speak human tongue by night because of perilous arrogance and pride. The third folk story claims that there were once two brothers who became white swans to assist in gathering weapons. The local hero, Wuruna, using a crystal shape-shifting them. Eagle hawks attacked the white swans, picking them clean. Upon seeing this, crows shared their black feathers, making the brothers into black swans. The color remained as a reminder of the crows' kind assistance. Today, the black swan is an emblem for Westralia, Western Australia, which actually seeks independence and secession from the rest of the continent. Their miraculous return to life is likened to a lesson in not jumping to conclusions or making false assumptions. Black Swan Spirit and her story teach us that anyone can change feathers, particularly if we have a little help. Throughout their native habitat, keywords and characteristics associated with Black Swan include ancestors, assistance, compassion, cooperation, discovery, epiphany, fidelity, group cooperation, happiness, liberation, joy, love, partnership, pride, revelation, shape-shifting, tenderness, thaumaturgy, and wonder. Black swans are totally black, but for tiny tips of white upon the wings. They often travel in flocks, particularly during molting season, when they cannot fly. At this time, they band together for protection, working in harmony together for the greater good. Black swans mate for life, like other members of the swan family. They work cooperatively on the next and in caring for their young. This is an example of natural love and commitment. When one of the two dies, two black swans of the same gender may band together for the same purpose, protecting the nest with as much devotion as any others in the group. Once babies emerge and the parents manage to deter a predator, they actually dance together in victory, making loud and proud trumpeting sounds for all to hear. So in terms of black swan as a spirit animal, the black swan may appear as a spirit animal for a variety of reasons. Now, I've had these experiences. In my case, it was actually a pigeon, which is considered the passenger pigeon, or the courier between the worlds. Passenger not in the sense of the original extinct species, perhaps, but a passenger of messages from one world to the other world to ours. And this appeared basically at a time when I was deep in thought about my mother. and provided financial assistance where money appeared where none was before, physically where it wasn't before, where I was able to survive at a time of great stress. So, some people may experience something like that with the black swan as a spirit animal. Sometimes she comes when you feel like you have no power over your circumstances. There seems to be no satisfactory solution, and you begin giving in to victimhood. Black Swan wants to swim you away from that mentality and help you reclaim your power. Disadvantages can be turned around with a little creativity, and in this case, good energy from your Black Swan helper. Sometimes Black Swan comes to remind us of where we should be helping or not. This swan has an exceedingly long neck, and it can reach the proverbial distance. The question here for you is, are you overreaching? Sticking your neck out for someone you trust over an acquaintance are two quite different things. Examine the situation more closely. This spirit animal also teaches us about being willing to reach out and ask for aid ourselves, as much as you do for others. When the black swan cannot fly, it needs the safety of a group. So if you've been grounded in some way, now's the time to let Black Swan guide you to the right people. Even if it's just your car being in the shop and needing a ride to work, say something. Don't just sit and stew. Once airborne, the grandeur of the Black Swan is nearly unparalleled. This is grace in action, moving above life's limitations and seeing the greater picture. Your spirit is a beautiful thing already. Wait until you see it fly with liberated bliss. Those who have been looking for a special someone may discover Black Swan coming into their awareness. This signals the love and romance for which you hope, but it won't unfold in the way you think. Remember, the Black Swan appeared quite mysteriously, as if out of a fairy tale. The new interest coming to you will be very spontaneous, quirky, and a total wonderful surprise. Don't get stuck in old relationship patterns and miss this opportunity for a long-term devoted partner. Well, because as I said, swans mate for life. So in terms of the black swan as a totem animal, those with the black swan totem animal are never exactly what you expect when you first meet them. The phrase, out of the box, was coined for black swan people. They love being a bit mysterious, enigmatic, mystifying, and even a bit cheeky about it. There is playfulness in black swan because they treasure life and laughter so dearly. If black swan is your birth totem, well, you'll have to ask Crystal River about whether that's the case or not. She's the expert in such things, and I'm merely kind of relating to you what I've learned from her. Well, those you love know it without question. Woe to the person or business that tries to insert themselves into that family bevy without invitation. You will protect hearth, home, and your extended family fiercely. Black Swan may look pretty, but in anything that could harm those people, all bets are off. The feathers can be combed back into place later. Mind you, life isn't all about facing battles. Most times, you just like to relax and enjoy the company of good folk with intelligent conversation and mouth-watering food. These moments are about savoring the beauty in life and sharing happiness. If you know people who have trouble unwinding, they will flock to you for a little TLC, which of course is the acronym for tender loving care. Now, black swans love to preen each other almost as cats do. In life, those with a black swan totem may face some heartache that could make them jaded. You are really quixotic in a lovely way. Try not to lose that when you outgrow a relationship, as it would be a terrible loss to your whole aura. Don't just give up on long-lasting passion. It will come. Black Swan will always find her life mate. Now, as a power animal, Black Swan is not a simple power animal. You must have full respect for her and a clear purpose before calling for aid. When she does come, Black Swan isn't a lenient communicator. Her answers or directions will be loud, strong, and clear. You may wish to reach out to Black Swan in your quest for a soulmate. Be ready to be patient, however. Good things take time, and Black Swan will want only the best for you. So, the concept of the Black Swan as a power animal also helps you when you feel awkward in a group environment. If you're not quite sure where you fit in or how to help, let this animal guide support your efforts. She knows what it's like to feel invisible or out of touch. Note that if you tend to come off as heavy-handed, Black Swan tempers that as well. By far, the most intense reason for which to call Black Swan spirit is when you need nothing less than what you perceive as a miracle. She has already made quite a splash on life. Get ready for a magical ride toward a whole new sense of wonder in your life. So in terms of the Australian Black Swan symbolic meanings, because Friend Swan originates in Australia, this is the place that we can learn more about her symbolism and meaning. Our first story tells us of a day when all swans were white. 2 landed on a mountain of eagles who were very angry about the imposition. They swooped up the swans, carrying them to the southern coast. Along the way, they plucked all those beautiful white feathers out, which became delicate flannel flowers across the land. Later, blackbirds would share their feathers so the swan would no longer be naked. The only remaining hint of their former color is on the very tips of the white swans, the black swans' once white wings. And here we see how beauty can grow out of terrible moments. Some say it is a spiritual lesson, too, about seeking out perfection before God, only to discover that part of that road includes suffering, harsh lessons, and eventual transformation. So in terms of the Black Swan theory and symbolic meanings, the Black Swan theory is a metaphor about surprises that have a major effect but become rationalized so they seem insignificant. There are events in life that are nearly impossible to predict or incredibly rare. These traverse all subjects ranging from mathematics and science to history and finance. These moments, while they may seem tiny at first, grow in magnitude to the point where the lasting effect, even if not directly recognized as such, even as the Black Swan's reemergence from being extinct impacted financial theory hundreds of years and on. All systems of thought have their Black Swan elements. They are fragile to inaccurate conclusions or poor logic. In this illustration, they believed all swans must be white because that is what historical records indicated. But, as we know, black swans were going to change all that when the Dutch discovered them in Australia. Can you imagine their surprise? A black swan event in your own life would be one that starts outside of all your normal expectations, and that at first you may try to explain away. Nonetheless, that moment affects you so greatly, in so dynamic a manner, much that now you try not to explain it away, but justify it. In retrospect, the black swan event simply is. Now, of course, the black swan is very personal. Your surprise may look like the swan, while someone else perceives a robin. It really doesn't matter. The phenomena get all tied up in statistics and probability when it would just be more wonderful and simpler if we just said, wow, appreciated the experience, and embraced the evolutionary change it makes in our lives. And that's what brings us to, as Crystal River would say, Black Swan dreams. When Black Swan shows up in your dreams, it may be an omen that something astounding is on the horizon. It's usually a positive sign. Good things unexpected blessings, personal healing, relationship transformations. All of these are possible, so keep your eye open. If the black swan swims with another, it represents your relationship. Moving together marks harmony and fidelity. A group of black swans moving together has a similar implication for your family, a meaning of working and playing together with love in your hearts. Contrarily, if two black swans seem to be quarreling, something is amiss with a friend or loved one that you need to fix. When black swan is on the edge of your awareness in your dream or seems blurry, it symbolizes the unknown or something that you consider outside your normal comfort zone. If you chase after the black swan and it moves swiftly away, ask yourself if you are chasing after something you should not, something you see as taboo or forbidden. Consider wisely. A black swan nesting often resonates with hearth, home, and safety. If the bird looks content, so are you. This is a time of peacefulness and little pleasant rewards for your good efforts in taking care of the family. Dreaming of a black swan on a pond swimming your way is good news, often for new relationships. Be ready for a secret admirer to make themselves known. So in terms of black swan symbolic meanings, the key words would be compassion, discovery, fidelity, happiness, liberation, love, pride, shape-shifting, tenderness, revelation. So, with that kind of, shall we say, input from our fairyologist, who I spoke to, of course, privately, you should expose yourself to positive black swan events. To build wealth, you want to expose yourself to situations where uncertainty, unpredictability, is a positive force for you, not a negative one. You want to make bets in areas where surprises push to the upside because of positive black swan events. Again, that forces us to kind of talk about this in a positive perspective now. The black swan event, kind of redefine it, even though we return to the same individual, Nazim Nicholas Taleb, exploring the idea of black swan events in his book, The Black Swan, subtitled The Impact of the Highly Improbable. Again, a black swan event is a rare event of enormous consequences that can't be predicted or calculated for. It's an event where you can't compute the odds of it happening. Taleb cites events like the terrorist attacks on September 11th, 2001, or the rise of the internet as black swans. Of course, we know now that September 11th was a conspiracy, but if you weren't in on the conspiracy, how could you ever know? These are events that dominate our history books, and yet there be no way to predict them. A black swan event is a rare event of enormous consequence that cannot be predicted or calculated for. And again, according to Taleb, all black swan events have these three things in common. The event is unpredictable to the observer. The event has widespread ramifications. After the event has occurred, people will say that it was explicable and predictable. But there are two kinds of black swan events: positive and negative. A negative black swan is one where the downside of the event is unbounded while the upside is capped. Positive black swans are just the opposite. Those unpredictable, highly impactful events where the upside of the event is unlimited while the downside is capped. Well, let me try to get into some examples of these soon enough. To create wealth, you want to make bets in areas dominated by positive black swan events. They are areas filled with asymmetric opportunities. ones where the upside is greater than the downside. So when it comes to exposing yourself to positive black swans, Taleb gives us some ideas about how to expose ourselves to positive black swan events. And what he recommends are, first, identify places where unpredictability is very beneficial. So Taleb writes that there are two categories of human undertaking. Ones where uncertainty is beneficial, positive black swans, and ones where uncertainty is harmful, negative black swans. You need to be able to tell the difference between these two categories, especially if you are creating or investing in a business or in businesses. The goal is to operate in areas of positive black swans. Some areas that Taleb identifies where positive black swan events dominate would be movies, publishing, scientific research, and venture capital. 3 out of these 4 categories are scalable industries. Movies, publishing, and venture capital are scalable because you can disconnect your input from your output. In movies, or TV, you film and edit the project once, but can then scale it to a massive number of people over the internet. And for any reason, the movie may take off and become a hit, a positive black swan event. The same goes for publishing a book. As Taleb has writ, you have little to lose per book, and for completely unexpected reasons, any given book might take off. The downside is small and easily controlled. The 4th area, scientific research, is exposed to positive black swans because a surprise breakthrough will always be a net positive. Even if you accidentally find a cure for some other disease while trying to cure cancer, that's a positive black swan event. Movie making is a positive black swan industry. Examples of a black swan event in the movie business? Well, here's an example of a positive black swan in the movie business. In Tim Ferriss's book titled Tools of Titans, Arnold Schwarzenegger, whose very name in the German transliterates as Black Nigger, talks about the deal he made for the movie Twins, co-starring Danny DeVito. To get that movie made, Schwarzenegger and Ivan Reitman, the director, and DeVito agreed to waive any upfront fee for the film. Instead, they made a back-end profit-sharing deal where they would get a percentage of the movie's profits were it to make any money. The worst case for Schwarzenegger in making this deal is the movie flops, as movies often do, and he doesn't get paid for the work he did. This deal caps his downside. But if the film is a hit, he's exposed to the massive uncapped upside. And the movie was a hit, a positive black swan event. It made Schwarzenegger more money than any other movie in his career. That's the benefit of working in areas of positive black swan events. So these are businesses where you are lucky if you don't know anything, particularly if others don't know anything either, but aren't aware of it. And you fare best if you know where your ignorance lies, if you are the only one looking at the unread books, so to speak, like Douglas Dietrich, or his books. This dovetails into the barbell strategy of taking maximum exposure to the positive black swans while remaining paranoid about the negative ones. For your exposure to the positive black swan, you do not need to have any precise understanding of the structure of uncertainty. As Taleb describes, in these businesses, uncertainty helps you. The upside is much more significant than the downside. Some industries are prone to negative black swan events. These are areas where you face only downside risks. Military service, catastrophic insurance, homeland security. In each case, surprises are bad and the downside is capped. Well, the downside is uncapped. So, learn to tell the difference between areas and businesses dominated by positive black swan events and those dominated by negative black swan events. Then operate in positive black swan industries. Secondly, keep your mind open to all opportunities. Taleb encourages us to avoid looking for the precise and the local. In other words, don't try to predict specific black swan events with a particular outcome. Instead, open yourself up to let contingency play a role in your career. Exempli gratiae, if you're a writer, don't get obsessive about writing the next best-selling book. Focus on writing many books, publishing many articles, consistently tweeting your thoughts, and iterating continuously to expose yourself to positive black swans in a corpus, so a bunch of related areas. The best-selling book is not the goal. It's to expose yourself to the upside of writing and publishing in as many ways as you can. The same goes for preparing for negative black swans. Instead of protecting yourself from a specific negative black swan threat, prepare more broadly for bad things to happen. An emergency fund with 6 months' worth of income will protect you if you lose your job, and if you lose your job because of a global pandemic that shatters the world economy. Prepare for the general and keep your mind open to all opportunities. Thirdly, seize any opportunity that looks like one. To increase your chances of exposure to massively positive events, follow up on anything that even remotely looks like an opportunity. Taleb says that we are exposed to far fewer opportunities than we realize. And even when we are, it's hard to tell if it's an opportunity. So he writes, many people do not realize that they are getting a lucky break in life when they get it. If a big publisher, or a big art dealer, or a movie executive, or a hotshot banker and a big thinker suggests an appointment, cancel anything you have planned. You may never see such a window open up again. I am sometimes shocked at how little people realize that these opportunities do not grow on trees. So, train yourself to look at life through the lens of seeking positive black swan opportunities. There be some ways to do it. Go to dinner parties. Live in a big city. Go on a first date. Build a blog. Start a business. Loath as I am to say this, tweet. No, I don't do it myself, but maybe I should force myself to start. Publish a book. At least I did that. Publish videos. And yeah, I've done that too. Create a course. Yeah, Peter Moon's doing that. In each case, the upside is far greater than the downside. You are inviting contingency into your life by seizing opportunities where positive black swans dominate. That's how you can create wealth. Start now, because a mega tsunami is coming. And we have to ask if the East Coast can even prepare. Now, a tsunami could destroy everything from Boston to Miami. If it did, perhaps, rather when it does, would we even stand a chance? Well, I would, because I'm not where you are, or the majority of you are. So, that brings us back to where the Spanish Civil War, the fascist victory, and ultimately, my biological father, Adolf Hitler, has left us. With you in the lurch. And a big wave coming that'll take down the Statue of Liberty, your goddess, and flood your world. The scenario being La Palma, which has earned the nickname the Beautiful Island. Not like Formosa, which literally means that in the Portuguese, which is the name of my island, my true homeland and heartland, but La Palma is merely gifted that as a nickname. White sand beaches highlighted by black volcanic soil. Black volcanic soil. As in black swan shiny. An endless night sky filled with stars as far as the eye can see because there's no light pollution. But the beauty there is only skin deep. Nestled on the western side of La Palma sits the Cumbre Vieja volcano, like a pot of water waiting to boil over. Its last big eruption was over 500 years ago. Just a recalibration and a diagnostic run of the bell bomb, Die Glocke. But everyone knows it's only a matter of time before the disintegration of Die Glocke by its very environment unleashes the beast inside. Starts with tremors. Glasses rattle on kitchen tables while picture frames skew left and right. Tourists to La Palma brush it off, calling the jelly-feeling sea legs. They are, after all, on an island. But the locals know better and they hold their breath. And when it does happen, the ash and lava spill out of the volcano's mouth like a giant sigh. No one could have predicted what happens next. But then I always have. The western side of the volcano cracks and splits. The steam builds up inside and pushes off against the volcano's walls. The pressure's too much. The entire western flank breaks off. The Atlantic Ocean eagerly swallowing every rock, stone, and pebble as they free fall into its deep blue depths. The earth rumbles and the water begins to slosh round as its calm ebb and flow turns into frenzied splashing and crashing. The waves grow, and they grow, and they grow. To the naked eye, it looks like the heavens unleashed a curtain made of water. Somehow the volcano's landslide has produced a tsunami that reaches the sky. And this mega tsunami moves fast. All 3,000 feet of water roars as it barrels away from La Palma's coast toward the United States. As the most western island of the Canary Isles, La Palma sits 8 to 10 hours away from the eastern shore by plane. It's the one piece of good news. Residents have a window of time to evacuate. But chaos breeds chaos, and soon the highways are clogged with cars. Frightened families from Boston to Miami trying to flee inland. A final silver lining. The wave decreases as it sojourns across the Atlantic from a staggering 3,000 to a mere 160 feet. The wave touches down, flowing onto beaches and flooding bays. Coastal buildings don't stand a chance. Water rushes inland 10 miles along the entire eastern seaboard. Homes are destroyed. Countless hotels crumble under the force. Chemical plants that once churned out product by the oceanside spill their toxic waste into the sea. Beaches up and down the coast account for billions of dollars in tourism revenue each summer. It looks like vacationers might not be able to return for decades thanks to not only the amounts of oils and solvents released, but the nuclear meltdowns. All you idiots laughing at the Japs and Fukushima Daiichi. Think of 3 Mile Island now. A radioactive flood. Miles inland amongst the chemicals. Not only will the bodies pollute the well water, their bones will glow in the dark. On top of all that, the East Coast is home to 29% of the U.S. population. Now those that are no longer among us are displaced. Their homes destroyed, their cities flooded. Those are the ones that made it out in time. It may not be the end of the world, but it will very much feel like it. It will certainly be the end of one world and the beginning of another. If two towers collapsing, the Twin Towers being the closest architectural manifestation of a dollar sign in the world, the home to enough offices where each tower had its own zip code, If that was enough to put the world into recession, this crashes the world economy. In analysis, La Palma's mega tsunami is a disaster, no doubt. And, scarily enough, it's not only not impossible, Adolf Hitler's insertion of Die Glock into Franco's old outpost, where the Generalissimo himself was once stationed, perhaps renders it inevitable, unless enough of that bomb decays, where its trigger mechanism no longer functions. Even so, it may blow. Unless it disintegrates enough where such becomes impossible. The one thing we do know, no one's going to try to disinter that bomb because that alone will trigger it. The 1,000-year Reich in exile has seen to that. Otherwise, the Allies would have done that long ago and overran Spain and overthrown its fascist regime and installed another communized democracy. To prove their point, the 1,000-year Reich in exile, circa 1949, ran a diagnostic, pre-triggering the bomb. That's when the Cumbre Vieja volcano erupted along the coast of La Palma and caused an earthquake that created a mile-long fissure on its east side. The force of the fissure then caused the volcano's west side to slip 6 feet into the Atlantic Ocean. It has since remained in this precarious position, it being estimated that 1.5 trillion metric tons are waiting there now like a ticking time bomb. When Adolf Hitler then said, "I have but to press that button again, and I end your world. You rebuild Europe, and you trade with my Reich and give us what we need." The researcher and scientist Stephen Ward, now a research geophysicist at the Institute of Geophysics and Planetary Physics at UC Santa Cruz, and Simon Day, a senior research associate at the Institute for Risk and Disaster Reduction at University College London, first quantified the features of the La Palma mega tsunami. They were contracted by their governments in state of war against the 1,000-year Reich in exile, and they looked at the geological structure of the volcano and created simulations of the event, which can be seen on, well, Stephen Ward's YouTube channel. Where else? You can look that up yourself. But, fuck, let me see if I can try and find it for you. Yes, I know how this can go. It's just really frustrating. And, all right, let me take a break from the mood of the moment and give myself a link here for you. See what I'd do for you? Honestly, children, what would you do without your Vulcan intervention? Ooh, wrong channel. Getting the Severe Events Weather Channel, which is not unreasonable. But, all right, here we are. Link myself down a bit more. All right, here we go. Ta-da! All right, I ain't seeing shit, but the address is youtube.com/user/Ingomar200. That is INGOMAR 200. You are going to see various models there, and what you need to look for is, well, fuck. Let me find this. The La Palma Mega Tsunami .mov. Yes, let me watch that on YouTube. Then I can get you the share. And, all right now, here we are. That's YouTube, that's youtu.be/uppercase Z. Everything else is lowercase. B4, uppercase T, 8A, 1, as in numeric 1, uppercase K, 5, as in numeric 5, TW. Yes. So that's lowercase youtu.be / uppercase Z, lowercase b, numeric 4, uppercase T, numeric 8, lowercase a, numeric 1, uppercase K, numeric 5, lowercase tw. Enter that and you'll get your YouTube video on the La Palma Mega Tsunami.mov. And those are all separate words except for the tsunami.mov. And so they've computed it, and it's a 4-minute and 2-second video. And you'll see how your world ends. Now, to get back on track of thought and see if I can get back into the zone, if circumstances align and the volcano erupts powerfully enough naturally, or Die Glock disintegrates as it's fairly out of control of the Thousand-Year Reich's hands now and is considered inert until it either inactivates as it cannot be deactivated. There's no mechanism for that. It would inactivate solely through disintegration, or the disintegration itself will trigger it. Whether that happens or nature intervenes to make it so, the western half of the volcano could fall into the ocean and create this mega tsunami scenario in full, as concluded by scientific research. So, Stephen Ward, the research geophysicist at the Institute of Geophysics and Planetary Physics right here in California, has proven that, well, his own words, to quote his T, La Palma is a volcanic island. It's built up from ash and lava that pushed out layers like a stack of shingles on a sloping roof. Sometimes volcano sides become unstable, and like that stack of shingles, part of the pile slides off. It's a common thing to have huge pieces of debris fall off. The unusual structural evolution of the volcano, revealed by changes in the distribution of eruption sites over its surface since about 10,000 years agone, could best be explained by the progressive development of a landslide surface under that western flank and consequent weakening. And Simon Day, the senior research associate at the Institute for Risk and Disaster Reduction at the University College London, he's added his own observations. Let me see if I can find them by calling them up online. He said that satellite radar data has shown that a large section of the west flank is continuing to move very slowly, despite the fact that it is not being pushed by magma rising to the surface within the volcano. So, he explains that La Palma has a lot of water in it. The thinking is that in some future eruption, hot magma will reach this water, turn it into steam, and the steam will split the mountain. A landslide of this scale could send out a mega tsunami-sized wave. The hard part is predicting if or when the landmass will actually slide into the Atlantic. Such an event won't likely come out of the blue. There will be a buildup of volcanic and tectonic activity beforehand that will aid researchers in forecasting a potential disaster. In fact, it was earlier in the year of, what year was it? 2018. It was earlier in the year of the year before yesteryear that residents of the island feared the worst, as La Palma encountered more than 40 mini-earthquakes within a 48-hour period. Large tremors stemming from Cumbre Vieja followed soon after, although the volcano never erupted. It's simply a catastrophe too big to predict. At this point, the Glock is another random factor that is incalculable in terms of its condition and what can happen therefrom, along with the vicissitudes of Mother Nature herself. A mega tsunami is hard to predict and prepare for, at any rate. On a smaller scale, tsunamis themselves are rare enough events. Ed Masman, president of Property Ironshore, has said that usually you have significant property and cleanup and BI damage or costs. Now, that's an insurance term. I'm going to look that up myself. And when I called up this guy's resume, of course, it's business intelligence. So BI is business intelligence, and of course, there's some rationalization for you. Should have been able to predict that. Okay, bringing us back into the zone. Let me try and breathe. Figure out how much time we have left. 2 hours. Okay, let me get on with it. As far as I am able, that is. So, this Ed Masman, the president of Property Ironshore, was saying that usually you have significant property and cleanup with any tsunami and business intelligence damage or costs. Now, specifically, Masman is saying that coastal businesses are most at risk. Obviously, a lot of that is hospitality, hotels, resorts. This is a tremendous event. Uncontrollable exposures. Not just financially, but radioactively and chemically as well. There are ways to prepare for a typical tsunami, but when it comes to an event like this, and the size of the potential wave, to quote Ed Masman, I don't think we could really protect against it. He said, this is the president of Property Ironshore, it's like a tornado. You could have a structure prepped for a tornado, but if it's in the way of a Cat 5, a Category 5, that tornado is going to win. Well, there you have it, people, to a degree. As Masman added, firms are thinking about life safety over property damage. You can't really protect property. If it's in the path, if it's close enough, it's like a tornado. You could have a structure prepped for a tornado, but not for Cat 5. The best example to look at in terms of damage done is Superstorm Sandy, which hit the East Coast in October of 2012, when many people thought the Mayan calendar predicted the end of our world. It was certainly the end of the world for many. While Superstorm Sandy gives an idea of the extent of damage to expect, a mega tsunami still differs in one glaring way: the area impacted. This is not just one city bearing the brunt of the damage. Anything in between Boston and Miami could feel the wrath of the tsunami. In fact, Masman calculated, every scenario already modeled seems to be limited to one geographic area, like a large metropolitan area. If a Cat 5 hurricane were to hit Miami, it's 150 to 200 billion United States dollars. This mega tsunami would be at the very least, conservatively, 10 times that. But as I said, the good news being that there's a window of time for those on the East Coast to evacuate before a mega tsunami even touches down on land. As the experts, the aforecited experts, over from my own UC Santa Cruz, meaning here in my own state of California, an academic facility that I've consulted with, and over at University College London, Simon Day and Stephen Ward, what they've come up together with as a team in terms of what they explain to us is that a tsunami travels as fast as a jet airplane, 400 to half a thousand miles per hour. But the ocean's pretty big. From La Palma to the East Coast, it would take 8 to 10 hours for a mega tsunami to get there. Now, back to Property Ironshore. Their president, Ed Masman, says that because of this extra time and the fact that the United States is a tech-savvy country, the coast might see a lower loss of life than anticipated from an event like this now than when Hitler effectively won his war in protecting and preserving, in precipitating his master race in Unterland away from all genetic degeneracy on the surface world, more than the Western Allies could have prepared for it all back then. Now, I'm sorry I have to giggle at that, but to put it into perspective in the most positive sense for Americans, in late 2004, a tsunami hit Indonesia after the third largest recorded earthquake ever rumbled its way through the Indian Ocean. Nearly 280,000 people were killed by waves measuring as high as 100 feet. The residents had only 20 minutes between the earthquake and the tsunami hitting land to evacuate. Not nearly enough time to even register a tsunami was on its way. And therefore, no warning provided, even though the United States Navy knew. But that was because they intentionally generated it, as I've proven in the past, with tsunami bombs. And I explained the whole reason for that deployment of that weapon of mass destruction and why it was done in the past. It's something that, in terms of the horror of that conspiracy, that's something we don't necessarily have to go into again tonight. Unless, of course, we have some extra time. I think I should try and, say what I can about this first before I rehash that. That's also upsetting to me, as it should be for anyone. But it's still something we can go into. Now, in terms of that, as a matter of fact, give me a second here to just see if I can call a little bit up on screen. See if anything else has ever been written about that in terms of the horrors of scalar weaponry. And, as a matter of fact, maybe I can go in a little bit into that now because I, of course, just feel that most of you don't understand the horror of what happened there in 2004. Now, it was, oh God, what date was it that happened? As a matter of fact, let me look up the Sumatra Andaman earthquake and the Indian Ocean tsunami, and we can ascertain the exact date, because it serves as a precedent. As a matter of fact, it is an appropriate thing to go into. So, the 2004 Indian Ocean earthquake and tsunami occurred on the 26th day of December 26th, 2004. 15 billion United States dollars in damage. 227,898 dead. And so, in terms of the only way to describe this, well, on that tragic day, how many years gone was it by now? You'd actually subtract 1 year less because it was so late in the year But if we look back to 2004, which would actually be, it was 16 years ago. Now, 16 years ago in the Indian Ocean, a 9.1 magnitude earthquake, the largest in nearly half a hundred years, 40 years exactly, still the third largest ever recorded in human experience, triggered a catastrophic tsunami that ultimately claimed nigh 300,000 lives. Known by the scientific community as the Sumatra Andaman earthquake, that 2004 Indian Ocean earthquake was classified as an undersea megathruster earthquake, and they said it occurred at precisely, looking here online, 005853 UTC, or Universal Temps Co Orione, on Sunday, the 26th day of December, circa 2004 of our communal era, with an epicenter off the west coast of Sumatra, Takiri, the acronym for their nation of Indonesia, Tanah Air Kita, literally our land and water, of the Islamic Republic Indonesia, the largest Islamic nation on the globe in terms of both geography and demography, homeland to as many Muslims as all the Arabi Middle Eastern nations combined. All the Arab states together don't have the population that's in the 17,100 islands plus of Indonesia. So many islands, many of them have never been named. Primed precisely on the half-century and half-a-decade mark, the 55th annual Independence Day Eve Day, their 4th of July Eve Day, their Independence Day Eve Day, amid celebrations of their victory with Japanese help against the Netherlands and the transferal of sovereignty from Nederland to Indonesia, aftermath over 300 plus years of Dutch person's rule, circa 1949 of the communal era, while Japan was still considered their liberator, their benefactor, their sponsor in what was then the still active war between the Empire of Japan and the Anglo-American allies, inclusive the Dutch. Now, top secret, 33-foot wave-generating tsunami bomb experiments were conducted by the United States and New Zealand as early as during the Second World War itself. And circa 1997, warning was issued by way of threats as projected via an ecocidal terrorism, deploying EMP, or electromagnetic pulsations technology eco-weapons, which employ electromagnetic waves, where enemy nations, after the climate, well, they could alter the climate, set off earthquakes, volcanoes remotely. This was warned of by then United States Secretary of Defense William Sebastian Cohen, attorney at law, a Unitarian Universalist Republican, and a member of the House of Representatives from Maine 2nd District, then the chairman of the Senate Committee on Indian Affairs, Native Americans, and the chairman of the Senate Special Committee on Aging, and then the United States Senator from Maine, before being the 20th Secretariat of Defense from 1997 through 2001, and when he first became the Secretary of Defense, when he assumed that position, he warned of this. And the December 26, 2004 earthquake struck along a known fault line deep beneath the surface of the Indian Ocean, generating 30-foot swells of water that engulfed resort areas and entire villages along the coasts of Thailand, Sri Lanka, Indonesia, and India, the result of thermonuclear detonations triggered in place to destroy a series of major emergent East Asian economies, wash away entire terrorist organizations, and rebrand the Great Satan America as a model of humanitarian leadership in a region gripped by anti-American sentiment. beginning with the heavily populated Muslim regions of Southeast Asia where the bulk of casualties occurred, and where the Australian and Thai governments deliberately failed to respond to warning of the impending earthquake. On direct executive order of George Herbert Walker Bush Sr., the United States government most certainly knew of the disaster ahead of time and refrained from warning Asian peoples within those impacted nation states, as evidenced by the American Navy base situated on the Indian Ocean island of Diego Garcia. Now, Diego Garcia became a U.S. military base in the 1970s, when its black population was entirely deported by the British, specifically to expedite American invasion and occupation. And Diego Garcia was alerted and escaped unscathed from effects of the tsunamis, managing to avoid a single casualty, while other islands suffered enormous fatalities, losses in human life. The U.S. Navy's official Diego Garcia website claims the earthquake generated a tidal surge on the island estimated at 6 feet, but that the island itself wasn't hit by the devastating tsunami because it is surrounded by deep waters and the grade of its shores does not allow for tsunamis to build up before hitting land. No, that's because it was the source of the tsunami, in a very real sense, from which the tsunami bombs were triggered. All of this rendering an emergent Muslim superpower helpless and prostrate before American largesse, who needs regime change. I hope that puts something in perspective for you. And again, as I said, there we have a precedent. Late 2004, tsunami hits Indonesia after the third largest recorded earthquake rumbles its way through the Indian Ocean. Nearly 300,000 people killed by waves measuring as high as 100 feet. Only 20 minutes between the earthquake and the tsunami hitting land. With no warning, impossible. Even with warning, impossible. With La Palma's mega tsunami, there would be enough activity months in advance, if it's natural, leading up to that final landslide. The qualifier being, if it's natural and not something that triggers that bell bomb. Disintegration, or someone in Unterland decides to press that button after all. Which, theoretically, with the kind of information that was coming out of Unterland while I was still with the Department of Defense, might not be the case that it's any longer in their control. In other words, they may have tried to press the button, and it simply didn't blow. In other words, it would only blow should disintegration not render it completely inoperable, but instead render it active or activate it. That leaves us measuring the environmental impact of a mega tsunami. With these coasters safely out of the way, it's the cleanup that will take the longest. This is presuming, of course, high technology is put to use in such a way that people can be evacuated en masse, and that becomes the least of our worries. Petroleum-based fuels and solvents saturated into the landscape, and all of the structures left standing upon it, however dilapidated they would leave a lasting impact on the environment long after floodwaters recede. After Hurricane Harvey, the Cat 4, the Category 4 hurricane, the hypercane that hit Houston in 2017, several oil and chemical refineries were hit with enormous penalties for environmental violations, and rightly so. House and shared water wells had to be cleared of growing bacteria, The air quality took a significant hit as well. On top of pollutant issues, because of the size and scale of a mega tsunami, many sea creatures might be displaced or run aground, disrupting deep water ecosystems. This is nothing to laugh at. There are mega cryptids, daikaiju, that might be displaced and run amok. The scariest factor is the number of nuclear power plants concentrated on the East Coast. Now, if we go all out Godzilla on this, you'd have daikaiju or greater cryptids running straight for those. But even without that, they're bad enough on their own. In the year my late and sainted Cyrus was murdered, 2011, a 100-foot tsunami hit Japan, disabling the power supply and cooling system for 3 nuclear reactors in Fukushima, causing them to melt down. They would not have had their safety valves been able to kick in. Those were rendered inoperable by Stuxnet inserted by the Israeli-American alliance, which generated that tsunami as well, in the objective of making certain Japan did not complete its alliance with Iran, wherein the Japanese would have gotten much more accessible, cheap and easy oil in exchange for money that would have helped Iran with its nuclear program. They succeeded in dissuading the Japanese government from pursuing that objective. For this reason alone, the Israeli state as it stands today and the American state must cease to exist as they stand today. Israel needs to be divided into a liberal and conservative Israel, north and south, with a bridge between the Palestines. America, of course, there is an inevitable division between whites and blacks in the South and our own American empire that tolerates the expansion of Native American nations. At any rate, this is for what the Israelis and Americans did to Japan, that must happen. In the Empire of Japan itself, former residents are still waiting to return in area. No one expects to do so by now. Those that do live there are elderly people whose lifespans were never expected to be impacted in a discernible manner by environmental radiation. With the potential, in this case of the La Palma mega tsunami, for nearly 40 East Coast nuclear power plants to melt down, some areas in the United States will likely never be inhabitable again. This is cause for preparing for the worst. That above all other factors. 40 Fukushimas. 40 fuck you Shimas on the American East Coast. Your sperm and ovaries will be glowing in the fucking dark and you'll be giving birth to 2-headed babies. That's what all you assholes were joking about with Japan, which never happened. Oh, but in this case, we have potential. Though La Palma's mega tsunami would be hard to predict and even harder to mitigate the risk, coastal properties can start by investing in flood and storm surge insurance, stabilizing structures with wind and water resilient materials, or adding in water sensors. Clients would have insurance and be prepared for flood, but this would have a huge financial impact beyond the insurance industry. It would be interesting to see the view from cat modeling firms who modeled the coming hypercanes on an event of this magnitude. I, for one, and I don't think anyone, can imagine a loss of that scale. This would be, potentially will be, a worldwide disaster. No insurance on Earth, all the insurance in the world would not be able to cover enough. However, the one way to prepare would be to add in a warning system. The Pacific and Indian Oceans have one. The Atlantic does not. Why? Now, isn't that a question? Jameson, you think you've got an answer? This is testing the student in class who's asleep, right, at the table. It's like they wake up only when you start talking about sex. Oh, don't stand up, please. We don't want to see the erection. You know that piss hard that boys get when they sleep. Yeah, I'm sure Jameson's got one now. Talking about all this disaster gave him one. Oh, God. Well, one thing we know. When he goes in for that endoscopy, they're going to have to knock him out because he's had more than his share of sleep. Oh, God. At any rate, I'll check something here. All right, let's go back into live stream. Check that. We got over an hour and a half left. Chat's disconnected and reconnected a few times. Do somebody say something on chat. And nice to know I have some company since my normal companion in crime here has gone off to La La Land. At any rate, all right, let me try and get back into zone, so to speak. So all of this brings us back to how this all started. The Spanish-American War. It's a complicated war. Yet people saw it in terms of black and white with good reason. You've got the demo-collectivist side versus the fascist side, incalculably exacerbated by Stalin's Soviet Union supporting the demo-collectivist side in committing them to perpetrating mass atrocity as standardized operational procedure in warfare. Stalin hoped at the beginning that the United States, Britain, and France would sell arms to Spain, but when they didn't do so, he jumped in and began sending arms and pilots to fly planes, drivers for the tanks, and so on, about 3 or 4 months after the war started. And this was indispensable aid precepts metastasization of the communist carcinoma. It prevented Madrid from being captured. And he continued to send quite a lot of arms throughout the war, although after mid-1937, Mussolini's submarines in the Mediterranean began sinking a lot of ships that were carrying arms to Spain. And so the supply began to shrivel up. In return for this help, Stalin demanded high positions in the Spanish army and security forces for Spanish and Soviet communists. And a lot of these folks came to the fore in that time. What's our man saying here? He says, I'm up cooking and on call if you need a little backup, brother, with a nice big muscle arm. Oh, that's our man, Pack One. Holy shit. Oh, my God. Oh, love you dearly, Pack One. Thank you so much. No, we're fine for now. But thank you. Yeah, I'll call you if I need you. Bless you, dear brother. That's wonderful. Hugs. God bless you. Oh my God, that's wonderful. Thank you so much. And I'm so glad you said something. Good to know that I'm heard out there, even though I know I've got numbers, but still, always good to have that interaction. Thank you, sir. And love our brother Pack One. He's our man. And he's on call. He's literally on the call, just so you know. He's jumped on the call, so he's here with us. I'll certainly call on him if we need the backup. So, as I was saying, the Soviets actively took command of the entire Republican operation. This was now a Soviet conflict, and they were running the show in every sense of the word. So, if the United States, if President Franklin Roosevelt had agreed to sell arms to the demi-collectivist side in Spain at that time, most certainly the demo-collectivist side would have won. Spain would not have become a fascist country. Hitler would not have been victorious in Spain because Hitler was aligned with the fascist side in Spain. And maybe he would have thought twice before invading so many other countries. And he wouldn't have had all the military experience that the Spanish Civil War provided for his troops and the tests that it gave to his new bombers and artillery as weapons platforms. They would not have been combat field tested. Yet, if the United States had been willing to sell arms to Spain, World War II would still have happened, because my biological father was determined to acquire Lebensraum that had been won by the Kaiser and secure that within the sphere of German influence. Eastern Europe needed to be brought back under the German-dominated exchange rate system, as it must in the near future, as well as the Balkan and Caspian oil fields. This is what he had his eye on. A setback in Spain would not have deterred him from that. But it would have made a difference if the Spanish Communist Republic had won, because during World War II, the Generalissimo Francisco Franco was a de facto ally for Hitler. He was not officially part of the Axis, but he provided Hitler with a submarine base on the Spanish Atlantic coast, where 21 submarines were based that sunk many American ships and caused many American deaths. Franco provided bases for reconnaissance aircraft, radio facilities, and he encouraged Spaniards to volunteer for Hitler's army. Some 45,000 of them did so, and took part in the Russian campaign. So Adolf Hitler would not have had all that help if the communized Spanish Republic had won the war. FDR ever regretted the embargo against selling arms to the demo-collectivist Spain, because there was a lot of pressure on him during the war from people who'd come back from Spain. Martha Gellhorn, Ernest Hemingway's lover and later wife, was a protégé of Mrs. Roosevelt, Eleanor Roosevelt, and was writing to her constantly throughout the war. So there was a lot of pressure on FDR to unleash the beast of economic largesse. And he toyed with the idea of a couple of times of getting arms to Spain indirectly somehow or other, because the American empire had a huge industrial base and an ever-growing arms industry, as we all know today from the non-stop weapons deaths we suffer every day in America. But FDR also knew that isolationism was very strong in these United States. He knew there was no constituency here for getting involved in the Spanish War, and so he backed off and didn't do anything. Finally, a couple of months before the war ended, he told a cabinet meeting, "We've made a grave mistake by maintaining the arms embargo." So at the end, he wished he'd done it differently. But fortunately for all humanity, FDR had been cock-blocked earlier on. Not only cock-blocked, but he was also trying to save his political capital for passing parts of the New Deal that he wanted to get passed. And he'd suffered some setbacks in elections. The midterm congressional elections of 1938, for instance. A lot of Democrats lost their seats. And so he was very attuned to trying to stick with things that would be popular with his constituency. The soldiers, the American communist insurgents who fought fascism and Hitler in World War II, You are all indoctrinated into considering them heroes. And Tom Brokaw kind of named them the greatest generation. The still Americans who fought for communism in Spain just before World War II were considered suspect when they returned home because the Soviet Union was supporting the demo-collectivist side in Spain with direct hierarchical usurpation of high command. All command, down to the operational level, as a matter of fact. And all of the red Americans who fought for the demo-collectivist side in Spain positively identified as communists at the time. And, therefore, they were considered suspect, and rightly so, by the FBI. The FBI was very alert always to anybody who was a Communist Party member or belonged to a Communist Front organization. And they investigated these returned soldiers vigorously, as well they should have. And this meant sending FBI agents to question them. It meant sending FBI agents to talk to somebody's employer. You know, are you aware that you have a communist working for you? And so on. And it was a rare person who wasn't hurt by this kind of thing. I consider myself unfortunate enough to have encountered some of these veterans, all dead now, all 30 or 40 years older than myself. But one reason I met them was one of my side jobs as a private investigator's intern in contract to the San Francisco Chronicle for a job or two, or actually half a dozen or more. And that paper was very good about giving jobs to people who would have been blacklisted elsewhere. And 2 reporters on their staff were Spanish Civil War veterans. I used to talk to them about it, and they most certainly all identified themselves as active communists. Certainly throughout the 1930s, to the point of throwing bombs in federal buildings. But by the time I knew them, which was in the 1980s and early 90s, they had long since left the Communist Party. It must never be forgotten that contemporaneously, at the time, in the 1930s, the Communist Party in these United States and in other countries as well was the only force that was recruiting large numbers of soldiers to fight in Spain. There were a few thousand soldiers who went to fight in Spain who were of other political stripes, others on the left, anarchists and independent leftists and so on, but the big body was recruited by the red communists. And there are even some non-communists who deal with this in what they wrote, exempli gratiate. One such historical individual is an Englishman named Pat Gurney, who was very much a non-communist. He said he would never be a communist because the communists had no sense of humor, and that if you tried to make a political joke at a communist meeting, you were treated as if you'd farted in church. And he went to Spain, but he said, I did so because the communists were the only people recruiting soldiers. And then in Spain, he fought with an American, well, he fought with the American battalion for many months as a Lincolnite, got wounded, fell in love with an American nurse who has her own complicated story. And the reason why the communists were the only people recruiting for the demo-collectivist side in Spain is that the Soviets had completely subverted the demo-collectivist side. And the American government opposed any kind of involvement, quid pro quo, America's captains of industry, checkmating Roosevelt himself. Thusly, because these men of industry, the only real providers of mass employment in the American economy throughout the Depression, had almost overthrown FDR, he feared them. And so the United States took a sort of hands-off position. Although, predictably, you find a number of instances of individuals in the American government who were clearly very sympathetic. The U.S. military attaché in Spain, for example, at one point visited the American Abraham Lincoln Battalion, and he left them a present after he visited a couple of days, which was a box of U.S. Army field manuals, which he thought might be useful to them. And then when they opened up the box and went through these manuals, they found a couple of pistols at the bottom. So he was actually saying, our socialist government is in favor of what you guys are doing, even though our capitalist economy is not. Both with Donald Trump in these United States and with a lot of these postmodern Russo-radicalized right-wing movements in Europe where there is an appeal to a sense of national glory, an appeal to a sense of give me power and I will clean up everything and set things right again. You know, Trump's cap that says, make America great again. Well, it's not that easy to do any of these things. Anytime someone is promising vague, sweeping solutions that have a lot of national glory embedded in them, there's elements of that it shares with commune republicanism. And it was known in Europe at that time in the 1930s. We face such a moment again now. I refer not even to the resort of arms, and I will pause here to make that unambiguously clear, but rather to the moral weight of the current crisis confronting the future of our American Republic. The stakes here are not about partisan politics. Republicans now love Trump, but other than his plutocratic bona fides, Trump is barely a Republican. Rather, they are about what we are and what we may become. The Trump presidency is not normal, and it is dangerous to our democracy in internal exile as it is now at Mar-a-Lago. Think twice before you shake your head in disagreement. There is an overwhelming urge to normalize this still unfolding catastrophe, and luckily so far still untested by crisis administration. But that self-soothing instinct is naive at best and ignores the black swans. We are in the hands, even albeit he is out of office, he is still considered the president by a quarter, at least 25% of the American public. He is running a state within a state, which means we are in the hands of an ignorant narcissistic nativist with deeply rooted authoritarian instincts, one who thinks nothing of undermining the free press or an independent judiciary if it will buy him 10 minutes of political advantage. Now Trump, who still lords over the executive branch as if it was a banana republic-style family business, complete with a coterie of pampered princelings, has done 100 things that would have once brought utter ruination to any reputable political figure. It is impossible to keep up with these transgressions, which come along like streetcars, but let's use good people among the neo-Nazis as a generic placeholder. These characteristics, all of them, are deeply, disturbingly, and fundamentally anti-American. When there is a bull in the china shop, one is not inclined to take note of each plate shattered, but they are, one by one, the norms that had guided our civilization. People of good conscience must stand up to this. To do otherwise, as a wise young man once put it, is to turn your head and pretend that you just don't see. It is necessary not to fall prey to the normalizing temptation, and to say plainly, this is not right, even if, in the end, we lose. And we very well might lose. The Trump coalition is strong. We, its opposition, be divided. With regard to the former, consider the pattern observable since, before his original election, Trump does something repugnant. His polling numbers drift downwards and then slowly rebound to a relatively low but still firm base. Rock solid. Although Trump's approval numbers were at precedent-setting lows, even in the first year of his presidency, in a larger sense, they've always been mind-bogglingly high. And it is that latter point which matters. The robust Trump coalition is composed of three powerful single-issue cohorts. And Trump is still assiduously serving their interests, and he will always continue to do so. They are the look the other way wealthy. There is a large group of wealthy Republican voters who care about one thing and one thing only. They want to pay no taxes. Not less taxes, but no taxes. They also enjoy eliminating any government regulations, wise or unwise, when this might boost business profits. Trump cut their taxes to the bone. He sundered the bone to suck out the marrow. They have been very pleased. For them, nothing else matters, and they will tolerate and rationalize the embarrassing mess that comes with it. This is a bad way to run a country. It is important to understand that Trump is not someone anywhere near as accomplished as my biological father Adolf Hitler, not even as streetwise as Joseph Stalin, and that it is actually unproductive to engage in such cavalier name-calling, and actually gives him far more credit than he deserves, and he's quite the insult to historic figures that were capable of so much more than Donald Trump in both the positive and the negative. That said, it is impossible not to notice Donald Trump's similarities with tin pot dictators like, well, Hugo Chavez of Venezuela before he was taken out. Probably even more so his successor Maduro. The lack of rooted commitment to any political principles other than self-aggrandizement, the insecure obsession with the superficial trappings of power, the boasting and general buffoonery. But one characteristic we share today with Venezuela, before the cancer took Hugo Chavez out, is that wealthy conservatives were willing to put up with much of what they saw as Hugo Boss's absurdities, nonsense, and excesses in order to get what they wanted, and convinced themselves they would be able to use and control him, and were catastrophically wrong on both counts. Here the parallels are indeed chilling. It is likely, and I mean this, that Trump really could shoot someone on Fifth Avenue, and Wall Street would look the other way at what Fox News would describe as the hotly contested Midtown controversy, as long as taxes remained low. His other support base, the hypocritical God Squad. Trump has spent his adult life as a decadent hedonist. And aside from the dark ribbon of racism that threads its way through his sordid past, as a liberal on social issues, especially regarding sex questions, too liberal, his wives and the wives of his friends might mutter. But Trump will appoint, if he gets back in office, as he did when he was in, reactionary judges. Lots and lots of them. Because he could not care less, a neo-medievalism not affecting himself personally, and the politics are obvious. For some, everything simply boils down to abortion. Others seem much more obsessed with homosexuality, which tells us a lot about them. This is bizarre. Yes, the Old Testament makes clear that such things are not allowed, but its prohibitions against it, and a litany of sexual practices, are buried in the text. Now consider some of the Ten Commandments, which presumably are the most important laws to follow for one to be in good graces of the Lord. They include, thou shalt not commit adultery, no lying, no stealing, no coveting. Read the whole list. Trump bats at best .200, meaning 200 negative below the tolerance line. This is the guy who's going to do God's work for you. There'd be no point in trying to untangle the logic here, but be certain of this. Trump will continue to appoint conservative judges should he be back in office, and these people will never leave him. His third pillar of his bar stool, the disaffected white working class. Racists and white neo-nationalists love Donald Trump, and for good reason. But the attention-getting ugliness of these cretins obscures a much larger group whose political sensitivities are more complex. It has been a difficult few decades for the working class, especially, but not exclusively, the unskilled, who have been disadvantaged by technological change, aspects of globalization, and an increasingly business-friendly legal and regulatory environment, trends which were exacerbated by the deep recession that followed the global financial crisis. A black swan event I articulated earlier. Ground zero for the rise of American populism. On top of all this, members of the white working class tend to view the rhetoric of ascendant identity politics with resentment and alarm. Struggling to stay afloat and facing declining prospects for themselves and their children, they may enjoy aspects of white privilege, but it sure doesn't seem like it to them. They don't feel personally responsible for everything that's bad in the world, and don't enjoy being told that they are. And, not surprisingly, many have concluded that if we now live in a world defined by confrontational tribalism and identity politics, they need to get in the game. Who speaks for them? Donald John Trump. It matters little that in bread and butter terms he will provide them with nothing, and likely less than that. They still sleep better at night thinking that the President of these United States is one of us and will look out for us rather than them. In sum, Trump has a stable, three-legged bar stool, a powerful base of support for his ass, which was enough to win and could be enough to win again. Because we are back again at the Spanish Civil War. Not simply because this is the existential, character-defining, right versus wrong epochal struggle of our time, but because the anti-Trump coalition is riven with profound divisions. The never-Trump conservatives, whose fortitude in standing by their principles is to be applauded, are far too few and far too marginalized to save us. This struggle, if it is to be won, will be won by the left. But the American left, like the Spanish loyalists, are at each other's throats over issues that are not easily resolved. Three overlapping themes define these profound fissures. The first, largely drawn along generational lines, is that there is the new illiberal left versus the old guard. These cohorts hold dearly perspectives that are fundamentally incompatible. The millennial progressive is too easily caricatured, but many such young people today favor prohibitions against forbidden speech, are quick to presume guilt by association, or association itself, emphasize group identity over individual responsibility, and can be intolerant of opposing perspectives, even when proffered in the form of thoughtful civil discourse. These attributes are, of course, the very opposite of the prizes that most 60s leftists fought pitched battles to win: the revolution against censorship, the right to explore unflinchingly previously taboo subjects, exaltation of the inalienable rights of every individual, and the discipline and wisdom to consider every case individually on its own merits. For this group, Lenny Bruce died for their freedom. Nowadays, young progressives would ban his performances from their campuses. A second division is over priorities. Some on the left place a priority on cultural issues, others on economic concerns. There'd be no right and wrong here. Both protecting vulnerable populations and confronting the contemporary crisis of inequality and unequal opportunity are noble endeavors. My hunch is that it is savvier politics to place economics first, both because it most easily crosses political lines and because there are real questions as to whether radical, self-perpetrating wealth disparities are compatible with a functioning democracy. A case can be made for either approach, but the danger is that disagreements over priorities, especially within a now less tolerant of deviations from the party line left, will lead to conflicts that undermine the prospects for achieving shared objectives. There is discomforting precedent for this. The progress of the women's movement in the 1970s was hampered by exactly such a rift, at times bitter, between factions that favored a cultural or economic emphasis. Finally, there are the liberal civilizationalists and radical disruptors. The latter group includes that most bizarre category of people, and apparently they exist, who voted for wild-eyed communist Bernie Sanders in the primaries and then cast a ballot for the rapacious robber baron Donald Trump in the general election, which is sort of like voting first for matter and then for antimatter. But this heartbreaking manifestation of dissociative disorder illustrates the attitude of the radical disruptors on the left, that anything is better than this. Liberal civilizationalists know that things could actually be worse, much, much worse, and are inherently wary of breaking things apart first and asking questions later in the hopes that what follows might be better. That sort of thinking, one would be wise to remember, is what brought us the Iraq War and all that followed. This is not to suggest that leftist insurgents did not have much to protest with regard to the establishment elites of the Democratic Party, personified by its flawed presidential candidate, Hillary Rodham Clinton, who, with her cohort, became ensconced in the magical bubble of the ruling class. It is not a small thing to fail to understand that one who aspires to be presidentress of these United States should not rake in over $20 million in speaking fees in the 2 years before the election. Or that although it is perfectly reasonable for a Secretary of State to seek the advice of one of her experienced predecessors, it is a very different thing to boast of enjoying the celebrity company of the odious Henry Kissinger in social settings. Still, at the moment of the general election, it was a choice between a deeply flawed but capable candidate and an unqualified, noxious know-nothing who paraded his gleeful disregard for everything America claimed to stand for in its finest moments. Yet he won! And he could win again! If all good people don't recognize the depths of the danger we face, set aside every other concern, and dedicate themselves to his political defeat, ideally a crushing political defeat that we might rouse this disease, well, that we might rout this disease from our system, rouse our immunosystem to rout this disease from our body politic. After that, feel free to return to politics as usual. But as long as Donald John Trump is alive, and Trumpism has faux legitimacy, this is the Spanish Civil War. You are not watching history. History is watching you. Now, understand that in a very real sense, the Spanish Civil War was the war of anti-theistic or anti-godly capitalism. Take that in the context of what I said about the anti-gods in my interview with Salman Sheikh. And this capitalism, rather, the communism that the so-called capitalist empire of America did sponsor under Franklin Delano Roosevelt, where all of our economy Well, it was anti-capitalism because we gave away everything for free through the so-called Lend-Lease program, in which nothing was lent or even leased, but rather given. Well, that's redistribution of wealth, which brings us back to communism, yes? So let's return to what it truly was. The Americans under Roosevelt were communist. By the way, Bugman 4560 says, hail, heart, and hearing. He can hear me. A shout out to him. Conspiracy Kitty, our lovely Shauna Bandel, says, holy shiznicks, you're still alive. Yes, honey. I gave you kisses earlier if you listened to the replay. And I certainly acknowledge that you were here. I read aloud everything you said. So some of it was quite funny. And I thank you for that. I don't know if I can scroll back up that far. But yeah, I can't hear. And I may not be able to do so on the other video we've got. Let me see now. For me, that's the live stream, I mean to say. Well, let me shut this window here. Take a look around and see if I can find that. Now, this wouldn't be it. This might be it. No. There we are. That's a strange place for it. And thank you for all the upvotes. Everyone, do not neglect to upvote. This way we can balance out the gang stalkers. Yes, Conspiracy Kitty was talking about wonder where the privilege is, the white privilege. Yes, been homeless 3 times, blind in my left eye, can't get a boob job paid for by the government like sex change people, etc. Yes, honey, I read everything you said, and yes, quite witty. All that dinging makes me keep looking at my messages, and I'm not popular, so it's not me. I laugh out loud. That's so cute. Yes, so honey, yes, you were not neglected. Oh, and look who's back. Jameson Reese has rejoined us. Like I said, he's like the student who fell asleep in class. You don't want him to stand up right away because we'll all see his erection. You know, all those sex dreams while he had his head between his arms and was dreaming it was someplace else. All right. Now, how much time do we have left? We have a little over an hour. Okay, so as I said, capitalism and communism, they wind up meeting when the circle jerks its way around. And in this case, capitalism was definitely subsumed under the communist agenda, under the Roosevelt Socialist Administration. And with that, it was the anti-godly communism. Think of that in terms of the interview I had with Salman Sheikh. And in that, anti-godly communism attempt to overtake the Iberian Peninsula and therefrom the world in terms of its global revolution. Then think of that as their primary opponent really was the Roman Catholic Church, the House of Europe for 2,000 years. So in the sense that this was a war between anti-godly or anti-theistic communism and the Roman Catholic Church, and therefore propagandized as a war between modernity and medievalism, I think it's only fitting to turn towards a Roman Catholic publication and read a bit therefrom. Commonweal magazine. An old issue from the war. Now, not that I'm propagandizing on behalf of the church, but contextualizing how the American Catholics felt about this war, which of course, they had as much of a right to support the fascists as so many Americans were encouraged by their president to support the communists. And by the way, our man Jameson Reese says, I dreamed of some horrific multi-armed monstrosity. Whoa, withdrawals. Well, hey, you've seen some of those video games. They can be sexy too. All right. Back to our friend, oh my God, what was his name again? I sent him an email, and I CC'd it to our man Keith Call. And this was, let me see, sent this out to wrong email box here. Let me check this up. Otherwise, where would be the inbox for that? Oh, yes. Here we go. Let me shut this down. Holy Christ. Accessing everything is a royal pain in the ass. This is one of those things where, where's the button to go back to the, I guess this is it. Okay, here we are. Then I go from there, press the sent button, and here we go. And let me see what I had sent to John Evans. Here we are. So I invited John Evans to come on to one of my shows this Spanish Civil War Commemoration Week, and asked him if he wanted to speak as a Catholic apologist on the communist atrocities against the Roman Catholic Church and the population that it served in the Spanish Civil War, and why thereby it was of humanitarian necessity for fascism to triumph. And, of course, he did not respond. That was probably too politically hot a topic for him to affiliate himself with, which is a bit of a disappointment. But such is life. But the American Catholic journal Commonweal magazine, which was edited and managed by lay Catholics, was headquartered in the Interchurch Center in New York City. It was founded a year after my late and sainted Cyrus Diana Su Jian Lin Dietrich was born, and it was founded by Michael Williams and the Calvert Associates. So Commonweal is the oldest independent Roman Catholic journal in the United States, and it's still in circulation. So there is an editorial that first appeared in the June 24th, 1938 issue of Commonweal, 1938. And it was by the editors. I've extracted this from the archives. And it was entitled Civil War in Spain and the United States. Now, I'll preface it with the allegory of the light bulb. Understand that in terms of the light bulb, it changed the world. The light bulb enabled us to easily stay up throughout the night. If you've ever maintained a live fire, you know all the problems attendant with your life dependent on a live fire. In fact, you may not live through the night. The risk of being burned alive, the risk of the fire going out and you freeze to death. This is not something that you want your life to center around. And yet this is why some people became keepers of the flame. In other words, people were assigned to work with the goddamn fire because it takes your attention all night long. And starting a new one is such a bitch that you want to keep it going all the time. Hence, a keeper of the flame. With the invention of the light bulb, then you had the ability to, a bit more conveniently, if not safely, because the early means of generating and distributing electricity were insane. Open wires, no elephant skin. You could just touch those wires and die. Those were what were in houses that could go up like a tinderbox. But aside from all that, you could stay up all night relatively conveniently. But the paradox, most of that energy that goes into a light bulb does not produce light, but instead produces heat. The overwhelming majority of energy that goes into a light bulb is wasted. Hence, they have had forever the ability to, both manufacture, produce, and sell eternal light bulbs that would never die, and all the energy went into light instead of heat. But of course, we never had that available to the public because those didn't break and you had to buy new ones. In other words, built-in obsolescence, bigger and whale shit, which is why you should hate capitalism as much as you hate communism. That's what's anti-godly about capitalism. Now, the reason for the allegory of the light bulb is the reason for the statement of the Civil War in Spain and the United States published by the Commonweal on June 24th of 1938. Just as the Spanish Civil War was coming to an end, American Catholics made their piece known, stated their piece, stated their stance. And so they said, in the reason for this statement, in the midst of partisan debate over the Spanish Civil War, our editors seek to spread light rather than heat. Most discussion of the Spanish question to date in the United States by supporters of both sides has been distinguished more for its heat than for any light cast upon the significance of the events. Those directly responsible for the conduct of this magazine have believed that anything they said, however temperate and however qualified as their own opinion, might add rather to the heat than to the light. We have hoped for peace and the opportunity to comment upon the better problems which peace proposes. But the war continues, and the manner of waging it, both in Spain and here in our own country, seems to change very little with the passage of time. As long as total war continues on the Spanish peninsula, it will continue to torment us all, both in America and in Europe. We do not for an instant pretend that what is said below is the only proper position for Catholics in the matter. We only affirm our belief, subject to correction, that our position is perfectly compatible with Catholic principles and that it is a view shared by many thousands of American Catholics. To which they turn to the Spanish problem in Spain. They say, first of all, we feel that some distinction must be made between the Spanish problem in Spain and the Spanish problem in the United States. In Spain, there is an active civil war which is being fought by both sides in order to achieve, from the point of view of each political group, a better social order. The same struggle to achieve a better social order exists in every country, but not in the form of an armed struggle, of a civil war. The general problem exists throughout the world, but the war in Spain relates to Spaniards acting in their immediate struggle and allegiance. Outside Spain, it relates to non-Spaniards observing a more remote armed struggle and engaged in the general problem in a different way. We do not feel qualified to discuss the problem as it is in Spain in any detail because the information available is so generally characterized by propaganda that we do not even have any sufficient knowledge of the whole situation. Two reports on a single event emanating from the opposing camps will be in complete contradiction to each the other. The official principles of each side must be taken into account, but the actions of each side, when they can be known, speak louder than words. A Spaniard, unless he is one of the few who are determined and able to make the double refusal, seemingly must choose between two governments whose characters are mixed and are impossible to know from here with any comprehensiveness. One government, or part of it, has instigated, or at least permitted, the murder of priests, nuns, and laypeople, has utilized ruthless methods of accomplishing social and political and economic ends, and chosen, as far as it is possible to see, many objectives in all these fields that should be condemned. Its alliance with Russia implies some, if an unknown degree, of identification with the evils of the Soviet regime. The second government, which gives the Church open support, yet in its conduct of warfare, repeatedly, and despite protests from the Holy Father, destroys defenseless civilians, particularly by its air raids upon cities. Air raids made by one side cannot cancel out those made by the other. Many of its leaders give utterance to totalitarian views very similar to those which have been condemned by the Church in other countries. The system of government it utilizes and favors, as far as can be seen, contains elements that Americans sharply reject. Its alliance with the fascist and Nazi nations implicates it, to some, if an uncertain extent, in the evils of those regimes. Of course, both Spanish governments are in a state of war, which of necessity, under any regime, imposes certain limitations on human freedom. The choice is, to our way of thinking, tragic. However, much analogous choices have been made necessary in the past and seem almost to be, from time to time, inevitable in man's political life. What is the duty of Americans toward Spaniards in their present trouble? There is, of course, the obligation of alleviating distress and suffering on both sides, as much as lies in our power. There is the obligation of doing everything we can for peace. And there is the greatest obligation of all, the universal obligation of prayer for all the human souls involved in the conflict. Then they turn to the problem in America. But there is a further obligation, that of learning what we can from the crucial struggle in Spain for use in the constant efforts we must make to achieve a better social order in our own country. There are two attitudes we can take in attempting to fulfill this obligation. We can conceive the struggle for a better social order as inevitably taking in one's own country a pattern similar to that which it has taken in Spain. This usually involves wholehearted partisanship for one side or the other in the Spanish War. It is the warm and emotional way of looking at the matter. It is the way which has been embraced by most American organs of opinion. Or else we can try to learn from the Spanish War what to do in order to avoid the things on both sides of that conflict which seem incompatible with the achievement of a better society, and in order to carry on the developments necessary here without precipitating the carnage and hate engendered by war. This is, viewed superficially, an unappealing way of looking at the matter, and invites accusations of barren intellectualism, of indifference toward the truth. Yet we believe it is the charitable way, the rational and human way. It is not an attempt to achieve negative neutrality, which denies the existence of absolute right, but a positive impartiality, a search for the right, unblinded by that passionate partisanship which simplifies the problems that confront us to the dimensions of a slogan, like Make America Great Again, and claims the right as the complete and exclusive possession of one singular warring party. In this country, there has been violent partisanship either for the Spanish nationalists or for the Madrid-Barcelona government, here referring to the communists. We feel that violent American partisanship on either side with regard to the Spanish question is bad, not only because the facts are obscure, but chiefly because both sides include elements that no American wants imported into this country. Neither has begun to enforce or even propounded anything comparable to the Bill of Rights, which protects an individual from unbearable abuse of authority. It is alleged by his supporters that Franco is not a fascist, but a restorer of order. By its supporters that Madrid of the communists is not opposed to Christianity, but only to political Catholicism. Since both allegations emanate from partisan sources, they are subject to serious question. But the fact remains that one section of the American public has been convinced that Franco is a fascist. Another section has equally been convinced that the Madrid government is atheist and communist. In the United States, the practical effect of being unreservedly and uncritically pro-nationalist is to seem to one's fellow Americans pro-fascist. Of being pro-government, in this case the originally elected government since subverted by the communists, it is to seem pro-communist and anti-religious. The result is to intensify and make more effectively dangerous both genuine fascism and communism in these United States. To be strongly partisan concerning the Spanish Civil War is indeed to aggravate a current intellectual disease. the conviction that we are going to be forced to choose between fascism and communism. This is a dangerous disease. Sufferers from it are blinded by it to the truth that both systems are anti-Christian and secularist. Unquestionably, the greatest error is to think that the life of Christianity is bound up with the maintenance of any such temporal form of society. The choice today is between secularism, the Hegelian state in any of its current forms, and the personalist Christian state, conceived as existing for the protection and assistance of its citizens. The issue is, of course, never clear in any given circumstance, well, any given instance, it says, but to transfer the issue from its proper ground, the distinction between the conception of man as free and the conception of man as existing only by favor of the state, to a totally improper ground is to further the cause of evil. The freedom that demands the constant vigilance and protection of every citizen is the freedom to pursue a person's spiritual, mental, and social life without dictation by the exterior material force of a majority or a directing minority. Now, quaterarily, they turn to the tactic against totalitarian secularism. And they say, the editors of the Commonweal, we are, quite frankly, wholehearted partisans of the personalist Christian state. The seeds of both fascism and communism will germinate only in the soil of injustice, and then must be fertilized by a general public conviction that the leaders of the non-totalitarian state are deficient in moral strength and do not deserve the confidence of their people. The problem of preserving or creating a form of state in which Christianity can truly flourish is therefore primarily a moral problem and one internal to the country concerned. In each instance, both the government and all citizens must dedicate themselves to remedying present injustices, solving present social and economic problems, and, as much as is possible, preventing future injustice. Those entrusted with the governance of the state must strive in every way to make themselves worthy of public confidence and trust. In more homely words, the best because the only effective way to fight anti-Christian totalitarianism is to make one's own country a thoroughly decent place to live in. In other words, to restore all things in Christ. It is for these reasons that we believe that the wisest, as also the most charitable and perhaps the most difficult policy for Americans, is to maintain that positive impartiality, a sanity of judgment toward both sides in Spain, expressing a preference for specific ideas and actions when they are certainly known, but being an uncritical partisan of neither. Americans should cease labeling everything they may not like in America or elsewhere as either fascist or communist. They should try instead to study American problems not only in the hope of contributing to their reasonable and equitable solution, but also in the belief that such a solution in America will constitute a part of the solution of international and worldly problems on a global scale. Above all, we must avoid fostering the growth of totalitarianism and hatred of Christianity by avoiding all activities that even faintly encourage that spirit of hysterical opposition and human distrust, which is the very lifeblood of both of those systems. Peace can only come where there be goodwill, and when there be goodwill, the road is open to peace. Now, I have extracted this article from the archives written during the height of proactive prosecution of hostilities of the Spanish Civil War by Catholics in America via the Commonweal magazine, published in June 24th of 1938, as a proxy for the appearance of that young man, the blind bard, Mr. Jonathan Evans, as he was unwilling to respond to my invitation, certainly at least in this case. And I believe that this speaks just as well, if not better, than he ever could. Written then, think of how that reflects upon the now. And ask yourself, is there a next civil war in our future? To the degree that it be armed conflict. Understand that, of course, in this case, I have a bias. Everyone with me on this call now has a bias, from Pac-1 Mireles, as a Latin American, to Jameson Reese, as a Black American with other races in his genetic matrix, and as myself as a truly cosmopolitan Euro-Asian whose genetics encompass the globe. We have to stand as colored people in America when we ask that question. Right now, of course, there is an investigation into the January 6th insurrection that is nonpartisan, in the sense that the Democrats have had to carry it out on their own because the Republicans simply refused to participate. Already a very bad sign, and one that will, of course, be considered one of the opening symptoms of outbreak into civil war at some point in our future, as writ by those of us who will inevitably survive the civil war to come, and it be one that is unavoidable. Now, in terms of this investigation into January 6th, we have maybe at least one felony offense that I believe is been pursued to a degree. And of course, I will do my best to analyze that. And I'm trying to think of whether to take this, what's remaining of our final hour, to analyze that, or start with the more general aspect of the potential for upcoming civil war. It's a tough call in the time we have remaining, but I'd better get started. And so, when it comes to that first Capitol riot felony sentence, I will have to say it was exactly the right call. And I would say that it's something that, when I consider it, let's get back to it. Start off now with, instead, that after January 6th, it would not be hyperbolic to say that the United States is facing a political crisis of what are obviously epic proportions, potentially cataclysmic. No one can question that America in 2021 is now an unstable society, which means its future is up for grabs. And that means we should be giving serious thought to what it means to be colored in America. That means we think about our future in America in the context of our history. There is some reason to hope, but little cause for optimism. As President Ulysses S. Grant considered the possibility of another civil war, he wrote, "If we are to have another contest in the near future of our national existence, I predict that the dividing line will not be Masons and Dixons, but between patriotism and intelligence on the one side, and superstition, ambition, and ignorance on the other." Now, I don't know if America, And here I mean white America is on the brink of a civil war, but white Americans are once again faced with an existential question about their identity. Who are they? And who are they to each other? They have never seriously considered the question about who we are or who we are to them. The first time they were faced with the question was during the American Civil War of Independence and the founding of this republic, and the second time was the Civil War between the states. To use Grant's description, it is obvious today that the forces of superstition, ambition, and ignorance are amassing, and we are still waiting for the intelligent patriots to take the field. But let us be clear. POCs, people of color, and the alternative lifestyles leading peoples, all other marginalized communities, are not having a crisis. Yet we are once again potential victims of the crisis white people in America are having. What do I mean? When white Americans resolved their first identity crisis, they didn't include us in the constitutional solution as part of we the people. Most certainly not the coloreds of the day, the redskin Indians, or their black slaves. After the Civil War between the states, there was passage of the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments and Reconstruction, but all that was underdone by the White Compromise of 1877 that ushered in the era of American apartheid, alias Jim Crow. No one can predict the future, but in order to prepare for the future, one must spend some time thinking about it. I'm not talking about dreaming or fantasizing about some romanticized version that has no chance of happening. I am referring to serious, empirically based speculation about future possibilities and how current events will define, impact, or influence unknown future circumstances. You know those black swans we see a-flying. You can put those thinking about the future swans into 3 buckets if we took them down with buckshot: optimists, pessimists, and realists. Usually pessimists believe the fix is in because of some cabal somewhere pulling strings behind the curtain. Think of a real Wizard of Oz. Trump's Neolithic base and their QAnon conspiracy theories be exemplary. Another is someone we all know, the conspiracy brother. They both believe the same thing, but each thinks the wizard is doing something different. They are both wrong, and here be why. The world is a complex place, and you can't centrally manage complex systems. And even if it were possible to centrally manage complex systems, it could not happen in the United States given the pedestrian intellect and marginal competence of the American leadership class. There be no Hitlers or Stalins or Hirohitos or de Gaulles or Churchills or Alexanders or Kaisers here. Optimists are people who always see the upside because they fundamentally believe the universe is fair and just. But the optimists have a different but fallacious predicate. It is their belief in the inherent goodness of mankind. The Right Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. said the moral arch of the universe is long, but it bends towards justice. But that is only true if someone bends it that way. Despite extraordinary technological advances since humans discovered fire, there is nothing preordained about human progress. In fact, you could question the notion of human progress itself, because despite the extraordinary technological advances and the historic episodic outbursts of empathy and acts of kindness, Homo sapiens sapiens, the wisest of the wise, remain the most pathologically violent, cruel, and mass murderous species in the history of the planet. Whatever progress we have made in terms of our humanity as a species has been despite who we are, not because of who we are. And much of it was due to vampires like my kind, who called you along and guided you though you never thought about it. Not by any wisdom, but simply by bleeding out the worst among you. So it is possible to remain hopeful about the future. My hopefulness stems from the random nature of the universe. I am a realist about the future. I believe at any point in time there are multiple future possibilities, and the future that emerges is always the result of decisions made or not made in the present. And whether you are an individual or a people, you get to decide every day what that future will be. That requires serious contemplation and reflection in this moment, so you won't be reactionary in the next. Rather than obsess about what white America will do or not do, something we have no control over, neither Pac-1 Morales, nor Jameson Reese, nor I, let us focus on what we should do. And it make us no difference if for once they rise to the occasion and do the right thing, or again, regress to the mean. We get to decide. We get to decide what happens next. As long as we understand the existential question Shakespeare had Hamlet pose when he mused, to be or not to be, that is the question. We are not always in charge of the options we get, but we're always in charge of which options we choose. And one thing I can tell you that was chosen by those who are conducting these investigations is that the first Capitol riot felony sentence was exactly the right call. Now, on July 19th, Paul A. Hodgkins, the first insurrectionist convicted of a felony to be sentenced for his crime of storming the Capitol on the 6th of January, received an 8-month sentence to federal prison. Federal District Court Judge Randolph Moss, a former Assistant Attorney General in the Department of Justice, sent a pitch-perfect sentencing message in 2 important ways. First, he made clear that the damage Hodgkins and his fellow rioters caused went far beyond the several hours' delay in certifying the 2020 presidential election. Rather, by trying to block the peaceful transition of power, the judge emphasized, Hodgkins and his collaborators in crime were declaring their loyalty to one individual rather than to our nation. Judge Moss referred to the riot as the stain on our nation that will remain for decades. Moss did not buy arguments that Hodgkins's participation was just 15 minutes of bad judgment, or that he was simply exercising his First Amendment right of assembly. Second, Judge Moss tailored his sentence to the individual before the court, exactly as judges are supposed to do. Hodgkins had 4 things going in his favor: actions and history that may not apply to the next insurrectionist so sentenced. He pleaded guilty, an act that reflects someone taking responsibility for his crime. Judges appreciate such pleas for this reason, and also because they help clear court dockets. Shorter sentences are typical for a guilty plea. Secondly, Hodgkins expressed remorse, saying, I can say without a shadow of a doubt that I am truly remorseful and regretful for my actions in Washington, D.C. on January 6th. I'll skip some of his other transcript here, and he concluded by saying, I say this because of the damage that day's incident caused and the way this country that I love has been hurt. Now, even I would buy that. Even I find that redeemable to degree, albeit there must still be consequences. And tertiarily was the fact that Judge Moss took a recess after Hodgkins spoke, and before delivering his sentence suggests to myself that the judge had initially come out ready to impose more time in jail, as I would have been. I feel that I was driven to do so. The judge reconsidered in light of Moss's apparent sincerity. Quatrarily, Hodgkins engaged in no violence unto others, and he destroyed no public property. which by definition is our property. Now finally, there's a quintary factor here. Hodgkins had no criminal record. Now, in light of those mitigating factors, 8 months is a serious sentence. Others awaiting trial for the insurrection may think hard about the benefits of pleading guilty. Some observers are sure to note that the prosecutors recommended 18 months in prison. But it's important to note that prosecutors usually recommend more time than judges are willing to impose. In sentencing former Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin for the murder of George Floyd, Judge Peter Cahill cut 7.5 years off the recommendation of Chauvin's prosecutors. Now, if you still think 8 months is a short time for someone to spend without liberty, take some time to recount what you've done since before Christmas last year. If you've always been able to go wherever you want it, or don't like being told what to do, it's no fun spending even a single day in jail. I have been in jail myself, as I've said. Military prison, to qualify. Now, I've been involved with criminals all my life. Before or after that experience, I hated hearing the door clink behind me when I visited friends of mine who lost their freedom, locked up after their arrests for their own involvement in some criminal conspiracy. One other reflection about how long that sentence is. It seems like a century agone that House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy, that Republican from California, was pinning the blame for the insurrection on then-President Donald Trump, or that Senator Lindsey Graham, the Republican from South Carolina, was saying, "Count me out, enough is enough," with regard to Donald Trump. Both statements were made far less than 8 months agone. Punishment for crime serves many purposes in society. The overarching goal for prosecutors is deterrence. It is particularly important in this case, with the Department of Homeland Security's May 2021 heightened warnings about domestic violence. Now, fear of jail time is something that ought to concern most people who might consider participating in some future attack on a government site, even if hardcore militants are incorrigible. In terms of preempting another insurrection, reducing the number of those backing up violent leaders of disorder is key. This first sentence to jail time should remind those who love our republic to appreciate Justice Department leaders and prosecutors who are aggressively holding the rioters to account. Former DOJ, Department of Justice members like some that I know who I can never name, because they would never want their names connected to mine. Well, they know that getting a defendant sentenced within 6 months of a notorious crime is warp speed. So may the Justice Department use these prosecutions to follow the evidence as far as it goes. All who gave aid and comfort to the violent assault on our government, as the Anti-Insurrection Statute, 18 U.S.C. Sections 2383 provides. Section 18, of the United States Code. Again, subsections 2383. All that anti-insurrection statute provides must be brought to justice. Because the story of January 6th, it will be told. The rioters said, "Trump called us." And they try to use that now as their defense. In the past several years, some of the most perceptive views of American politics have come from the world of pop culture. In Borat, subsequent movie film, for example, the actual title of that piece, Sacha Baron Cohen provided a blistering take on the universe of Trump supporters, as well as Rudy Giuliani, that stimulated conversation about what was going on in the public arena. Judas and the Black Messiah was a biographical drama about Fred Hampton and the Black Panther Party that tackled core questions at the heart of the Black Lives Matter movement. David Simon's adaptation of the alternate history, The Plot Against America, took up Philip Roth's novel about the possibility of fascism succeeding in America, coming at a moment when many people thought our institutions had become as vulnerable as possible. This would have been, of course, had Howard Phillips Lovecraft not been assassinated and lived to write, or rather complete, New America and the Coming World Order, his American Mein Kampf, for Charles Augustus Lindbergh. The movie Miss America explored the origins and tensions within feminism through the stories of key icons from the 1970s. And while Democrats and Republicans continue to clash over how to investigate what happened at the Capitol on January 6th, it's likely that the lasting narrative will be shaped not only by journalism and historical writing, but by pop culture. In the end, this cultural approach to politics might be a more effective approach to dealing with 1/6 than our government itself. After all, the odds of the nation being able to count on a bipartisan January 6th commission to they just keep getting worse. Senate Republicans were able to stifle the commission that the House of Representatives had voted to create, and that would have been charged with investigating what happened on the day of the election certification, when violent mobs stormed Capitol Hill, threatening the lives of legislators and the vice president. Republican Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell switched his tune, moving away from the condemnatory speech that he delivered after the Senate voted against removing President Trump followed his second impeachment. Protecting his party going into the 2022 midterms became McConnell's priority. So, we're stuck with the movies. You know, that positive Black Swan industry that I described. And that's what ultimately will likely get the story out. When you think about reports, Republicans are being told to stop using the term insurrection at all. Now, Congress still has the ability to conduct investigations through hearings, but the Republican strategy won't change, so anything done through the Democratic majority will quickly be attacked as yet another partisan ploy. The hearings will quickly turn into another political spectacle, diminishing the ability of legislators to better understand how the insurrection came together, which politicians had connections to the insurrectionists themselves, and had let them through the door, led them to where the people were, etc., and why security failed so poorly. In other words, left to Congress, at least for now, the public won't learn much more. As time passes, the nation will move on. For now, some of the responsibility will have to fall on the shoulders of other sectors in American society. There is some evidence that these efforts are underway. Showtime is developing a limited series about the riot. CNN has a special report, Assault on Democracy, subtitled The Roots of Trump's Insurrection, premiering. Well, it was supposed to be... when was that supposed to happen? Did I miss that? I may well have. It was probably, I believe, in the middle of this month. Yeah, around the Ides of July. Well, as a matter of fact, it was the midst of last month, to tell you the truth. Boy, did I ever miss it, now that I'm looking it up. Well, this won't be the first time that we have called on the world outside of Washington to shoulder the responsibility of providing deeper insights into some of the tragic moments that the nation experienced when our political institutions were failing. In 1964, at the height of the Cold War, which was 1968, 64 to 68, I was born at the extreme height of the Cold War, when there was the highest chance for everything truly going nuclear. Well, at that time, some of the strongest warnings about the threat of nuclear war came from Hollywood itself. In Dr. Strangelove, or, as subtitled, How I Learned to Stop Worrying and Love the Bomb, Stanley Kubrick directed and produced a classic comedy starring Peter Sellers that warned viewers of how easily a nuclear war could unfold if the wrong people were in charge. And although many critics disparaged the movie for suggesting that a mentally unstable general could trigger a nuclear war, the film was more spot on than any realized about the ways in which presidents don't have total control of the situation. Now, following Watergate, All the President's Men, released in 1976, starring Robert Redford and Dustin Hoffman, focused on two reporters who broke the story of the Watergate conspiracy. Those reporters, Bob Woodward and Carl Bernstein, upon the book which the film was based, told the story of the rampant corruption that had existed in President Richard Nixon's White House as the administration tried to cover up its connection to the burglary of the Democratic National Convention headquarters. While many others had brought to light how Nixon had abused his power, and in this case a congressional committee did play a huge role in exposing the abuse, the film reached massive audiences, making the character and record of the Nixon White House more real to average Americans. In 1983, a television film called The Day After captured the horrors of nuclear war as people imagined it would be, and the film focused on a small town in Kansas that was suffering through an attack. And the movie was a sensation. Millions of Americans tuned in to watch. Schools organized curricula to work with kids about what they were seeing. ABC's production became part of a broader conversation about the dangers that the world faced as President Ronald Reagan had heightened tensions with the Soviet Union during the first years of his administration. And Hollywood has continued to offer blistering looks into elements of politics that Washington often just wants to ignore. Fictional narratives have often been a powerful way to shed light on the dangers we face. There was that film Bulworth in 1998 that was a tough and very tough to watch expose on the way that private money and lobbyists corrupt the political decision-making process. Warren Beatty played a senator who starts to finally speak his mind about what's wrong with the way that money affects politics, as he was impacted by his good friend, the guy who's our State Department guy now, I think. Help me out here. Married to the Heinz Teresa Kerry, John Kerry. That's it. Thank you. I got that out myself. He was inspired by John Kerry's problems. Let's just say that. Of course, otherwise the film is just unbearable. Don't bother with it. Anyhow, The Election, which was released in the year after, 1999, was a fictional account of a high school election that became a way to show why so many voters in the U.S. prefer outsiders who slam the system than careerist politicians who would do almost anything to win. Of course, Hollywood isn't the only way that non-politicians can tackle tough problems. Non-fiction and fiction writers, podcast and radio producers, television producers, and all others as myself, we all have roles to play. Now, the world where I work, that of education and research, has also been essential to the process of information production. Though our institutions are much slower and reach a far smaller part of the public, it's up to you to correct that by promoting my book above all else. And in an ideal world, we would have a vigorous and thorough response from the government. More than any other sector in American society, government has the capacity to produce the kind of knowledge about failures, such as January 6th. But right now, the system is not working. Given a chance to step up after the wreckage of the post-2020 election, Congress could not produce a bipartisan commission. And the Russell collaborationist Red Republican cult is doubling down on the big lie, more interested in preventing this from becoming a problem in the midterms than making sure the causes of this attack don't resurface. The danger is that we let the horrendous attack on our democracy become yet another fleeting memory in our short attention span polity, where it is increasingly difficult to dig deep into the crises we experience. This is why others will need to step into the void. Popular culture will be one arena in which the producers of content have the chance to give Americans a better understanding of the factors that allowed that attack on us all to unfold. Now, in terms of what's going on in the chat room and saying goodnight to you all, now, while I was trying to look up some things about the January 6th attack, I ran across this. I'll put this into I guess I'll put this here for both men to see. And this will be in the text box. It'll go away with the call. So if both of you want to access that, best access it now, because once the call closes down any minute, that won't be accessible easily anymore. You'd have to look for the call. But going back into, live chat, live stream, we have but 10 minutes left. Now I'll ask, of course, our friends to come on if they can to say good day. Douglas Marks, our friend in Australia, I believe, or is he our friend in Miami, Florida? He says, he's Miami. He says, I hope not. Nobody likes war unless you're someone profiting from it. He says, this is a silent war going on. William Cooper spoke about it. Silent weapons like chemtrails. Jail and prison sucks. Okay, my men. Pac-1 Morellis, if you're here, do come say good day to everyone before we take off for the day. And James and Reese, both of you gentlemen.
Yes. Good day to everybody. And make this week your week. Just stay on an up note and do what you can to get by every day, man. Don't let anything hang you up. All these political problems, everything. I mean, the world's going to shit, but that doesn't mean that your day has to be a shit or your week. So let's go get money.
God bless you. That's wonderful. That's beautiful. Thank you so much. And Jameson, you could follow up. Or did he fall asleep again? Oh, that's so funny.
It's the lack of energy drinks.
Yeah, that's it. It's the lack of energy drinks. You're right. He was sucking those down. It was horrible. And I hope you had enough sleep last night. Oh my God, it's like you said about your work. It's like you work so hard, and it's incredible. It's incredible to me. I mean, but I'm so glad that you've had the kids you've had, and like you said, I can understand. Yeah, not wanting to have more at this point.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And like I said, it's not really work when you love what you do. You know.
Of course.
So. Yep, every day gets easier. But yes, much love to your brother Douglas, and it's been real.
Yes.
And I'll join in on Wednesday.
I look forward to that, and we all love you too, and certainly my love for you, and of course share that with Elizabeth, and understand I care for her deeply, and let her know that honest to God, she's been through too much, and oh my God, for her to have withstood all that. And the only thing I can say is that I wish she would work a little less hard. I mean, 3 20-hour shifts in a row, it's just, it's like, certainly you must talk to her about that and try to discourage her, don't you, at times?
I tried. In the beginning, I used to try to, don't work so much, but it's what she does. It's just what she does.
Understood.
So, I can't say, just one of those things.
Understood. Well, my admiration for you both. I'm going to close the call down now, sure. And my love and thoughts to, and you're always in my prayers. So,
sure.
Okay, we are going to.
All right.
Yeah. Okay. Good day. And
good day.
Yes, thank you. And so with that, we are going to shut down the call, which is going to. We'll still be on live stream. Going to close the call here, and that's always eerie to me, because the call is kind of like, usually I close the live stream first, then I close the call later. So that gives just you and I, Douglas, Dietrich, and the listeners time together this time instead of the other way around. Usually when I'm on with people coming up, such as Peter Moon, usually wakes up around this time and joins in. Definitely would be nice if he came in to say good day to you all. That would be fun. As it is, of course, we are going to say good day to each other. With that, let me get this over here to our man, Mr. James Reese. That'll be in his message box. And aside from that, I think that the thing to emphasize to all of you is, of course, help is still appreciated. I should be able to make it to the end of the month, but help is always appreciated. Again, my shout out to Louis Rogers, and I hope to dedicate either the next show or Sundays onto that wonderful Australian again. I will talk about Asia. When I talk about Asia, either on Wednesday or on Sunday, the day that I talk about Asia and Australia will inescapably be involved. I'll dedicate that show to Louis Rogers. In the meantime, shout out to our man Eric Laystick, who sent another $250 to help myself in check form. I shall spend some time and get that transferred into my account from the PayPal. And honestly, just